And this ball is launched again to center field. Going back is Myers, watching it sail out. Hunter Goodman has just put the Rockies in front. 5-4 Colorado. This ball down the right field line, and it is fair. Sam Hilliard getting it done. Hira scores to make it 6-4. Sam Hilliard coming through.
Sam with a base hit in the ninth inning yesterday, coming through again in the ninth inning today, but this one with an RBI to go with it.
Pitch is grounded up the middle. Estrada to Arcia for one, and to first for a double play. And the Rockies start the series here in Florida with a win.
Oh, yeah. It's all coming together.
Those highlights, courtesy of the Rockies Sports Network and Rockies Radio Network. Guess what? I think they're getting a series win against the Marlins. How about that?
Huge, yeah.
It's another team that, not great. And maybe you can figure it out. Here's my fear, though. Nelly's back today, by the way. Welcome.
That's baseball, right?
Here's my fear. I really feel like they could win this series, which would be their first series that they've won all year. And this weather might ruin it. You might get a little too much rain, postpone it, then you don't know what's going to happen. Although, if that's the case, maybe you take two. Like they cancel a game, you take the, I don't know. But first game of the series against the Marlins, you get a dub that gets you to 10 wins. Yeah. Hunter Goodman dropping bombs.
And I guess we finally have the question, if the Rockies win a baseball game and no one is around to witness it, does it still count as a win? Because I don't know if you saw the pictures of that stadium in Miami, but oh my goodness gracious.
Yeah, I wonder,
you could have shot off a cannon in that stadium and no one would have been hurt.
So we all know, Nelly, that they boost numbers for attendance because they count ticket sales. They don't count the people that win. But just out of curiosity, what do you think the numbers on that was?
You're saying what it was in actuality or what they listed?
What they
attendance?
listed.
Oh, I'm going to guess like 25,000 or something.
5,894. That's their listed attendance.
That was listed. Wow. That's
so
rough.
That isn't counting heads walking in there. That's counting how many tickets were sold to the game in Miami.
Yeesh. Choke on that one, Derek Jeter. Wow.
Yeah.
Is he still in that organization?
No.
Okay,
Jeter,
he's not.
Well, I think he's still like that minority owner, but he's not like directly involved as he was when he first got there. So there you go. The Rockies get their 10th win of the year. It only took 60 games to get there. So I was thinking about this yesterday. I don't know if you guys have been paying attention.
Sorry, by the way, everyone on the text line is going full Todd Bowles. You know they got a dome, right? So they can't get rained out in Miami.
That's right. Yeah, I don't know what. For some reason, I was thinking it was in. I thought it was here. I don't know why. Sorry. So I think they are going to win the series.
They got a dome. Still one of my favorite interviews ever.
The Trop had a dome too, until it didn't. Hey, Brett, was there more people at your wedding than at the Rockies-Marlins game last night? There was not. Now, Vic might have them beat. I did a destination wedding, so it was like 35 people total. I liked it. Small, close friends, family, and that's what we got. It would be very hard for any professional franchise. Oh, come on. I'm just looking up at ESPN, and they just have this graphic of the Rockies up. It says worst in the bigs. They won yesterday. Are you winning a championship? I think they are. I think that we're on the verge of a 40-game winning streak. which would take you to 500. Okay, so here's what I was thinking. If you've been paying attention to Shams, if you've been paying attention to Brian Windhorst, they all kind of have this theme heading into this NBA offseason. They are predicting it's going to be insane. And they aren't saying that like the guys that are maybe big names, but we're pretty sure are going to get moved anyway. They aren't saying like, hey, Kevin Durant's going to move, because it feels like that's pretty obviously going to happen. There's a number of different big name players that could get moved this offseason. That wouldn't be a total shock. They're talking as if there's guys that you have no idea that are going to get moved, that are like on the verge of this offseason. And here's going to be the trouble. Sorry, I'm taking a picture of this graphic. Yeah, I got to get to this in a second. I had to log its most losses at the time of 10th win in MLB history. I just want to say some of the names out loud in a second. Here's the issue that could be faced. If this is an offseason of giant moves happening everywhere across the league, my fear is that the Nuggets are going to be left out, and then that's going to make some people mad. Nobody likes to be the team that doesn't do anything when everybody else is making moves. And the Nuggets might be in that spot. Again, when you're talking about big-time trades involving big-time players, there needs to be two parties that agree to the deal. You know, all this stuff that we kind of conjure up in our heads for moves that can be made in the offseason, and what if you trade Porter for this guy, or what if you trade Jamal for this, or blah, blah, blah. There's a real sort of, when you have a trade partner and you're trying to wheel and deal, everybody tends to overestimate their own. And I have no idea what the league sentiment around the guys that you would be involved in making trades. Like, here's what I'm getting at. Here's the guys that you could trade for a big-time deal. You could trade Joker, which you're not going to do. And I think the guys in this team that have the most value as far as trade value are Aaron Gordon and Christian Brown, who you don't want to trade. Aaron Gordon is probably tops of the list outside of, obviously, Joker. Because he's making a decent amount of money, but it's not crazy for all the different things that he brings to the table. That's your number one. But you don't want to get rid of him, as you don't want to get rid of Christian Brown. So when you talk about trading Porter or trading Jamal, it's what's the value that's seen on the opposite end? Are there teams out there that think these guys can be the piece that takes them over the top? Which is why the more I think about it, the more it just feels like it's going to be an offseason in which the Nuggets don't feel like they do all that much. You know, we had Jake Coyne on last week. At least he was the one that told us that they will have a mid-level exception that they can use to go out and get somebody. So you're at least, you would hope, unless it's another version of Dario Saric, guaranteed to add one player to one legitimate rotational player. But I'm starting to think, like, if all these things come true from Shams and Windhorst saying this is going to be a crazy NBA offseason, are you going to be left out? And I think you might be. So that's going to be some trouble. Because when you keep thinking about what's going to be available this offseason and guys that are going to be up for trades, and you just don't have that many assets that I think are desirable. And what's funny is, if you were to make the trades for, if you were to trade Jamal, trade MPJ, I think it's going to be really difficult to get to a point where you can guarantee that your team got better in both of those situations. Like, the frustrations that are had with maybe those two guys in particular, and it's just about the money they make. If Jamal was making $25 million, $30 million instead of $50, I don't think anybody would care. If Porter was making 22 instead of 35, I don't think anybody would care. But there's something about when you put max, that adjective in front of contract, that kind of sends people into a tizzy. And I value those players, I think, higher than most. I don't think the Nuggets have a Michael Porter Jr. or Jamal problem. I think they have a depth problem. But it does feel like the only way you get more depth is by trading one of them. Like, there's two distinct paths that can be taken, and I see only two. Is that you make a giant move in trading one of your starting five, particularly one of the two names that I brought up. The other is the more boring route that I think people are going to roll their eyes at, which is you keep the starting five together, you sign someone to that mid-level exception, and maybe that's Bruce Brown, and you actually try and develop and get experience for the guys who are on your roster. The Jalen Pickett's and Zeke Naji's of the world. I think that's the more likely route. And I'm not even against it. This team is not that far away. I really think it's a couple of depth pieces. If you gave me an offseason, which you told me, Russell Westbrook is back on his player option. You get Bruce Brown to a mid-level exception. And somehow, some way, they find somebody else that's a legitimate NBA player to add to their rotation. And you give me those three, along with trying to develop guys like, obviously there's still Strother, there's still Watson, develop Jalen Pickett, all these different things. I think you're fine. But last year, it just really highlighted when you had guys playing with like half a body. And the decision was made that them playing with half a body was the preferable option to somebody else going in. I mean, that's as crystal clear as you can get for what you believe in your depth, at least at that time. So whether they make moves or not, there needs to be, and they've said as much. Now, saying it and actually putting it into action are two different things, but a concerted effort to the offseason of developing them and then giving them the actual opportunity. But I do think if this is an offseason of a whole bunch of people making a whole bunch of different moves, you could feel a little bit like the designated driver of the offseason. Everybody else is having fun around you, and you're just staying responsible or something. So 303-504-0925, Champ Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. So I just saw this graphic, and here's what I love about sports that have existed for a while. You get funny names. And the graphic I just saw on ESPN about the Rockies and the teams that took this long to get to their 10th win is hilarious. We'll get to it next. All right, so here's the graphic I saw. The Rockies win yesterday. It was their 10th win of the season. It took them 60 games to get to 10. Here is what the names surrounding them looked like. Here's the graphic. Most losses at the time of 10th win in MLB history. So that's on ESPN. So the 2025 Rockies are the second longest team to get there, with 50 losses at the time of their 10th win. In 1884, the Kansas City Unions took 57 losses to get to 10 wins. And then two different times, in 1889 and 1895, the Louisville Colonels took respectively 47 and 49 losses to get there. So that's what you're surrounded by. And I always love those kind of MLB stats. It's the most of this since Rubber Arm Joe took the mound for the Cleveland Spiders or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, the fact that sport's existed so long, it's funny to look back at all the names that used to be there.
It's always, the pitcher was named Edison Pegleg McGee of the Boston Bees.
Yeah, exactly. It's always a nickname. Why don't we have those nicknames anymore? What happened to nicknames in sports?
But the thing is, they were always cool. It was always Joseph Iron Claw Paddington.
Yeah.
I wanted someone to have a lame nickname. Like the pitcher is Brett Poo Pants Kane.
Yeah. I think Shane Gillis had a joke about the guy by the name of Old Curly. He's the greatest athlete alive, they say. A 5'6", 40-yard dash. Nicknames used to be a thing, and we don't do it anymore. Like, I'm just watching, they're talking about the NFL right now, and I'm seeing Derrick Henry run the football. Does Derrick Henry have a nickname?
King Henry's probably the closest
King Henry?
we got.
Okay.
But to your point, it's not that common. It's maybe used in a highlight package every now and then, but it's not his primary name.
Like Saquon. Saquon just ran for 2,000 yards. He was arguably the best player in football last year. Does he have a nickname? See, here's on Pro Football Reference, it says Saquads or Shayshawn. I have no idea what either. I've never heard him called either of those.
I guess by old sports standards, he'd be called the Regal Eagle or something like that.
Saquads is good, though. I will say I haven't heard that, but I like Saquads.
Except we need to reserve that name for Denver, RJ Quad V or something.
Yeah. I mean, Joker might be like one of the more famous nicknames out there right now. I mean, King James, Joker. Help me out, guys. What are some other ones that are big nicknames right now in sports? You used to have them everywhere.
Right, I mean,
Cordell Stewart was Slash.
Charles Barkley had 1,000 nicknames. He was the round mound, a rebound, and Sir Charles.
My favorite ever is the Big Hurt for Frank Thomas. The Big Hurt's just great.
The Big Unit, Randy Johnson.
Yeah. Big Unit. Yeah, we just don't do it anymore. Sad. Very, very sad thing.
We need to come up with nicknames for each other on that show, or on this show, and then we'll bring that tradition back. So is Vic going to be Vic the Prostateless Wonder Lombardi? I mean, we need a good sports nickname for all of us.
Maybe Chef Greek Freak's also a really good one. Greek Freak's good. PS2, it's not really a nickname. It's like RG3. Was that a nickname or it's just initials?
Yeah, but people called him that instead of Robert Griffin
They
III.
did.
Call RG3, PS2. Those are absolutely nicknames.
Okay, so here's I actually thought about this. Somebody said Blue Arrow for Jamal. Does anybody outside of Denver know that for Jamal, or is that just a Denver thing? Now, I've never called Jamal Blue Arrow. I know that's his celebration thing, or it used to be. Yeah, I don't know. Just they're gone. They're gone. Used to be a thing, not anymore. So, few things here. Number one, I think one thing will be key. You know, when the Broncos' schedule came out, I saw a lot of people saying that they thought it was a great schedule for the Broncos. I disagree. I think it's really difficult. I think it's a really tough one to try and navigate. And we've kind of been over the reasons. I think they have like sneaky, tough scheduled games where it's like you play a week after you come back from London, and it might be against the Giants, but it's really tough. The early London game, also just wacky. Anything can happen in those 7:30 a.m. starts. You have 2 different Thursday games following a Sunday game, which is short week, not a lot of rest. That can be really difficult. But more than that, you basically get this on-ramp into the season where it feels like it's a couple of easy ones out of the gate, and then it gets really difficult. So you get Tennessee to open things up. You got a rookie quarterback against that defense. You should be in pretty good shape there. Then you play against Indianapolis the next week. The Colts are okay, but very easy to take care of because they have a weird quarterback situation in which they're playing a quarterback I don't even think that they trust. But after that, it's this at LA, Cincinnati at home, at Philly, then the London game, then you're playing the week after the London game, then it's Dallas with a healthy Dak, who knows, then you're going on the road to Houston, and then it's Vegas and Kansas City in a bye week. Like, that is not easy. And it kind of feels like you need to do well because the back end of the season feels even tougher. So after the bye, you have 6 games. At Washington, at Vegas, Green Bay at home, Jacksonville at home, at Kansas City, and then the Chargers to close out the year. You need to put yourself in a really good situation in the first half of that season. You can't have slip-ups. In this, I think, is going to sort of tell the tale of the Broncos season. Could the Broncos be better than last year? They could. I do think there's opportunity for them to be worse. And here's kind of where it gets really sticky. When you have games that you'll be, I would say, convincing favorites in, and looking at those right now, especially in the beginning portion of that season, it feels like it's going to be your first 2 weeks, Tennessee, Indianapolis. You're going to be that, I think, against the Jets. You're going to be that against the Giants. And probably against the Raiders. Probably. That's where you made the playoffs last year. When you had a team you were supposed to beat, you beat them. You did. I don't know if that just is going to be the case again this year. It's always funny, we do assumptions when the season starts, where we say you'll go through the schedule when the schedule gets released and say, all right, well, that's a win, 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 win. This one's going to be tough. I'm going to lean win on this one. This one will be tough. I'm going to lean loss. But to assume that all of those games are just going to be dubs is a very, very difficult practice.
Big time win.
They did it last year, but it's hard to do that year over year. Like the Chargers probably do the same thing. If you're a Chargers fan and you're looking at the schedule, you do the same. And then you realize, like, the Chargers lost to Arizona 17-15. Probably weren't expecting that. Like, there's always a couple of games in the middle of a year that you didn't expect to be difficult that became difficult. But that beginning portion of that schedule, I think, it's going to tell the story. You get through those first 2 weeks, 2-0. Your next 3 are LA, Cincinnati, Philly. Got to get at least one out of that. And then not have any slip-ups for I think the sneaky tough games, which is the London game and then the week after the London game, along with another one of those that are like, so those are 2 games that you just assume are wins, those 2 New York games. And then that Vegas on Thursday, short week, weird things happen on short weeks. Those are the ones that I'm kind of looking at. But if they can take what they did last year, take care of the games that they're going to be favored in, and I think pretty good favorites in, they should be all right, but can't have the slip-ups. Like the goal here this year, the bar has to be raised. So you were in a position last year in which you just wanted to make the postseason. And whatever happened after that didn't matter. Obviously, you wanted to win, but I don't know a single Broncos fan who exited last season that was like pissed after they lost to the Bills. We all kind of knew that the clock was going to strike midnight against a team that's that good because you weren't that yet. Now you elevate to that next level of what I think the Broncos should be doing is competing for the division. I do think it's a combination of you getting better, Chiefs getting worse, and you're in a battle with those 2 teams and the Chargers for who's going to win the division, because when you set that sort of standard with a quarterback in year 1, you don't want to regress. Because then you'll have bigger questions. And if the Broncos do, let's say that health isn't a major factor, because that always could be. But if that's not a major factor to this season, you have guys that you signed and or drafted in the, quote, holes on the team that you needed to have filled in the offseason. You needed a tight end. Well, you took care of that with Evan Ingram. You needed a running back. Hopefully R.J. Harvey's that guy. You needed to fill out your linebacker room. Well, you have not only Alex Singleton coming back from injury, you've signed Dre Greenlaw. Need a little bit of help in the secondary. All right, well, in comes Hufanga at safety, and you add Jahdae Barron to help with cornerback depth. Like, you're running 4 pretty good corners. Obviously, Surtain is elite. Riley Moss looked really good. You add Barron, and you still have McMillan on the roster. They did everything they were supposed to do. The reasons for a regression outside of just health would be very, very hard to stomach. Texture says the Giants game could be Russ's first game against the Broncos since he left. I mean, that too. I don't know if that should strike fear in you. I mean, I think it's pretty clear Russell Wilson is not the same level of a threat as he was early in his career. And you want to talk about revenge factor and Russ wants to stick it to Sean Payton or something like that. I mean, I suppose you could. But does it, if I say Giants, Russell Wilson return game, are you scared? I don't think anybody's going to say yes. Again, the mitigating factor in that one that concerns me is that's the week after London. Just a lot of travel, a lot of miles, and you can say, it's a private, they fly on these chartered planes and everything's catered to them. Yeah, but it's still going across a whole bunch of different time zones and trying to get your bleep back together in the span of a week when your body hurts. Not that easy. I just realized on the text line, I'm looking at this, it's all just nicknames. AK-47 was one of the best basketball nicknames ever. I agree. AK-47 was great. Oh, yeah, Big Poppy, Big Cat.
Someone pointed out Nathan McKinnon, Nate Dogg, a.k.a. The Dog.
But they don't call him that. You know what I mean? Like, when you talked about David Ortiz, you'd call him Big Papi. Big Cat for Andres Galarraga was almost a prerequisite to say his name. Nobody said Andres Galarraga. You said the Big Cat, Andres Galarraga. SGA is called Free Throw Merchant now. How about that? It was said during a broadcast of a conference finals game, so.
White Chocolate, that's another good one we
White
forgot.
Chocolate's a great one. Yeah, that one's really good. I mean, I guess this is true. The most famous nickname right now is probably Prime. And I want to get to Prime in a second. Because he had some comments. He was on I don't know if this is his podcast, if he has another sort of outlet for him to get his thoughts out. But he's talking about Shedeur and what happened in the draft. Yeah, go ahead.
Between all his podcast appearances, I want to ask you a question. Who spends more time talking into a microphone, Coach Prime or DMac?
I don't know. It's close.
I'm not sure. Prime puts himself on tape a lot.
Here's the problem. DMac doesn't have a camera crew that always follows him around. So I'm going to say Prime's got him on that one. You got a camera crew that's following your every day of your life, then yeah. Yes! But I want to get to Prime in a second because he was talking about Shedeur, but I got a bigger question for Prime in general. Because I'm now like moved on from Shedeur, Travis Hunter. That era of the Buffs is over.
Do you believe?
A new one will enter. And this is where Prime puts his stamp on things. This is where I think the judgment of him as a coach really starts. We'll get to it next. See, that's what I'm looking for. Some of these nicknames coming in. Birdman's easy. Like, Birdman was just an okay NBA player, but his name and his look was so unique that everybody knows who I'm talking about when I say Birdman. The Nigerian Nightmare. One of the better ones in history. These are the names I'm looking for. Crime Dog, Fred McGriff, yes. We need to bring nicknames back. And I'm going to put this on the journalist. Do your job.
But the thing with all these names, which I think is your point, is a lot of these players, their primes were what, 10 to 15, 20 years ago?
Oh, more than that.
Right.
For most.
For some of these. So for these current players, we've got the Greek Freak, which is actually a great one. Chef Curry was a good one. How about the Beard for James Harden?
Suppose.
The Brow for Anthony Davis.
Yeah.
And King James. We've got a handful, but the prevalence.
Just not the same. They just aren't the same.
Shaq had about 10,000 nicknames. A couple texters pointed that out.
Yep. Speaking of nicknames, Prime. So he was on again, I don't know if this is his podcast or somebody else's or whatever. It's called Say What Needs to Be Said. And he was talking about Shedeur. And the reports that he was unprepared for some of these interviews before the draft started and all this different stuff, right? So, do you have it? Yeah, we can go ahead and hear it. Go ahead.
Yeah, PhD was running it yesterday.
Afraid that I would go. That's where the shots came from. All you got to do is just sit back and listen. People don't want to do that. They want to create these narratives and create these stories and then attach them to a kid that ain't never done nothing wrong.
Yeah. How does that make you feel when you see your colleagues or your peers going in on you, man? Like, how does that make you feel?
No idea, man. You have no idea. We've always been in front of the camera, so they know how to navigate. They know how to handle themselves.
Yeah.
And you're not gonna catch them in no foolery and no mess. You're not. When you sit up there and say something like he went in a meeting unprepared, like, dude, Shedeur Sanders, who's had 6 different coordinators, who has still functioned and went up, leveled up every time we brought somebody new in, and you're gonna tell me he
every situation.
You're gonna tell me he had on headphones.
So you a dog, your kid's a dog, and dogs gonna always rise to the top. You know what I mean? That's what I believe. You know what I mean? Then we're talking about
it did hurt. The Bible says God uses the foolish things to confound the wise.
So I can understand all that. I don't know what happened in those meetings. I don't know what a team gains out of lying about it. But I can understand why he would think that that's wrong. I also kind of feel this way when it comes to the stuff with Shedeur, Travis Hunter, or Shiloh, or anybody else. I'm kind of beyond it. I've moved past it. The focus for me now with him, and this is where it gets really difficult. This is where Deion proves how good of a coach are you really. When you're able to move into a situation in which you can bring the best player in the country and Travis Hunter with you, along with one of the better quarterbacks in the country in Shedeur. And upon arrival, you have those two things, which I don't think any other coach that didn't go to a big-time blue-chip type school has ever done. Couldn't say that. It makes for an easier transition. And in that, first year was rough, second year was better. You were at least battling towards the end of the season to try and be in the championship game. Didn't quite get there, but pretty close. This is where Deion proves, is he a capable Division I, Power 5, big-time program leader? Those safety nets are now gone. And now it's time, like, I know he does a pretty good job recruiting things, but there is no we're going to lean on Shedeur to kind of carry us in this offense to a couple of wins. I think you have to sort of establish a rushing game now, and you need to do things a little bit differently. If he can find a way to continue, if he can be better this year than last year, I think it would be an amazing accomplishment. An amazing compliment is what I meant to say. To him and his coaching acumen. I still kind of have questions about when it comes to team building, putting a cohesive unit together. Can he do that? Because there was a lot of leaning on your best players last year. There's a lot of leaning on Shedeur and leaning on Travis Hunter to make plays for you. But now can you build out a roster, and then can you coach them? And I think that's the real thing moving forward for him. You know, he gets a contract extension. He is slated to stay in Colorado for a while, stay in Boulder for a while. How much can you build it? He took them from worst program in the country to at least respected program, like have to be on your game in order to beat them in 2 years. But again, when you have at least the sort of aid of you walk arm in arm with two of the better players in the country with you the second you step on campus, it makes it easier. Can you do that now? Like, the question is, what should CU be? For the contract you've given Prime, or where does he rank as far as highest paid coaches in college football? There we go. So highest paid coaches heading into this year in college football, he is tied for 8th with Bill Belichick at $10 million a year. So just so we're aware, the names surrounding Deion are Brian Kelly, Bill Belichick, Kalen DeBoer, Lincoln Riley, Steve Sarkisian, Dan Lanning. Those guys are all within $1 million. And then you have Dabo Swinney, who's making $1.5 million more, Ryan Day making $2.5 million more, and then Kirby Smart, who makes $3.5 million more. All those names were ones of established programs, respected programs, and winning programs. And I fully acknowledge that Deion, for what he does for the university and why they felt the need to pay him, it's not just based off of football. It's based off of all of the merchandise and all the attention brought to the program and all that different stuff. But the winning has to continue. And what should CU be? Like, for Deion to be a success at CU, every 4 years, in a 4-year window, what should that look like? And for me, like, every 4 years, there should be at least one Big 12 championship, which means one college football playoff appearance. You want to justify $10 million a year. It's not just because people talk about your program. It's got to be because you have results to back it up. And I think this year is huge to prove you have moved on without the Shedeur Travis Hunter thing, and you can build anew. Because that's what successful football teams do all the time in college. They have great players, and then they move on and they find another one, right? It's the big separator between your actual legitimate contenders in college football and teams that are not in that haves category. Like, here's what I tell you. Boise State is not going to find Ashton Jeanty this year. He left. There is not going to be another one at Boise State. But if Ashton Jeanty played for Ohio State, there very well could be. And probably will be. So can you be in that category? Like, that's one of the things with the pressures. You get paid that amount of money, and you got those sort of names surrounding you. you are going to be ultimately judged by the peers and how much money you're making. And I say all that again while knowing that he brings more to the table than just football. But what is Dion primarily paid for? What is the one thing that we know he can do? He can recruit. I still have some questions about scheme and the stuff he does that's on the field, and does he have the ability to kind of adjust on the go? But one thing that we've seen over the last few years, he can get talent on campus. Can you turn that into winning football? Get back to this in a little bit. 303-504-0925. You can always watch us on the Safeway Twitch feed. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, and you can find us right there. Safeway, order online, and they do the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. You can also watch on YouTube. Search Altitude Sports Radio and subscribe to the channel today, and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
And this ball is launched again to center field. Going back is Myers, watching it sail out. Hunter Goodman has just put the Rockies in front. 5-4 Colorado. This ball down the right field line, and it is fair. Sam Hilliard getting it done. Hira scores to make it 6-4. Sam Hilliard coming through.
Sam with a base hit in the ninth inning yesterday, coming through again in the ninth inning today, but this one with an RBI to go with it.
Pitch is grounded up the middle. Estrada to Arcia for one, and to first for a double play. And the Rockies start the series here in Florida with a win.
Oh, yeah. It's all coming together.
A shout out to the Rockies Sports Network and Rockies Radio Network for those highlights. Guys.
I watched 3 innings of a Rockies game yesterday.
We did it. We're at double-digit wins. It took 60 games, but we're
Huge,
there.
yeah.
We're there.
Yeah.
And I think this is just the beginning of what's going to be about a 40-game win streak to get back to 500.
They refuse to lose 9 in a row. They've lost 8 in a row.
Oh, they will shut that door at 8.
Yeah,
that's baseball,
me.
right?
8 in a row is that's doable. That's been done. But this team will not lose 9 in a row. That's betting terms right there.
I think I found the remedy, by the way, if your team's not very good. Play the Marlins. That seems to help.
What did I tell you a week and a half ago? Maybe 2 weeks ago. I said their next best chance at a win is getting to Miami.
Yeah.
That's it.
Just so, Vic, you watched the game.
I watched 3 innings.
It's fine. It's enough to answer this question.
Huh.
There's a difference between announced attendance and the actual attendance.
Yeah.
The announced attendance is always like, how many tickets did you sell, whether heads or bodies are in the stadium or not. Your best guess at what the attendance of the Marlins game was yesterday?
That's a great question. Sort of like Tom Thibodeau. He has a full head of hair. That's the announced attendance. Right? That's the announced attendance.
But he's just got those 3 little
but it's just a few
hairs.
strands. Yeah.
Exactly.
That's what it was.
By the way, Tom, just let that go. What are you doing? Why are you hanging on to that? Let that go. But your best guess?
I would say, 7,000 people there? Tops?
5,894 was the announced, which means it's probably more like 2,500, right?
Dude, I'm watching the game, and 2 innings straight. Moji, explain this to me. What's going on? In the front row, there's a guy wearing a Dodgers jersey, and he's not watching the game. He's looking at his phone the entire time.
Yeah.
He's looking down at his
Saw
phone.
that. Yeah, saw that. And then I saw you tweet about it, and I'm like, yeah, well, he's right. I don't know how to explain that, Vic.
What's happening there?
I'll tell you what's kind of funny. Sometimes, I'll go down to the bench and do an interview with an Avalanche player for the pregame, right?
Yeah.
And we're on the road and so on and so forth. And sometimes, I'm down there for maybe 10 minutes before the players come out and I give my interview. And from time to time, I see somebody there with somebody else, and they've got on a jersey of a team, just some random team, like Vegas or Toronto or whatever. And I always looked at them and I go like this, and they're with somebody who maybe has an Avalanche jersey on or the jersey of the team that the Avs are playing. And I say to that person like this, I go, you're at the wrong game.
Yeah, what's up with that?
I go, you're at the wrong game. And then they laugh. I know. I just like to wear my team jersey. I did. Look. Some people. I've had this discussion.
What
Vic.
makes you as a human do that though?
This is why. Because you know what? I like to enjoy baseball, whether my team's playing or not, and I want to represent my team. There's nothing wrong with that. I've heard that a billion times. I'm like, well, to me, there's everything wrong with that when your team's not playing in the game that you're at.
But I've never felt, if I was going to for example, how about this? I went to a Notre Dame Navy football game years ago. And to think, like, if I even wore my UNO Mavericks shirt, would make no sense. I'm like, what am I doing?
No sense because people go, what the hell is that?
The greatest Division II baseball team that ever existed when I was there.
Okay, you show up to Notre Dame you show up to Notre Dame in Navy with a Clemson jersey on.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
No,
let's say I went to Clemson and I was rocking what am I doing? What's my thought process?
I don't know. You want to represent?
You just here's what I did. I wore neutral colors because I didn't really care who won. I was like, this is just going to be cool to watch the game here.
Hey, where would the Rockies be without Hunter Goodman?
Hunter Goodman's an actual player.
Couple of dogs.
Home run.
Yeah, Jesse. Yeah.
I mean, that 2-runner that he hit late in the game, and then your boy Tyler Kinley just shutting the door. Shutting that door.
You know, he came on, and I'm listening to Drew talk about it. I'm like, oh, God, Brett's going to have kittens. Here we go. Brett's going to freak out. Well, apparently he's from that area, lives in Jupiter, right? Got a lot of friends and family at the game.
Awesome.
Excited.
What they should do is every time the son of a gun comes out of the bullpen, they should fly in his friends and family.
No.
Because apparently he pitches well in front of them.
Moj.
No offense.
Miami's attendance, Tyler Kinley's extended family.
Yes. Maybe that's it.
That's kind of it. He only pitched 1 inning, and that was enough. But it was funny because I'm like, oh, God, he's going to give up like 3 runs here, and Brett is going to explode.
Wouldn't have been surprised.
So it just goes to show you what kind of a sports market we live in, the benefit and the privilege to live in Denver, Colorado, where we got a team that's historically bad, and yet the attendance at Rockies games is 3-4 times what we just saw yesterday, and that, whatever the hell that is, whatever Miami is. What is that? What are you?
I haven't been to that ballpark, but it looks like a gorgeous ballpark. I mean, I guess if you live in Miami, you've got a lot of things pulling at you, including beaches and dolphins and that sort of thing.
I think they pissed the
don't
people.
have a baseball game. Don't have a baseball team.
They pissed the people off in Miami because they basically just shoehorned that stadium that was taxpayer paid. That's why they hate that stadium. They're like, we didn't even agree to this, and you're taking my tax dollars to fund your stupid baseball team that most of us don't even care about.
They had the attendance officially listed at 5,894.
Yeah, it wasn't that.
It wasn't that. Unless the whole top deck was full and I didn't see it.
What is it? What are you doing there? What is that? What is that attempt at trying to get fans to go to a sporting event? And it's like that all the time. See, except when the Yankees show up and the Red Sox. Other than that, what is that?
Can I ask people something? Is that what all you people want Coors Field to look like, by the way? Like, what we're just talking about right now is what I've heard a million Rockies fans who say don't go to the games. That's what you want it to look like? Because that's a bad look.
But what will it do?
Well, that's the other thing. I don't think it number one, it doesn't accomplish anything. And number two, it makes you look bad.
It's a beautiful ballpark. They got a roof and everything, man. I don't know. I would, and their team is bad, but they're not Rockies bad. There's a difference between Marlins bad and Rockies bad, right?
Oh, by the way I saw another graphic this morning.
Okay.
And I love these baseball graphics. This is on ESPN. Most losses at the time of their 10th win in MLB history. So the Rockies are currently second. It took them 50 losses to get to 10 wins, okay?
Mm-hmm.
We know the other team, they did it twice. That was the old Jack Glasscock Louisville Colonels.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was the Cleveland Spiders.
No. Cleveland Spiders aren't even on this list.
Okay.
Louisville Colonels did it twice in 1889 and 1895. It took them 47 and 49 losses to get there. But the number one team, you guys know this one, the Kansas City Unions, of course.
Oh, yeah, the Kansas City Unions.
The old 1884 Kansas City Unions, it took them 57 losses to get to their 10th win.
Jeez Louise.
How about that?
Dan Feldman chimes in regarding the Dodgers jersey at a Marlins-Rockies game. He says, Moj, for you, it would be like wearing a Skinnerd shirt to a Van Halen concert.
It's similar, but not really. Like, you can win another. You can wear. And by the way, the thing is, Skinnerd and Van Halen, they're not really the same.
I didn't ask for a monologue back. I just wanted. My God.
If I was at an Iron Maiden show and I wore a Pantera T-shirt or a Megadeth, I probably would be okay.
Brett, all I was looking for there was just sort of an acknowledgement.
No.
Hey, if I'm
this guy's breaking it
down. No,
I'm
Vic, you're wrong here.
You're an idiot.
You're wrong.
If I'm at Def Leppard and I'm wearing a Scorpions T-shirt, I'm in good shape, baby. That's a high five all over.
You left a piece of pizza on your coffee table, and you walked away from it with your dog in the living room, and now you're like, I can't believe the dog ate it. I mean, this is on you. You opened the door for him. What'd you think was going to happen?
Yeah, eat
Your
that.
fault.
Yeah, eat that pizza.
You're a bad pet owner. Mose, you're still a good boy.
Thanks, buddy. One thing I did notice, and I don't expect anything different, and they're doing their job, and it must be a difficult job, but it's almost like, golly, you're just begging for pain. My timeline when the Rockies are winning and when the Rockies win, my timeline of the official Rockies account, it's full of Rocky stuff, right?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
So I had to take a peek last night, and I had to look at the replies to the Rockies account.
Well.
And they're like, good win. And then they just get ratioed beyond belief. They get destroyed.
I feel bad for whoever runs that account.
Hunter Goodman, another bomb. And I'm like, that's their job. And they're excited. They don't have a whole lot to chime about this year. I mean, you got 10 wins now, but there's not a whole lot of positivity that comes your way. So when it does, you want to express that. But for a team with only 10 wins out of 60 games, you're just begging to be beat over the head with anger. And I feel bad for that person.
We need to go on a 40-game win streak to get back to 500. Congrats on your 10th win in June. All 4 people in the stands saw it, talking about the win.
Just if you go up and down,
sell the team.
If you go up and
we
down,
are all witnesses.
if you go to some previous ones about the home runs and whatnot,
one in a row. Don't let the boys get hot.
I mean, diarrhea.
That's funny.
It's just that so I couldn't help myself. I had to look. It's almost like there's a car wreck. And they're doing their job, and they're doing it well, and they want to pump their team up, and I don't blame them whatsoever, but it's just like, golly, you do that, and you're just going to open yourself up to just...
So what do you advise?
Hang the banner.
Not tweet?
I see there's no happy medium in there. If your team is, let's say your team is 34-35, right? And you could go on a run. You get to 40 games and be a 40-35, then you're not going to get any guff.
500 in June, baby. I love it. I think they're winning this series. How about that?
That would be awesome.
Can the Rockies get their first series win?
I mean, they're due.
Here's
hot take alert. Hot take alert.
Is it a hot take?
Yeah, it would be a hot take.
So they play today at 4:40. Did you guys know that they play Wednesday at 10 o'clock in the morning?
I like
our
it.
time.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the getaway game.
Getaway
in Miami,
game?
Yeah.
10 o'clock in the morning.
Remember, because they're coming home to actually throw an exhibition game on Thursday night at Coors Field when you're there, when they really don't play baseball.
Yeah, Vic, they had to get home early to make sure that you guys were good and ready for your celebrity tournament or whatever you got going on.
So they don't play on Thursday, and yet I'm going to Coors Field to do a baseball exhibition?
Yes.
Yep. Where are they on Thursday?
They're home, but they have the day off before they begin a homestand.
Like not home stadium, like at home on their couch.
Like seeing their family and wives and whatnot.
Yeah.
Actually being human beings.
Yeah.
Because if you're in baseball during the summer, you hardly ever see your family. I mean, you have these extended homestands, but you're at the ballpark virtually every single day.
Yeah, when they start that series against the Mets, they play every day until the 22nd. They need a day. Need a day off. Anyway, the Rockies get to 10. Good for them. And I do think you get 2 guys that I think are for sure legitimate, really good MLB players, and that's Tovar and Hunter Goodman. Got a couple of guys that I think are pretty good in Brenton Doyle. And look, Rymack had a rough start to the year. He's still having sort of a rough go at it. But Rymack's a good enough player.
You know what? I don't know how much any of that matters because I want to thank you, Brett. You got me onto something. I am fully addicted to women's softball right now.
It's great.
Dude, I watched that Texas Tech
Oklahoma game. Yeah, really
Holy
good.
Did you watch that?
Mm-hmm. Didn't watch it all. I watched some of it, though. Yeah.
Dude, it's exciting.
I told you.
I'm not just saying it because maybe it's just heat of the moment. It might be my favorite women's sport right now is softball.
Yep.
It's pretty fun to
fast.
watch.
It's quick.
Yeah.
I told you,
compact.
it's like the commercials are like 10 seconds. It's like, well, end of the inning,
let's
here's
go.
a 10-second commercial, now we're back. Okay,
let's go. Come on. Everything's fast.
Yep.
I was actually watching college baseball last night. I was watching LSU and Little Rock. Did you watch any of that game?
I did not.
Okay. Little Rock's hanging in there. This is Arkansas Little Rock, right? Little Rock's hanging in there. And then this poor kid gives up a 2-run bomb to this LSU kid. I'm like, oh, my God. LSU, by the way, they had this kid come in throwing 96 with movement. And I'm like, if you're on Little Rock, how do you even think about hitting that crap? And he's a starter. So, but they like, this is the first time he's come out of the bullpen all year long. They're trying to save their season, right? To advance on. This is the Baton Rouge region. I'm like, well, yeah, he comes, dude, he's just dealing. It's crazy.
Newsflash, Vic, the rest of the world has been on softball for the last decade. Oh,
you don't be a snob.
Oh, okay.
Who said that?
Curtis. Oh, okay, I'll go ahead and turn the channel. Hey, because you're there already.
Curtis.
You've planted your flag.
Curtis.
Oh.
Yeah. No, nobody wants the I've been here for a decade person. Nobody wants that.
Curtis has deemed it his.
Curtis.
Whatever.
Or Curtis H.
My God.
Welcome to the party, pal.
You like those people that follow in and write to the Rockies account when they win a game.
Yeah. Again, don't let the boys get hot. Don't know what's going to happen.
Come on, man. That's just...
I heard this yesterday on the PhD show, and I want to debate it. I heard something that I want to debate. I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, we'll do it when we come back then.
Vic Lombardi here for AAA Service Plumbing, Heating, and Electric. You know, I thought I knew what I was doing at home until I met the crew from AAA. For $49, they will tune up your AC. You want more than that? $79, they'll throw in a water heater flush. Feeling fancy now, are you? $99 gets you the AC tune-up, the flush, and the electrical safety inspection. So that's pro-level stuff right there. That's what you need to get going for the summer. So be like me and leave that kind of stuff to the pros. Schedule today at AAA Service Plumbing, Heating, and Electric. You can schedule at AAAtoday.com or call them 303-313-3333.
Go ahead, Vic. Well, you said you had something that you wanted to say, so I said, go ahead.
Oh, yesterday I was listening to PhD and the discussion, which I'll give DMac credit. He quickly snuffed it out. Question was brought up. Could top-notch elite college World Series teams beat the Rockies? And the fact that that question was asked made me laugh. They would have no chance. Zero chance.
Who asked that question?
It was a discussion point that they went back and forth on. As bad as the Rockies are, they would devour, and I mean devour, any college team, and it wouldn't even be close.
Agreed.
Let's stop. This is brought up all the time in college football. I mean, those Alabama teams, could they compete in the AFC South? Stop it. What are we doing?
Yeah, are these still things that people talk about? The best college team against the worst professional team, and you pick the sport? It's like, no.
They get
the
killed.
answer is no.
They would
all
get,
of them would get rolled.
No.
They get killed. Period. They
Not
get
even
killed.
close.
That's it.
Like, I don't know how much easier you can put it than, say what you want about the Rockies. They have a roster full of MLB players. The best college team has maybe one or two guys that's going to make it to the bigs at some point.
Not even that.
I'm watching Jake Bird trot out there. Now, granted, he plays for a really bad team, historically bad team. And he's throwing that slider at 95. And I'm saying, there's not a college player out there that would touch that.
No.
I mean, they might touch it, but again, this kid who was dealing yesterday for LSU, the guy at the plate was so far behind the pitch, it's not even funny. I mean, he was just he actually fouled one off. He was a lefty. He fouled one off down the third base line. Foul, obviously. Like, this guy can't catch up to that pitch. He just can't.
By the way,
did anybody argue that a good college team could beat the Rockies? Did anybody argue that, or they were just throwing it out there?
It says here on Twitch that was Coach Sanford's hypothesis that they carried into the PhD show.
Sanford, you
Good
coach
God,
college
Mike.
players. Come on. You know better than that, Coach.
Just for that, we're going to call you assistant coach.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
No, I can't. I want some of that cool merch you're bringing in every day from Valor.
He does show up with cool Valor
I mean,
merch.
every day it's a different shirt he's got on him. Like, all of them are cool. I don't know where they get
You know
that
what?
stuff made, but they're
You know
awesome.
what? Can I say this? The key to running a company, and if it's a company that, you want eyes on it, maybe like a radio station, for example, like a sports radio station, the key is to develop cool merch.
Yes.
Like, I'm wondering, why doesn't our radio station have me wearing merch on a daily basis? Cool merch. Remember what it took for us to get those hats that year?
Yeah, can I tell you something, Vic? Those hats that you had made were as
Sucked.
plain Jane,
They
plain
And it
as
took me
plain could
months
be.
Yeah, and
and
they
weeks
sucked. They
to
were
get
off-
that.
they were
Do you
awful.
remember what? I had to go to the limit to get those made.
You shouldn't have done it because they were bad, buddy. And
Well, we passed them out at training camp and everybody took them.
Yeah, well, because people will take free anything.
Okay.
They'll take
Let me-
free
let me
raspberry
make-
chapstick. I mean,
Your underwear from a gas station, Vic.
Let me make the plea one more time. Let me make the plea. And I know there are a lot of creatives out there that come up with merch. Hell, they send us merch all the time. Brett, you're the one who wears, every day you're wearing somebody's merch sent to you, right?
My entire closet
and
is
let me-
filled with things that were given to me.
Let me give another shout out to Billy. She's made cool operation shirts
Yes.
for us.
Yes. Well,
of past operations.
I'm going to send this out to them. Call our radio station and coordinate some good, cool merch for us to provide. We need merch.
Hey, I was thinking about this. I'm sure you guys have heard the same thing. Shams, Brian Windhorst, these guys are talking about this could be the craziest offseason that the NBA's had maybe ever. That's what Shams said, I believe, to McAfee sometime last week. And here was my thought when reading that. The NBA offseason is, I think, the most entertaining one of all the sports. Like, especially lately, there's just been giant moves over and over and over again. There is a fear if that turns out to be true. And the reason they say that is, look, there's obvious names that we think will be on the move, like Kevin Durant and guys like that. But they're saying, like, there's names that you aren't expecting that could be on the move this offseason. Okay, cool. I have a feeling that the Broncos, the Nuggets are going to be, like, the designated driver of the party. Like, they could be on the outside looking in, and you could feel super left out. Does that make sense? If this does end up being this wild sort of like trades being thrown out there, boom, 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 boom.
You're looking at this the entirely wrong way.
Okay, go ahead.
Vic, you ready? Mm-hmm. Think about it this way. This may be, let's say it's true. Let's say Shams and Wendy, and they're all correct. This may be the biggest gift the Nuggets ever had, because if you got a number of teams out there ready to wheel and deal, and you've got a number of teams ready to combine other teams into getting deals, and we're ready to just absolutely Joe versus the volcano this offseason, you start sticking your nose in there, you can probably make some things work.
You're talking about being the third team in a bargain,
whatever,
like
or you find a third or a fourth or whatever it takes
to make the salaries match.
Yeah,
you're saying.
Hey, listen, if you got teams ready to wheel and deal, and they're like drunken sailors spending on leave and whatnot, and yeah, I'll take your beer and you take this whiskey and da-ba-da-ba-da. Maybe it's the best thing that could happen to the Nuggets.
Maybe.
No, yeah, they could be on the outside going, nobody wants to play with us.
Yeah, like the Pablo Escobar meme, where he's just standing with his hands behind his back looking out the window.
Hey, listen, I'm going to be critical of the Nuggets. They had every opportunity to make moves within the last year, and they didn't. They didn't make any moves. They didn't make any moves at the trade deadline. They could have.
Yeah.
There were moves to be made. They opted not to. So it's not because here's what I don't want to hear. Well, we couldn't do anything because our hands are tied. A lot of teams' hands are tied. You can do something. Something can be done. Now, maybe at the top you can't do anything, but something can be done.
Why is he standing in his empty pool?
He was hiding out from the DEA.
Los Pepes?
And
Los
Pepes.
Los Pepes were after his bacon.
Hiding out from Los Pepes. Couldn't go to one of his mansions. He had I think that's his old
like a safe house?
Yeah, his old house when he was a kid. That's why Pablo was hanging out. Anyway.
Well, Pablo, I mean, he jumped out that window and he got smoked.
Yes, he did.
You know, I sort of feel like Pablo now when the offseason arrives. Mo,
yeah,
it
hit a little
you
bit
earlier than it did me. You know, like yesterday, I just sort of went outside my door and I was like, what the hell what do I do?
Well, Raj, you remember during COVID, Raj took photos of me staring out the window at the old building?
That's right.
Staring out the Ball Arena, just looking there. Just
hey, but to your point,
no games to get to.
I'm with you on this. The last thing, like you aren't allowed to say this if you're part of the Nuggets organization this offseason. You aren't allowed to say we couldn't do anything.
No, there's stuff that can be done. Now, it comes at an expense, and it comes at a price, and it comes at losing players perhaps that you are loyal to, whatever. But the words, we can't do anything, that's wrong. You can do something if you want to. If you want to.
Here's the problem.
The problem is, does it make you better?
Yes. And here's the issue that I see. The most, I think, in demand, the highest trade values you have on this roster, leaving Joker off, are Aaron Gordon and Christian Brown. It's not Jamal and MPJ. Mm-hmm. And I don't want to part with Aaron Gordon or Christian Brown. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Aaron Gordon to me has become one of those playoff risers. He played his best basketball in the playoffs, pressure-packed basketball in the playoffs. He's a perfect complement. And unless you have a home run, the answer is no. I mean, but what if I give you a home run? I don't know. We're not privy to those conversations.
I don't know what a home run is.
I don't know what that is either. But who's having those conversations right now?
Home run.
I mean, I asked this a few days ago, I just don't know what the value around the league is for somebody like a Porter or Jamal. I don't know what that is. I don't know what they see those guys as.
This is part of the problem for us to speculate. I like to speculate, but this is part of the problem is that, damn, we really don't know what anybody else. If you have your average, like I can tell you what the value of an Aaron Gordon would be.
Sure. Yeah.
Right? I can tell you where the value of a Christian Brown. We know Joker. The value of an MPJ and a Jamal, I don't know because of the salaries and because of the injury and because of the blah, blah, blah. I mean, it's just much more difficult to pigeonhole it, Vic.
I'm glad you brought up value because we had this conversation yesterday, and I want people to remember, just go back and remember. Oh, my God, look at the Nuggets. They let Thomas Bryant go, and now he's killing it for Indiana. Thomas Bryant was here for 3 months. He didn't do anything. He played. He didn't do anything. So I don't want to hear that Thomas Bryant wasn't afforded an opportunity here. He was. Good guy. Great teammate. I remember asking the question. This is the same dude who played for the Lakers that year and just buried the Nuggets in L.A. I was at that game, and I said, where's that guy? But he came here, and he didn't do anything. Nothing. So it's not that the Nuggets didn't give him an opportunity. He had opportunities. He didn't play. He couldn't play. And now for Indiana, he's playing well.
Yeah, I still think there's more to that.
He got opportunities. He couldn't play.
He played for like 6 games, then didn't really play after that. Like I think there's a lack of commitment in trying to see things sometimes.
Well, how many games do you get exactly to show you could play?
I think more than 6. I mean, here's the thing. The more Jalen Pickett played, the better he looked, right?
Yeah.
But he looked really bad initially, right?
Sure.
So I think if you stick with things,
all right,
maybe
that's a good argument. What is all right, there's an argument then. How many games is enough games? Because the games I saw him play, and again, no insult, no disrespect, he didn't do anything.
But that doesn't, this is what doesn't compute, though. But you got him because he did.
Mm-hmm.
So before he was with the Nuggets, he did.
You're right.
And then he got to the Nuggets, and then he didn't, and then he left the Nuggets, and then he did again. So what is that?
What is that?
Well, no, you're wrong. You're wrong. He went to Miami for an entire season. Did you hear Thomas Bryant in Miami?
No.
No, but Miami wasn't very good that year either.
Oh, wait a minute, but he played. Did he do anything in Miami? For an entire year.
Not that I know of, Vic.
For those of you who think that an entire season in Miami, he did nothing.
Yeah.
And now he shows his face in a playoff game, and everybody's like, oh, my God. This is what I'm talking about. We get dramatic. Oh, my God.
Not that I know of Vic at all. I don't know about his time in Miami. He could have been awful. He could have been good. I have no clue. Okay, good. I don't want to talk about Thomas Bryant anyway. Screw him. I don't care. Why are we fighting about Thomas Bryant?
Here's why. I just think that he is
because a guy has a great game that's a former Nugget, and everybody all of a sudden, why couldn't he do it?
Yeah, Brett,
what happened?
Yeah, stuff it, Brett.
I just think there was a lack of commitment to actually see.
Well, maybe there is.
Here's what happened. And this is where I think Adelman could be different than Malone. So I'm using that as an example for something that's bigger, okay? Michael Malone, I think, had a commitment problem to guys that were unproven because he was so focused on winning every single night.
Sure.
And he would sell out to win every single night that he didn't risk anything that could have benefited you down the road. That's what I think Adelman has to do a little bit differently. And I know that in the moment, it's always like, well, are you willing to risk losses? I'm like, I don't think that Joker needs to play 37 minutes a night during the regular season. And if that means that you're a 6 seed instead of a 3 seed, then so be it. That's the way I felt about it. Now, this year was different because, 10 teams were separated by 3 games or something, whatever that was. But that's also an outlier. Most seasons aren't like that. That's what I'm saying. Just,
when it comes to
if guys play poorly, you sometimes then grit your teeth and just let them play through that and see if they can improve.
Yes. Now, of the players that you talk about development, right? Development. You're correct in this assessment. When they lost Game 7 to Minnesota, Peyton Watson should have played in that game.
Yes. Yeah.
Should have given somebody some time, right? You're exactly right. Isaiah Hartenstein, if you go way back, they should have developed him. They gave up on him real quick and sent him away for JaVale McGee. I agree there.
But
they also won. They also won a championship thereafter.
Like you of course. You say with Hartenstein though, like he didn't have the offensive prowess that he does now. Like he didn't have touch around the rim. Yeah. It's like, well, try and develop that because he does some other things well.
All right, so let me counter that with a question. Do you think Zeke Najee's developed?
No, I don't.
No.
So you think there's still something there?
Well, I hope that there is.
Oh.
I mean,
I don't know.
Vic, I don't know what his potential is. Actually, he played this year a little bit, and he scored some points, and we came in the next day and go, okay, he can play, but can he play here?
That's the chicken or egg question.
I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this. Is there something there with Zeke? The guy who was paid to evaluate talent said yes to the tune of $8 million a year because he didn't play before that really either. He looked at him and said, I think there's something here. Yeah. That's why I'm giving him $8 million over the next 4 years in an extension. And now we're sitting here asking the same question, does he have more to his game or not?
Okay, let me just go down the list. Do you think Jalen Pickett is developed enough?
I don't know what developed enough means.
See, you're talking.
I think he's got.
You're talking vagaries.
Is he your number 2 point guard?
I think he could be. Could be. I think he has the ability.
I'm putting you on the spot like I'm putting these GMs. Is he? Would you let Russell Westbrook walk to have Jalen Pickett be your number 2 point guard and take all those minutes?
Could he be? He be a poor man's Andre Miller?
I'm not asking could.
I'm asking you, could he be a poor man's Andre Miller? Could he?
Here's the thing,
then
though.
Yes.
You're asking me something, Vic, in which the only evidence I have to go off of is watching the games, and he barely played. Yeah. So I can't really answer it because I haven't seen enough of it.
I think he could, just for the record.
That's what I'm saying. I think he could be.
I think he could be your number 2. I think he'd be your backup point guard. I think he developed enough confidence, and he got better with that confidence, and I think he could.
I just told you the same damn thing.
You go down the list and talk about that with every single player, and you might have different responses. Yeah. You might have different responses from every player. I mean, for example, look what happened to Bones Highland. Bones was the future here in Denver. The future.
Mm-hmm.
He is off the face of the planet.
Bones got an attitude problem.
Yeah.
That's what Bones got.
You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. When we come back, I have audio from Prime that I want to play, but I only want that to be a precursor to a bigger discussion, which is Dion has a big sort of make or break type of year, I think, on his hands, and we'll get to it next.
I know it was a lot of rumors about the next level, and I can't see that.
Yeah.
I can't see the next level. And I think a couple of people who may have taken shots at my kids, they were afraid that I would go. That's where the shots came from. All you got to do is just sit back and listen. People don't want to do that. They want to create these narratives and create these stories and then attach them to a kid that ain't never done nothing wrong.
Yeah. How does that make you feel when you see your colleagues or your peers going in on you, man? Like, how does that make you feel?
You have no idea, man. You have no idea. We've always been in front of the camera, so they know how to navigate. They know how to handle themselves.
Yeah.
And you're not going to catch them in no foolery and no mess. You're not.
That is Dion on the Say What Needs to Be Said podcast, talking about Shedeur and some of the reports that came out before the draft. Now, I'll be honest, I'm kind of over the Shedeur, Travis Hunter, Shiloh stuff. I think that all of that was a different era of Buffs football. But
You don't believe?
Can I bring you something? I want you to guess what all of these people have in common. Moj, don't look at my computer.
Not going to look.
Brian Kelly, Bill Belichick, Kalen DeBoer, Lincoln Riley, Steve Sarkisian, Dan Lanning.
All dudes who have never been in my living room.
They all left a program for another.
They all are within the same $1 million year ballpark as Deion Sanders is for payment. All those guys are anywhere from $10 to $11 million, as Deion is, making 10 even. And here's what I think is not surprising, but it puts a different pressure on this. Deion walked into... What's that?
I'm sorry. Just to be fair, those coaches all played in New Year's Day, coached New Year's Day bowl games. So,
other than Belichick, yeah.
Yeah. He also won multiple Super Bowls.
Yes. Here's the thing. Deion came here with, I think, an aid, I suppose, that he was able to bring with him the best player in the country in one arm, and in the other arm was one of the better quarterbacks in the country. And that eases your transition into going to a new place. I don't know how many guys who aren't going to, like, Alabama get to say that that's what they brought with them to a new program, right? But now I think is one of the most important sort of years for Deion here, because you've elevated the program from, like, worst in the country to at least respectable. But now you have to recreate what your team is. You don't have the sort of buoy that Travis Hunter and Shedeur provided for you to make things easier in your transition. Now it's just about pure team building, and what can you do? And there's a pressure, I think, that's involved. And I think we all understand that Deion's $10 million a year is different because it's bigger than just football with him, what he can bring to the university.
Of course.
But still, you're going to be judged with the names that I just mentioned. All of those different guys are due to build programs and win 10 games a year.
You know what? You just said something. I am looking forward to the Deion era post his kids. Because that was, as much fun as it was also a major distraction.
Yeah.
I saw a video. Did you see the video that emerged yesterday from a Texas Tech game when the Texas Tech ball boy was trying to take the ball from Shiloh and he got attacked by Shiloh's two brothers? Did you see that exchange?
Yes.
I've seen that.
When you saw that, what was your initial reaction?
I thought it was inappropriate. I'm like, hey, man.
Inappropriate?
The kid's just trying to do his job. And
he's just trying to get the ball back. He's a ball boy.
Right, correct.
And he's being called every name in the book.
Correct.
One of the kids wants to fight him.
Yeah. Thought it was incredibly inappropriate. So
and that's what I'm just...
What
let's
do you get
just
at?
move on.
Move on from that
Move
era
on from
to
that
the new one.
tomfoolery.
Yeah, and this is going to be, look, this isn't Deion the father anymore. This isn't Deion the dad. This is Deion the coach, like purely the coach.
Brian Kelly is at LSU, correct?
Yes.
I bring
him and
my
his
family down here. Okay, good. How much more application fee revenue did LSU take in than they would have otherwise?
Probably no change whatsoever.
How many more people said, you know what? Since Kalen DeBoer is now at Alabama, I'd like to go to Alabama and spend $50,000 a year. Nobody.
Yeah.
Nobody gives a rat's rip. Let me tell you, and Coach Prime does not need me to defend him, but I want you people to listen to me. The amount of out-of-state money and application money, costs money. Brett, Whether or not the kid gets into school, it costs money just to send in an application to get it looked at.
Mm-hmm.
It'll blow your mind. It'll blow your mind. Anyway, the amount of out-of-state application money, the amount of out-of-state tuition money.
Sucks for the in-state kids.
It does suck for the in-state kids. Well, that's on CU then, dude. But they are reaping the rewards of that out-of-state money. Colorado was off the map for a long time. They're back on the map, and they are flooded with out-of-state.
All of that is understood.
This is what he brings to the situation. Now, again, you're going to have to produce. You're going to have to win football games. This is going to be something that really he's never done before because he's always had his sons.
Well, see, now he's going to have to coach.
Travis.
Now he's a full-time coach and not a part-time parent.
Yeah.
That's
correct.
The difference.
That is correct.
The parenting is the part, I think, that gnawed on a lot of people. Would you agree?
Sure.
Like you couldn't differentiate between parenting and coaching sometimes. Would you agree? Am I being fair? Am I crossing the line there?
Spoke about Shedeur or Travis for that matter, because he considers him like a son. That wasn't a coach talking. Whenever he talked about them, it was a dad. It was a dad talking, right?
That's why I'm excited to see him coach.
Yeah.
And not parent.
As far as Shedeur is concerned, he went on to say during that podcast, talk about, well, he's not prepared, really? He had headphones on, really? I don't know what would cause more than one NFL team to say these things.
Yeah, I don't know what they get by lying about
unless
that,
they've just been wanting to take, the Sanders family down for some time.
All they have to do is look at that video that we just discussed.
Yeah, I have no reason to believe that these NFL teams are lying.
Well, one thing's pretty clear, that they all overestimated the value of Shedeur, because they wouldn't have said the things that they said had they known what these guys truly felt about him as just purely a player, right?
Well,
you like when Deion said things before the draft, and it might have been a couple months before the draft, but there's some teams that he's just not going to go to.
Right.
You don't say that if your kid's a 5th-round pick.
Well, I think the kid...
You say that if your kid's a top 5 pick.
I think the kid is a player. I think he's really good.
Okay, but hang on. Beyond the Shedeur stuff.
Oh, yeah, but real quick. I can see where Shedeur would come off that way. I can see where his attitude might be that. At the same time, what Coach Prime said is also correct. I mean, this guy knows football. He's been through a ton of coordinators. He's picked up systems incredibly quickly. He studied film. He did everything that you would want a guy to do. So I see both sides of this.
If I give you right now Deion the coach, just the pure coach now, no longer a dad, he's just a coach at CU. What do you think success looks like in a 4-year window for him at CU? What would you say the team would need to accomplish in a 4-year window for you to be like, yep, this is on the right track, this is what we want?
He needs for a league championship?
Yeah, he needs to play in a Big 12 title game.
Yeah,
I think he needs to win one.
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah. Every 4 years? Yeah. Dude, he's making $10 million. $10 million a year.
It's a lot of money. You're right.
I'm not going to put the same expectations that you would for like a DeBoer or something like that, who makes $250,000 more than he does per year, because it's a different situation. But he needs a title every 4 years.
But the availability of money at Alabama and at Georgia and at LSU, the support of the program.
You aren't playing Georgia and LSU and Alabama.
I understand that. I'm just saying that they have
playing Utah and Okie State.
They have so many resources.
You know what? You made such a great point there. If Utah can do it, why can't CU?
Yeah.
What the hell does Utah have that CU doesn't? If Utah sucked last year, but before that, Utah ran circles around CU in terms of winning.
Yeah.
If they could do it, do they have this vast reservoir of resources?
I think
Utah?
What I'm getting at is I think I'm now beyond the transitional phase of CU with Deion. I think that's over. And now it's just time to be a consistent winner. That's what he's paid to do now. And you can say, well, God, they just lost Travis Hunter and and Shedeur Sanders. Every year that happens in college football.
Oh, well, you're paid $10 million to replace them.
That's what the job is. Like, Boise State is not going to find Ashton Genty again. But Boise State's coach isn't making $10 million. That's what I'm getting at. Like, I think that number, when When I put those one more time, these are the guys within $1 million or even with Dion. Brian Kelly, Bill Belichick, Kalen DeBoer, Lincoln Riley, Steve Sarkisian, Dan Lanning. You have Dabo Swinney's making $1.5 million more. Ryan Day's making $2.5 million more, and Kirby Smart's $3.5 million more. Those are the names that are surrounding him. All of those guys have expectations every year of not just winning their conference, of being in the college football playoff and winning games and possibly national titles.
Three of them have won national titles.
Go through those schools one more time. And, Vic, I agree with you about Utah. Go through all the schools real quick.
Brian Kelly, LSU. Belichick.
He played. All right, so let me just give you some. He coached in a national title game, and he's been to several Final Fours.
Okay, let's go North Carolina.
North Carolina, Bill Belichick.
That's just you're paying for Super Bowls there.
Kalen DeBoer, Alabama.
Keep going.
Vast success in his previous.
Well, he made the Natty the year before that.
Go fast.
Lincoln Riley, USC.
Yep.
Steve Sarkisian, Texas.
Yep.
Dan Lanning, Oregon.
Yep.
Dabo Swinney, Clemson.
Yep.
Ryan Day,
National
Ohio
titles.
State, and
National
Kirby
titles.
Smart, Georgia.
National titles.
Every single one of those schools and coaches has vastly larger resources than Colorado does.
But none of them play in the Big 12.
Agreed.
Give me a team in the Big 12 that has more resources than CU, and it's not close.
TCU.
You think that much more?
Kansas.
How much does TCU pay its head coach?
Well, I'm not talking about how much they pay their head coach. I'm talking about the overall dollars allocated to football.
Kansas is what you said?
Yes.
Kansas,
Come
you
on,
think,
Moj.
has more
Kansas
money than
is-
CU
Moj,
does in
stop
football?
Moj, stop your
In
face.
football?
Moj, take your face off your face.
Name the big NIL deal that Kansas landed on their
that's
football
such a
team.
silly comment. Kansas does not have more resources than CU in football. They're on the same level playing field. I'd put them on the same level playing field.
Now,
Kansas.
basketball, Moj, absolutely they have more. Not football.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, it's not maybe. You are wrong.
Shut it.
No maybe about it. Wrong.
What are you looking up? Resources.com?
I'll get to it faster than you could.
Collegefootballresources.com. Let me see where I can find Kansas's resources.
By a guy named Sliced Bread.
Take a quick break. We'll get back to this in just a second. Stick around.
Man, I'm going to ask you a question. Do you have any form of erectile dysfunction? If you don't, good for you, man. But there are some dudes who do. And why don't you get back to being dude with Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic? And by the way, they're not just there for erectile dysfunction situations, low testosterone like I dealt with. They take care of your whole dude engine. Peptide treatment, all kinds of different things that are going to help you get back to being you. Don't laugh it off. Don't say it's no big deal. Because you want to be fixed and you want to get treatment. And Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, their treatments work when pills or the herbals fail. Success rates well over 90%. They've been in business in the Front Range for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. Visits $99, includes the consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, TPSA test, and a medically advised test dose right there in the office. If it doesn't work, then your visit's absolutely free. It's going to work. They have an expert staff. So do yourself a favor. Call today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or again, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right, let me go back for a second. I may have been mistaken.
Yeah?
Yeah. In terms of all the bread. Listen, my point is this. If you're expecting Colorado to compete with all those other schools you mentioned, they're going to need even more money. And that's just it.
No, my point is they don't need to do that.
Not in the Big 12, they don't.
They need to compete with the people in the Big 12.
Yeah.
I'm looking at like schools in the Big 12 to them. I think TCU's there. I think that Oklahoma State, they spend a lot of money on football, and they were terrible this year. Mm-hmm. I guess I don't know about ASU and Arizona.
ASU got a lot farther than any other Big 12 school.
Well, they sure did. Baylor spends a boatload on football. West Virginia spends a boatload on football.
But
Texas Tech spends a boatload on football.
Whatever
Cincinnati does not.
Whatever they spend doesn't mean you can't compete.
Agreed. I think
and doesn't mean you shouldn't be incredibly competitive.
Yeah, what's your point? What's your point?
What is your point?
Listen, Jerry.
What is your point here?
My point is that you're bringing up all these coaches with similar salaries, and I agree. Those guys all deserve that money.
Here's
but
my
the
point.
expectation for beating Alabama in a natty, if you want to put that expectation on the Buffs in the next 4 years, fine.
Nobody ever said that. My
Brett
expectation.
No, I didn't.
No, he didn't.
No, I didn't.
You said with the same kind of salary, he should absolutely do that.
I said win your conference championship and make the playoff.
That's what I said too. That's what I said. Compete for in a Big 12 championship game.
Moj, you're just making crap up right now.
I am not
tell you,
at all.
Let me quickly
rewind the tape, Nelly.
Let me quickly recap this. It's very easy. You're paid among the highest paid coaches in college football. That's where you are now. You earn that. But you're getting paid moving forward. Okay? Moving forward, that's what you're getting paid. So when I'm reading on our Twitch feed, oh my God, do you remember what CU was before he arrived? Yeah, I remember. Uh-huh. So is this what you want? Is this your expectation now? Just get to a bowl game?
Of course not.
Okay, I'm not talking.
That's
I'm
what I'm
talking
talking
to the
about,
Twitch.
yeah.
Is that your expectation? Just win, get to a bowl game, and I'm happy.
No.
Because let me tell you something. There was a coach named Bill McCartney who came in there and took over a program that was pretty damn bad. And he took them to a national championship. And no time was he among the highest paid coaches in college football. Not even close. That's the expectation.
Yep. That's where I'm at. Like, he did the initial work. The initial work was taking CU from a nothing program to a respected program. And I think they've gotten there. You've got 9 wins last year. I think you've arrived at that place.
So if Bill McCartney can do it, then what?
So to make $10 million a year, the next step now is I think you need to be a pretty dominant force within this conference because that is not impossible.
That's the problem I have with a lot of CU honks is they forget that there was a time when CU was a dominant program. They just look at this era in terms of 25 years and just say, oh, CU sucked and now they're respectable again. It's fine. No, it's not fine. It's not fine.
College football has also changed an awful lot in the last 35 years.
It is different from then. But all I'm saying is this. Like the texture says, how did Prime earn that? Very easily. He made CU
relevant.
A relevant force in college football again.
A better word would be re-relevant.
Yes. But he did that again. But now the next step is beyond, okay, we're back in the conversation or whatever. It's about winning football games now. Like, I don't think anything based upon what Deion does moving forward should be about, oh, well, God, man, CU's in the headlines every day. Gosh, you're talking about him on College Game Day again. Oh, look at all the people he brought to campus. I'm like, oh, that stuff is great, and that's part of the reason why he got the money that he did. But it has to be about winning now. It has to. And it's been my question with Deion all along. I know one thing that Deion is, he's a great recruiter. Like, he can get guys on campus. But to the actual coaching part, I don't know yet. But you make $10 million a year, I should see a championship every 3 or 4 years. I should. A conference championship that puts you in the college football playoff. That's what should happen.
So go get it done. I'm not going to make any excuses for him. How much can you recruit? How much can you coach? How much do you rely on your dynamic staff that you've assembled? All of this is absolutely on the table. I completely agree.
But I think it's really exciting because now you're moving on to another phase, which is beyond the honeymoon, and now it's like this is where the real business starts, and this is where he can really be judged as a coach.
I'm looking forward to it. I think Prime will shine. I really do. I think now that he can focus on coaching and not parenting, take the parent hat off, and as much as it was a success because his kid was damn good, it also served, I think, as a distraction at times.
To switch over to this real quick, Moj, the Avs have signed, is it Nabokov? Is that his name? The goalie out of Russia? Nabokov.
How would Coach Bednar say it?
Nabokov?
Nabokov.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
There's a Police song. You ever heard of the band The Police?
I've heard of them. Is that with Mr. Sting?
There's a song with Mr. Sting that Vic's good buddy. Do I call you Sting or Mr. Sting? It's a song called Don't Stand so close to me. Anyway,
what does that have to do with?
Well, there's a book by
Nabokov.
In the lyrics, there's that book by Nabokov. He calls him Nabokov. It's Nabokov.
Okay.
What about him? Great young goalie. He's going
Wait. Book? What?
I don't know. I was just going to move on.
What are you talking about? Lyrics in a book?
Well,
What?
I'm telling you, Mr. Sting would pronounce it Nabokov. Here
That's
we pronounce
in the song, Sting's referring to the book Lolita, which was written by Vladimir Nabokov. Netches, Nachos.
We need to stop here for a second. How do you say the man's name again? Because now I'm confused. Nabokov. Okay.
Why did we have to come off the road and drive 30 miles this way?
How do you say Semyon's name? Is it Varlamov or Varlamov? It's Varlamov, Nabokov. I'm just trying to help you guys
Bend over and I'll show you.
So he signs a 2-year entry-level contract with the Avs,
Correct.
is what I was trying to get at. What happens from here with him?
He is going to be loaned back to his team in Russia this coming season. You will not see him until training camp. Well, in terms of an opportunity to really play, Scott Wedgwood has 1 more year left on his contract.
Mm-hmm.
My thought would be if this kid continues to play as well as he has, and he's got a .930 save percentage in the K,
right?
Which is the competition is not nearly like it is over here, and it's a different style of hockey over here. But if the kid continues to progress in his development, I can easily see him being the backup and heir apparent to Mackenzie Blackwood.
So you think 1 more year back in the K?
He is going to spend 1 more year in the K.
1 more year in the K. And then when Wedgwood's contract is up, he comes over here, incubates behind Mackenzie Blackwood, and then...
I like the way you put that, incubates.
Yeah.
He's going to incubate.
It's like when you... I don't know if you guys did this when you were kids in elementary school. I had a class that had had chicken eggs.
Really?
Little chicks. And they incubated, and you watched them hatch.
No, but in high school, I did dissect a pig. A baby pig.
And a frog. But here's my question, though. What happens if Blackwood's, turns out to be pretty good?
Well, Blackwood's your goalie for the next 5 years anyway. He signed a new contract. I mean, what more do you want? I mean, the kid's only 22 years of age. Come in, get him some spot duty. What if he's really, really good?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
And Blackwood's playing really good, and you have the opportunity to deal him. I mean, I these are things you have to think about if you're Chris McFarland.
Yeah.
But either way, you want to get the kid some NHL games eventually.
Right.
You don't want to wait till he's 30 years old playing in the K. He's an asset.
Mm-hmm.
He had a .930 2 years ago. He had a .923 this year with a 2.22. Pretty damn good. In the playoffs, he had a .920 with a 2.13. Pretty damn good. In his international games this past year, he had a 1.67 with a .917. Pretty damn good, and he was 3-0.
Yeah.
So...
Well, that's the thing.
The kid is a promising young goalie. He's only 22. He's young.
I always see these articles written about him, and I just don't. I was asking, I guess, what the plan would be, and you kind of laid it out there. But I was just saying how that computes while also having Mackenzie Blackwood fresh off that big extension.
Well, I think he would sit behind Blackwood and learn the game, learn the North American game. You just don't throw him in willy-nilly.
Yeah.
I mean, even you look at your boy Shesterkin, right, in New York. He was behind Georgiev for some time before he took over the gig because he could, and became one of the best goalies in the league.
Hey, did you see there's some reports out of Dallas that DeBoer's got some fences to mend with his players after the way he treated Otter and I guess some of the comments he made? That's going to be very interesting moving forward what they do with him. I'm not sure if he survives.
He's got a year left on his deal. Maybe he doesn't care. Maybe it was all calculated by DeBoer. He's like, you know what? I don't want to coach this team anymore. And
maybe he looks at the future and says, this team's not going to look the same. We're going to lose some key pieces. Screw it.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
If that's the case, what a jerk baby. I mean, he's a baby and a jerk. Throws his best player, one of his best players, under the bus after they lose, backs up, runs him over again, and then he's like, don't care because this team's going to stink and I ain't sticking around for this anyway.
I don't know what the motivation is to make that decision to pull the goalie. One of your best, as you said, one of your best players, one of the best goalies on the planet.
Yeah.
After 2 goals. Look, I would, if it was me, if I was the coach, I'd just ride it out with Ottinger. I mean, they scored 3 goals in the game. Maybe Ottinger, he has the ability to just shut things down right then.
Yeah.
I mean, who's to say? I'll tell you what, Brett, I don't know what's going to happen there. Vic, I find that sort of staggering. And yeah, from what I understand, the players down there were none too happy, not just with pulling Ottinger, but also the way that the bus sort of beep.
Yeah.
Okay, great. I don't know how you come back from that. Number one. Number two, I'm here for it.
So am I.
I'd love to see it.
Yeah, so am I. I think Dallas this was a make or break year like no other for Dallas.
Number two, I'm all eyes and ears.
Broadcasting for the Backus and Shanker Studio, serious lawyers of the seriously injured. Back after this.
Well, a PGA Tour star, former top 5 in the world, did something yesterday Vic Lombardi has never done in his entire life.
I've done it for 18, not 36.
He knows exactly where I'm going.
Yeah.
We've talked a little bit about Max Homa, have we not, on this program?
Mm-hmm.
How he was top 5 in the world 2 years ago, and now he's an absolute wreck.
Interesting bird. Interesting sport, how quickly you can lose it.
So he's trying to qualify for the U.S. Open, Brett. He doesn't have a spot in the U.S. Open. Max Homa, who just played in the PGA Championship a couple weeks ago, he's trying to qualify yesterday. Well, gets in a fight with his caddy.
Fires him.
Tells his caddy to get bent.
Also fired his swing coach.
Fired his swing coach, too. Okay, so it's everybody else's fault.
Mm-hmm.
He'd only been with the caddy for a couple of months. Okay. So caddy's gone, swing coach is gone, he got nobody on the bag. He says, all right, let's do it. He totes his own bag for 36 holes trying to qualify for the U.S. Open.
You ever toted 36 with your own bag?
I have no interest in ever doing that.
I don't either. In fact, I don't have in terms of golf nowadays, I have no interest in ever walking again.
I
ever.
like walking.
Oh, you
I
do?
enjoy it.
Good for you.
Yeah, I'm with Moj. I'm not walking.
I play better when I walk. I honest to God, play better.
Probably enjoy self-flagellation as well. That's great.
Get out of the cart every once in a while, fatty.
No. Vic, I will borderline think about leaving if they tell me it's cart path only. Like
that
that's
does
how,
bother me.
It's
like when they do cart path only with carts, I'm like, well, what's the point of having a cart? Then you should walk because it actually makes for more walking.
Yeah.
So he 3-putted his 36th hole. He was in a 5-man playoff for the final spot to get into the U.S. Open. Cam Young won it with a 12-foot birdie. Then he was in a playoff for an alternate spot on the next hole, and he messed that up too. And he says, you know what? Maybe it's better with nobody standing next to me.
Those are big bags too, Moj. Those aren't little carry bags.
He switched to a little bag.
He did?
He wasn't, or a smaller bag, a carry bag, yeah. He says, look, I forget what he said. He talked about he's got demons. He's got problems. He's admitted it. I probably got to battle some demons and have no one to lean on. Maybe that helps me a little bit. There's no one. Everything is me.
Been there. We've all been there.
You're talking about he's top 5 in the world, and he's firing caddies. Can't qualify for the Open. Like he's in a, and we've talked about it on this program. Like he's in a bad spot. Like he is all over the place.
Dude, golf will take you to the kind of dark places that no other sport really can. Moj, do you remember that time you played with me and I shanked like 5 in a row?
That, Vic, and I'm not being funny here, okay, because I've played with you a billion times, and you're a pretty dang good golfer. I'm standing with you on that par 3 at Ravenna, and you kept putting it into the ditch to the right, and honestly, I was shocked. I was amused, and then honestly, Brett, like on maybe the 3rd or 4th time into the ditch, I think I was a little scared. Like this guy he just right this very moment, he freaking lost it. Yeah, he lost everything. Everything. I can't even explain it.
I'm not afraid to admit this. It wasn't that day, but I had trouble getting the ball off the ground years ago, and I went straight to the driving range, and I stopped playing halfway through around and went straight to the driving range, and I sat on a bench. I've told you guys this, and I cried.
Dude, this game is such a kick in the.
I'm not joking.
In the junk, it really is such a kick in the junk game. What are you laughing at? Because you had the same problem yesterday.
I did, but the fact if I walked by Vic, grown man, weeping on the bench of a driving range.
Yes.
And I saw him, I'd be so concerned. I'd be like, Vic, are you all right? Like, is everything good?
I lost my swing.
But yeah, it's not somebody close to him had something happen. He just goes, I can't get the ball off the ground. But an actual cry.
Yeah, there's Vic right there.
Yes.
Just on the Keanu Reeves on the park bench. Hey,
100%.
I want to throw this out there to our listeners on Twitch, where you can reach us on Twitch or on or on
and
this
is
YouTube.
Great. This is great.
Or YouTube.
Hang on. What's the most embarrassing thing you've cried at?
Has a sport ever made you cry?
I've never cried because of a sport.
I don't think I have either.
Oh, my God. You didn't cry. Like, my senior year when I missed the front end of a free throw in districts, I cried for a month.
Oh, Vic, I never miss. So, I think that's great. I think crying because you had a bad day at golf. It's a pretty
No. See, he doesn't know. It's not a bad day
at golf. You
I
lost your
could not
entire
get
game.
the ball.
I get it.
Listen to me. Listen. The ball wouldn't go up. It went down. No matter what I tried.
Okay. Mine, I think I really don't cry. But I'll tell you what.
Have you ever
choked up and a couple tears go?
Yeah.
It's over really stupid TV shows. I cry. I will get choked up every time. When I used to watch Undercover Boss at the very end of the episode when somebody was like nice and they gave him like, I'm going to give you $30,000 for your scholarship. I'm like, oh. I do that for Shark Tank when somebody gets a deal. I know. I don't get it either. I don't know what it is.
There's no shame in having a big heart. Just choose to have your heart exposed on things other than friggin' Shark Tank.
I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
Did you cry when there wasn't enough room for both Rose and Jack on that door?
No. Movies don't get me. Actually, I don't cry at movies.
I got one for Moj. Moj, you and I in Field of Dreams.
Oh, when you want to have a catch? Yeah.
Yeah.
Super emotional. Still to this day, super emotional. Hey, but I want to put this out there.
Or when Rocky and his trainer and they hug it out after arguing. When Mick gets they hug it out.
No.
Oh my God.
No.
It's just water.
A lot of people in this building.
I didn't cry when my kid was born. Didn't cry at my wedding. But
I didn't cry at either of those either. I was like, let's go.
Damn it, that little kid who works his ass off at that company for that guy, that undercover boss giving him $25,000 to a college scholarship. Oh, that guy.
Here's a sporting event.
You know what that got him? That got him half a semester. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Here's a sporting event that I think made Vic cry.
Tom Watson.
At the
almost.
I do remember that.
Yeah.
When I first set foot on the first tee at Augusta, a little bit of a tear.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I would cry like a baby. Brett, can I put this out there, please? Please, can I put this out there, please?
Yes, you can. I just can't get Vic sitting on a bench at a range crying out of my head.
It was at Fox Hollow.
It's a fact. It happened.
At Fox Hollow. You know, just some background. We were playing. It was a media day deal at Castle Pines. So you get to play Castle Pines, and it's a very, what a privilege. I couldn't get the ball off the ground. I left after 9 holes. On my way home, I was so mad. I said, I'm stopping at Fox Hollow driving range. I'm going to find my swing. I'm going to find it. I went there. Hour later, I'm crying on a bench. Go ahead, Moj.
Okay. Golf is a sick game. A lot of people around this building play it, including our boss, Kevin, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, Kevin looks like he just picked the game up.
Well, he did.
Right. I'm just saying. Right. So,
when you say he looks like he just picked the game up, you're making it sound like he's played for like 5 years and he...
No, he just sort of started the game. I want to throw this out there. Just to 303-504-0925 on the text line. If you want to chime in on Twitch or YouTube, you can do that as well. If you're new to the game of golf, A, why? And B, do you want to cry on a park bench sometimes like Vic or cry on a driving range bench? The answer is yes. Dude, there are times, and I used to be a 3, so I could really move it around the course, right? There are times I want to walk. I'm like, you know what? I'm never going to get any better than I am right now, and I'm worse than I used to be. Why the frig am I playing this frig? Why?
Yeah.
Did you want to cry when we gave you 2 mulligans on number 18 at Sanctuary and still beat your ass?
Anyway, 303-504-0925. If you're recently new to the game of golf, and people pick it up all the time. I think during COVID, like a lot of people, just to get out of the house, picked up the game of golf to try to at least get some air.
Did you answer the question? The most embarrassing thing you cried at?
Oh, I've cried at a bunch of stuff. I can't think of the most embarrassing, but I've cried at a bunch.
No, embarrassing. Vic's sitting on a bench on a driving range.
I really can't.
I wasn't embarrassed.
No, it is embarrassing, though.
But I wasn't embarrassed.
A texter used the word pathetic. I actually think that's a great word.
Well, I mean,
great word.
The reason why I don't think it's embarrassing or pathetic is because I understand the art of competition. I wanted to compete so badly, and I couldn't. And those of you who don't understand, it would be like on field day not being able to compete. And I'm all about competition. I'm all about competition. If we don't compete, what's the point? Like, I don't play golf just to play. If we're not competing while we're playing, I don't care who I'm playing with. There's got to be some form of competition. Ride a bike, it's competition. Everything in life I do is competition. Everything. And if you're not competing, what's the point? What are we doing?
Here's one from the 1202. I used to get upset at golf, then I grew up. Yeah, I don't throw clubs or anything like that.
I almost did yesterday. I was close.
Rarely do I ever. Once a year, maybe. I'll chuck a wedge. But no, man, it's because you're competitive and you're standing on the green. And I say to Brett, what is that for a 10? Mm-hmm. And then he wants to throw that putter down my throat. I don't blame you. You're competitive and you want to. I want to be so much better than I am, but I'm never going to practice enough.
For Friday, by the way.
Yeah, I can't do Friday. I'm sorry.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, I know. I was going to tell you guys this morning. I apologize. It's going to have to be next week. I'm sorry. I'll call Jeff. It'll have to be next week.
This is unbelievable.
I know.
We can't get around. We can't get around it.
Everybody's got stuff going on. I apologize.
You know what? Maybe I'll just go out there and cry at the driving range.
You should stand on number 1 at Rolling Hills and just cry. Somebody take me down the first fairway. Anyway, it killed me because I read the whole Homer's story, carrying his own bag, talking about his demons, and that's golf, man. Golf will absolutely do that to you.
Can you imagine playing that sport, as frustrating as it is?
And have to make money?
And have to do it for a living?
Who was the guy?
That sounds great. What do you mean?
Yeah, but
sounds awesome.
But what if you can't? Like, what if you're back down to the Corn Ferry and you just can't putt anymore? That's
you know all the great, the Scotty Scheffler great stories. What about the 10 times that many, the stories of the guys who couldn't make it, who were sitting on a park bench crying?
Who's the guy who was he's a pretty good PGA pro, and then his son became a pro? Oh, I was watching an interview with him one day.
Tiger Woods.
No. Jay something or other.
Jay Hawes?
Yeah, and Jay is the old man. Bill is the kid,
yes.
Right?
Yeah, I played with Bill in a pro-am.
Good player.
Didn't say a word for 4 hours.
Really?
Yeah.
But Jay was talking. He was doing an interview with his kid and whatnot, and he said, "You think you got pressure?" He goes, "Try having 3 little kids at home, and you got to make a 20-footer to make the cut and actually be able to buy groceries that week." That's how the PGA Tour was back in the 80s, man. Tough stuff. Tough stuff. It's a lot of pressure on these dudes. I mean, they choose it. They choose to live that life, but you gotta make birdies, man, or you're gone.
I use that line on my kids all the time. You think you got pressure? Imagine waking up at 6:55 and having to come up with a crafty analogy at 7:10.
God. I'll tell you what.
Oh, my God.
My version of that pressure is when Nelly knows this well. I somehow always walk my way into this. It's like 6:04. I'm just trying to get my bearings straight. And all of a sudden, I'm trying to do math in my head on something. They won 50 games last year. They need to win X amount of games. Okay, so I always get the math wrong. And I'm good at math, but I can't do it when I'm, still half asleep. Yeah. Can't.
Well, nonetheless.
That's my pressure.
Nonetheless, the life of a...
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13,
pretty much.
14.
But no, so the deal would be that if you're a PGA Tour pro and you're flying on jets and you've got millions in the bank, it's not quite as bad as if you're a guy trying to scrap his way onto tour and hang on to your card and not go to the Corn Ferry in a motorhome. I mean, it's tough.
Not to come off topic, but I have to here.
Okay.
Nelly, you missed yesterday perhaps the greatest closing line in this show's history. Moser got me with one yesterday to close the show. That was one of the great closing lines ever told on a radio station.
You got got.
I got got. It was so good. Moj, I want to, even after leaving that show, I was like, that was art. That was, I'm going to bow to you. I will bend the knee to you.
The funny part is, as you said that, Brett could see my brain working. Mm-hmm. He looked straight at me.
What did Vic say to you first?
Wait, let's save it because we'll just come. I want to come back with it in the next segment because I just want people to appreciate this is what good banter is. This is what good sports talk radio is. What Moser said to close the show yesterday was a 10 out of 10.
But I had like 3 things bouncing around my head, and that's the one that I chose.
You know when you can see people's gears turning inside their head? Mm-hmm. You just see it. I saw Moj, and I was he's got 10 seconds. But here's the problem. Find one.
Here's the problem. Very rarely can he shout out something quickly to make it work. Usually it's a 35 to 1 minute long.
No, he can think of things quickly, but just to hit the hammer.
Yeah, and to do it that quickly.
Yeah,
and pronounced.
All right, look. So if you guys didn't know, we will still be carrying all of the Stanley Cup final. All the way throughout the end of this thing when that cup is hoisted by either Florida or Edmonton. We'll have the games right here. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 starting tomorrow. And the NHL playoffs on Altitude Sports Radio are powered by Mountain Hyundai.
Stanley Cup playoffs.
What'd I say?
NHL playoffs. It's just Stanley Cup playoffs.
Okay, hockey guy.
Okay. Well, the point is...
Is that a needed correction?
All right, hockey guy.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, nobody says NHL playoffs.
Yeah, well, whatever.
Real quick,
hockey.
We talked about the loss of Zach Hyman, right? For the Edmonton Oilers, missed Game 5. They didn't miss a beat though. We haven't talked about the return of Evander Kane after missing the entire year, and how effective he's really sort of been for the Edmonton Oilers. That guy, that's like found gold for them, man. He's playing well for them. If you want to get into the building in Edmonton tomorrow night, Game 1, right now, what's it going to cost you just to get in? Price.
In Edmonton, let's see. I'd say get-in price is $500.
I was going to say $430.
$411. So it's even lower.
Do you remember what the get-in price was?
No, we ruined that for him. Moj, ask the question again. Ask the question again.
What do you think the get-in price is in Edmonton tomorrow night?
$97.
$3.
$411.
Really?
Dude, the Avs, when they were on their run in 22, the get-in price was...
Yeah, it was crazy.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
It was insane.
Hey, Nuggets fans will remember the NBA Finals of 23. The get-in price was $500,000.
Yep.
Easy.
Wait.
Half a what?
$500,000.
$1,000, I'm sorry.
Jesus.
It's like, wait, people are dropping 500 G's to go to the game? Oh, look there's Jeff Bezos, and there's Elon Musk, and
there's 3 other people, and that's it.
It's dead serious. $5 that's just the get-in price. That's not even a good. That's just get in the building and hide in the urinal.
Well, you can hear that tomorrow right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 at 6 o'clock. Back after this.
Moser, have you ever had somebody stop you at an airport say, hey, Matt Damon look-alike? Do you ever get confused for Matt Damon at airports by TMZ photographers?
Don't shatter his dreams.
You ever get that happen to you?
Can't say that I have. Huh. Anybody ever ask you if you were in the Wizard of Oz?
And with that, have a great Monday. Talk to you tomorrow. I like it. I like it.
Perfect. That's a fastball. That's a speed ball you just threw there. Couldn't touch it either. Strike three.
Speaking of speedballs,
anybody ever ask you if you were in the Wizard of Oz?
The Rockies got their 10th win of the season. I want to get to that in a second, but Moser, I was just reading this article. Here's the headline. You ready? Ready for this off-season headline?
You betcha. Please do.
Off-season trade board 1.0 players to watch this summer. From Sportsnet. Here's the blurb of one of these players to watch. You ready? After the Avalanche moved Rantanen because of how difficult they perceived contract extension talks to be going.
Because they perceived contract talks to be going. They were difficult. He wasn't going to take the bread.
It's not the part that I wanted to get to.
It's perceived that it's not
I'm
going.
just reading.
It wasn't going well.
Just reading.
He had a year and a half to decide. And okay.
Some people call him the Moose.
No,
because
nobody
of
does.
how difficult they perceived contract extension talks to be going, how much patience will they have with Natchez? Not a homegrown player or superstar talent. If negotiations on an extension start slowly this July, what happens? Then, here's the final sentence, Moj. There was a sense Natchez wasn't overly thrilled with his experience in Colorado and that he wants to explore other options. What's that about?
Define, there was a sense that he wasn't happy in Colorado.
I don't know how to define it. Not my words. I'm just reading.
Yeah, exactly.
Who wrote it?
This is from Sportsnet. The writer is...
Bro Bible?
Nick Kiprios.
So, Kipper again. Where did the sense come from?
It comes from a site called Bro Bible by a guy named Slice Bread.
Where did the sense come from? Did it come from Marty Natchez? Did it come from an agent? Did it come from a buddy of his someplace else?
There was a sense Natchez wasn't overly thrilled with his experience in Colorado and he wants to explore other options.
What does that mean? And
I'm asking you.
Where did the sense come? I never got that sense, and I was in that room every day.
Okay.
I mean,
I'm just curious if
I don't know how to react to that. Let me throw it out there. Let's say you have a player who's going to be free next summer. That's a year and a month from yesterday.
And that is him, right?
Yeah. It's going to be free.
Mm-hmm.
Made 6.5, did Marty Natchez. And we'll probably get a little bit of a bump with the kind of production he had.
Sure.
Right? So I guess my question is, do you think you can sign him? You're certainly going to have that conversation. Why were you? Hey, Martin. How you doing, buddy? Were you unhappy? Do you want to go someplace else? Because we can do that too. I mean, with a guy like Martin Natchez, he would be incredibly easy to move, in my opinion.
Sure, contract's not crazy.
Absolutely.
Good player.
Exactly right. He'd be if you wanted to move him, he'd be very easy to move. If you want to keep him at the age of 26, then he's going to be worth some money. Will you be able to fit him in after the 26-20 or after the 25-26 season? I mean, I guess, all these things have to play out. But the guy played pretty well overall.
I'll tell you this much. Okay.
I mean, you're looking at an 80-point guy.
If that's true, which we don't know if it is, but if that last sentence is true, that he wasn't overly thrilled with his experience in Colorado, then bye. I don't got time for this. You don't feel like playing next to Nathan McKinnon, then get the hell out of here. Okay? Go ahead. Leave. See ya. Bye.
Totally fine. I mean, look, I like the guy a lot. He seemed very enthusiastic to me to be here. He really did.
He had a lot of success.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that. His numbers took a pretty big bump the second he got here.
He seemed he seemed like a good teammate. I could be completely misreading this situation. So I just don't know where there was a sense. Well, from who, from where, from how? I could come out with something today and put it out. Hey, there was a sense that Ajay Kopitar wasn't happy with the direction of the Kings this last season. Well, where'd I get that sense?
I was just throwing it out there. If you think it's nothing, then it's nothing. Just something I came across. That's all.
Why are you so pissy?
There's a sense that the New York Rangers weren't thrilled with the play in the crease of Igor Shesterkin this past year. And, if he ever wanted to be traded, I'm sure a lot of teams would like to take him on. Well, duh.
Hey, I got a sense.
Duh.
I sense the Rockies are winning the first series of the year. That's my sense. How's that for a sense?
Well, I have to look that up. My man Marquez last night, after he gave up 3 in the first, I was very much concerned that he was just going to get bombed again. Picked up the win. Good. He finally got a little run support, picked up the dub. Today, it's Gordon versus Alcantara.
It's not
big-time win. So Tanner Gordon's going today for the Rocks.
Are you sure it's Tanner Gordon and not Chase Dollander?
Dollander's on the IL.
Oh, okay. Well, then the newspaper has it wrong. Post has Dollander.
I think he still is. I mean, he's been on there for a while. Unless he's getting called back up sometime soon. No, he was put on the 15-day. Oh, wait, Dollander will be activated from the 15-day injured list and start Tuesday. So yeah, he is. Oh. Yeah, he is starting today.
Okay,
yeah, there you go.
I was just looking at the next game for the Rocks.
Hey, you were right about Jake Bird. That dude's got some nasty stuff.
Dude, Bird's been great this year.
I watched him last night. I'm like, how do you even hit that? Slider he's got cooking?
He's been really good, and so has Agnos. It's
he's
funny.
One of those pitchers, by the way. He does the Max Scherzer thing where he grunts after every pitch.
Uh-huh.
He lets you know it.
Yeah. It's when I told you guys that Agnos was their new closer, and you guys all laughed because you said, what is he closing? Well, he closed last night. He's also been really good. Their bullpen, here's the strange thing. The thing that killed them when the team was still somewhat respectable was they couldn't close out games with their bullpen. Their bullpen's probably the best part of their team this year, which is weird to say out loud.
Well, they haven't had many opportunities.
But here's the thing. When a starter gets beat up and they're forced to go in like the 4th or 5th, they do a good job. They really do.
You know that the opposing team is somewhat challenged when there's a bunch of former Rockies pitchers on it. Tinoco plays for the Marlins. I'm like, I remember that guy.
Yeah.
Well, the interesting part is if the Rockies actually win like 6 out of 11, we won't even. You'd have to put me in a vice to even remotely talk about them. The best thing the Rockies could do if they want to be talked about is to continue to get their butts kicked day after day, week after week.
By the way, if you want to show up Thursday night for that home run derby that I will be emceeing.
Yeah, I got that. I got that thing. I got that. It's that.
Among the participants,
Brett, you know the thing. I got the thing.
Among the participants of this home run derby, celebrity home run derby, Damari Mathis, Alex Singleton, Jaleel McLaughlin, Will Lutz, Cortland Sutton, the Belly, Quinn Miners will be there, Adam Troutman, Garrett Bowles. Have you heard of Dude Dad? He's a content creator. He's participating.
Wait, Dude-Dad or Dude?
Dude Dad.
Dad. No.
He'll be participating in home run derby.
So just say a bunch of Broncos and a dork are going to be out there at Coors Field.
No, there's another content creator, and Dude Dad's actually funny. I've seen a couple of his videos.
He's
really
great.
Good.
Yeah, he's great. He's wonderful.
I don't know who this is. DSARM? Desarm? Is that what is that?
Oh, God, I'm old. I'm really old.
He'll be participating. I'm going to put my money without knowing anything here. I'm going to say I'm going to say Marvin Mims, for some reason, has some chops, and I have no idea. I've never seen him play baseball.
I think it's Court.
You think it's Sutton? Didn't he win it once before?
I don't know.
How many guys on the...
He's 6'4". He's a big body. He's played multiple sports. He's an athlete.
Brandon McManus won it like on multiple occasions.
Well, he's a big guy.
Well, how many guys have actually played baseball, though, on the Broncos?
I bet most of these guys have swung the stick.
Maybe they have. Yeah, maybe they have.
Vic, here's
I
what
want
you
to be
need
behind
do.
one of those
I want a
guys.
full report on this. Everybody that is participating in this, give them a baseball and have them throw it to you and tell me how it looks.
That's a great idea.
Let's judge them by their throwing motions. Yeah.
Yeah, I guarantee most of them can. Will Lutz, we've seen former kickers. It's the same practice, kicking and hitting.
Huh?
Yeah.
What do you mean it's the same practice?
It's the same deal.
Kicking a football and hitting a baseball are the same thing? Is that what you just said?
Yep. Extending your hips, using your body. Yeah. Listen, I had McManus tell me this whole thing.
Breathing air, using
I'm not
your
joking.
eyeballs.
Yeah.
Yes.
No.
It's the same mechanics.
Beating, it's the same sport.
Yeah. It's the same mechanics. Yep.
Most insane take you've ever had.
No. Same mechanics. That's why a lot of kickers are good golfers.
They're good golfers because they have time.
No. Mechanics.
Yeah, you know what? Friggin' MIT over here. It's all mechanics, boys.
I gotta tell you, I never put the dots together. You guys remember Martin Gramatica?
Yes.
Him and Shohei, same people. Never thought of it that way. Vic.
Me either.
Never thought of that in my life.
It's the same.
Believe what you want. I've seen it.
Martin Gramatica, who is 5'2",
I've had it explained to me.
Is going to go out in the batter's box and start ripping 400-footers. That's it. Because same mechanics. That's what you're telling me?
I've seen it explained to me, shown to me. Hip comes through, trail, everything. You plant foot, your trail foot, everything. I've seen it. I've lived it.
I just never thought that Barry Bonds could have had some Hall of Fame career as a kicker.
And maybe at ASU we should have doubled up there. And, dude, you make me laugh sometimes. I mean, you really do.
I'll tell you what, Moj.
You're such a nerd.
Bass fisherman, basketball player, same thing. Hey, it's just a flick of the wrist.
Well, I was thinking, you know what? Bowler and Formula One driver, you're using your hands.
All hands.
It's all hands nowadays, boys.
Listen to me. When you're kicking a football, all right, so you guys wouldn't know this because you can't kick.
I was a kicker.
Okay, so was I.
I was all-world 8th grade kicker.
Okay, when you come through a kick, the plant foot and the trail foot, whatever you kick, it's the same concept as a golf shot. It's the same concept. You have to kick the hip. The hip has to fly through it. It's all about the hip flying through it.
No offense, Nelly. All right, so just don't take any. A jazz band, kicker. It's all the same mechanics.
Texter says, nope. Touchdown. Mechanics. Touchdown. Kickers. Touchdown. All right. 303.
Anyway, Vic, I'd love to come see you on Thursday night. It sounds like a lot of fun. Bunch of Broncos and a couple of YouTube dudes. Let's do it. Let's get it on. Is there free beer?
The stadium's open. I'm sure they're serving something.
Free beer.
The guy is drunk.
I'll bring a 6-pack for you.
Texter says, table tennis, linebacker. Same thing.
Now, you guys are being facetious. But I'm telling you right now.
Somebody says,
I spent 5 hours on a golf course with a man who is good at both. And he showed me why they're the same damn thing. He showed it to me.
Patricia says, guys, Dude Dad is awesome. Check out his posts. Yeah, but can he hit a baseball, Patricia? Can he hit a baseball? That's the question. We're going to find out Thursday night.
Back after this.
Vic Lombardi here for Dan Kaplis Law. 40 years. Dan's 40-year track record of historic success in high-stakes personal injury cases tells you everything you need to know about how he operates. Because high-stakes injury cases, they're fought at a different level. And Dan Kaplis Law has proven it will go toe-to-toe with the biggest and the baddest insurance companies they have to offer. And they win. Dan wins. That's why Dan Kaplis Law is the official law firm partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche. A serious firm for serious cases, accepting righteous injury cases on a percentage fee basis. Dan Kaplis Law has offices in the Tech Center, Loveland, Greeley, and Fort Collins. If you need his help, call today, 303-770-5551, or hit him up at dankaplislaw.com. That's Dan Kaplis, C-A-P-L-I-S, law.com. Hey, speaking of Broncos, who you are going to be with on Thursday, Vic, as they try and rip a couple of dingers at Coors Field, I was going back and looking at their schedule. And
Second dick shot.
By the way, do you think you could hit one?
I don't know if yeah, maybe one. I don't know. I haven't picked up a bat in forever, so I have no idea.
I couldn't get it out of the infield without grounding it.
Well, I could do that.
I like two out of the infield.
Honestly, don't know. I think probably one.
Moser wouldn't touch the ball.
Go ahead, Moser.
It's enough. It's enough. I've had enough. Enough.
But with all those Broncos being there, I was actually looking back at their schedule this year, And every time I look at it, I think it gets tougher every time I look. That is not an easy schedule that they have. They have an easy first couple of games that can like soft pedal their way into it.
Well, I mean, you got Tennessee. That's home against Tennessee to open up the season. That's going to be a win.
Against a rookie quarterback.
That's a win. That's a win.
Should absolutely be one, yes.
Then you've got to go to Indy and to the Chargers. I mean, Indy, again, they bounced around a postseason spot last year. Didn't get in, but they bounced around.
And I think people forget, because if you look back, the final score of that game was like 31-17. They were leading, I think, in the fourth quarter. The Colts were, until they did a whole bunch of stupid stuff.
I mean, say what you will about Anthony. Am I weird? I really want Anthony Richardson to be a player.
Why?
I don't know, because
I feel nothing towards
I guess when he came out of Florida, dude, I thought to myself, he's raw. No doubt. He's just a young guy. But he looks so damn good. I mean,
he's huge.
He's huge.
Yeah. He's like Cam Newton. He's like the biggest guy in the huddle somehow.
Yeah, but he's thicker than Newton was, I think. He looks thicker to me anyway.
But here's what I'm getting at. What the Broncos did last year, what allowed them to make the postseason, was when they were favored in the game, they won. When they were supposed to win that week, they won. And I see a whole bunch of games that we're going to assume are W's here that I think are just complicated and could throw a wrench in that.
Like what?
Well, you have these tough games like Cincinnati, at Philadelphia, at LA, at Washington. Like, you got a whole bunch of like tough ones that are
those are going to be very difficult to win, yeah.
But like the easy games I'm getting at are, I think you assume we're playing the Jets, so we're going to win.
Yeah.
London games are weird. They're
Also,
really weird.
Don't make the mistake of assuming a team will be a certain way.
Exactly.
Like I'll give you an example. Playing Cincinnati early in the season versus Cincinnati later in the season. You saw what happened playing them later when they had to win.
Yeah.
You got their best. They always suck early in the season.
Yeah, they're always off to a 1-4 start. Yep.
So you just, where you play a team is as impactful as that team.
But I'm saying you have the Jets in your schedule, like, oh, that's going to be a win. You know, those London games are weird. It messes with people. Like, you're obviously different country, different time zone, different sleep patterns,
but then
all that.
Then you come home. The best part about it is you have to play the next week, but you play the Giants at
that's
home.
The thing.
And they're terrible.
Everybody's assuming, well, the Giants, that'll be an easy win. And it's like, well, that's also coming back from London. I think there's just a wrinkle to that could make it weird.
At least you have a really dog-butt opponent in that particular game. Thank goodness that's not Cincinnati there.
And then, hey, you're playing Vegas at home. That should be a win. Well, it's a Thursday short week. Like, there's just little complications like that in the schedule that I think could make it a little bit tougher than people assume, even for the games that they're just marking down as dubs.
I do agree. That's a tough stretch there, coming off London, because the Cowboys, you never know what you're going to see. The Raiders, say what you want. The Raiders have beaten you more times than you've beaten them over the last few years.
Mm-hmm.
The Chiefs are the Chiefs. Hey, the Houston Texans at Houston.
Tough.
That's a tough game.
It's a really tough game.
Yes, it is. At Washington, then, I mean, come on, that's a tough game.
And then you get the bye week, so that little stretch there from the London game all the way through the games you mentioned, Vic, and then it's Vegas, Kansas City, and a bye week. Well, after the bye, you go to Washington, you go to Vegas, you play Green Bay at home, you play Jacksonville at home, and then it's at Kansas City and the Chargers close out. Like, that's not easy. That is a pretty damn difficult stretch of games that you have for that latter half of the season.
The only thing that can derail the Broncos in a postseason spot, in my humble opinion, is injury.
Well, that's always going to be
That's the only derail. I mean, if the defense is as good as I think it's going to be, then you're in.
Give me one game that you think is going to, like, how about this? For the wild shifts that are made in NFL seasons, like Washington goes from 2 wins to the NFC Championship game, and there's other teams that were really good the year before they got really bad. Who do you think of the 2 teams on the Broncos schedule that could do that flip? Like a team that we're assuming is bad that could be a lot better than we think, and a team that we think is good who could be a lot worse. Because I'll give you one. I think Jacksonville could be a lot better this year. Trevor Lawrence stays healthy. I think they could be.
I'm going to go, as much as I hate to say this, I'm going to go with the Cowboys.
Okay. I would be lying if I didn't say I'm at least a little bit intrigued, if not a little bit nervous about Geno Smith and Pete Carroll being reunited.
Maybe. I don't think of Geno that way, though.
Okay. I mean, okay. I'm just saying that one makes me a little bit nervous. The Cowboys, Vic.
I think Vic's onto something with that. If Dak Prescott's healthy, that team is different. They are a lot better. But he's just been hurt a lot.
You know, Javonte's there. Did you know that? I mean, you know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
I was just reading an article that some Dallas writer is saying he's already like a cut candidate of his.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Javonte's a sad story, man, because he looks so good. But
why don't I know that? Who is the Dallas head coach now?
It's Schottenheimer.
Yeah,
that's right.
Don't you remember his introductory press conference where Jerry Jones like, they said I don't take risks. This is the biggest risk I've ever taken in my life. Do you remember that?
Yes. I'm hiring this guy who's never coached before.
He's never been a head coach. This guy doesn't know what the hell he's doing. I don't know what the hell I'm doing.
He's basically like, look at him.
Let's move on.
I gotta be an absolute moron.
I remember I was thinking, Jerry, he's sitting right next to you.
Yeah.
Jerry.
It's very fair.
You know what? So I guess the Raiders, I just want to see what they are. I think Indy can bite you in the butt. They got a good defense in Indianapolis. And you're in that you're in the dome, but they got a good defense there. What's a game that you think you could win that you wouldn't think you could win?
Yeah, like does it seem like, I don't know, do you think Washington comes back down to earth this year after having that amazing, like, oh my God season last year?
I'll give you one. I think the Broncos win at Kansas City this year. They should have won last year.
Should have done it last year, yeah.
Okay, so the week before
that could be a pivotal game. I mean, that's Christmas.
Yeah, the week before. Well, no, it's not. It's Thanksgiving, right before Thanksgiving.
No, it's Christmas.
It's Christmas.
At Chiefs. Christmas
at
night.
Kansas. I'm sorry.
Unless
at
they
Kansas
move
City.
to Thanksgiving to December 25th.
Talking about at Kansas City. I'm sorry. Yes. Good. I guess. Yeah. Depending on what the standings look like at that point. Okay. Here's a question for you. Who has a greater chance of taking a step back in year two, Bo Nix or Jaden Daniels?
Well, Jaden Daniels reached a level that was, I mean, he was a top 5 quarterback by the end of the season. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Top 5.
Well, here's how I describe him. Total stud. So, unless my instincts are completely wrong, I don't think either one's going to take a step back. But I think Jaden Daniels is the real flipping deal.
Okay. My answer is I think Daniels has the greater chance of taking a step back because he had better numbers last year, number one, so it's going to be easier to take a step down. Number two, I don't think the Broncos are going to ask Bo Nix to do nearly as much.
Well, you hope not.
I don't think he has to because the defense that you should have this year. You know what I mean?
And the running game?
Well, hopefully the running game. That remains to be seen. But it's almost kind of like Jaden Daniels has to play well for the Commanders to win. There were times where Bo Nix didn't play all that well last year and you won anyway. You know what I mean? Well, hell, that game in the monsoon, the Jets game, he couldn't throw the ball. You guys remember that first half? Didn't he, what was the one throw he had in the first half of that Jets game where it was raining crazy?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What did he do? Did he push it?
It was like a shot put because you couldn't get a grip on it.
I think that they have the ability to win games in which he doesn't need to throw 3 touchdowns and be amazing. You know what I mean?
Another question for you. Sunday, October 19th, the New York Giants are in town. Is Russell Wilson the starting quarterback of the New York Giants?
No.
On October 19th in Denver?
I don't think so.
Vic?
What do you think is going to happen? You think Jameis will take the...
Oh, I think Jackson Dart will be starting by then.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about Jackson Dart.
You know who's fourth on the depth chart there?
Tommy Cutlets?
That's right. DeVito. Poor Tommy Cutlets, man. Yeah. The guy went from turning down 20 G's?
No, you know what? I soured on that guy when he had a gig that was booked at that restaurant.
Right.
And then he started a game and he's like, I want more money now.
Yeah.
It's like, no, you agreed to a price, bro. Well, so I soured, and his agent who looked like a 1920s gangster.
Correct.
That guy bothered me.
I was going to say, if they want to take care of the situation, they can. He may be starting that game. Just take care of it.
You take care of it.
I'll take care of it.
You take care of it.
But, sir, we have Jackson Dart, Jameis Winston, and Russell Wilson in front of us. I got you. I'll take care of it.
He really leaned into that, too.
Yeah, but Jackson Dart
Tommy.
he's a first-round pick. I got you took care of.
Hey, Tommy.
Yeah, but Russell
Listen.
Wilson, he does
By
he runs
Octo-
in place on
By
planes.
October 19th in Denver, Colorado, he'll be the starting quarterback of the New York Giants. Yeah, but the first round, don't worry about it.
Yeah, but
what about Russ? Don't worry about it.
But I kind of suck compared to these guys. I mean, what about that?
I know. Hey, Tommy, I know. We got you, okay? We got it handled. Huh? Don't you worry about a thing.
Here's the deal, though, Tommy. You're going to throw that game. I'm going to what? You're going to throw that game.
You know what? I give Vic credit. What was that line yesterday? Vic tried to do an impression, and somebody said...
He said, your impressions are insane. It's like you have a brain block.
Yes.
Against trying to...
I'm not an impressionist.
I mean, accents. He's talking about accents.
Accents, yes. But the Italian's good. I like that.
Every other accent on the planet
Throw
you
that
cannot do.
All right, give me one. Challenge me. Go ahead. Take this music off. Start challenging me. Give me a nationality, and I'll give you an accent.
Do an impression of an intelligent radio host.
How about German? Give me some German right now. I want.
You must throw the game.
Jesus God.
The Wiener Schnitzel.
Oh, Jesus
in the
Lord.
Bundesliga.
It's look, for him, that really wasn't all that bad. For his standards.
Oh, give me another one. Come on, I'm hot.
All right.
Red hot right
Swedish.
now. Give me one.
Swedish.
Oh God, what is Swedish again? Let's play the football. I want to play the football.
No.
All right.
No. You know, I'm not.
No. We're gonna keep going on this. Give me Cajun, Louisiana.
I want to play some of that football. I want to play some of that football.
Okay, give me. I put it this way. I like to throw the football in Irish. Give me an Irish accent.
Wallet.
Oh no!
baby.
Oh no!
Oh baby!
Hold on, I'm having trouble fighting my inner Irish here.
Think Conor McGregor.
Shh. I like to throw the football.
The texter is right. You have a complete mental block on doing accents. Complete.
I've been watching Gangs of London. Have you seen Gangs of London?
No.
You've seen Mobland, right?
I did catch up on the newest Mobland last night.
Mobland.
Did you see that?
Oh, yeah. The season finale was tremendous.
Well, I think there's one more.
Oh, is it really?
I think there's
But
one more.
Gangs of London is sort of like Mobland. Same deal. And these accents are so, I mean, I can't do the accent, but they're so good.
Well, dude, there's like 10 different accents in England alone.
Yeah, figure it out.
Give me Obama.
I'll give you an Obama. And this actually was an exchange. Where'd you play your college basketball? I never played. You didn't play college basketball? No.
You're just having a conversation with yourself. That's not an impression.
Yeah, but
it was just a memory of yours. That's all that was.
How about you do an accent of a guy who has to go take up? How about that?
Hey, I never claimed to be an impressionist or a vocal guy. That's not what I do here. I just do hot takes.
Dude, you are... He's making me laugh today. I'm sorry.
There's something about the top of this 9 o'clock hour, the last 2 days. Remember, it was about Moser playing the role of Batman in a movie and the Batmobile just always being outside of 7-Eleven.
See, that's not even funny.
That is funny.
That is not funny.
That is hilarious. What do you mean?
Well, putting a new a new head gasket.
Oh, this is good. Vic, do a Batman. Do like Christian Bale's Batman.
I don't watch cartoons, dude.
Oh, come on.
I like this one from Nick. Do an accent of someone crying on a driving range bench.
Oh, I'm telling you, Vic. Don't you give me you don't know what time we need to break now. Don't you give me the wrap it up finger. You don't know when we got to leave now. Moser acting like you run this show. I'm sorry.
Trying.
Well, hell.
Oh, all right, Vic. One more.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a puzzled man from Georgia.
Puzzled man from Georgia. Okay,
A puzzled man from Georgia.
Are you the quarterback?
I was actually looking for this. But why? All right. Now you can go to break, Nelly. Go ahead.
How about Miami? I'm pulling my tongue.
What was that? You got a piece of audio for you, and I want to play this from Chuck. Thought that he had on this year's NBA Finals. Do you agree or disagree? It's on Sirius XM NBA Radio.
Why don't you ask Dirk Nowitzki that? He'll tell you privately, hell yeah, it means a lot more. Especially he beat a quote-unquote super team. It definitely means more to the players. And I think it means more to the city, to be honest with you. So that's just my opinion. Yeah, I've talked to Dirk Nowitzki. I know it means a lot to him. And I know of Oklahoma City, who got a tremendous fan base, and obviously the Pacers, you think they would have been happy for Reggie Miller if he had went somewhere else and won? I give LeBron some credit. He went back to Cleveland and won one, but you don't think those people in Cleveland were happy when they won those two in Miami. I mean, no, it means a lot more if you can do it somewhere when you went through the grind.
So that's him talking about like homegrown team, didn't super team put something together, blah, 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 that it means more. And I would tend to agree. Look, you don't really care how you get championships, right, as long as you get them. But I will say, like, if the Nuggets won the championship the way that they did 2 years ago, as opposed to if LeBron came here in free agency and brought two of his friends over and then you won, it is different.
We said
it is different.
We said it leading up to the postseason of 2023. If you can do it, building it from scratch,
yeah.
But
you know what?
In today's day and age in the NBA, Vic, it means more. We've seen so many guys team up. It means something.
I'm going to be truthful. If the Nuggets, who had not won a championship or been to an NBA final, and had they won one by going out and acquiring Kevin Durant and Giannis, and I would have been equally happy.
Well,
so
sure.
I don't agree.
To me, it means more by building it. I would have been equally happy,
whatever.
but
you know what?
more.
Take that to your grave. I don't care. You won.
Could I say, how about this? I'll put it a different way. I think it's way more impressive on the resume of Nikola Jokic that he has that championship than some others that have won.
Moj, was the second Avs Cup less meaningful to you because they had to go get Ray Bork to do it? They had to go get Rob Blake
They
to
had
do
gotten
it?
Patrick Waugh and Rob Blake as well. But they still had Forsberg and Sakic. And
I know,
Foote
but they had to go get those key free agents. They had to go pick up those guys. Did it mean less because it wasn't all... I mean, come on, dude. I mean, we're getting into a territory that is silly. You win a championship, you love it, no matter how you get there.
Vic, I'm talking about, first of all, you have far fewer players in the NBA that actually make an impact, right? Every hockey game, you're playing 20 players, period. Or essentially, you're playing 19.
Yeah.
Right? Every basketball game, you're playing 8, maybe 9, number one. Number two, the leagues are different. The way that the championships have been won the last 20 years, I would say the majority of them have been super teams getting put together, guys joining other guys, that sort of thing. The way that the league was perpetuating the majority of its championships, it's different the way the Nuggets did it.
Let me just go on the record and say, I don't care how
I know you don't care. I know you don't.
If you win a championship, it's a championship. It will be remembered and trumpeted and loved, and I don't care how you get there.
I completely agree, Vic. I'm just saying, if you do it the right way, it's more satisfactory.
What is the right way? Now you guys are being weird. What is the right way? The right way is winning a championship.
I think about it more on an individual basis, and I'll give you this example. Jokic's championship is far more impressive than the two that were won by Kevin Durant. Way more. They mean more. I think that trumps two different championship rings that Kevin Durant has because he joined a team that was already amazing. Now, in the history books, somebody will go back and be like, well, Durant's got 2 rings and Jokic has 1. I'd be like, there's no comparison to me on which one of those is more impressive. That's what I'm getting at. And I think that there's...
Argue that.
Agree or disagree with that, at least.
I guess if you asked Kevin Durant, how are your championships, he's not going to say mine is less impressive. He's going to say, I won a championship.
That's fine. I would.
I want to. I mean, that's you. That's your opinion.
Yeah.
That's your personal opinion. If you're a Golden State fan, you're looking back and you're saying we dominated that era. If the Nuggets decided to sell out tomorrow, and guys, don't be hypocritical. If the Nuggets decided to sell out and say, we're going to gun for 3 more championships, we're going to go get Giannis and Durant.
Awesome. Great. Sounds awesome.
Would you guys say,
no,
we didn't farm this out correctly.
Nope.
This is a shortcut. No, you wouldn't do that.
No, not at all. No, I wouldn't.
I will totally say, though, that I think it's better for the NBA that two teams are in the finals that didn't do that. That two teams did pretty much build this. And I understand they trade for Halliburton and all that, but Halliburton wasn't some household name. You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm. I heard a national pundit yesterday. This really kind of torqued me. Mm-hmm. This is on radio, national radio. And he's talking to his co-host. He's like, well, it's not the Lakers and the Celtics, but, I think it's going to be a good series. It's the best we got.
You know what I'm enjoying?
You know what I'm like, you know what? Screw you, man.
You know my favorite? The joy I get out of this series?
These national people, though, in their big market crap,
well,
it just makes me, they're so elite.
On
it's
that
just
note,
ridiculous.
The smarmy Stephen A. Smith has to get off a plane in OKC in Indiana now.
Yeah.
Indianapolis, right? He doesn't get to go to L.A. He doesn't get to go to New York.
He's not even going to be able to have his suit pressed right. You know what I mean.
Probably can do
How
that
am I going to
find?
How am I going to find even a decent piece of food in this town?
Do you remember when he was rooting against Denver because he says he didn't want? Remember,
Yes.
You guys remember
Absolutely.
that?
Yeah.
He didn't want to come to Denver, so he was rooting against the Nuggets for that specific reason.
I remember.
Am I making that up, or did that actually come out of his mouth?
You're totally correct. Listen, I was up in the green room upstairs.
By the way, Denver in June is really nice.
But was that really said, or am I being?
No, he really said
that. Yeah.
So, Vic, do you remember the green room they had set up on the club level? I think it was Continental Divide Room. Do you remember that? I'm up in there. Just up in there. I'm all up in there. He walks in with his crew. I'm like, you're in Denver now. You're in Denver. Sorry about that.
And you remember he said, I have trouble breathing. I have. Remember that?
I got the asthma.
Get an inhaler. What are those things called? Those like boost oxygen things? Get one of those. You'll be fine. But I don't know. Vic, you win a championship. Yes, you take it any way you can get it. I don't think there's a question, though, that there is something about building it organically that feels better. It's more tasteful, I guess, is the way I'd put it.
I mean, that's fine. I mean, that's your opinion. I'll take a championship any way you can get it.
Well, that's like saying, dude, I'll take a steak any way I can get it.
Sure.
I don't care about the cut of the steak. Flank steak, fine with me. Cube steak, right? A roast. You're not a big roast guy, Brad, right?
Not a big roast guy.
Hey, my wife made a steak last night that tastes every bit as good as any steakhouse I've ever been to.
Completely. My wife made chicken danana,
Piccata?
No. It's like
nuggets is what you're looking for.
Anyway, it blew my face off. It was so good. But it's like, okay, the Nuggets championship is like a filet. And if you win a championship, it's like a New York strip. Now, the filet is the most, it's maybe, in my opinion, well, some people would even say a porterhouse might be the best. Nonetheless, I'm not arguing steak with you, man. I'm just saying what I prefer, and I prefer the homegrown
It's also
stuff.
such a foreign concept, at least for the Nuggets, because the Nuggets, what's the biggest land that they've had? Like, what's the biggest name that they've gotten? AI?
Free agency? Free agency?
Yeah.
AI was
Paul
not
Millsap.
a free agent. No, AI was a trade.
AI was a trade. The biggest
I'm just
free
saying
agent they've ever
acquired,
landed is Paul Millsap.
not even, well.
Of all time?
All time. Paul Millsap.
Yeah.
All time. That's it. That's your answer.
That's the thing. Is like you can't even fathom that for the Nuggets, that they would have an offseason where it's just like, oh, you got two giant names to come over. Like, it doesn't even compute in my head.
Because it's never happened and probably still never will happen.
You know, we're at that time of year now where it's taken forever for these championship series to get started, and people are finding time to do silly things. Did you see that group of? Are they TikTokers? It's a betting group. They bet together, and they've made money on a prop bet in the WNBA.
Oh, I
and
did
the
see
prop
that.
bet is who
Angel Reese to miss her first shot.
Missing her first shot attempt of each game. I guess there's a prop on that. And they've hit 5 straight times. They missed the first one and then went 5 in a row. And it's like insane. They watch it and they do it live. They stream it live, watching her do it, and they go crazy. I don't know how much they're betting.
Those are, I don't know if you guys have done that before. When the sportsbook first opened years ago in Blackhawk, I remember there was a Nuggets game on, and I did a prop for first bucket to be made, which I now realize is like the dumbest thing you can do. Because there's 10 guys on the floor and you're trying to
wide open.
But I remember I bet Will Barton and he hit, and the euphoric feeling of that, I can't describe it to you. It was like $10 to win 98 or something.
I also
like that.
remember you openly rooting it to none in a bet you made.
Yep.
And it was disgusting behavior.
I forget, did I win that bet? Oh, that's
Yes,
right. I did. That's right.
Okay.
I did win that bet.
You know what, God?
And what did I tell you? What did I tell you before the game started?
You said you hate the nun.
Yeah.
No, I didn't
And
say
you know
that.
what God did to you? God said you will do a 6 a.m. show by yourself for the rest of your life.
I said before that game, I go, because I was defending myself. It wasn't about her. It was about the TV people always showing her. That was the problem. It's just like Taylor Swift at Chiefs games. It's not Taylor Swift's fault. It's the people who keep showing Taylor Swift. So ipso facto, it looks like I hate Taylor Swift. Not the case. But I told you guys when I made that bet, it was $100 on, the hell were they? Loyola Chicago was playing somebody in the tournament. $100 I put on the other team. And what did I tell you, Moj?
You hate nuns.
No, I said, let's let God decide. God chose
I didn't
me.
like your attitude that day, and I don't like it today.
I simply cannot understand, even for a prophet, the kind of person that openly roots against a 100-year-old nun in a wheelchair with a blanket.
It wasn't about none. What was her name?
Sister Jean.
Sister Jean, that's right. Wasn't about her.
Listen, you tested God that day.
I did.
I think God just let it go. He's going to get you back some point.
I'm sure I got one.
You know, I think yesterday on the first 6 holes, he got you probably pretty good.
Did.
Tell Vic what you were through the first 6.
Wait, did you guys play together yesterday?
No, we did not.
No.
Are you playing today? You're wearing a golf shirt.
No, I just put one on.
Vic.
It's raining today, dude.
You were talking about your crying on the driving range. Mm-hmm. And this is what made it even worse. So there's a friend of a friend. So I've known him. He's never played golf with him. So the guys that I play with are the guys I play with all the time. Mm-hmm. And I got paired up with them. So it's the first time I played with this guy. And they're like, yeah, Brett's pretty good. He's maybe like the best one of the group now.
Wait, you're the best player in your group?
I know, dude. It says it all.
You're like the A player in your group?
It says it all.
It's depending on the day.
Okay. Wow. Aim high.
And Vic, I made over through 6. I can't move the ball forward. I had 3 penalties in the first 3 holes.
Because you're going through a swing change. I told you
Yes.
you can't do that. And that takes an entire summer.
I remember looking at the guy, I go, you think I'm a fraud, don't you? Like, there's no way you believe whatever's been said about me. And then
you're stuck between your old swing and your new swing, and now you're paralyzed. Your mind's not working. It's the worst. You can't do it that quickly.
I know. I was 8 over through 6. I finished 12 over, though. So I got over it.
Yeah.
But that was bad.
You got caught between the moon and New York City.
Yeah, I wanted to cry. You could have seen me out there weeping.
Hey, as we roll on, I have a wonderful proposition for the both of you. A wonderful proposition that just popped into my head.
Let me be on record saying that if I'm the best player in any group, that's a bad group of golfers.
Who do you think I'm playing with here? Like,
Max Homa?
What's going on here? I'm not that bad. I would venture to say I'm better than most.
Oh, I thought you almost said Moser. Jesus, my heart took a jump.
Well, here's what happened. The last 2 times me and Moser played, I won, and he beat me by a stroke. I would feel like we're pretty close. Is that what that means? Pretty close? 1-1 in the last 2.
Insufficient data, bro. Let's play 10 times in a row.
At what point are you guys want to wager with me on a golf course?
I'm going to a new swing right now.
Anytime, day or
Moser,
night.
we've been there with you already. I've given you mulligans and eaten your lunch.
Vic, any time
Brett,
you
how many
want.
mulligans do I have to give the guy and then belittle him at the end of the round?
I'm going through a swing change. I want to cry, okay?
Man, the tension in this room. Can you guys just kiss already?
Yeah,
Shut up, Nelly, you nerd.
Jeez.
I have a proposition when we come back. You know what? I think it's a good one. Man, I'm going to ask you a question. Do you have any form of erectile dysfunction? If you don't, good for you, man. But there are some dudes who do. And why don't you get back to being dude with Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic? And by the way, they're not just there for erectile dysfunction situations, low testosterone like I dealt with. They take care of your whole dude engine. Peptide treatment, all kinds of different things that are going to help you get back to being you. Don't laugh it off. Don't say it's no big deal, because you want to be fixed and you want to get treatment. And Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, their treatments work when pills or the herbals fail. Success rates well over 90%. They've been in business in the Front Range for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. Visits $99, includes the consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, TPSA test, and a medically advised test dose right there in the office. If it doesn't work, then your visit's absolutely free. It's going to work. They have an expert staff. So do yourself a favor. Call today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or again, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
On the air.
Hey, man, I just got it back. Vic, look what I have in my hand. I'm going to turn it off. Look what I have in my hand. Hang on. What's that?
Padlock? What is that, a speaker?
Yeah, it's my little golf speaker, my JBL. I left it at Bear Dance last week, and my man Gary Carlson brought it back for me. Dropped it off here at the station. I just got it back. God bless you, Gary.
Go, Gary.
I thought it was gone forever. Dude, you know how often... You need a good golf speaker. And by the way, the boss is now offended. I made an example out of him about people new to the game of golf.
Here's what happened, Vic. He got his speaker. I'm in here with Raj, and I see him turn it on. And he goes, Moser, don't. Just don't. And he tells me. He lies to me. He goes, I'm not. I just want to make sure it works.
It was a total
And I'm
lie.
like, I know that's not the case. And then he blasted music as loud as that speaker can go for about 40 seconds while we're on the air, by the way. Like our music.
It was a total lie.
That I couldn't hear it.
Garrett says this, hey, time to start a morning show tournament open to fans. Only 92.5 representatives. Are you for, and the rest of the field are listeners?
We've done this before. Moser and I have taken on players and all-comers, and it's not pretty. The result is never pretty. Right, Moj?
Right. Poor Ryan Koenigsberg. He doesn't want any of this anymore at all. He will never want it again for the rest of his life. I can promise you that.
What were you going to say here?
Take that L
or
on the
did
way
that
out.
music discombobulate your brain?
No, here's my proposition. You know, I was just thinking, one of the best trips we ever had as a group, one of the best times ever was when?
Went to a Rockies game and you chided a couple young Dodgers fans?
It wasn't that. It wasn't even the game with
went
Wonder
to LA.
Boy.
Went to L.A.
Right. So your brother sold his place in Pasadena, did he not?
Yeah.
Damn it. Well, we got the opportunity at the Chargers on September 21st. The Avs won't even be playing preseason games by then, I don't believe. And if they do, I probably won't have to do one.
We can go to my daughter's place.
Oh, we're all three going to camp out at Alexis's house?
She has an extra bedroom.
We're all three going to sleep in the same bedroom at Alexis's house?
I
Okay,
have no problem.
I'll take the couch. Brett, you and Vic sleep together.
Okay.
She's got a cat.
I'm allergic to cats. Can't do it. Well, why don't we go down for the Broncos and the Chargers game 3 of the season, do our show down there? And the reason I got to thinking, even if we can't get a press pass, which I think we could, but if we can't, tickets as low as $33. And as I look up and down the Broncos' schedule this year, man, it's by far the cheapest ticket on the docket right now.
I agree. Let's do it. That's at SoFi. We can get credentials. Who the hell's going to go to that game? Let's go. I'm game.
I'm down.
I'm 100% down. We do the show Friday from there.
Hey, I know a guy.
Oh, no, Monday. We should do the show Monday morning from there.
I know a guy who's connected to the stadium.
He's physically connected to it?
No,
like a Siamese twin?
No, but he's they're the primary. Okay, you have a primary resident and you have a secondary resident of that stadium. We happen to know the primary residents pretty dang well. Am I completely out of bounds here? What are we? What are you looking at, Vic? What am I out of bounds, or what are we doing?
No, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. I think that's perfect. It's before the Nuggets and Avs get going. We can make we can play golf on that. We can make a golf trip out of it.
Sure.
Now, we stay over after the game and do the show Monday morning, correct?
Yes, that would be the smart thing to do.
Okay.
Stay there, do the show Monday morning.
So maybe fly out like Friday night, golf on Saturday, game on Sunday, come home on Monday after the show?
Well, your wives won't let you do that.
My wife will let me do that.
My wife's fine with it.
Oh, I can do that. It's about a month before I'm allowed to do anything for a while.
That's true.
Yeah.
We can go back to that salad place again?
No.
I swear to God, if that was part of our itinerary, if that was like a must, like if we went there and we had to go to the salad place, I'd be like, you guys have a great time. I'll stay here.
I wouldn't. Dude.
Actually, I would go back just to see how mad Moser gets again.
I've already told you. And I want all the listeners, I know we've talked about that trip to L.A. many times. That was, golly, 5.5 years ago now, which is crazy, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I've already explained, for those who are new to the program, I'm not going to go into where Vic took us, but it was probably top 3 worst dining experience of my life. And
it was a CC's pizza, except it was just salad.
I'm not even kidding. It was terrible. It was horrible. And the fact that you had those idiots lined up to eat that gruel blows my mind.
It would be like there was a line to go see one of the Beatles, and you can't see who it is. You finally get to the front. You're like, this is a roadie. It's just a roadie in the band.
Hey, guys, I'm looking at Major League Baseball attendance.
Come meet Def Leppard's truck driver.
I'm looking at Major League Baseball attendance.
Okay,
right, so the Rockies.
Hold on, let's just put the plans in motion right now.
Okay, I will tell Shockey that we're doing it.
Okay, Kevin, we're doing it. I know you're listening.
I'm looking at Major League Baseball attendance for this season. Who do you think has the biggest drop-off in home attendance this year in all of Major League Baseball?
Let me take a look here.
I've got the chart right in front of me. The biggest drop-off.
Hang on.
Oh, the Minnesota Twins.
Tampa Bay Rays are minus 38% in attendance this year.
They're in third place in their division.
Yeah, they're minus 38.
Well, Vic, that's because
they got that new stadium.
They're playing in the tiny little stadium.
They're playing in that spring training stadium.
Yeah, they're playing the
second biggest drop-off, surprising. St. Louis Cardinals. They're down 20.5% in attendance.
Oh, I thought Nolan was going to save that franchise. My bad.
20.5% in attendance. There's a team that's
By the way,
on
the Cardinals are in second place. Why would they have so much of a drop-off?
There's a team that's historically bad right now. 10 wins, 50 losses. What do you think their attendance changes?
They are 16th overall.
But what do you think? What do you think their drop-off is? We know they've had a drop-off. What do you think percentage-wise?
Minus 4%.
Minus 1%.
There you go.
Wow.
1% fewer fans attending the games.
What are the Twins? What's the Twins percentage right now?
Minnesota Twins are minus 10% from last year.
Okay. What about
what are the A's, by the way? Because the A's had nobody last year, and now they're playing in Sacramento, right?
16 per. They're selling it out. Yeah. What is it, Vic?
Where is Oakland?
They are in Oakland.
List.
They're just the Athletics.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I don't even see them on this list. Are they not? Do they not qualify? Oh yeah, here we go. Sacramento Athletics. They're up 66%.
Yeah, I figured.
Biggest climb in all of baseball.
Yeah, I figured.
Not only
66%. They go from 6,000 to 10,000 plus.
They're 15 under right now. They started off pretty dang well. Then they had an 11-game losing streak, and now they're on a 7-game losing streak. And they're selling that place out because people there are hungry for Major League Baseball.
There's only one team in Major League Baseball that is sold out every game. Do you know what that team is? Every game, 100% capacity.
It's either the Dodgers or the Mets.
Neither.
Yankees.
Neither.
Red Sox.
One team that is sold out.
Phillies.
Total capacity.
Cubs.
In fact, they're more than capacity.
I don't know.
And I would say it's one of the cooler crowds in baseball. We saw them in the playoffs. It's pretty cool. Padres.
Yeah.
Wait, the Padres have sold out every single game?
Sold out every game.
Well, Padres, first of all, they're really good. I don't know if you guys have been to that park, Petco. Petco is cool.
Dude, in the playoffs, do you remember how crazy they got?
Yeah. Well, that's
just to think. So think
that's
about
all
it.
San Diego has now, right?
Yeah, it's true. Think about it last year. So the Dodgers going to win the World Series. Do you remember when they were down 2-1 in a best of 5?
Yeah.
And the Padres were rolling, and you thought, oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
It's a beautiful ballpark.
It's cool.
I mean,
it's
it
really
really
cool.
is. There aren't too many. The thing about it now,
that entire, what do they call that? Is it Bricktown or what do they call it?
Something like that.
Brick something. It's a cool area.
With the advent of the newer ballpark in baseball in the last 30 years, more than that, 35 years, because Camden Yards was the first.
Mm-hmm.
There aren't too many ugly ballparks anymore.
Yeah, not really.
You know what's crazy about these numbers here?
I mean, Tampa was ugly. The Angels Stadium is ugly.
What are you saying, Vic?
You know, it's the craziest thing about these numbers. Fellas, the Detroit Tigers have the best record in Major League Baseball.
Mm-hmm.
They're 40-21. Do you realize that Detroit Tigers, with the best record in Major League Baseball, have fewer fans that go to their games than the Colorado Rockies.
It's crazy. And
They are
that's
behind the Rockies in attendance. They average 25.3 per game. The Rockies average 26.6 per game.
That's also a beautiful ballpark. Beautiful ballpark.
They have 40 wins.
Yeah.
And they're behind the Rockies in attendance.
I will never forget when they were making that run last year. And they had a total payroll because of their big guns were hurt. Mm-hmm. Their total payroll was like $18 million for the entire playoff roster. And you're like, how does this team win anything?
So they make that run. How come the fans don't go to the games? What capacity's 41,000 and they're at 25.
You know what? It's not like you're downtown.
Is it still kind of cold in Detroit?
I don't know.
No, it's got to be nice.
Well, now I'm just saying, but earlier in the year,
Gas Lamp
district.
That's it. Yep.
Because they said that about the Rockies early in the year. They were like, see, nobody's going to the games. That's how bad they are. And I go, yeah, wait till it gets to 75. If it gets 75 degrees, that's going to change.
So, Vic, you're telling me they're down 1%? Down 1.
Yeah, the Rockies are.
And they have historically the worst start in the history of baseball.
Mm-hmm.
God, man. They are so lucky.
Meanwhile, the Cardinals are down 20%. Cardinals are down 20%. They're 33 and 26.
It's crazy. Crazy.
Nelly, got a fact checker for us?
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Earlier in the show today, Vic, you said something that Brett called the worst take you've ever had in the history of the show. So I'm going to roll the tape, and then, Vic, you can see if you still stand by your take, and Brett, if you stand by your assessment.
Will Lutz, we've seen former kickers. It's the same practice, kicking and hitting.
Huh?
Yeah.
What do you mean it's the same practice?
It's the same deal.
Kicking a football and hitting a baseball are the same thing? Is that what you just said?
Yep. Extending your hips, using your body. Yep. Yeah. Uh-huh. It's the same mechanics. Yep.
Most insane take you've ever had.
No. Same mechanics. That's why a lot of kickers are good golfers.
Insane.
You have a plant foot. You have a plant. You take your hip and you swat it through. That's the same thing.
It's hand-eye coordination in baseball.
Same crap at the end of the day.
All right.
I got a text from Casey.
Yeah, what's that?
Dude, quit talking like all of us that play with Brett are hacks. I'm a 10, so is Dave. So get bent, blank.
Yeah.
That's not nice.
Well, we're not the one who said it, Casey. It was Brett who said, hey, man, I play with hacks.
Yeah, he did.
I never
It
said
was
that.
Brett who said, I'm the best in my entire group.
I said you guys act like I am. Once again, subject to golf comes up and you're snobs. You know what I've never done? Cried at the driving range before.
Well, that's why I'm good.
That will leave. Have a great Tuesday. Love you. Bye.
Awesome, dude. Awesome.
Tyler,
Here's the good news,
they've
though.
lost 8 games in a row. Tyler, it's their 4th 8-game losing streak this year. Now, if you're a betting man, in their 3 previous 8-game losing streaks, they won game number 9.
But a big first out. Pitch is grounded up the middle. Estrada to Arcia for 1. On the first for a double play. And the Rockies start the series here in Florida with a win.
Good for Warren Schaefer, good for the Rockies.
Well, after we spent 35 minutes talking about how terrible they were, the Rockies have now improved to 10-50, a 6-4 win on the road over the Miami Marlins, 2 terrible baseball programs, but that has to feel good. German Marquez, while not great, goes 5 innings, 3 earned, get a couple of dingers last night. From Goodman, you get a little bit of an insurance run in the 9th that made you feel good as the Rockies, and then it all sets up as we welcome you in here to the morning sprint. Raj, Coach Mike Sanford, joins today, 303-504-0925 on the Ramos Law Hotline. It sets up today what might be, statistically, the worst regular season matchup in Major League history. The worst winning percentage, the worst combined winning percentage of 2 teams with a minimum of 100 games played between them in the history of Major League Baseball today at 237.
Aren't the Marlins are in the 400s in their win percentage?
That's how bad the Rockies are.
Oh my gosh!
And I don't think the Marlins are in the 400s. They're 23-35, whatever that comes out to. It is today's pretty bad, and it's really funny that I'm saying that because like Sandy Alcantara is pitching today, and that dude was one of, if not the top pitcher in baseball, like as recently as 2022, and he is atrocious this year.
We have some updates on the winning percentage of the Miami Marlins.
Yeah, it's not in the 400s.
Yesterday they were. Today they are now 397 winning percentage.
It's that bad what you're seeing today. And the Marlins at 23-35 are a far cry from the 10-50 of the Rockies. And I heard Vic talking about it. Like, it's nuts that the Detroit Tigers, who have the best record in the American League right now, average fewer fans than the Rockies do, which is insane to me. Insane to me that product doesn't see as many people. Now, granted, better place to watch games here in Colorado. It can be chillier, miserable still in Detroit at this time of the year. And I say that on a gloomy day in Colorado. And you are dressed in the weather gear today, Coach.
It was a cold and rainy practice this morning at 6 a.m. Didn't feel like June, did it, Raj? Now, when I talk about these 8-game losing streaks that just seem to lead to a Rockies victory, that's the good news.
It did feel like free money last night. Yeah. I didn't take him on the money line. I took him plus 1.5. And I felt great about it.
I've got to give major props to the Kreckman and Lindahl show from 3 to 6. I was listening on my drive from down here in Lone Tree Highlands Ranch up to northern Colorado to take my daughter to a back-to-back softball game. It was a doubleheader last night. So it was a lot of driving. And I listened to those guys, and they actually played a clip from VSiN, which is Vegas Sports Insider channel, VSiN's Jonathan Von Tobel, that was very, very bullish on the Rockies being a great bet.
Well, eventually the law of averages tells you they got to win a couple of games.
He had German Marquez dealing it. The pitching matchup was...
I would say he was dealing.
Yeah, he's...
9 hits, 3. He didn't have a quality start. You're not dealing if you don't give me a quality start. When you look
at his fielder adjusted ERA, he's in the 4s. It's not bad.
I mean, it's not great.
Yeah, it's not great. So the good news is if the Rockies ever lose 8 straight, they're going to win the night.
It's guaranteed money the next day.
Now, the bad news, Raj,
they're probably going to lose today,
is the last time that the Rockies won back-to-back games, it actually wasn't even in the same month. So the Rockies have not won consecutive games back-to-back within the same month this season. But they did do it April 30th and May 1st. Won back-to-back games, which is the last time that the
Who
Rockies...
are the teams that they beat?
On April 30th, they secured a 5-2 victory over the San Diego Padres. Very good NL West.
Really good team.
Followed by a 4-3 win against the San Francisco Giants on May 1st.
Also a very competitive team.
Oh, my God.
That was the last time. And it was in April and May.
So you've back to the Rockies. This is nuts to me. This is breaking my brain. So they're 10-50 right now, right? 30% of their wins this year have come back-to-back wins against San Francisco and San Diego, two teams that could very well make the playoffs this year. And they beat the Yankees 3-2, who were in the World Series last year, and have one of the most impressive power performances of any player that we've seen in the last 15 years, 20 years in Aaron Judge. And I say that when Shohei Ohtani just continues to hit bombs. That guy's a freak. Have you watched some of that baseball lately that he plays? It sucks because he's a Dodger, but it is...
Boy, it's hard.
It's hard to appreciate it because he went from LA to LA. He went from the LA that doesn't matter and that you're okay with rooting for to the LA that's the worst. What Shohei Ohtani is doing right now is he prepares to return to the mound and actually pitch again this year is unbelievable. You can make the argument that his record-breaking deal is a bargain in terms of overall money. And I know it's a bargain because because the Dodgers are sloughing off the most of that payment to deferred contracts. But if he comes back and he's a top 50 pitcher, top 40 starter in the league, that dude's $1 billion baseball player. There's never a time that he steps up to the plate. I haven't seen anyone like this since Bonds, where he steps up and I go, if there's anything remotely within the strike zone, he can hit it out. I haven't seen anyone do that.
So if we want to talk about some positives of the Colorado Rockies, Hunter Goodman's been very good.
Couple of bombs last night.
2 bombs. Hunter Goodman currently has 9 home runs on the year. So he's nearly a top 50 home run hitter in Major League Baseball. He's hitting in for these Rockies. He's hitting 273. And he's got 34 ribbies. At the catcher position, it's pretty dang good. Only a 25-year-old.
I wouldn't move on from him
Agreed.
at 25.
I agree. Ryan McMahon, who is hitting below the Mendoza line, is back above.
He is a disaster.
He's above 200 now.
You need to trade him 2 seasons ago.
Yeah, I agree. Brenton Doyle's hitting 212. But Thairo Estrada, former San Francisco Giant, who's been injured a good chunk of the season, been back. Hitting 364 and the early returns are good.
He's got like 11 at-bats.
All right, man.
He's got
back.
11 at-bats.
But he's back.
Let's cool it with the Rockies have played close games recently, and that's a good thing that I had to listen to for 3 hours from DMac yesterday.
How about a couple of these stats right here? Better get Jake Bird. Jake Bird on the season with a 1.56 ERA. He's got 42 strikeouts coming out of the pen.
There's a couple of players
that's somebody who you should be able to deal.
Okay, for a month from now, there are a few players that you could move on from. But the last time that happened was Bard, and they could have moved on from him. They decided to extend Bard and say it was, they were the only team that had done that, and they should be praised for extending a player during the middle of the regular season when they should have moved on from the player. There are a few players that you can move on from. Beck's a major leaguer. If McMahon can get hot, he's a guy that you can fetch something for. That he can become a utility player or a bench bat for a contending team. But he needs to turn it on again. Brenton Doyle, unfortunately, is the biggest disappointment of the year for me.
Yeah.
He in the starting pitching.
Season, yep.
No, he's not. And it's not even like I've been like majorly impressed with what he's done in center, right? Like, because that's the other big thing is that not only can he provide some offense, but he is a bona fide elite defensive center fielder. And he hasn't been that this year.
Yeah, his WAR this year is negative 0.4. Last year he was a 4.0.
That's all you're looking for right now as the Rockies is you need to find some veteran players that turn it on the next month so that when...
Do you look at Brenton Doyle as a veteran that you'd want to deal if he's a 27-year-old, still feels like he's a part of a... You want to deal him. You want to deal him if you can. Do you feel that way, or do you hold on to him? Gold Glover twice now?
There's not many actual major league ready players on this roster. So I don't know. 27 still feels young to me. Team control. I don't know if you move on from him. I don't think I can do that, man. You're trying to look at way too many silver linings here for what this team is.
Well, it's more what direction are they? What direction do they need to go? And I do think that the direction they need to go is the direction that we were all talking about yesterday before they beat the Marlins, which is national embarrassment direction.
It's funny. I have my juice level for talking about them today is drastically lower than it was yesterday.
Isn't that
drastically
sick?
Coming off
Isn't
of
that
a win,
sick and twisted?
It is drastically lower than I was so excited to talk Rockies on Monday morning. So unbelievably juiced up after watching them fall to 9-50. When they win a game, I almost don't care. Because I know it's a red herring. It's fool's gold. It's not they're actually trending in the right direction. That ain't it. Losing close games is not something that you should be very excited about when the team is this bad.
What does the best possible build, rebuild, implosion, what does that look like? Do you hold on to anything? Any assets?
Currently, like from guys on the roster last night.
Hunter Goodman, 25-year-old, is he a guy that you would be willing to part ways with if he's...
No, you probably hang on to Tovar, Goodman, Beck.
Tovar?
Yeah. Well, you have to look at service time, man. This is not the same thing as the NFL and the NHL and the NBA. You have to look at service time and team control. They still have team control on Zeke Tovar for another 4 years.
Yeah, he's 23.
Right? That's what you have to look at. This is not the same thing where you go, okay, it's a young guy and maybe we can get... No. MLB teams, especially MLB teams that are not willing to spend like others... Right? The Rockies spend stupidly. They care about keeping players under team control. So no, that you're not trading your 23-year-old shortstop who's having a bad year. No, you're not doing that. That's not the case. No, the best case scenario is you lose a bunch of games, you pick number 10, you have a couple of players that are 27 or older start to play better in the month of June and July, and you move on from those guys for a bunch of players that are ranked between 8 and 15, 8 and 20 in any team's pipeline. That's what you do. That's how you do this. This is not a fix it next year thing. This is, I hope that 5 years from right now, this is a team that is knocking on the door of the wild card. You're not the Washington Commanders. You're the Chicago White Sox. That's who you are.
You're worse.
You're worse. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us today. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, and 1 hour. Be hanging out with you guys up until noon today on a gloomy Tuesday morning. Morning Sprint, Raj and Coach Sanford, KJ Granderson behind the glass in the Backus and Shanker studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured, hanging out with you guys until noon. Take us wherever you want to go on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app that's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That is wilhitewins.com. I want to get into the Broncos, and this is something that I missed last week, but the idea from Ben Solak that Denver is a dark horse Super Bowl candidate as early as this year. And I wouldn't say it caught me off guard, Coach, because I do believe they are 2 years away from being true contenders. But the prospect of the game's number one defense, right on paper right now, number one defense, top three going into the year. And then you look at the additions, you go, all right, draft pick was Jahdae Barron, adding a couple of impact players if they stay healthy in Greenlaw and Hufanga from San Francisco. That makes you better. You're assuming a step forward from Jonathan Cooper, assuming a step forward from Nick Bonito, who, again, we were talking about the Super Bowl 50 defense last year, and you were going, well, is Nick Bonito that far off of Von Miller? I think the answer is yes.
He hasn't done it yet over a long stretch of time, but he is trending very much in the direction of a Von Miller type of a performance as a Bronco. Career.
Adding
legacy.
that elite defense, having taken a step forward from a personnel standpoint, and then looking at what they did in round 2 with addressing the running back situation and bringing that into what is the healthiest and highest graded offensive line in the game. You don't have the defensive line that Philly does that you did last year, but you got as good of an offensive line.
I agree.
And you have arguably, if not statistically, a better defense as a whole.
Can we be honest with ourselves as followers and fans of the Denver Broncos that for a better part of the last 7, 8, 9 years, we've looked at the offensive line and just thought they were the worst thing ever. And we just, as a fan base, as people who follow them, are just, these guys are awful. Think back to the Garrett Bulls, all the false start penalties of 3 years ago.
The holding penalties.
Well, Mike McGlinchey had a couple of the false start penalties. It was holding penalties. There he is. You're not in that space anymore.
No.
Get it? I want everybody listening right now to be very, very honest with themselves. I no longer can think that the Denver Broncos have a horrible offensive line. In fact, Pro Football Focus, PFF, has rated the Denver Broncos in their 2024 performance as the number one pass blocking unit in pro football. Run blocking. The Broncos didn't run the ball worth a dang last year. When you grade the offensive line and tight end blocking unit, the Denver Broncos were the number 5 rated offensive line blocking unit.
Overall, from that same publication, Denver's the number 1 offensive line.
Well, it adds up
in the league.
Because usually you're good at one and not great at the other. They are great at both. You're number 1 in your top 5.
McGlinchey and Bowles both inside the top 7 for tackles and pass block win rate. Wattenberg, Miners, Powers, all inside the top five on pass block win rate in the interior. Powers also the number 1 run block win rate for interior offensive linemen. It's elite, and it stays healthy, right? We didn't think it could happen back-to-back years, and it kind of did.
It did.
Right? Like, they played with the same exact 5.
You had the center problem, just a little bit of, it was like a couple games.
Just a little bit.
And you had admirable backup work there as well.
Like
from Wattenberg to Alex Forsyth. It wasn't a massive drop.
And they've liked Forsyth for a couple of years.
Yeah, Forsyth, he's a solid backup interior offensive lineman, solid backup center. Smart.
Forsyth allowed them to go, Lloyd, go get your money.
Yep.
When they allowed Cushenberry to walk, they went, we're good. It's all right. We have the depth here. We don't have to pay for that, because they knew they were going to have to pay Quinn Miners, who is he a top 3 interior defensive lineman in the league right now?
Who?
Quinn Miners.
Oh, they said defensive lineman.
Did I say? Oh, I meant offensive lineman. I apologize.
Yeah, no, you're good. Yeah, he's a top 3 interior offensive lineman. Yep, and the numbers would speak to it. If you have a top 1, 2, or 3 offensive line unit in pro football, then your best offensive lineman is a top 2 or 3 player in that space. And yes, Quinn Miners is your best offensive lineman. 100%. He is a dude. He's tough. He's physical. He's smart. He is available. Really good football.
The unit made Bo Nix look better than he was last year. I'm not saying that to drag Bo down. I'm saying Bo had a great rookie season, but he was also a rookie.
Okay, so
he's like the number 17 to 20 quarterback in the league right now. He had the 5th highest time to throw the football in the league last year, but it wasn't like he was getting sacked left, right, and center. The pressure rate was at 28.3%. The sack rate was at 4%. And yes, Bo has a lot to do with that, right? Finds a way to get out of the pocket, get the ball out of his hands at the right time, not necessarily quickly. But that line is giving a young quarterback so much time to go through his progressions.
If we're going to say that...
Without a running game!
If we're going to say at all that the offensive line is the number one offensive line that's returning in pro football, and Bo Nix looked better than he probably should have as a rookie quarterback. Do you want to know where that credit really, really should go to? Because you said that the offensive line made Bo Nix look better than he probably did. I think the credit for both Bo looking better than you think he would have and did, and the offensive line looking better, and statistically, analytically looking better, the guy that deserves the credit is Sean Payton. Because with regards to how he calls the pass game, quick screen game, quick game, ball is out of the hands of the quarterback, it is a very friendly offensive line type of a pass game. You're not taking 7-step drops and hitching 2 or 3 times. You're moving the pocket. You're using the play action game. So just as much credit that should go to Sean Payton for how much those two units, meaning the quarterback and the offensive line, overperformed. I think that the group that you've been destroying, Raj, in the offseason here for the Broncos from last season, the running back unit.
Yeah, it was terrible.
I think Sean Payton deserves a ton of the blame for that because there was zero desire to create continuity at the position. And that doesn't necessarily just...
was there zero desire to create it, or was he in the Michael Malone sphere of, I don't have it, so I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to force this. Because it feels like it does feel like there is a, especially with like a second round draft pick, that is a primo pick. And they utilize that on a back. And that's a guy that they had that they said they would have even considered taking at the end of the first round.
You remember what I said about the way Sean Payton called the game? It really, really, really helped out an offensive line. It really helped out a rookie quarterback. But also the way that Sean Payton called a game, it's really hard for a running back that never gets into any flow, any form of rhythm, doesn't even understand how a particular run that Sean Payton calls, how it fits, because a lot of times you have to see the run 2, 3, 4, 5 times before you know exactly how that run is going to fit and where the openings are going to be against that particular defense that day. Because everybody comes in with a different defensive game plan of how they're going to fit the run plan. He never gave any of the running backs any form of opportunity. I'd say maybe outside of Javonte. At times it felt like he was letting Javonte get into a flow, and Javonte just wouldn't take the rope. He would just spit the bit every time, it felt like. But he never did it with Jaleel McLaughlin. When did you ever feel like, man, Sean's really giving him a chance to get into the flow running the football?
Well, didn't we talk about that, though, yesterday, that he doesn't love finding a bell cow back? Or are you asking me a different question?
I'm asking the question of, for the Broncos to be that dark horse Super Bowl contender, if you have the number one run block, if you have the best unit in the offensive line in pro football,
top 5 run blocking, number 1 pass blocking,
should you not lean more into running the football and finding a running back that is at least capable of knocking on the door of 100 yards? We still haven't seen anything like it.
Javonte had 139 attempts last year and 11 starts and 17 games played. 513 yards. So give me the attempt numbers, the rushing attempt numbers from RJ Harvey this year that would satisfy you with going, he is committing to the game. He is committing to the run game and trusting his offensive line to open up holes and trusting the back.
Assuming health.
Assuming 17 games. Yes.
100% has to be above 200 carries.
Your total carries last year throughout the whole team were 461. 92 of those, let's just call it 100. 100 of those were Bo Nix. So you have 360 carries for the team. 139 of those are now going by the wayside for Javonte, right? Those are gone. Those are now automatically RJ Harvey's. Who are you taking the touches from then? Out of your, let's call it 360 rushing touches that you have this year, are you taking 70 touches from Jaleel McLaughlin? Are you taking 50 attempts from Audric Estime, who only had 76 rushing attempts last year in 13 games?
Just for context, you realize how many carries, how many attempts Saquon Barkley had?
I'm going to guess
200
and...
I'm asking for what? How many am I asking for? Did I just say? North of what?
You said north of 2.
Okay, correct. North of 200 carries. How many carries did Saquon Barkley have?
260?
345.
Oh, man.
How many did you say Javonte Williams had?
Javonte had 139 last year. McLaughlin, 113. Estime, 76. Mims, when they tried to manufacture touches for him, 13 carries. Bidet, 11. Burton, 7. Watson, 4.
You'd have to get down to the 24th running back in the NFL before you are below 200 carries. 23 running backs in the National Football League had at least 200 carries.
Yeah, that's not okay. That's my point. Screams Michael Malone to me. It screams Michael Malone to me. Does it not? What? Find me the back at 250 carries. Find me the back there, because that's
Gibbs.
All right, that's Javonte Williams.
Would you have David
plus,
Montgomery? So it's a little. I mean, you have a two-headed monster, a true two-headed monster.
That's Javonte Williams plus Jaleel McLaughlin is like 250 total carries. Both of those guys from last year.
You know what is a perfect path forward? The comp that I keep hearing for RJ Harvey. A little bit later, drafted back. Not quite as late as the guy I'm going to say. Really good rookie year. In his rookie year.
Oh, is it the kid from Tampa? Bucky Irving?
Yep. Minnesota running back. Actually played for me. He was a true freshman at Minnesota. Started. And then transferred to Oregon. Bucky had 207 carries as a rookie.
1,122 yards, 8 touchdowns.
Wouldn't that be sexy?
If you get that from RJ Harvey, you are not only are you a bona fide playoff team, you are competing for the division. You might win the division.
You might be knocking on the door of Ben Solak's prediction of being a Super Bowl dark horse.
200 carries, 1,100 yards, 8 touchdowns.
Because remember this, Tampa had a very productive year from Baker Mayfield. They had a rookie running back who was drafted, I believe, in the 4th or 5th round.
You know what those 8 touchdowns would equate to from last year? The entire rushing total from everyone in your running back room last year. You had 8 rushing touchdowns. Bo added 4. 4 from Javonte, 1 from Jaleel, so that's 5. 2 from Estime, 7. 1 from Burton, 8. So you get 8 from RJ Harvey this year. You add in, let's call it 2 or 3 from Estime. Like he punches one in from the 2-yard line on second and goal. You get a couple from Jaleel McLaughlin. Maybe he breaks off a 20-yard run from the 17-yard run from the 17. You know what I mean? You get a couple there. You're talking about 12 to 14 rushing touchdowns total on the year from your backs. Add in another 4 to 5 from Bo because he's going to scramble for a few. Yeah, you're talking about big time. You're talking about 11, 12 win territory. That's what happens if you get that type of back.
One thing that I see about Bucky Irving in this group of running backs, a lot of the group between, I'd say 250 total carries last year and 150 carries, a lot of them had between 13 and 15 games played. Bucky Irving, as a rookie running back, had 17 games played. Boy, would you love to see that from RJ Harvey. In fact, I think you need to see that from RJ.
Is he the most pivotal piece of this offense? Like, does the season, assuming we don't get regression from the quarterback, because I've planted my flag. Right. Bo is impervious to the sophomore slump. I don't think he's going to. I think he might be the same quarterback as he was last year.
Slightly better.
Maybe slightly better.
You typically get better if you do the same thing over and over. Reps.
And again, the team insulated around him. That's what they did with the defense, with the running back, with getting a possession-based receiver in the third round and Pat Bryant. Harvey's success might be the most pivotal thing for this team returning to the playoffs.
It might be the difference between being a playoff team and being a playoff contender. Like, you're in it to contend.
Yeah, the difference between getting blown out by 30 or actually throwing a pretty
getting
solid
into second,
punch.
third, potentially into a AFC championship game. Because I think if you get those numbers, the Bucs they won a playoff game this year, if I'm not mistaken. Won a playoff game. With the production that they had from Baker Mayfield and a rookie running back in Bucky Irving of 207 carries for 1,100 plus yards and 8 touchdowns, what'd the Bucs do? They won the first playoff game?
They won. No, they lost to the Commanders.
Oh,
in the wild card round.
It was a good game.
Lost by 3.
Okay. Good regular season. But you know what the Bucs didn't have that the Broncos have?
The elite defense.
A real defense.
I mean, they do have 41 passing touchdowns from Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, Baker.
Baker balled out last year.
year.
That dude had 4,500 yards, 41 touchdowns, 16 picks last year. That's a hell of a season, 4,500 yards through the air.
How many Bo have? 28?
Bo had 29 touchdowns, 12 picks, in just north of 3,700 yards. If you can get Bo, let's add to this projection, right? So if we're talking about ways that the Broncos can go from a 30-point ouster in round 1 to dark horse Super Bowl contender.
Go from good to great.
Go from good to great.
That's what it is.
You have to get what we just said from Harvey, 1,100 yards, 200 plus carries, 8 touchdowns, right? You get that and you're looking great. Bo has to go from 3,700 yards through the air to 4,000. He has to go from 29 touchdowns through the air to 33 to 35. That's a big jump. But 33 to 35, then we're talking. And then the interceptions stay between 12 and 14.
I think the key to that's going to be a guy named Evan Ingram.
Let's hold on to that. Let's get into Evan Ingram next. He could be, and ESPN put this out. Barnwell said there's 15 candidates this year that are either the perfect fit or the perfect bust. Evan Ingram was one of them. Coach Mike Sanford, Raj, it's the morning sprint on Altitude 92.5. KJ Granderson is behind the glass today in the Backus and Shanker studios. Make sure you guys watch us on YouTube and on the Safeway Twitch stream. Order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or on the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods and local flavors. Been talking about how the Broncos get from good to great. How they get from into the playoffs to what some people think they could be as early as this year. I still think it's 2 years from now. A Super Bowl dark horse candidate.
Do you worry about 2 years because you might not be able to have your entire offensive line core together in 2 years?
Are there pending free agents on the offensive line right now?
You worry about health because, Garrett Bowles is not necessarily going to get any younger in 2 seasons from now.
Plays.
Mike McGlinchey. I agree. You'll have to pay Wattenberg. And I don't know if you just say, hey, we're just going to keep turning over the center position. Powers will be up.
Wattenberg, free agent. That's it. That's
when's Powers signed through?
Powers is signed through the end of next year.
Okay. So yeah, you probably have 2 really good years with this offensive line.
I think the golden year is 2026. For me. And again, I thought they were going to be another bad team last year, but Peyton was great. Nix was an amazing draft pick. The offensive line stayed healthy. The wide receiver group was better than I thought they were going to be, and the defense was elite.
There was also proof of concept that a lot of the sack numbers in the 23 season had everything to do with what Sean Payton told us it had to do with, and that was Russell Wilson holding on to the ball, running into sacks. And you didn't have those same numbers.
Well, I did just tell you, Bo did hang on to the ball. 5th highest time to throw in the league. He held on to the ball. He just got it out right in time. Unless that number lies to me. Can that number lie to me?
Yeah, time to throw is interesting because it does include when a quarterback starts a scramble drill. So time to throw. So Bo's really good as, if you think about the play actions where you run like a half roll and you're basically on a bootleg. And then he extends that. Think about the amount of times that Bo kind of extended those, but did it intelligently. He wasn't running into sacks. He wasn't flipping field, and running right into somebody for a 27-yard sack.
He was also willing to use his feet to gain the yards that were being given to him. And when Russ did that, when you saw Russ extend the play, it was, and again, he was elite at doing this when he was a Seahawk.
Correct.
He would wait, launch it, and you go, great, where's Golden Tate now? Oh no. When he did it with the Broncos, he'd hold on to it, and it was just kind of a prayer.
Right.
At least Bo, if Bo sees 6 yards in front of him, he's taking 6 yards.
Yeah, Raj, when I think of good to great, we already talked about R.J. Harvey being a back that is dependent on more than Sean Payton is dependent on a back in his first 2 years as a Bronco head coach. We're not asking him to turn into R.J. Harvey doesn't need to be Saquon Barkley with 345 carries.
No, but he needs to be we talked about this yesterday too. What he needs to be is he needs to be the third player in Sean Payton's coaching history to rush for over 1,000 yards.
And he's capable of doing that, and they got the offensive line to do it. They've got the run threat at the quarterback position that helps the running game in general because you can't just focus solely on the runner. I also think about other guys when I'm thinking about finding a back that can get 200 carries. If you just the eye test, would you have seen this year's Kansas City Chiefs as a team that had a 200 carry rusher?
No.
They did.
Who?
Kareem Hunt.
Huh.
He had 200 carries.
I would have said since Pacheco missed some games,
he was the very bottom of that list. And I think that's interesting. It shows you that Andy Reid, championship caliber play caller, year in, year out, understands the necessity to have that even when you have a Patrick Mahomes at quarterback. Because it all works together. And the Chiefs were not the Chiefs offensively that they'd been in years past. But even then, he still had a guy, because he wanted it to be Isaiah Pacheco. And Isaiah Pacheco was just hurt the whole year. He's banged up. He runs so dang violently. And so he found Kareem Hunt, made him the guy. The other piece of the puzzle when I think about good to great for the Broncos and for Sean Payton, and particularly for Bo Nix, is a piece that has been eluding the Broncos for, it feels like, a decade, since 2015. It's the tight end position. You go out and get Evan Ingram, a guy that was a top 5 receptions and a top 5 yards and I believe a top 10 touchdown player at the tight end position in 2023. If you can even just get top 15 production from Evan Ingram at the tight end position, it will be a massive improvement over what you've had.
Top 15 production from a tight end this year gets you into the Jake Ferguson, David Njoku, Mark Andrews having an off year last year type of thing. That's where it gets you. Ferguson had 59 catches last year, 500 yards, no touchdowns in just 14 games. But in terms of receptions, he was top 15. Laporta had 726 yards, 7 scores, 60 catches on 83 targets, which is ridiculous. What a percentage, Sam Laporta. Njoku, 11 games, 64 receptions, 97 targets, 500 yards, 5 scores. That would feel underperforming to me this year. 500 yards and 5 touchdowns from Ingram.
Ingram last year, we saw the production drop.
He was injured.
Injury. But even in the 9 games that he played, he ended up having 365 yards. And so just a little bit less than doubling those totals if he stays healthy this year. He's a 700-yard tight end. A 700-yard tight end would put him at number 8 in terms of tight end production.
What he's not going to do, though, is he ain't going to stretch the field.
He can run, man. Evan Ingram can run. That he's not big, I'll tell you this. So when you say stretch the field, Evan Ingram is not going to be the massive target that's 6'6.5", 255 pounds that just looks humongous running through the seams. But what he can do is run. And if he's healthy, he can run. Evan Ingram at the combine was absolutely freakish. Now, full candor, he was in the combine quite a while ago. Okay, so he's not the same player that ran. He was 6'3", 234 pounds. Those are small measurables for a tight end. They would be the comparison this year of the guy that I was hoping the Broncos would draft out of Bowling Green, Harold Fannin Jr. Very similar numbers in terms of size. This dude ran a 4.42, Raj, at 6'3", 234. A 4.42. So even if you're a 4.6 tight end, you're in the top 10 percentile of the position currently in terms of speed.
Okay, he can run, but he hasn't been a yards after catch guy. He hasn't been, not in a couple of years, man.
He hasn't 2023 he was.
2023 he was at 6.5.
Elite.
His rookie year, he was a yards after catch guy. Every other season, he's been in the 4 range. He was 3.2 last year in the injury plague season. The elite tight ends in the game are Kittle in the high 6s. We're talking about small numbers, but in terms of averages, 3.2 to 5.5 that's a chasm. So I do have a little bit of trepidation. I'm very high on RJ Harvey and his ability to get them from good to great. Ingram is such a conundrum to me because he is the biggest unknown I think on the team. Name a larger unknown on the roster.
Not named RJ Harvey.
I don't think he's an unknown. I think you know what you're going to get from RJ Harvey. I know he's a rookie, hasn't played in the league yet. I understand.
That's the only thing
I understand that, but I feel way more confident in knowing that I'm going to get a consistent running back in RJ Harvey.
I'll tell you the exact comp.
Who's the other guy
of the unknown for what you're going to get in the 25 Broncos season? Dre Greenlaw. Because both Dre Greenlaw and Evan Ingram, we'll say just in the year of 2023, off the charts production, but it's fallen off. Why? Because they haven't been available. They've both been dinged up.
I'll give you Greenlaw.
How many games last year?
How many games did he play last year? 2.
Yep.
He largely didn't play.
And Ingram played 9.
He had 15 the year before. He was excellent. 120 combined tackles, 127 the year prior in 2022.
Somebody just asked, who did Evan Ingram have throwing to him? He had the number 1 overall pick, Trevor Lawrence, who was a playoff quarterback just a couple of years ago. Pretty good quarterback.
It's not like Tommy DeVito was throwing to him, man.
Yeah, it was not. It was not Drew Lock in his backpack.
Yeah,
it wasn't Russell Wilson in his.
You don't get
years.
to throw Trevor Lawrence away yet. Has he underperformed due to the contract that he signed 2 years ago? Yeah, but like he ain't Tommy Cutlets. That's not Jared Stidham back there, man. Come on, that's different.
The Heisman Trophy national champion playoff quarterback that was the number 1 overall pick. That's a pretty good play.
It's all right.
Yeah, it's not like
Ingram's a conundrum. That's a real. You have 2 complete unknowns right now. That if they hit, you go from good to great, and if they don't, you go from can we make the playoffs again?
Yep.
That's where you are. That's where your future hinges right now. That is the growth or the deterioration of the 2025 Broncos. Can Greenlaw and Ingram return to 2023 form?
And probably Talanoa Hufanga as well, just from a health standpoint, because it wasn't there in 2024.
We'll roll into hour number 2. I continue to lick up the salty tears of Dallas Stars fans, and there are rumblings around the Twitterverse of things that are happening with Peter DeBoer and that roster. I'll talk to you about that next and how it impacts the Avalanche.
Well, anytime you pull a goalie, there's the reasoning's always to try and spark your group. So that was the number one reason. We had talked endlessly in this series about trying to play with the lead. And obviously we were in a 2-0 hole right away. It was partly to spark our team and wake them up, and partly, knowing that, status quo had not been working, and that's a pretty big sample size.
That was Pete DeBoer talking about yanking Jake Ottinger, who reportedly has not spoken with the Dallas Stars head coach since being yanked from that game. We'll get into some more Broncos here in a little bit. NFL notes coming up at 11:15, but Pro Football Focus came out with their top 10 players at each position in the NFL going into the season. We'll get into that in just a couple of minutes from right now, because there's a shocking misplacement of a Broncos star where he should have been, and he is not actually at the top of that list. We'll get into it in a couple of minutes. The news out of Dallas right now makes me so damn happy going into the Stanley Cup final. And by the way, tomorrow, you can listen to Game 1 of the Stanley Cup final, the rematch between the Florida Panthers and the Edmonton Oilers. That starts at 6 p.m. The NHL playoffs, the Stanley Cup playoffs, are on Altitude Sports Radio, and they're powered by Mountain Hyundai. That is tomorrow at 6 p.m. right here on 92.5.
Raj, I'm glad to tell you that I am now officially prepared to watch the Stanley Cup finals. I'm ready.
What got you over that? Was it the fact that you were forced to watch Rockies baseball for 2 days in a row?
That the pettiness of College World Series coaches.
Yes.
It's like college baseball coaches. They've never been recorded by video in their life. And they're like, so they're getting caught with, we'll call it inappropriate slurs. That would be the Wake Forest head coach. He said something that could potentially cost him his job. If you're a lip reader, it's pretty easy to see. There was not.
Does the media training at these SEC or SEC schools, does the funding for media training stop at football?
100%.
It goes football and then a little bit down to basketball. Then it's like, if you coach the softball team, good luck.
And then you have Florida's head baseball coach, Kevin O'Sullivan, eviscerating Coastal Carolina's staff.
Also, what is it about a college baseball coach that they have to look like
They look like an old pair of leather shoes.
An old pair of leather shoes that they mainline creatine all day. They only lift chest, traps, and buys. And they walk around like this. They're failed bodybuilders.
I call that
every single SEC baseball coach.
That's a syndrome that plagues, I'd say, probably 10% of America. In fact, right now it plagues one of our very own here on Altitude Sports Radio, one of our on-air hosts. It's called ILS, Imaginary Lat Syndrome. Tyler Polumbus.
Tyler's big right now.
He actually has lats. They're like his arms are hanging out here.
Tyler is yoked.
He is jacked. Jacked. But you got to avoid the old.
Tyler, could you play tight end?
Now.
Could you play a couple of red zone snaps? How are your hands, Tyler? That's a big target to throw to.
He was recruited initially as a tight end to CU.
Because Polumbus has tight end build right now. That dude is absolutely stacked. TP went from doing the CrossFit where you're super skinny and you go, are you okay? Like, are you running too much? To CrossFit, and now it's like that. You look like you could run an Ironman right now. Could you give the Broncos 4 snaps a game in the red zone?
I don't think he'd be a top 3 tight end in the roster right now. I mean, we got Evan Ingram.
He's got a Super Bowl 50 ring, man. I like winners.
Dude, he's got a gray beard.
Alexander Ovechkin just scored 42 goals in the NHL, and that guy has gray hairs all over his body.
Speaking of which, back to the National Hockey League. Give me your preview of the Stanley Cup Finals. What can we expect that's going to be different than last year? Is there anything that we should expect that's different than the rematch of the 24 Stanley Cup final?
I think it's going to be a stellar series. I don't believe Edmonton's going to have to come back from 3-0. And I'll get back into the DeBoer stuff in a couple of seconds. I don't think Edmonton's going to have to battle back and force Game 7. They have home ice advantage now. I think Edmonton gets game number 1. They defend way better than they did last year. It all hinges on whether or not Stuart Skinner is worthless or an average goalie. If Skinner is average, I've got Edmonton winning this thing, likely in 7. If Skinner is below average and Florida gets out to a lead, have you seen the crazy stat that Paul Maurice has as head coach of the Florida Panthers? In playoff games, when they lead after any period, they're like 26-2. They just don't lose. They don't lose hockey games when they get out to leads in the playoffs. So if Skinner's bad and he lets in the Georgiev goals early, then it becomes, oh God, is Florida the ideal hockey team? That could happen.
Edmonton, a top 5 hockey town in the world?
Oh, yeah.
Top 3?
They're probably right there. Montreal is number 1. It's not even close. Montreal is the coolest place in the world to watch a hockey game.
Trivia right here, testing your medal, your NHL medal.
Oh, God.
It was the last Stanley Cup. Lord Stanley been hoisted in Edmonton.
In Edmonton? 1987.
Close.
86?
1990.
1990?
1990.
In Edmonton?
Mm-hmm. The last of which they won in 1990.
Oh. Well, never mind. So maybe they won their first of theirs in 86 and 87?
I think who would be the players on that 90?
Gretzky, Messier, Coffey, Fuhrer, Curry.
It's a pretty good team.
They won in 90? I could have sworn their last one was in the 80s.
Oh, you're right.
Their last one was totally 86 or 87.
No, they beat the Boston Bruins 4-1.
All right. Well, there you go. Okay. Yeah. Completely wrong. And then Pittsburgh wins back-to-back. You get the final Canadian championship from the Canadiens in 1993.
So this would end a drought of...
Hold on. We got to go out to the Ramos Law hotline, where we are joined by future Broncos tight end and Super Bowl 50 champion, Tyler Polumbus. TP, what's up, brother?
Listen, boys, I don't got time for this nonsense. I'm in the middle of a workout here. I'm at the gym. I'm hiding in the closet right now, listening to my favorite radio show.
I appreciate it.
And I heard some nonsense. I mean, listen, I immediately turned down the volume. I had to mute it. Imaginary lat syndrome? Imaginary lats? What? Hold on.
TP, I'm in your corner here. Corner here. This is Coach.
I am walking into that studio fresh off a workout today. I'm taking my shirt off.
Yes.
And I'm doing the show like that. I mean, imaginary lats. These lats, I got freaking wings. I could jump off a cliff and fly.
Tyler, I think you actually roid raged and ditched your headphones before I actually rescinded my statement and said, no, actually, Tyler has real serious lats right now.
That sounds like a dude who could give me 4 snaps a game in the red zone and catch 1 out of every 3 targets.
And that's the real question we're asking you, Tyler.
Okay, so here's a true story. You guys got time for a quick Super Bowl?
We sure do.
We love it.
All right, so I'm backup tackle that year. I'm rotating with the starters. Played a lot of football, but I was mainly a backup. And Coach, you know how this thing goes. About once a year, an offensive coordinator gets a grand idea of, hey, let's put our backup tackle in on goal line like we always do. They're going to be in there as an extra tight end. So, hey, 76 is eligible. And about once a year, the offensive coordinator gets this grand idea of let's throw our backup tackle to football, right? So we're going into the AFC Championship game against the Patriots. And I've got to play. I am the only dude that goes out on a route. Coach, what do? I block for 1,000, 2 1,000, act like I'm lost, turn around and try to catch a ball for about a 2-yard touchdown, right? So we practiced this play at least 10 different times because Peyton is terrified that I can't catch a football. He is absolutely terrified that I'm going to drop this ball. Well, I caught that ball every freaking time in practice. And you know what happens in the offensive line room? We got a monkey court, and we got to find each other for being prima donnas, being fancy, separating ourselves. Every time I caught that football, it cost me $300 that week.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh yeah. So I got fined a boatload of money. So we get to the game. This is the snow game, the AFC Championship game against Patriots. It's a snow game. C.J. Anderson, he breaks that big long run. Awesome game, right? We get down there to the goal line. I tell my family, I'm like, hey, listen, if you see me check in, I am the only, if I report eligible, I am literally the only receiver out on a route. I'm the only one that can catch a touchdown. So if you see me check in and report eligible, you got to know, like, this is my chance, right? So lo and behold, we get down on the 2-yard line, and they call the play. Kubiak's like, hey, Polumbus, get your ass in there. It's your time to shine. So we get in there, call the play. My heart's racing. Get in the line of scrimmage. Everything's looking beautiful. Peyton calls timeout. He says, hell no, I'm not throwing Tyler the ball.
No!
Peyton calls timeout, changes the play. By my moment to shine never happened. I got fined about $3,000 that week, all for nothing. But I caught every ball that came my way just to prove a point.
3K in the hole, he checks out. Well, Owen Daniels did have 2 touchdown catches in that game, so I suppose it was the proper check down. Imaginary lat syndrome, Tyler Polumbus. You can hear him on the station in about 45 minutes from right now.
Shirtless.
I didn't say that. TP, the coach, said that, so don't lay hands on me. You can get Sanford.
Goodbye.
Bye.
That was great.
He can do it.
I'll tell you what. Hey, pop your head at it.
Vet minimum right now is like 1.05. You think he'd sneeze at that?
Go ahead to any Planet Fitness or Lifetime Fitness, and you're going to see a good chunk of people walking around with imaginary lat syndrome. Elbows out.
Looking like Kanye
Chest
in
out.
that old music video like 10 years ago. Remember he was wearing those like boxy.
Tyler got jacked. It happened like overnight too. Because I asked him, like, have you been really sending it for like a month or two? He's like, no, it's almost a year, 6 months to a year. It's been like the last month that I've noticed. I'm like, who? Huh? Oh, that's the guy that played in the Super Bowl at the station.
Professional athletes.
That's the guy.
At some level are mutant versions of humans.
Mm-hmm.
Mutant. If I did that for a year, I wouldn't look like that. Come on.
I mean, you wouldn't be 6'8". I promise you that. Know that. You would not be that.
There's no amount of working out that can.
Are you officially a foot shorter?
I might be. Is he 6'8" or 6'9"?
6'8".
I am 12 inches shorter than him.
And then Scotty, you're 15 inches shorter?
Scotty's 6'11"?
I think so.
6'10"? Yeah. I come up to like Scotty's rib cage, dude.
Yeah, it's a big difference.
There's no amount.
You're taller than DMac, though.
I'm taller than DMac.
DMac's shrinking every day. I feel like he's gotten shorter since I've gotten to know him.
Vic's got like half an inch on me, I think.
He's Italian. He's got the hidden inch.
He's got the hidden inch. I thought you got to use a shaver to get the hidden inch. That's a genetic thing.
It is a culture that is known for their culinary sausages.
I promised I would tell you what's happening with Peter DeBoer and the Dallas Stars. NFL Notes is coming up next. I will get back into hockey, get back into the Stanley Cup Finals coming up at 11:45 and tell you the turmoil that is making me the happiest person on earth with Peter DeBoer and the Stars. That's coming up at 11:45. But on the other side, NFL Notes. Don't go anywhere.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents
Play some ball, y'all.
KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every day here on the Morning Sprint at 11:20, we go through the biggest stories in football with KJ's NFL Notes. Mr. Granderson, take it away.
Well, PFF recently just came out with their latest cornerback rankings, and the Broncos have a defensive player of the year by the name of Patrick Surtain, but he was not number one on their list. Number one on the list was New York Jets cornerback Sauce Gardner, which left Patrick Surtain to be number two. Guys, what do you think about him being number two, and what's the justification potentially for him not being the best cornerback in the league?
Sauce Gardner? Did 2022 call and want their number one cornerback back? Pat Surtain II was the defensive player of the year in the National Football League. How is he not the best corner in the NFL at this point in time? And he's only getting better. It's ridiculous.
I think it's a little crazy and a little bit of a slap in the face. However, Pro Football Focus does really heavily rely upon like just data and numbers. And Surtain isn't going to have the same amount of like interception numbers as some of these other corners are going to have. Typically, he doesn't get thrown at as much as some of these other corners do. So I guess I understand how it happened. Do I disagree with it? Of course. Of course I do. He's the best defensive player in the game. He is the best corner, de facto, in the game. There's a chance that he could go back-to-back this year, right? With how good that defense is going to be. I don't think you can, as a quarterback this year, just completely neglect that side of the field because of how good the secondary is, right? Because of the drafting of Jahdae Barron, because of the next year progression for Riley Moss, and for the addition of Talanoa Hufanga at a safety group that was already good enough last year. You can't just pick and choose where you're going to throw the ball. You're going to have to force some throws over to Surtain's side of the field. I think you're going to see his interception numbers creep up.
So PFF, notorious for their data. We need to depend on them to tell us who is the best player at each position because of their data, correct?
Sure.
Well, then why are the top 10 edge defenders, including players that had little to no production this past season because of injuries? Namely, you had some Micah Parsons, TJ Watt, Nick Bosa, Aiden Hutchinson, who was hurt.
I mean,
Khalil Mack.
Micah only missed 4 games last year.
But those are players that does not include the guy who is number 3 as a sack leader in the National Football League in Nick Benito. So what data are we talking about?
Where do they slot Benito in?
He's not in the top 10.
Benito slots in at number 23 on their rankings. Behind Carl Granderson, Bradley Chubb, Abdul Carter, Rashawn Gary, Jalen Phillips, Andrew Van Ginkel, Brian Burns, Jonathan Greenard, Greg Rousseau, Alex Highsmith, Daniil Hunter, Josh Allen, Khalil Mack get you into the top 10. 23 that's not enough. That's not high enough. But I also don't believe that he's a bona fide top 10 pass rusher in the game right now. Not yet. You can't tell me he's the same guy as Parsons, Watt, Bosa, Hutchinson, Crosby. Yeah. But when you get to Mack, at 10, I can go, all right, let's have a conversation. But like Jared Verse is better, Trey Hendrickson's better, Will Anderson's better. If you talk about Khalil Mack, I can say throw him in at number 10. I'm cool with that. I'm fine with that. Where do they have? They've got Bo. Here's your PFF quarterback rankings heading into the 2025 season. Bo is slotted in at number 19.
It's a pretty consistent number.
Under tier 4, young players with a wide range of potential outcomes. The other players in this category are Bryce Young at 20, J.J. McCarthy at 21, Drake May at 22, Penix Jr. at 23, Caleb Williams at 24, Cam Ward, the number 1 overall pick to Tennessee, at 25.
And who are the players in front of Bo?
The players in front of Bo: Tua, Dak, T-Law, Kyler Murray, CJ Stroud gets you inside the top 15.
Yeah, Bo's,
he's where he should be.
Yeah,
I could make the argument that he should be higher than Tua because Tua doesn't play, made the playoffs. I don't know if I can put him ahead of Dak.
When you look at the PFF rankings that came out, all I know is this, is that Zach Allen, omitted as a top 10 interior defender. That guy's a top 10 interior defender in terms of what he can do as a pass rusher, as a run stopper. You look at TFLs, you look at pressures. He was the most active interior defensive lineman in terms of pressures. Not named the number 1 interior defensive lineman, who's Chris Jones, who's a freak, and then Dexter Lawrence. Outside of those two guys, yeah, he's in that conversation.
The top 32 ranked offensive linemen by Pro Football Focus. Again, we just talked about how good the offensive line is.
Number 1 unit.
Number
correct?
1 unit in the league. Number 1 in pass rush. Number 5 in run blocking. Garrett Bowles is the only Bronco on the top 32.
What is he, 17?
11.
Oh, that's pretty high.
The players ahead of him: Bernard Raymond of Indianapolis, Zach Tom of Green Bay, Laramie Tunsil, now with Washington, Christian Darrisaw of Minnesota, Penei Sewell in Detroit.
That guy's a freak.
Lane Johnson of Philly at 5. Trent Williams still at 4 with San Francisco. Rashawn Slater with the Chargers at 3. Tristan Wirfs at number 2 with Tampa Bay. And number 1, Jordan Mailata with Philly. That seems like a perfect spot for Garrett Bowles.
Well, the Broncos' number 1 ranked offensive line unit has 1 player in the top 32 in the NFL. Their defense, that's led by the Defensive Player of the Year, is not the best corner in the National Football League. The Broncos don't have a top 15 quarterback, and they don't have a top 10 interior defender, and certainly don't have a top 10 edge rusher. Keep throwing all kinds of gasoline on the fire. Fuel the fire, because this is a team that I think, as long as it continues to get no respect, it's a good thing for Broncos country.
In terms of interior defenders, Jonathan Franklin Myers slots in at number 18 of the top 32.
No Zach Allen.
Zach Allen at 20.
Wow.
They've got Zach Allen behind JFM, which seems questionable to me. Zach Allen was a freak last year.
When he was healthy, he was an absolute demon.
It's a head scratcher. I want to dive back into that full
data.
list a little bit
Raj,
more.
Data.
A little bit more tomorrow.
Data.
Science is a liar sometimes,
big
man.
Big data guy.
KJ, what's next?
Like I said, football's my thing.
Atlanta Falcons tight end Kyle Pitts is dealing with an injury, and Adam Schefter just reported a few minutes ago that it is confirmed a foot injury that he is dealing with, and they wanted to also clarify on ESPN that it is truly an injury. He's not holding out of OTAs due to a holdout because he is in the last year of his contract. Here's Raheem Morris talking about being, precautious and just trying to take the precautionary measures with Kyle Pitts.
Extremely cautious with Kyle right now and what he's got going on. Obviously, you don't talk about injuries this time of year, but definitely being cautious with him. So you won't see him. He's been here. He's done such a great job of all the stuff that we've asked him. He's been in every single meeting. He's been in every single thing that we've done other than the field. And he's been absolutely outstanding to be around in all this type of that era. But we're going to be extremely cautious in him. We had a couple people like that when we don't have him out there that we're extremely cautious with. That we know are here and have been a part of everything and just not in the grass.
It's a foot.
I'm going to have to take it.
Most important receiver or offensive weapon for Michael Penix to have on the field consistently is?
Drake London.
More so than Bijan Robinson?
Oh, I thought you meant in the pass, just truly in the vertical pass game. Yeah, Bijan's, I mean, he's a fantasy football guy for me last year. That dude's very consistent player in terms of production.
How important is Pitts then?
Pitts is the guy that you just keep waiting. You keep waiting for the moment that he has the season. And man, last year was about the closest that he's just kind of hovering around that 600-yard, 4-3-2 touchdown mark. Just hasn't been a consistent player, man. The thing about Michael Penix Jr., though, man, is he will raise some boats with his ability to find some open guys with the arm talent that he has and seams. Like he is going to, the ball will find Kyle Pitts. Like it is going to be ball meet boy. That's what it's going to be.
Does Atlanta leapfrog Tampa Bay this year for the NFC South? And is the NFC South the most gettable NFC or division?
NFC North is a murderer's row. NFC West, I mean, we've already talked about it. There's the Seahawks. Are they real? Is Darnold real?
If Stafford's healthy, LA's runs away with
LA's a runaway on that side of it. NFC South. Ah, man.
Tampa, Atlanta, Carolina, New Orleans.
Carolina's going to be better. New Orleans, I think, is going to be awful. I think they're going to be terrible.
So, like, Carolina's 7-10.
NFC East, you got the Super Bowl champs. Should have, you're going to have a healthier Dallas Cowboys.
You have the Super Bowl champs. You have the runner-up in the NFC in
NFC
Washington.
East is a wagon.
If you have a healthy Dak, that's...
Healthy Dak, healthy Dallas.
Healthy Dak is a 10-7 Dallas team, probably.
George Pickens.
New York's going to be tough to watch.
Yep.
NFC East is tough. That's back to being like the NFC East that we've always known and loved.
Pretty good.
Where there's 3 of 4 teams that you go, any one of these teams can be a wild card.
I could see the Falcons competing for the NFC South.
Right. The most gettable division in the league is either the NFC South or the AFC South.
Boy, the Falcons looked so bad last year when I watched them in person against the Broncos. Bad. But that was a Kirk Cousins-led squad that the lack of mobility at the quarterback position and just wasn't good.
Worst division, AFC South or NFC South? AFC South
AFC
went
South.
like this last year. Houston, Indy, Jacksonville, Tennessee.
Yep, AFC South. Worst division in football.
Not close.
Not even close. I see more, like the Tennessee Titans are obviously a ways away if they have the solution, we'll find out with Cam Ward. I do think that there's one team really worth its salt in the AFC South, and I think they're a good team, not a great team, in the Texans. Man, Colts,
Who's their quarterback?
It's going to be Danny Dimes, I'm telling you. It's going to be Danny
Jacksonville's
Dimes.
the second best team in that division.
They should be better than they were last year.
Jacksonville should be a 500-ish team. They're not going to make the playoffs, but you should see Jacksonville being like, oh, are they ready to go toe-to-toe with C.J. Stroud? Like, if Lawrence steps up, that could become a really fun 1-2 punch in the AFC South. But it's all dependent on whether or not Trevor Lawrence turns into what he was at Clemson or if he stays what he was last year.
Who's playing quarterback in New Orleans? Is it Tyler Shuck?
Right.
Gotta be
they
Shuck.
drafted him this year, right?
Oh, that's bad.
The Louisville kid?
That's going to go bad.
That's probably him.
It's going to go bad.
New Orleans is going to win like 3 games this year.
They're going to
be so bad. You know who's going to be available at the trade deadline? Alvin Kamara.
Come on down, pal.
Come on down. We don't like bell cows, but we like deep running back rooms. Alvin Kamara at the trade deadline. Book it right now. KJ, what's next?
Like I said, football's my thing.
All right, Vic Lombardi. Another young,
write this down, record it.
Right. Another young player who is under some pressure to perform is Patriots quarterback Drake May. Offensive coordinator Josh McDaniels told reporters that he's not worried about May being under too much pressure. Quote, we're certainly going to try to do the very best we can with our opportunities. And I see a guy that has a great attitude and mindset about coming out here and trying to be the best version of himself that he can be. And I know that that's what he can control. It's what we can control as coaches, and hopefully we meet our expectations, which will eventually be yours, end quote. So, like, compared to some other young quarterbacks around the league, like maybe Caleb Williams or Anthony Richardson or maybe even Bryce Young, how much pressure is or should be on Drake May to get New England over the hump this season?
I don't think that it's fair to ask him to get New England over the hump this year. And that's the reason why I don't think there's any pressure on Drake May whatsoever. You have a couple of years to really figure this thing out. Like, Buffalo is still the crowned king of the AFC East. That's not going anywhere for a couple of years. Miami, we don't know what's going on there. The Jets are going to be crap. We know that. Right? Like, Justin Fields is the answer there. Come on. In terms of those other quarterbacks that you mentioned, Caleb Williams, Anthony Richardson, Bryce Young, there is more pressure on Caleb, more pressure on Bryce.
Yeah, you're 100% right. Why is it that everybody gives Drake May this incredible pass? he's graded on a different scale than Caleb Williams and Bryce Young is. I think so. I think that everybody's like, Drake May did anything well last year, and it's like, oh my gosh, he's incredible.
They're waiting for the next Tom Brady.
I know, but the standard is Tom Brady. Right? The standard is Tom Brady.
Standard.
And everybody's really hard on Bryce Young. What's the standard in Carolina?
Jake Delhomme.
Cam.
Jimmy Clausen.
What's the standard in Chicago for the Bears?
Rex Grossman. Kyle Orton. Who's the dude with the crazy hair?
Jim McMahon.
There we go. Thank you.
He had a headband.
Headband hair.
Headband guy.
That's big 80s football hair.
Yeah. But seriously,
They
I
need
don't
to bring
understand.
back it. You know who tried to bring back 80s football hair? It was freaking Zach Wilson.
He did. There is a bit of a kind of an unnecessary excuse built in for Drake May. And I don't quite understand it. That guy gets the benefit of the doubt way more than any of the rookie quarterbacks. Bo Nix was scrutinized harder than Drake May was this year. There were lists that had Drake May ahead of Bo Nix in terms of rookie quarterbacks at the conclusion of the year. Bo Nix took a team to the playoffs. I don't care if the defense was good. How many games did Drake May win as a starter? 3?
I think the team won 4 overall.
Head coach got fired?
So should there be pressure on him?
Yes! He's the freaking starting quarterback for the New England freaking Patriots.
It's not the same Patriots, though. They're not the same Patriots.
Is there pressure on Bo Nix?
Of course.
They weren't the same Denver Broncos of John Elway and Peyton Manning.
You might have me there. I might be painted into a corner. I don't know. I don't think there's pressure on Drake because I think that everyone, in New England included, should realize you got no shot this year. You're not winning the division. You're not making the playoffs as a wild card. It's just not happening. Especially when likely both of the wild cards are coming out of the AFC West. If not, it's guaranteed that one of them is happening there. I don't think there's pressure on that quarterback because I don't think there's at least from my point of view, there's no expectation for New England to be anything this year. There's greater expectation for number 1 overall picks to transform their franchises. That's why I have more pressure on Caleb Williams, more pressure on Bryce Young, and then I throw Drake May and those 4 quarterbacks that you mentioned, Williams, Richardson, Young, and May. Drake May has the 3rd hottest seat out of those QBs. That's just my look at it. New England sucks. They're not New England of the past. They suck. Bo has higher expectations because while they're not the John Elway or the Peyton Manning quarterbacked Broncos, they don't suck. They're a good team. Therefore, you have higher expectations.
All right, guys not named Jaden Daniels. After the 25 season is done, power rank these 3 rookie quarterbacks from last season.
Okay.
Prediction time.
Wait, am I power ranking them? Or?
After next season,
Okay.
where are we going to stand with these 3 quarterbacks?
Cool, I can do that.
Bo Nix, J.J. McCarthy, Michael Penix Jr. After the 25-26 season.
I think you have the order correct. Bo, J.J., Penix. J.J. has a better situation. And I know Penix is your dude. JJ's got a way better situation in Minnesota. Way better.
But he also hasn't played.
Excellent defense.
He hasn't played yet.
One of the best offensive lines in the league, and the quarterback whisperer as his head coach. And I think there's significant drop-off between Nix and JJ.
Because I personally don't think Caleb's going to be a good starting quarterback in the NFL. I don't. And I don't. I think Drake May's going to – I think he's going to have the longest leash in the history of pro football for whatever reason. And I don't think he's going to be great. And I think their team stinks. That doesn't apply to Bryce, but it does apply to Drake. Yeah, the team stinks. But I think those 3 quarterbacks, they have a chance in 3 pretty good situations to be really, really productive.
I think Michael Penix is going to have I think he's going to be like Andy Dalton. I think he's going to have a really good career, and there's going to be, a quarter of the teams in the NFL that go, we'd really like to have that guy.
I think he's going to throw for an unbelievably high amount of yards and touchdowns.
Andy Dalton. That's all he did in Cincinnati. I think he's Andy Dalton, which is fine. That's a great quarterback. Since he was always relevant, they just weren't the team that could get over. I think that's who Penix is.
I think that Penix is going to be the stat machine in terms of fantasy football. I think that J.J. McCarthy is going to win a title. And I think Bo Nix is going to be unbelievably high-end solid for the entirety of his career.
NFL Notes are brought to you by Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They have locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. On the other side, I promised you I'd tell you what's going on in Dallas with Peter DeBoer. If this happens, if the turmoil that we're hearing on Twitter and through NHL circles right now is actually brewing in Dallas, it's best case scenario for the Avs.
Barry Remington is one of my favorite people. Just a really good dude. And he says that real estate is like playing linebacker. You read the field, you move fast, and you protect your team. That's how they work at the Barry Remington team at WK Real Estate. Barry's daughter, Cassie, works right beside him and has for the last 7 years. She's got a fresh perspective and a large dose of enthusiasm. They do real business with real results. And let me tell you this, experience matters when you're dealing with finding the best realtor to help you find your dream home. With over 40 homes sold each and every year, Barry and his team consistently deliver results. They know how to get your home ready to sell. Barry told me they've got a team of contractors ready for staging, painting, and cosmetic updates, ready to help you sell your home at the best possible price. There's a reason why so many agents out there fail. They just flat out don't put in the work. So if you're ready to win in this market, put 2 generations of hustle to work for you. Don't settle just for any agent. Work with the Remington team at WK Real Estate. Visit barryremington.com for more information. They serve Boulder, Denver, and beyond.
The Rockies just reinstated Chase Dollander from the 15-day injured list. Looks as though he'll face off against Sandy Alcantara this evening. 4:40 first pitch from Miami against the Marlins. Again, as we stated, the combined 279 win percentage between these two teams, like the averaged win percentage, is the worst in Major League history.
Through 100 games.
Through
correct?
100 combined games for two teams facing off against one another. Worse than any other game that Chicago had last year. Worse than any game that the 62 Mets had. Alcantara is terrible. The 8.47 ERA, 2-7, 40 Ks for a guy that 3 years ago was maybe the best pitcher in baseball.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
I'm telling you there's a chance for the Rockies to win back-to-back games in the same month for the first time this season.
What's our new rule if they win a game?
Oh, our new rules a show?
Yeah, as it relates to talking about the Rockies on the radio.
Kill him. That's the new rule. Kill him.
Kill him!
I mentioned a little while ago, there's some turmoil boiling out there in Dallas. And for you Avs fans out there that are getting ready to either watch or listen to the Stanley Cup Final, again, a reminder at 6 p.m. tomorrow, Florida and Edmonton in Stanley Cup Final Game 1 right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. That's powered by Mountain Hyundai. You can listen to every single one of those Stanley Cup Final games right here on 92.5. If you're looking to get back into hockey, as I think you should, always watch the final. Noise out of Dallas from David Pagnotta. Per multiple sources, players are not pleased with how Peter DeBoer, head coach of the Dallas Stars, handled several situations during the Western Conference Final, along with post-Game 5 and exit media remarks. Pagnotta was told that players voiced concerns during internal exit interviews with GM Jim Nill and the head coach. DeBoer has just 1 year left remaining on his contract. And there were a bunch of tweets yesterday that were coming out from like Elliot Friedman. Anytime that Kevin Weeks on Twitter just puts out a picture and eyeballs, something is typically happening. Whether it's a trade.
He's coming!
Crap!
He's here! Anybody that accuses...
Sup, dweebs? What you guys doing, dweebs? Huh?
Show me those lats, man. Show me those lats. Turn around. Turn around and flex those lats.
Huh?
Oh, those are some wings.
Something about imposter lats syndrome. Is that what I heard?
That man right there, 1 point weighed 298 pounds.
Some people put on a wingsuit to jump off cliffs. I don't need it. I just fly.
He just goes to Planet Fitness for 25 minutes.
First off, it's 24-hour. Okay.
Oh, you're 24-hour fitness.
24-hour fitness.
Pull down.
When can you go?
About $22 a month. I can go to any gym any gym I want to.
What time of the day can you go?
Generally speaking, it depends on the.
Could you go at like 3 in the morning if you wanted to?
They're not really all 24 hours.
What?
It turns out, no.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, but I'm generally speaking after the show type of guy. But in the summers, boy, them high school kids, they are out. They're out. So anyways, just told you guys I'd come in here naked, so thought I'd do it,
Here he goes.
For the record, I would like to say that I never said you had fake lat syndrome.
It's ILS.
I was the person that said Polumbus looks like he could give you 3 or 4 snaps in the red zone a game.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I got a shoulder that I can barely pick up. Got a back that's a problem. But, I'm faking it till I make it. That's right. Don't worry about me. Don't have my shirt on. People looking at me a little bit weird.
HR isn't in on Tuesdays.
Yeah,
Don't worry.
yeah,
You're good. You're good.
Yeah.
They wouldn't brave the elements anyway. There's no chance.
I'm going to put my shirt back on now.
I appreciate that.
I think you should just keep...
Does have a locker room feel in here today.
I like it.
You're coming in here naked, shirt off.
Yeah.
On Scotty Hastings' birthday. You ain't even here.
Yeah. Scotty, that was put on my birthday suit for Scott.
TP, appreciate it, brother.
Yeah, goodbye.
Oh, my God.
Again, for the record, I did not say that. I said the complete opposite of it, saying that a former football player looks like he could play a different position now. You're the one. You're the one who's putting our show on blast.
So
you're giving us a bad rap.
Here's what I'm going to say. They're the type of lats that are like so incredibly massive, and they start and end everywhere around the entirety of your sides. There are other people that choose to lock their arms and shoulders back to find the part of their lats. And I do think Tyler does that a little bit. He chooses where he rests his arms, which I wouldn't call it imaginary lat syndrome. We'll call it selective lat syndrome.
It's like when you cross your arms for a photo wearing a short sleeve shirt. And I'll do this a lot as a little guy, where you cross your arms, instead of putting your hands on top of your biceps or on your forearms, you put them underneath the biceps like this.
Yes.
My arms look way bigger right now than they actually are.
You give it like a little thumb.
You put a fist underneath.
You get a little thumb and fist inflation.
I'm a pro with this,
bicep.
guys. I understand as a little dude to make yourself a little bit bigger.
Hey, and then you get a chance to flex that pec muscle a little bit.
A little bit.
I throw that out
because your
there
thumbs
a lot.
are underneath your pecs. You can pop them up. It's like a Victoria's Secret push-up bra for dudes. I'm not a genius, but I'm a pro. I'm a vet at this.
You know,
what was I talking about? Hockey?
Even when I do get a little bit bag of milk, like I can always pop the, kind of the rotating, bouncing pecs, and I'll throw that out there every once in a while. Kind of popping through a little.
Now you got the wife?
The
Terry Crews type of thing? Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah, a little of that. So is Peter DeBoer going to be the head coach of the Dallas Stars next year?
I
didn't think so. I told you that. Raj, I said that after that series. How do you go forward with a guy that signed through 2032 and he won't even speak to you? And Jake Ottinger's like he's not like a blowhard. Seems like a fairly good, decent dude.
Put your head down, stop the puck.
Yeah. Peter DeBoer is wearing thin, and that's why how many jobs has he had?
DeBoer's coaching history is, let's see. Peter DeBoer started in the National Hockey League with the Florida Panthers. He missed the playoffs all 3 years. He went to New Jersey in 2011, made the Stanley Cup final, lost to LA. He then missed the playoffs 3 straight years, was fired in the middle of his 4th season. He left, went to San Jose, made the Stanley Cup final in his first year, lost to Pittsburgh. He would make the playoffs every single year, but lose.
How many years total at San Jose?
He coached for 4 full seasons and fired in his 5th year.
Vegas. Give me Vegas.
Vegas, he went to his team in 2019, lost in the conference final back-to-back seasons, was fired after he missed the playoffs in 21-22.
Yep.
Then he goes to Dallas and loses in the conference finals, famously for the last 3 straight years.
So the guy's had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
5 jobs in 15 years, 16 years.
He's got a shelf life.
Yep.
It's because of who he is. It's quite frankly the reason why Jared Bednar is still very gainfully employed is because of who he is. He's a guy that the players like. He's a guy that the franchise likes. And so you can weather the storms of the ups and downs of it because you're a good human being and you are good to work with and work for. Peter DeBoer is not that guy.
I still think if Dallas decides to move on from him, it's best case scenario for Colorado. Not only because Dallas is he's not the quarterback, the head coach to get you over the top, correct? But he is an excellent head coach. If only for getting him out of the division with the dude, he's Jared Bednar kryptonite. That's who he is. That is what Peter DeBoer is. If they fire that dude, book it right now. Colorado's at least a Western Conference final team next year. If they fire DeBoer, Colorado's in. They're a shoo-in. If they don't fire him, I don't know what happens because then you have to go through him again. And Bednar can't beat him.
I love this from the text line. I was interested in the hockey news, not Tyler's body talk. Well, guess what? You got both. We gave it all to you this last beautiful segment of this very rainy and glorious Tuesday here in Denver, Colorado.
That'll do it for us today. For Coach Sanford, for Tyler's Pecs, for KJ Granderson, I'm Alex Ryan Emmy. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow at 10 a.m. Don't go anywhere. PhD is coming up next. No Scotty. It's his birthday. Happy 65th to Scotty Hastings. He'll be back in studio tomorrow.
We love you, Scotty.
Victory. Victory is sweet. Victory! First thing I see when I walk in here today is Steve Nelson all dressed up in purple.
Nice.
That is awesome. And I get in here and PD Kevin goes, multiple people were talking about betting on the Rockies last night. I didn't realize, I listened to a little bit of Nate and Andy, but I guess I missed the part where, like, apparently Nate, like, went on and on and on about, like, how great of a value bet the Rockies were yesterday.
Oh, is that right? Betting for them to win.
Yep.
Okay.
We had our little thing, which I kind of forgot what that actually was.
Well, we didn't have a thing.
Okay. All right. I could have sworn.
I tried to make a thing. You didn't want a coffee bet. I tried to make a coffee bet, but you wouldn't want it.
There wasn't a sandwich on the line. There wasn't.
Hell no.
Dan,
you tried to get me to bet my own sandwich that I had already bought that I was going to get nothing in return out of, which I did not accept.
I never got official.
I tried to get a coffee bet, which you were afraid of.
Yeah, I'm not, But it was a good bet. And the Rockies,
I ate that Sammy. It was a good Sammy.
I bet it was. They were getting closer and closer and closer. And yesterday, they did like everything they haven't been doing. Now, they did some of the same things the same. They got a lead and they gave it up almost instantly. Okay. They've done that before. But they came back. And then Marquez got out of 2 innings like in danger. Runner on third, struck a guy out a couple of times. Then they got clutch hitting with 2 outs to drive runs in. Then after Marquez threw 5 innings, so he gets credit for the win, 4 straight shutout innings by the bullpen. They made a terrible base running error. However, the next batter, Sam Hilliard, hit a double to drive in the Hiura, Hiura. I might have to have Nate Kreckman help me with the pronunciation there, but he hit a double, and that gave you a little insurance run. Then Agnos, who has that handlebar mustache thing going, was a witch on the mound, and they got out of it, man. They got the W.
Well, all I know is 10 is a nice, round, beautiful number. Just to get to that number 10, that's a day to be celebrated. I was born on the 10th. My daughter's turning 10 here pretty soon. That's a special number, 10 wins.
It is a special number. They got there. Now, it doesn't mean that they're not
10 and 50.
They're not still part of baseball history, because as every game goes past, they make more history because it just gets to be, more games.
This is when the spark begins, right? This is the game that begins the run.
Well, they're facing the Marlins, who stink. Holy cow, man.
They're twice as good as the Rockies.
True. They have twice as many wins. But they're a very young team. They're not very deep in pitching. They got no fan support. Dude, it was reported maybe 5,400 people. That was their reported game, 5,400. It was funny because on the TV broadcast, they showed a couple that had a couple of dogs with them. And I'm looking at that, I'm like, wow, I don't think it was bark at the park day because I didn't see any other dogs in the ballpark. And I'm thinking to myself, can you just bring dogs to Miami Marlins games if you're willing just to sit in a certain section?
They weren't service dogs?
No, they definitely were not service dogs. It's just a young man and a young woman. They had a couple of dogs. It's just dogs. Just roll. Now, I know the Rockies have bark at the park day.
I've never done that.
Well, how's your dog do against around other dogs?
Oh, my dog's like the nicest dog of all time. Like if you want to break into my house, my dog will be like, "Hey, come in here.
Yeah,
let me show you where the big screen is.
Yeah, let me take
care of that. Here. This is where the safe is. Let me tell you the code. Dad keeps the code under the bed. So go get the code under there, and then give me a little belly rub on the way out the door.
You want to talk about the Rockies shouldn't have, or Monfort shouldn't have the Rockies, all that sort of stuff. Talk about a market that does not deserve Major League Baseball. Even though they've won 2 World Series, Miami does not deserve Major League Baseball.
What sport do they deserve?
College football. That's it. That's about
really?
it.
Nobody goes to the University of Miami games?
They don't?
Hell no.
Did they stop doing that?
I'm being dead serious. No, nobody goes to Miami
then
games.
No sport. Highlight.
They haven't gone to Miami games for decades.
All right, then I have no idea what they deserve.
What about NHL? Technically.
Yeah.
Well, that takes me off
team.
that they get all those championships in hockey.
but the Rockies came through, and we should celebrate. Because, the more they win, the more they get away from the 1800s, and we just get into bad records from modern baseball. They've already wrapped up the worst 60-game start in the modern era.
Mm-hmm.
Even with the win, this is still the worst ever since 1901. The 1904 Senators and 32 Red Sox both opened at 11-49. But still, you get further away from the Richmond Spiders.
10.
10, yeah.
10's the magic number here.
Well, 134, not Richmond Spiders, Cleveland Spiders, my bad.
Would we be happy with 10 wins for the Denver Broncos?
I'd be okay. I mean, I'm predicting 11, so hopefully they're better than that. I'd be a little disappointed if the Broncos only got 10 wins, but not devastated as long as they made the playoffs.
10.
10 wins.
The number of Bo Nix.
The number of Bo Nix.
What else we got for 10?
For 10s, Bo Derek, perfect 10. Goes back a little bit, movie.
I don't know what that is.
Don't know 10, the movie 10?
Dan, you know that one?
You know the movie 10 with Bo Derek?
No.
Yeah.
Scott's not here.
Bo Derek.
You don't know who Bo Derek is? All right. Okay. Well, a little pass.
I know Bo Jackson.
Bo Jackson, yeah, no.
Cordell Stewart?
Cordell was 10?
I think so, wasn't he?
Meanwhile, we have more crapping on the Rockies by Jeff Passan.
You talk with executives around baseball, guys, and they look at the Colorado Rockies job as being something that they would like to do when they're in like their frisky age of executive-dom. Like when they can go in there and just try and run experiments, because it's like you're playing on the moon when you're in Colorado. We ran a story on ESPN.com. Coors Field turned 30 years old this year, and we went and looked back and talked with players who had been there, pitchers, managers, hitters, opponents, everyone, and just got this collection of stories about how it's not like real baseball there. And so the things that you might be able to do if you are a curious and interested and thoughtful executive are manifold. And yet the Rockies, what they have is the disease of complacency.
Okay. All right. We've heard this all before. There's nothing new there. So Son Keeler just did a crap on the Rockies story today. He talked to a Garrett Atkins and an old-time relief pitcher I've never heard of. He's a pitching coach for Creek. Doesn't mean he didn't play. I just never heard of him. And that was more crapping on the Rockies. So, okay, cool. I mean, it's easy to just crap on the Rockies. If you just want to crap on the Rockies, go for it. You've got a million reasons to do it. But
are we celebrating the Rockies? Is that what we're doing today?
You don't have to do anything. I'm just telling you what's going on. You can do whatever you want with it, I suppose.
What are you doing? Are you celebrating the Rockies?
I'm happy to see them win yesterday, yeah. And I liked how Warren Schaefer managed the game, and things paid off, and they did things that you need to do to win baseball games. And they have been better under Warren Schaefer, despite the record. The record hasn't been better, but
that's
they
not
played
true.
Better. So, and they proved it yesterday. So it was cool. They got it together. And he's been saying, stay with us, be patient, hang in there with us, and do whatever you want. If you want to crap all over him, there's more than enough ammo to do that. But they were a cool betting favorite yesterday. Nate said it. I said it. People cashed in on it. And I think today is a good chance for them to win as well. They were playing some really tough teams.
Hey, you win today, you know what you do?
You win a series for the first time.
Yeah, and first time in 23 series.
First time in 23 series.
You win one game. All you got to do is win today.
You'd win back-to-back games for the second time this year, and you'd win a series for the first time in 23 series. Maybe part of this is I understand how bad things are, and I know how much they need to change. But there is part of this that is kind of like it's still the team that I've loved and I'm a fan of for 26 years. I wasn't a huge Rockies fan when I first got here, perhaps. But, we're a big baseball family, and the kids love them. And so, Rocktober was awesome, and they've been to the playoffs a couple times since then. And I get it with Monfort and the whole thing. I agree with all that. But I'm not rooting for them to lose, Tyler. They're still our team. They're still a Colorado team. That's got to mean something to somebody.
Really. I really don't think so. I'm actually being serious. I'm not being facetious at all. I don't think anybody takes pride in the Rockies. Nobody. You're 10 and 50. What happens first? 50 doubles up to 100 or 10 doubles up to 20?
10 doubles up to 20. Because they're not going to play the murderer's row of teams like they've been playing. It's going to stop at some point. They've been playing some tough teams. There's other teams that are struggling too. They're not the only ones. And the games have been closer, whether you want to look at it or not. They're not losing 21-0 like the Bud Black days, or getting schooled 11-1, 8-3. Those are very, very common with Buddy Black. Dollander should be pitching tonight. Hopefully he's recovered. He was really throwing well. And again, they'll easily get to 20 wins before 100 losses. Easily.
So Dodgers are going to be pretty easy?
No, the Dodgers are never easy.
Padres be pretty easy?
No, the NL West is a bitch. No doubt about it. But Miami's not that hard. So, you take your wins where you can get them. And I know the Giants are coming up and the Mets are in town this weekend. Not easy. And frankly, if you're the worst team of all time, technically any baseball team would be difficult if you're the worst team of all time. But they got to win yesterday, so I was happy for
the one thing you got going on for you is every team will treat you like a joke. So every team will they'll try to find rest where they can find rest. They'll manage pitches. You're not going to get the A-listers.
What are you talking about? How do you
what do you
that?
mean, what am I talking about?
How do you do that in baseball?
You manage your pitches quick, as easy as you can. Get a dude out.
Starting rotation's your starting rotation. Doesn't matter if you're playing a good team or a bad team. You're starting.
You're saying teams are going to give the Rockies their A-listers.
Yes, that's because you have to pitch your starters in order for whatever series it was first of all before and what's after.
The limits.
You don't. Well, you pitch until a game's a game. You pitch until you don't need them anymore. If you blow a team out, sure, you could take somebody out.
Mm-hmm.
But there's no taking it easy in baseball. There's not one batter in Major League Baseball who ever gives up an at bat. Never, ever. Nobody tries less against the opponent in baseball. That was Tim Kirchin's whole thing.
I'm not saying you try less, but you don't try harder.
Well, I mean, every baseball team is going to try technically as hard as they can.
Not really. No.
Show me one example ever of a team not trying as hard as they can until they think they have a win secured.
Look, I don't know how to quantify that, but I know reality. I play sports, and I know when I play bad teams, and I know when you don't try as hard. And you don't prepare as much. And you do go out the night before, and you do drink a little bit heavier, and you do get a little bit less sleep, and you do say to yourself, we're going to be okay tomorrow. I know this reality because I've lived this reality.
All right, so we'll find teams that are doing all those type of things before that. Good. Hey, I hope that's the case. If that's the case, that's excellent. That gives the Rockies better chances to win. If that's what's going on. Bring on the party bus.
Do you think teams are going to show up in Colorado and be like, "Oh man, we got to get 8 hours of sleep tonight"?
It's just different.
We better make sure we get hydrated tonight for this one.
Well, baseball is just an individual team sport, so it's just different. So like a pitcher's a pitcher. A pitcher only starts every 5 days. He's going to amp up. He's not going to party or whatever the day before his start. He's going to
all party.
No, not.
What are you talking about?
Okay, so you think starting pitchers in Major League Baseball before their start date party?
Yeah, I do actually. I mean, define what partying is.
You define it. I don't think they do it.
I'm going to go out and I'm going to have 5 or 6 beers. Yeah.
Well, that guy's not going to last long. And that guy, first of all, he's probably got a serious alcohol problem.
Dude, that's like every baseball player.
Nah, man.
Yes, it is.
Days. Starting pitchers that pitch once every 6 days, the day before their starter, are going to get wrecked.
You're missing the point. It's not about getting wrecked. It's not about going out and saying I'm going to need 12 IVs the next day. The point is I'm not taking it as serious. The point is that I can get a little bit less sleep. The point is that I can go see my buddy and I'm not worried about my bedtime. It's all the small things that add up.
All right, well, I hope that's the case. I hope teams take the Rockies
and
lightly.
Yes, I legitimately think the baseball players drink 5 to 6 beers every single night of their life. Yes.
Okay. All right. Starting pitchers.
Yeah.
The day before their starts.
Yeah.
All right. Dude, can you name one of them that's done that?
Yeah, I could, but I'm not going to. I could, actually. I could, but I'm not going to.
All right. So that happens all the time. It's not a one-off or just one story, It happens all the time with starting pitchers.
I don't think it's uncommon.
Oh, man. Okay. Well, I mean, I don't know. Maybe you're right. I don't know the same people you do. But it's such a hard sport to do. To think about doing that and performing at that kind of level is kind of crazy. But, hey, maybe you know stuff that I don't know on that. What can I tell you? Where should I send the bar bill? Fine. If that's the case, that's good. If you're telling me that that's going to happen and that teams are not going to take the Rockies seriously, the Rockies are going to cruise past the worst team of all time thing. If that's going to happen.
Well, maybe they'll cruise past that. But, I mean, they're not a good baseball team and they don't have good players.
They have some good players, but they're not a good overall team.
How many good players they got?
Jordan Beck's a good player. Brenton Doyle's a good player. Tovar is a good player. Dolander's a good player. Hunter Goodman hit 2 home runs. He proved to be a pretty good player last night. Totally, he's down at AAA, so I suppose you can't count him.
Man, well, you just gave us 5 or 6 guys. We should at least have won 30 or 40 games.
Nah, they don't have the roster that's set to compete with these other teams. You have a collection of guys who really aren't that good or are old, or it just doesn't make any sense. You got too many of those guys. I think Ryan McMahon's a good player who's just been not playing that well. Plus, they had a terrible manager, and they have a lousy GM. They have a terrible development staff, and they got an owner who probably should sell. So they got a lot of bad things going for them. They got a great ballpark, but it's not like they don't have any players. Hunter Goodman hit 2 home runs yesterday. Is that a good player or not a good player?
I do not think they've got more than 4 or 5 players that'd be starting on another club.
That's probably fair, and that's a big problem. That's probably fair.
Is that not the definition?
Well, that's half the team.
How many guys are the? Not quite.
Well, that's half the position players, unless we're talking about pitchers too. We can throw them out. Listen, I get it. You're not into the Rockies. You don't. Are you rooting for them to lose?
I think it would be more fun at this point
if they lost.
To chase history. Yeah.
All right. Well,
it'd be more fun for all of us.
Okay.
If they win, let's say in the next 40 games, they won 12.
40 games, they won 12. So they go 12-18.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
And what's that going to do for us? What's that going to do for the Rockies?
So you think the worse they are, the better
compelling
odds
the storyline is.
The better they have a chance to make changes.
Absolutely.
That's an interesting question.
Absolutely, I believe that.
The worse they are, the more likelihood it is to make changes.
And I mean like significant outside changes.
Like Monfort selling the team.
No. Oh. That's never happening.
Okay. So what's the most significant change you can think of?
Well, bye-bye, Bill. Bye-bye to everybody that's been inside this organization. Clear house. Everybody.
So Monfort changes his philosophy he's had for his entire life and just cleans house, leaves the baseball decisions up to somebody else, and steps back.
If you think that that's the best thing for this team, then we should literally be rooting for the worst season in the history of baseball.
What makes you think? And I'm asking a question. I'm not being judgmental here, but what makes you think that Monfort will make those changes if that happens?
I don't know if he will or not, but I think that the more embarrassing it gets, the more likely the odds of changing your entire philosophy gets. Like I said, if they were to win 12 out of the next 40, I think that makes things pretty confusing.
If they were 22-68.
Mm-hmm.
Still really bad.
Is it?
It
seems
really
like a pretty
bad.
normal Rockies year, though.
Well, they have to win 41 games to tie the worst record ever in modern baseball since 1901. So where are they getting 31 more wins?
Look, I don't think they have to literally be the worst record of all time, but I think, the closer you are to that ballpark, the far better odds we are of cleaning house.
Well, they're definitely going to be there. There's actually no way to escape it. They've dug themselves too big of a hole. You were celebrating, and having some fun with them winning yesterday, and maybe a likely win today if Dolander can pitch well. But there's still 40 games under 500. 40 games under 500. There's zero chance this can be anything but one of the most horrific record-wise seasons of all time.
Good.
You're kind of already there.
Good.
I remember when the Avalanche were
I think that's a good thing. I mean that very sincerely. That's a good thing.
I remember when well, we're there. We're there already. It doesn't actually matter if they win or not, because essentially they will keep losing. Even if they go on some sort of crazy win streak, they're still going to be in that category.
Yeah,
it'll be a miracle if they get win 42.
But win streaks are confusing.
Well, the White Sox won 5 out of their last 6 to end the season last year. Nobody was confused that they were terrible. I mean, it's not going to be that confusing. They're so bad.
For this group, I think it would be.
You can root for the Rockies to win, and it's still a safe bet that they may turn out to be the worst team of all time in modern baseball history. It was like when the Avalanche were so bad when they had their 48-point season. I remember doing radio back then, and I remember it was like, oh, well, there's no point in them winning because of draft picks. And I had to point out to the people I was working with at the time, I go, it doesn't matter. Like, we can root for them to win, and they're so bad, they're still going to have the first draft pick. And that was the case. Whether they won or lost, it didn't matter. The Rockies are in that same department. Whether they win or lose right now, it won't matter. They're still going to be one of the worst teams of all time.
Yep, but the worse you are, the better the chances are of cleaning house.
The question is, will they get the 134 losses of the Cleveland Spiders?
Let's go. I'm rooting for it. I'm not hiding from that. I am absolutely rooting for history.
I got you. So you're putting on your Marlins hat tonight.
Sure.
Let's go Marlins.
Sure.
Dan, what are you rooting for here? Where are you at with this whole thing?
I guess I'd be confused about why we would be rooting for success.
Because I'm not rooting against Colorado athletes. I can't sit there and look at a team that I love and loved, and I have sympathy for the players, and I can't pile on like that.
Yeah, but I mean,
I know how bad it is
and
already.
I don't mean to say this. It's going to sound really disrespectful, I guess, but we really love these guys.
I do.
We love these Rockies. I can't live without who.
Oh, well, that's a different question.
I can't live without him on this team.
No, I could live without anybody on the team.
Well, that's my point.
But I still love them. They're still my team.
You love the organization.
The organization. All right, how do I do this? How do I tell you that, I'm pulling for the home team because I've loved the Rockies and I've always loved the Rockies without making apologies for the Rockies?
Here's what would make sense. If you could say, I'm pulling for them because they're going to make the right decision no matter what, I'd be like, cool. That makes sense. That makes sense. I want them to have success because they're just going to make the right decisions at the end of the year no matter what. I just don't believe that to be true.
Dan, where are you at with all this?
I'm with Tyler 100%. I don't want them to lose, but I think the only way this organization is going to actually make like real sustainable change for the future is if they have an incredibly embarrassing season. I think that's where we're at.
You don't think they're
now.
at that incredibly embarrassing season right now?
Well, sure.
You don't think it's going to end up an incredibly embarrassing
well,
season?
I mean, they haven't made the changes yet. So here we are. If they would have made the changes, then I would say fine.
Listen, I don't think Bill Schmidt should be the GM. I don't think he should be making baseball. I'm with you guys. I'm with everybody here.
I don't think Dick Monfort's son should be the lead scout.
I'm with you. I agree. But, it's the Rockies against the Marlins. Who are you pulling for tonight?
Marlins.
I'll pull for the Rockies, and you can pull for the Marlins, and we'll get it together. We'll see how it goes. So it's either good news or bad news. So if Rockies win, that's bad news. Rockies win to me, it's good news. Still need to make
bad
changes.
news. It's just not as fun.
I had fun watching the game last night by myself. All right. Well, hey, we have something for Scott, even though he's not here. Do you know what's going on with Scott today?
Well, I know it's his birthday, but I don't know what we have going on.
There you go. And we will figure out ways to celebrate that coming up next. What's going on, DMac, for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic? Low testosterone, that can cause a host of problems, including low sex drive, bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts, decreased energy, brain fog, and more. But many men just attribute these symptoms to aging and don't consider that there are medical treatments that give them back their vigor and vibrancy. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, take the low T quiz on the website. It's a 10-question quiz with yes or no answers. Just takes a couple minutes. They'll schedule a consult, draw your blood, and have your results within 30 minutes. Colorado licensed medical provider will review your results, discuss your options. The cost of the appointment is only $99. The medical consult, T and PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment, the day of your appointment, the visit is free. That's what he meant to say. So listen, get together with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and start feeling better today. 5 locations in Colorado: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Hit them up today, 720-440-7900. Visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. You know, to beat the White Sox, the Rockies would have to go 32-70 the rest of the way. 32-70. Doesn't sound that hard, does it?
No, not at all.
32-70. But plenty of reaction on the text line, which I appreciate.
One out of every 4, 3.
Yeah, I guess, right? Is that 1 out of 20? No, it's a little higher. It's 31%.
Okay.
31%. So it's a little bit more than 1 out of every 4.
1 out of 3?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, boy. A little less than that, but around that.
Well, it can't be less or more.
Right.
It's got to be one of those two.
Well, it could be.
I mean, we're not going every other because that'd put us at 50% there.
What is 31%? Could it be 1 out of 6? That's my math. Terrible. I don't know. I don't even know where to go.
Did you do it?
That. No, I'm not even sure where to go. I know 1 out of 4 is 25%. That's where my math skills end. 1 out of 5. 1 out of 5 would be 20%. 2 out of 5 would be 40%. 2 out of 6. 6 into 20 would be 33 point.
Is 2 out of 6 not the same out as 1 out of 3?
Would it be 2 out of 7?
No dumb question. 2 out of 6. Is that not the same math as 1 out of 3?
No, it is. It's exactly the same.
Okay.
What's 2 out of 7? Hold on. 2 divided by 7.
3 out of 10. I know if you want 30%,
but it's gotta be more.
Do 3 out of 10.
It's got to be 31%.
It's 1 out of 3.
I don't know.
It's 1 out of 3. Why are we overcomplicating that?
33%.
Yes.
33%, they're crushing it. 33%, we're home free, no problem. On the text line, you guys are dumb.
Yeah, no kidding.
No, you're right about that. All right, see your math has been horrible today. Just call it 1 out of 3.
Thank you.
That's fine.
Did I not say that?
For a show called PhD, you guys are shockingly bad at math.
Well, there's irony in the PhD.
That's for sure. All right, 1 out of 3. God, that does sound hard to do.
It does?
For this Rockies team, that would be one hell of an accomplishment from here on in.
I think they're going to smoke the Marlins tonight.
Oh, really?
They're going to win 10-3.
Okay. You like that?
Do I like that?
You gonna put some money on that one?
No.
People made money. Yeah. People made money yesterday. I had multiple people sending me their betting slips, making money. Nate, I guess, was hammering it, using all sorts of like gambling odds, way more than I was doing. So Nate was all over it. Never mind just the karma that they've not lost 9 games in a row, but they have lost 8 games in a row 4 times. That's crazy.
So even if they won every other game for the rest of the season, they would still finish with 100 losses.
Yeah.
That's good math from the text line.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? Dude, this has never happened. No team has ever lost 50 games in their first 60 ever played in modern history. It's crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy numbers. Okay.
Do you think people are paying attention?
Yeah, right now they are, because it's historically bad. And it is being talked about. Like, it's not just us. If you see on media, ESPN, whatever, whenever something is historically bad, it does get discussed.
Are just Coloradans paying attention?
Yeah,
not baseball world, just people from Colorado.
Yeah, I think at this point, yeah. Yeah, because it's so bad. And there's nothing else going on, really, in terms of the sports world for Colorado sports. I mean, we have OTAs today, but Sean...
See, that's why we should be rooting for history. People are paying the most attention they ever have.
You can either root for success or failure, I suppose. I'd rather not go down as the worst team ever. I mean, I'd rather, let the Cleveland Spiders hang on to that one and have the White Sox be the modern-day losers of all time. But, hey, if it gets something done. But either way, it's going to be close.
What were the White Sox again?
41 and 121.
Oof.
Mm-hmm.
Can we get 32 more wins?
Well, that's the bet. That's what I'm guessing they do. That's what I'm hoping they do. If they get 42 wins, they're definitely not the worst team of all time, despite what all the numbers may be. Frankly, if they get 32 more wins, they've actually played pretty well from this point on. They've done all right.
That's kind of true.
So we'll see. Scott's birthday. And I want to get to the this SEC thing in college football here in a little bit. I think they're barreling down a pretty fascinating path that I want your take on. Scott's birthday, though. Today's his birthday. So Scott is I'm taking the day off of work for my birthday guy. I don't think he's gone any. I think he's just hanging out, but he's taking today off.
Good for him.
Sure. And he took yesterday off, too. So he's making a birthday 4-day, giving himself that 4-day birthday celebration. The idea is on the Voice of the People. wish Scott a happy birthday, and tell him what you would get for him for his birthday.
If he showed up to work?
Well, knowing he'll be back at some point. Like, you can have some fun with it. Like, what would you get, Dan? What would you get Scott for his birthday? If you could get him anything. You got
orthotics.
You can get him anything.
He's got foot problems.
All right. Well, why not just get him new feet?
That's pretty expensive.
Well, I mean, just
foot transplant.
You're a genie. You're the genie in the bottle. You can get him anything. Anything. Not just like I'm going to buy him a birthday card down at the Hallmark or whatever. You can get him anything. What would you get him? So on the Voice of the People, you hit the little microphone. And you're like, hey, Scotty, happy birthday, brother. For your birthday, I'm going to get you what? Be creative out there. Dan, if you could get Scott anything, what would it be?
I would just make him like a montage of all of Bo Nix's touchdown passes from his rookie season.
You're going to give him a highlight reel?
Listen,
of Bo Nix's rookie year.
You guys are way overthinking this.
That's fantastic.
Nobody's more obsessed with poop than Scott Hastings.
So what would you get him?
I'm getting that dude a bidet.
There you go.
I'm getting that dude his own custom bidet.
Fantastic.
He needs it now.
Some poopery.
How about Scotty Scheffler's wife just handed him the baby with the poop running up the baby's back after he just cashed in like $3 million winning that tournament?
Nothing like saying, hey, you're just a dad.
Holy cow. Can you imagine you just won like $3 million? You just won a golf, $3 million,
what you get
whatever.
to do when you win $3 million? Buy a new T-shirt.
Yes. Like, how does that diaper not get changed?
You calling her a bad mom?
No. I'm just asking a question. I mean, that poop must have happened like when the putt dropped.
Boy, I do not miss blowouts. I tell you.
I mean, there were no other options. It had to happen as like
they sell these diapers that are allegedly supposed to be blowout free. That's a bunch of BS. Who's going to invent the blowout free diaper?
That would be one hell of a thing. All right, so you wish you get Scott a bidet.
I'm getting Scott a bidet. Yeah.
Dan, you're getting him a highlight reel, a Bo Nix highlight reel?
Maybe some probiotics also.
Okay. Would you make a trade for the Nuggets? You could do anything for Scott? Would you make some magic happen?
What are we doing?
For the Nuggets?
Yeah.
I don't know. Probably nothing. But if you could do anything to make his life better, what would it be? No, you don't have to go with
Touch
the Nuggets.
Gray.
You can
Just for men.
What's that?
Just for men.
Oh, you just make him look better? You wouldn't trade like Michael Porter Jr. for Kevin Durant?
No, I mean, because we're all being honest. We'd all really rather have gifts that are for us.
Gotcha. All right, so that's the assignment here today. And we'll play some as we go. We'll put a little montage together for Scott, and we'll see how creative you are. Challenge yourself here today. All right, 303-504-0925. It is the Voice of the People, so get on that, and let's have some fun. When we come back, though, the SEC, it's a fascinating idea what they want to do. Would it work? Details next. Live from the Backus and Shanker studios, their passion, justice. Got some breaking news during the break. Knicks fired Tom Thibodeau, head coach.
Oh, is that right?
Oh, how about that?
Wow.
Damn.
Wow. That's
That's tough, huh?
Yeah, that's tough life right there.
Make the NBA Eastern Conference Finals, you lose it, you're out. Wow. Oh, wow. Well, I like Tom Thibodeau as a coach. I thought he did a heck of a job.
I guess they're saying, hey, this is the best chance we ever had.
I guess so. Man, that is tough sledding right there. Man, you get your team to the freaking conference finals, and that's not good enough? Wow. That is tough, man. First East Finals in 25 years. We lost, you're out. Phew.
NBA, how they feeling about Pacers Thunder?
Feeling like the Thunder's going to win by a mile. That's what they think, odds-wise, betting-wise.
Is it fool's gold for the Nuggets? Is it fool's gold for Josh Kroenke, for David Adelman to be like, hey, we did pretty good against Thunder. We don't need to do anything significant.
Oh yeah, for sure. There's no doubt about it. That's I mean, it's looking better and better. We'll see how the finals go, but like, I mean, it's not even close at this point. Like, who's giving them the hardest competition? That's only 3 different teams.
Wait. So are you saying that's not fool's gold, or it is?
Fool's gold. No, I guess I'd say it's not fool's gold, I guess.
I think it is to some degree. I understand the thought process behind it. Like, hey, we did as good as anybody else, but the limitations are still the limitations. And if you hold on to the starting 5, I just don't know. I don't know how you improve the basketball team. I don't know how you get better depth. I don't know how you won't have the same starting 5, right? Like we talk about the core, but it's not going to be all 5 of them, right?
Well, unless you can move somebody, nobody's going to jump from the bench and get in the starting 5. That ain't happening.
They've said that they need to get a pick in this year's draft. How are you doing that?
I don't know.
What dude on the bench are you trading to give you a pick?
Nobody. For a second-round pick? Never mind a first-round pick. Nobody. Strawther? I doubt it. Nope. Maybe Strawther. Maybe you might be able to get a second-round pick for Strawther or Peyton Watson.
Yeah, you probably could for Strawther. I don't know about Peyton.
A second-round pick? Maybe. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe you could package guys together. I mean, if you put, like, Jalen Pickett and Strawther together, I guess, if we're just playing that game, there's ways you could do it. There's ways you could do it. I'm not saying it's an optimal sort of thing, nor would you have any guarantee your second-round pick's going to be better than those guys. But I think there's probably, I don't know if you can get a first-round pick for all that. And I don't even know who you'd take a swing at.
I guess we haven't really, the NBA coaching carousel has not really begun yet in terms of new hires. Although it kind of has. I mean, a handful of teams just hired their own interim coaches.
Well, who even has an opening right now, Dan? I mean, Knicks? I guess the Knicks do right now.
You guys think Michael Malone could be an option for New York?
Well, that's exactly where I was going, is that are we surprised we have not heard Michael Malone's name attached to any of these teams?
Well, there's just, I mean, besides the Knicks today, right now, literally this just
happened.
I think
everybody hired their interim, right?
Well, that's right. I'm trying to think, are there any teams that have an opening? Spurs got their guy. Memphis got their guy. Nuggets got their guy, obviously. Who else is there? What else is there? Is that it? I feel like I'm missing something.
Oh, Suns, right?
Is the Suns open?
I don't know. Is it still open?
I don't even know. Would Malone fit in as the head coach of the Knicks? Well, he's from the New York area. I don't know if that matters at all, but, that's where he spent a lot of time. He's kind of a New Yorker. I don't know, man. Malone and Thibodeau seem to be kind of the same guy, don't you think? They're sort of the same sort of age, sort of style, sort of dude. They're sort of from the same sort of class. I don't know if Malone. First of all, in all honesty, aside from, I guess, just being bored, why would Malone want to jump, for the next 2 years?
Because coaches don't know what to do with themselves.
You'd think he'd just be too bored.
I do. Yeah. I mean, do you think he enjoyed jumping in the media and having people all beat all down up and down his throat for things that he said? Do you think he enjoyed that? He's like, yeah, that's what I want to do for the next year.
Well, no. Although that being said, I think that won't necessarily happen again.
I agree.
Because we kind of were paying attention there in the beginning, but we didn't talk about his second day on the job for ESPN, aside from his apology thing or his clarification thing. Oh, Phoenix is open? Okay. I don't know, man. We'll see. Malone to New York. Well, wow. Again, I don't know the insides of New York Knicks basketball. Maybe it's a disaster behind the scenes there. Who knows?
What coach is more appealing than Michael Malone?
I think Malone would be great. I do not know what their GM situation is. I don't know what the ownership situation. They got a couple of great players. Obviously, they were good enough to beat the Celtics. Weren't good enough to take on the Pacers. They got a rabid fan base. It's in Madison Square in New York basketball. That's a plum job right there. Big time job. It's a job you don't turn down. I don't know. Malone has got as good of a shot at that as anybody, I suppose.
You would think. You would think he'd be at the top of the list.
I don't know who the lead assistant for New York is. Who's the David Adelman of the New York Knicks?
Well, that's what makes David Adelman being hired by the Nuggets so unusual. It's pretty unusual, man, to promote from within when you fire your head coach.
From Susie on the text line, Tim Conley is going to fire Finch and Malone is going to go to the Wolves. What's Tim Conley going to do? Tim Conley could be coming back here.
He's under contract.
Yeah, what is his
Why
deal?
do we always talk about that like that's a possibility?
There's some, what's that, Dan? There's some sort of,
I think in a year's time you might be able to have that conversation, but right now I don't even think that's a choice.
Tyler, related to your Fool's Gold, good question. Let's pretend Nuggets won Game 7 against the Thunder. How many games would it have taken them to beat the T-Wolves? Or they have not won that series? I think they would have beat the T-Wolves this year. So while we were the toughest matchup for the possible champions, that doesn't take away from our weakness. Took us 7 to beat the Clippers. Possibly wouldn't have beat the Wolves, especially not 4-1. I don't know. How do you think they would have done against the Wolves this year?
Well, I think they would have been okay. I think I tend to agree with you. I think they probably had a pretty legitimate chance to beat them. Taking his shot at the Nuggets that it took him 7 games to beat the Clippers, I don't look at it that way. The more I look at that series, the more impressed I am that the Nuggets even beat the Clippers. Does that not feel like a hell of a series for the Nuggets to actually pull away with?
It was great, especially considering where the organization thought it was going. The organization thought they were going to lose their last 3 games or lose 2 of the last 3, get to the play-in, and lose that game too. And that was that. So what you got out of Adelman was pretty special. Really special. And that was a hell of a series. That was a great series.
All I know is all this talk about running it back, all this talk about we got the starting 5 that we need, that we can win a championship with these guys. It just makes me feel more and more like we are not hiring outside for a GM. We got the guy right here already. Because if you want to run it back, why wouldn't you just run it back with people that were a part of the vision from the beginning?
Well, I actually agree with you. And I think that's why it's more likely that you see somebody hired, kind of like what Danny Ainge just did with the Sun. I don't know if you caught that one. Danny Ainge hired his own son, not to be the GM, not to be the coach in Utah, but to be the president of basketball. So Danny Ainge is like a CEO. He hired his son to be the president. Then they got a GM, they got a coach, and they go from there. I think that's what the Nuggets are going to do, which would replicate what they have with the Avalanche. Now, this is just a guess on my part. Total guess on my part. No inside information, nothing like that. I just think that you need somebody to sort of balance things out. You need kind of that third person just to sort of make sure everybody's on the same page. So I think that's where they'll go. They'll go in that particular direction. But we'll see. Just
By the way, Connolly has an opt-out clause this offseason.
Yeah, I knew there was
right now this year.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
There was some sort of reason his name's been in the mix.
Okay.
When does he have to declare that by? Does it say?
Doesn't say.
Yeah, you could bring Conley back here as the president of basketball. and underneath him there's like a GM.
Well, you brought Tim Connolly back. I guess, President, you're running the show no matter what, but I just bring him back to run the show and do what he's always done.
Yeah, and I think that would be like a little bit of a promotion sort of thing, that you'd be the president, then you'd have a GM under you, and then you'd have – I mean, that's what the Avs do. They've got Joe. They got McFarland. They got Bedsy.
If they had it all to do over again, they obviously don't let Tim Connolly walk?
I don't think there's anything they could have done to stop it, in all honesty. I think he was
money.
Oh, okay.
I mean, he didn't just want to leave.
I have no idea. I'd have to go back into that time and see what that was
well,
all
my
about.
point is, if you're talking about bringing him back, I think you would say in hindsight, yeah, we wouldn't have ever let him leave.
Maybe they feel that, hey, we shouldn't have let him leave. I don't know. But I think he was looking for a little bit more of everything. So if he wants a little bit more of everything, maybe you do.
And that's what you're talking about giving him, though.
Yeah.
You're talking about giving him more of everything.
Well, basically. I don't know. It's hard to be critical of it because you got Calvin Booth and you won a championship. And there were moves that Calvin Booth made that I don't know if Tim Connolly makes. And it worked out well. All right, Dan, we got anybody chiming in there for Scott? Do we have any brave souls? Does anybody put out their creativity yet or not?
Yeah, we got some ready to go.
All right, well, we'll hear some of those. The concept of it's Scott's birthday. So you wish him a happy birthday, and if you could get him anything for his birthday, what would it be? Would you make him the head coach of the Knicks? Scott's openly sort of campaigned here.
He was drafted by them.
He was drafted. He is a Knick. He is a New York Knick. And let's get into this SEC conversation, too. It's PhD on 92.5.
All right, check it out, guys and gals. If you need a new vehicle, just go to the best dealership in Colorado with the best inventory, with the best prices. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. I've been a customer since my rookie year in the NFL. Just keep going back to Phil Long Ford because relationships matter to me in life. And I know these guys. I love these guys. I trust these guys. I always find the vehicle of my dreams, and I always find the best price at Phil Long Ford. Same thing's going to happen to you. Guys, when you go to Phil Long Ford, they've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for new, whether you're looking for pre-owned, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams over at Phil Long Ford. And keep in mind that they've got an award-winning service department over at Phil Long Ford. So once you buy that new vehicle, make sure you keep it serviced over at Phil Long. You're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop for the comfort of your own home at phillongford.com.
Today is our guy, Scott Hastings' birthday. He's off today. But if you get the app, the Altitude Sports Radio app, powered by the Wilhite Law Firm, injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. There's just a little microphone on there. So you press on the microphone, just leave a message. It's the voice of the people, which is awesome. And you just, happy birthday, Scott. So wish him a happy birthday. Then I'd like to get you, and it can be anything you want. You're a genie. You're a magic genie. You can get Scott whatever you want. It's funny, Dan. Somebody was like, I'd make him 27 again so he could be the backup center for Jokic.
Ooh, there you go. That's a good one.
I guess, but why not just make him Jokic? I mean, you think the dream would be to be the backup?
My dream would be to be Nikola Jokic's backup.
But not Jokic. You wouldn't dream that.
No,
that
I don't
big.
want that responsibility.
You don't want that responsibility. I could give you anything. You're a backup. Oh, okay. Cool. Why didn't you just make me the guy? No. You're the backup.
You ever seen Blue Mountain State? The guy.
You got good knees. You can have anything. You're an assistant coach. Bing. Well, thanks. Anyways, Blackhawk down. That's the idea. You got anything, Dan? You got any couple of play, like some examples? I'll get into this SEC thing. What do you got?
Want to wish you a very happy birthday, Scott, you big stud. One thing I want to get you for your birthday is a subscription to all of next year's NFL mock drafts because I know how much you enjoy them. And
prize, we have
pretty
absolutely
good.
nothing.
Pretty good.
That is fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Well, that's the idea. You got any more?
Well, in honor of Scott, it should be you win absolutely nothing.
All right, let's hear another one. That was really good, though.
Happy birthday, Scotty. If I could get you anything, it would be a lunch date with my wife, Samantha, because she thinks you're hysterical. We don't miss a game. We just love you. Happy birthday, buddy.
Wait a second. Was that guy selling his wife?
That was confusing. That was...
Did that guy just sell his wife?
Wow. Was that like...
indecent proposal right there?
Back pages, something going on there?
What the hell was that right there?
Well, that was kind of like you and Jared Bednar. Your wife and Kim and
yeah,
Jared
but I'm not like, I told you the deal on that.
Don't ask, don't tell?
Yeah, I'm not going to stand in the way, but I'm not going to help make it happen.
Right. That does make sense. I mean you're not Diddy.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the softball thing here. Like, okay, if it happens, it happens, but...
Gosh, I don't know what happened to our guy. Yesterday we had a guy that was like, he was ready to rock and roll. He said he's got the niece. She throws 70 miles per hour. I mean, I was ready. He went 0 dark 30 on me.
I'm sorry. One more, or is that it? You got one more? All right, one more.
Hey, happy birthday, Scott. I set up a private reservation for you and Sean Payton for a nice night out, a nice dinner where you two could hash it all out.
Listen, you guys got right off the bat, you guys get this instantly.
They get Scott.
They get it.
Yeah.
I love it. Absolutely fantastic. Wow, 3 in a row. We got an indecent proposal, and we got a couple of funny ones there. We'll keep it coming in. We'll see. We'll put it all together as a little present for Scott tomorrow. We'll get Scott a nice little.
We don't
present.
know what Scott's doing today, huh? Just taking the day.
He's just taking the day.
Taking the birthday day.
He's just taking the birthday day. He said that he doesn't like to be on the air because he doesn't want people to make a big deal of it. So now we're doing this. So,
in honor.
I guess so. The SEC, let me give you this story, see where you're at with it. So the SEC wants to leave the NCAA. I've actually told them they're going to do this in 28 or something. And they want to create their own rules for their own thing, a super conference with the Big Ten. They would create their own rules, their own NIL, their own basically everything. All right. I feel conflicted on this one, Tyler. I'm curious where you're at. I understand why they want to do it. Listen, first of all, the national championship is not even a national championship for the NCAA. And football is pretty unique. You know, I don't know if people even realize that the NCAA does not have like a national championship. It's like the bowl series or whatever they call it. college football playoff. It's independent already.
It's not like March Madness where the NCAA orchestrates everything.
Correct. Now, the NCAA serves a fine enough purpose for basketball, baseball, softball, track, wrestling, whatever. They're fine. It looks like it's working out for the most part in all those other sports. The only sport that it gets really weird is football because the money is so completely ridiculous, and the SEC and Big Ten, frankly, don't need anybody else. Not really. They don't. They would be fine just on their own. Well, what are we talking about, 25 or 30 teams or so?
Yeah, I mean, the SEC, I'm not even sure the Big Ten has got the wherewithal to pull this off on their own. If they wanted to do it in conjunction with the SEC, they could do that. The SEC is the only conference that's got the prestige, the power, the money to say, we don't need you. And quite frankly, we don't need whatever title you're going to give us. Because that's the only that's really the only tie back in is that you want to be able to say you're a national champion. And if you separate, well, now you're the SEC champion. But what you do get when you separate, now we get to make our own rules. Now we get to pay our guys. Now we're going to come up with our own salary cap. We've got our own TV deal,
right?
Which you already do to some degree, but you are in total control of all of that. You want to make the enhanced games? Make the enhanced games. You don't have any need for the NCAA.
There's been speculation that the NFL would expand to Europe and perhaps open up 2 more divisions, add 8 teams, which would give the NFL 40 teams. That seems like a lot to me. And I'm talking about this over like a long period of time, over 15, 20 years perhaps of expansion like that. Do you ever see a need for more than 40 teams in the NFL? And frankly, the NFL at 32 teams is doing just fine, right?
Yeah, no, I don't.
Okay. Why in the world?
I hope the NFL never goes to Europe.
Okay, fine. Do you hope they expand or not?
That's what I just said.
Okay, so no expansion. We just stay at 32 teams. What reason is there for more than that number? And let's just for fun, expand it to 40 teams in the NCAA. What need is there to have more than 40 teams a year compete for a national championship?
What need?
Yeah. Like if the SEC and Big Ten expanded and added a few more teams,
we're talking specifically football, right?
Yeah, only football. This is only football. Why would they need, if they're probably fine as is, but let's just say Notre Dame come on in, or give me a Pac-12 school, give me somebody else maybe that they'd want. Clemson in the ACC, you know what I'm saying? Like teams like that. Oh, we want you to. So they expand up to 40. Is there a need for more than 40 teams to compete every year for an NCAA, or I'm sorry, a college football national championship?
I mean, not if you got the best of the best. No.
You're certainly going to have it.
No, I mean, if you got powerhouses that live within the Big 12, that live within, I don't know, the ACC, it gets confusing because you want to be able to say we're the best, and we win. Now, if this does happen, which I've got my doubts if it does, if it does happen, you are just one step closer to literally not even having college athletes.
Right.
I mean,
they'll make their own rules. So why?
What is the SEC? What do they really have anything to do with college? You know,
that's right.
They're just going to be another professional football league. So you've tried the UFL, you've tried the USFL, you've tried all these spring leagues,
which are terrible,
which don't work because you don't have the built-in fan bases.
Right.
You are literally just going to become another professional league.
Why would, in terms of athlete eligibility, why would any of the schools make the kids go to school at all? Like, hey, you want to go to a class or two? It's here. You don't have to. You're a football player, and you're going to be paid, and you're going to represent this school. Well, whether you want to go to school or not, I suppose that's optional. That's probably the first thing they would do. And let's face it, a lot of kids who play college football, they're barely going to school as it is. Good for Travis Hunter for getting his degree and all that. But a lot of kids, man, they're just cruising through whatever they're doing. I doubt Shedeur was going to a whole heck of a lot of classes.
Well, it's a mistake. It is. for the far majority of guys. I mean, you're talking about 1% of college football players are going to make it to the next level.
No doubt.
So I hope it doesn't go in that direction.
Okay. This brings up the bigger point. As frustrating as the NCAA could be, is it ultimately better, though? Because, first of all, you keep schools like Colorado or my Syracuse or whatever. I mean, at least we're in the conversation. We're in the realm of possibility.
I do think the fans like underdogs, yes.
Right.
If that's the question, I think it's tough to have a championship without the threat of a true underdog.
There was
without a Cinderella story.
There was something cool about Arizona State last year, right? Playing Texas.
I guess. I don't know, actually.
No?
I don't know. I mean, that was a cute storyline that Boise State got a bye. That was a cute storyline that SMU was back in there.
Yeah.
That was a cute storyline that ASU won the Big 12.
Yeah.
For 5 minutes.
Well, they gave Texas a heck of a run.
Okay, cool.
Could have gone their way.
Cool. It lasted 5 minutes. I mean, all those schools, all those Cinderella stories, all those underdogs, 5 minutes.
All right, what's better? Because CU would not be part of this mix. I don't think. Syracuse wouldn't either. What's better for college football?
What's best for college football is to abandon NIL.
Ooh.
What's best for college football, and I don't mean players don't get paid.
Okay.
I mean players get paid the right way.
Mm-hmm.
I mean players, every single conference has got their own TV deal.
Mm-hmm.
They've got their own salary cap. They've got their own budget. Every school is going to maintain a competitive balance within that own specific conference because there's going to be a salary cap that is unique to only that conference. These players are going to get paid money that is directly from the university, that is a salary that comes with bonuses. When you sign a bonus with a Fortune 500 company and they give you $500,000 because they've been recruiting you for 3 years, well, guess what you don't get to do? You don't get to leave. You don't get to bounce. You don't get to jump ship to the competitor. You've got NDAs. You've got non-competes. You've got money that you got fronted that if you leave goes back to that business. So what's best for NCAA, they need to start controlling the anarchy, which means they've got to abandon NIL. They got to do it the proper way. I don't know that I just answered your question, but if you want to save the NCAA, that's the only way to do it.
Well, what you've done then, because the SEC would obviously never go along with that.
Why not? Because they've got their own salary cap. They've got their own TV deal. They still get to pay their players more money. They're independent. Every conference is independent. Every conference has got their own money. They balance their own books. The NCAA doesn't tell you how much money you get to pay your players.
Mm-hmm.
Your conference does that.
Okay. Sake of argument. Wouldn't you just be creating a situation like Major League Baseball has where you got the haves and the have-nots?
That's what you've already got.
Do you?
Yeah.
I mean, what stops a school from CU from having a rich alum to throw more NIL money at their kids?
Well, I mean, SMU sort of did it.
Right.
I mean, they sort of got back into the picture.
I mean, I get it. It takes a lot of money, but every school, it's up to them to raise that NIL money.
Okay.
If you're talking about a salary cap, I mean,
then do it.
All right, but you'd have a different salary cap for the Big Ten and the SEC.
I mean, I think if anything, it would do the opposite. It would prevent having the New York Yankees. It would prevent having Alabama. It would prevent having the Georgias because they would have a budget that is unique to their conference that is the same as every other team, including Vanderbilt, including all the other schools that are in that conference. They don't get to spend more money. Which I'm kind of anti. I mean, I want players to be able to get paid the most amount of money they possibly can.
Mm-hmm.
But if you want to maintain the competitive balance, we all know that salary caps, they are important to maintain competitive balance. So this would do the opposite, actually. It would prevent these schools from just being on top of the world for 10 years.
Well, who's going to make that happen in the NCAA with the SEC? It feels to me like the SEC is just holding everybody hostage. I mean, nobody's going to stop them. And if they get together with the Big Ten, who's going to really stop them? How's the NCAA going to stop them? Now, it does. I don't know if this means this would outlaw them from other NCAA sports. I guess it would. I mean, if you're going to you probably can't just break off just from football.
Well, what I think the NCAA should do, they should do this on their own. they should form their own Super League that we're now going to invite the SEC to. We're going to invite the Big Ten to, and we're going to now have relegation. So we've got the Super League, whatever you want to call it. It's AAA baseball. It's whatever. And then we got AA baseball.
It could
that's
work
going
in college football
with University of Colorado, with ASU, all the other teams that are good.
Yeah,
the respectable programs.
Yeah.
But you got to earn your way into the top tier.
I actually like that. I think we've heard this relegation idea for like baseball, Major League Baseball, other pro sports. It's not going to work. But in college football, it could work. In college football, that actually could work. I actually love that idea. So if you had 40 teams in, the upper level, and then I think the way relegation works, it's like the bottom four, the top four. You have like 4 teams switch in and out every year, that sort of thing. Gives you a shot. Work your way up. Stay on top. Don't get in trouble. Be one of the top 40 teams in the country. Don't really need more than 40 teams, do you? Not really. I doubt it.
No, that's a lot.
That's plenty, right? And then you have everybody underneath. I actually love that idea. But the NCAA is going to you'd have to blow up conferences. So that means you'd just be blowing up conferences for the most part. Rivalries, all that sort of stuff would go out the window.
Well, they're already doing that anyways.
Right.
I mean, teams are bouncing around left and right.
One of these big things, the SEC doesn't want to play 9 conference games. They like playing their 4 non-conference, beating up on people. They're having this big debate because, well, what are we going to do here? Like, we got to play ourselves more? They don't really want to do that. Would that make college football better? Or have we just jumped the shark on college football completely? And it's just in this crazy land of, what the hell's going on here?
Well, the current model is just not sustainable. It's not sustainable for a million reasons. It's not sustainable because coaches don't want to stay within it. It's because coaches don't want to deal with NIL. It's not sustainable because players are signing for $3 million and then they get $500,000 and they're like, well, where's the rest of my money? Because I don't have a proper contract. I don't have legal recourse here. Nothing about the current model is sustainable. So I know this. NCAA, you want to survive? It's time to adapt.
Do you think they will?
Yeah.
You do? You really?
Yeah.
Oh, I think the NCAA can't get out of their own way. I think the SEC...
Well, then that means SEC will succeed.
Oh, I think they will succeed. I think they will. I think them in the Big Ten. It's a shame that it would impact other sports because the other sports work fine under the NCAA thing. But football is Mount Everest. Everybody else is, bottom of the lake. Well, that's what's going on right now, man. College football. I bet you in 5 years, I know what you would prefer, but what do you think it'll look like in 5 years, college football?
I think it's going to look like what I said. I think that it's going to get so confusing if the SEC separates for football and football only. And I know we've got schools already that have got a basketball team that's in a different conference than their football team. But I really do think it's adapt or die. And at this point, NCAA, they've got no choice.
We have more birthday wishes for Scotty, which are awesome. If you want to get in on that, get the app, Altitude Sports Radio app. Press on the voice of the people, the microphone right in the middle, and send us your message. We'll hear more of those. Bill Simmons rips on Pablo Torre about the Bill Belichick thing. I think this is pretty funny. And Scotty Scheffler with life advice. It's PhD on 92.5. All right, a lot of people are chiming in on this Tom Thibodeau news. So the guy gets the Knicks to the Eastern Conference Finals. He just got fired within the hour. A lot of folks out there, I'm seeing it on Twitch, YouTube comments, text line. It's all about Malone.
God, it's hard to believe. I mean, it was hard to believe Michael Malone got fired with 3 games left in the season. This is a hard one to understand. Fire coach, get that far? Wow.
I don't get it.
You don't feel like you're that close? You don't feel like one more year, run this thing back?
I'm shocked. I don't get it. Look to me, things are going pretty good there in New York.
I mean, can you imagine?
Disappointing, but geez.
So I think about it in terms of, I was playing out Washington the year that John Fox got fired. And we looked at the Broncos like they were the gold standard.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like Broncos are on top of the world.
Right.
And I know that it wasn't quite that way, but I mean, from an outside perspective looking in, especially in a bad organization at the time, which I was at,
mm-hmm.
we looked at the Broncos like, man, they got their stuff figured out.
Right.
John Fox moves on, gets fired, whatever you want to call it. We're like, what the hell's going on in Denver? Well, Michael Malone gets fired here from the Nuggets. We got 3 games left. And here locally, I don't think anybody would have been surprised by the news of Michael Malone getting fired at the end of the season, but we were still pretty surprised. Can you imagine being 6 states over, being out in New York, looking at the Nuggets, being like, they just fired Michael Malone? Can you imagine the shock?
Well, yeah, I think people were pretty. So there may be that, to use that example, well said, maybe there's things going on there in New York we just don't know. Where it actually is not that shocking. It's not that surprising. It actually makes sense.
Yeah, there usually is, right?
Yeah, I mean, because on the surface, damn. Listen, man, I still was surprised when they fired Michael Malone with 3 games to go. I mean, I know what you're saying, but I was like, they'll get it together. I mean, the playoffs are where you make your money.
That's how I felt.
Yeah, but we didn't know. We didn't know what we didn't know. So that job's open. So there you go. We'll see. We'll see with Michael Malone. All right, I got some stuff for you. Scotty Scheffler. We'll get to the Bill Simmons stuff. Just tell me when you got that, Dan. Put it up on the board. But I can give you the Scotty Scheffler thing. Are you a Scotty Scheffler fan?
Love Scotty Scheffler.
What do you love about him?
Well, he's the most dominant golfer since Tiger Woods. Now, how much of that is because the guy's balanced for live? Probably a lot. And the PGA needs competition for Scotty Scheffler because he's just running away with everything right now. I think sometimes that's a good thing for sports when you've got somebody that's on top of the world. But he is just unchallengeable right now. How did I do on that?
No, you tried.
Yeah.
That's the most important thing.
Is that a word, unchallengeable? Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is?
Yeah, but that's not how you said it the first time. But it's okay.
Did I get it right the second time?
Yeah, you did, actually. You crushed it the second time.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah. Is he boring?
Well, I don't know about is he boring, but is golf boring? Is that what you're asking?
I don't know. Maybe it's the same thing. I mean, it wasn't boring when he was getting arrested.
It felt like 5 or 6 years ago, PGA had like 12 young studs that were just up and coming. Brooks, you had Bryson, you had Scotty, you had Ricky Fowler at the time.
Yeah.
There were all these just young studs that they were going to take over the next generation of golf. And now you got Scotty.
Well, you got Liv too, so I guess they're not going head to head. At the majors, they are. They go head to head at the majors, but that's only once a month. You get that once a month. The Memorial. It's funny. The Memorial's not a major. But to me, the Memorial is always like kind of a big tournament. It's Jack's tournament. It was, kind of a big deal. I remember when Tiger hit that shot in the dark at the Memorial all those years ago. Just kind of exciting to finish things off on 18. I don't know. Tiger dominated the Memorial. It was one of those ones you just always watched. And this year is just a snooze fest. But I'm not hating on Scotty Scheffler because the dude's nails. So here we go. We got some insight to life. I want you to think
deep thoughts here.
Deep thoughts by Scotty Scheffler.
Okay.
All right. You ready for this? Perfect. Here we go, Scotty.
Scotty, you've talked a lot about the importance of staying in the present, which can be hard for a lot of people, but where does that importance for you, the focus on that, come from? And is there anyone or anything throughout your life that has helped you get better at staying in the present?
Well, my college coach, Coach Fields, was kind of the first person that introduced that concept to me. I was when I first got to college, I was trying to date this girl. Her name was Meredith, and I would come out to the course, and if she shot me a text or gave me a phone call, I'd pick it up, and I was still trying to woo her at that point, and I'd get a little distracted when it came to practicing, and Coach sat me down one day and said, "Hey, listen, when you're at the golf course, you need to be focused on what you're doing at the golf course." He's like, when you're in class, you need to be paying attention in class. And he's like, when you get to do your social stuff, you need to be present where you are. And it's just, I think it's a better way to try to enjoy life. I mean, if I can be present where I am, like if I'm at home thinking about golf, am I going to be fully enjoying the time I get to spend with Meredith and Bennett? Probably not. And if I'm at the golf course thinking about being at home, I'm probably not going to be focused in my practice. I'm not going to get the most out of it. And so I think it's a daily battle to try and focus on the task at hand. And, I think it's a bit of a, kind of, living life to the fullest type of thing. I think when you're thinking about what you're doing, I think that's when you're living.
Wow.
Well, in other words,
man,
don't put a blowout diaper on me when I'm winning golf tournaments.
Well, hold on. Or, because the golf tournament was over,
now I can check back into dad mode?
I can check back. I can instantly be present with the sloppy diaper in my hands. That is the time to give me the kid with the poop running up its back.
Right.
Now I should be present in this disgusting, filthy moment.
But don't be, I'm on the 6T box here.
Correct.
Do not be showing me some poopy diaper.
Don't show me the poopy. Don't say, Scotty, look at Junior.
Meredith, you're on duty.
Scotty, I'm on the 16th, Meredith. I'm present here. I'll be present with poopy diapers after I win this thing.
Pretty good life advice.
Pretty good life advice. Pretty good. I think that's so...
If you truly had the ability to separate work from life, wouldn't we all be 10 times more successful?
You probably would be. If you said, this is what I'm doing now, this is where I'm going right now.
Be where your feet are.
I'm just here. This is it. That's all I'm thinking about.
This is the only moment that exists right now.
That's right, Dan. Keep that music going. Well, instead, most people are in their cubicles right now, and they're just like, the hell can I get out of here?
Yeah, I was usually listening to Kubiak give us a speech. Guys, we got Red Zone tomorrow.
Were you present?
Polumbus. Giving you 12 chances here. No more sacks, dude. Do I get whole milk or skim?
And he's playing video games. He's thinking about anything else but the video game.
I send you guys stuff for the show. Every
now and then he sends me a text at like 8 a.m. and I'm like, wow.
Really?
Dan's up at 8?
But technically that for Dan is work time.
I guess so.
It's not your work time, but that's for Dan. That's his work time.
No, I mean, I'm definitely up and operating at 8 a.m. I'm always surprised when I get one from him.
I've been working on waking up earlier and working out before work.
Can I be? I'll save it for no dumb question. Never mind.
Oh, so you got a good one.
Well, not really. I mean, don't get too excited.
Okay, so you have a very mediocre no-dumb question.
Yeah, it's a very
up.
mediocre sleep question.
You're not going to oversell your no-dumb question.
No, definitely not.
So if somebody didn't want to listen, they wouldn't be missing that much.
Correct.
That's next. That is true. How can you not talk about the Rockies? Well, when dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, sometimes things are worse than the Rockies' record. It's right there, though. If you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is there. Don't have to have just an okay experience. Have an amazing one. Beat the Marlins twice in a row. Be incredible. It's a given that better medical practice leads to better outcomes for patients. If you suffer from ED, you want a good outcome. All right, so here's what you do. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Their treatments work where the pills or herbals fail. They've got treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. Schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. That initial visit's only $99. You get that consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If the test dose doesn't work in the office, that visit is free. They have an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So call them today. 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, what you got with your mediocre question? We can get some others here, but
I feel like you should ask a good one before I ask a bad one.
I don't know if I got a really good one, but
Dan had one, didn't he?
Oh, you did? Dan, you got something?
No. Dan had a sleep question.
A sleep
well,
question?
Dan had a sleep comment about trying to go to bed earlier, which was going to lead to my no dumb question.
All right, Dan, what do you got?
Well, I said I'm trying to get up earlier so that I can work out before work.
Okay.
So I've been training my my sleep clock to get up earlier. So I've been getting up much earlier than I normally would.
What time is that?
I try to get up around 7. Normally be like 8:30.
Not bad.
All right.
Not bad. Okay. So it's no secret I've been on like an insane health kick for like 7 or 8 months now.
Good for you.
Like by far the biggest health kick of my entire life. Part of that has definitely been my sleep schedule.
All right.
Like I had a crap sleep schedule for a while. I was going to bed late, and it's just like whenever I fall asleep, I fall asleep. But I got into a really good routine of being in bed by about 9:45.
Mm-hmm.
I'd read for about 20, 30 minutes. I'd go to sleep, and I'd be up by 6:30, right?
Okay.
With the daylight, it's really challenging. How do you overcome people that like to go to bed early?
Mm-hmm.
How do you overcome the daylight issue?
No, it's killing me right now.
Now, like my body clock, legitimately, I'm at least an hour and a half behind where I want to be.
Yeah, I gotcha. My wife, she wants the curtains. I'd have blackout curtains. I'd sleep in a freaking chilled cave.
But see,
where I couldn't see anything.
I need that to not just be in my room. I need that to be in like the family area also, because where you're watching TV, that's where it tells you,
Gotcha.
hey, it's daylight out there and it's 9:15.
I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. It sucks. My wife is killing me on this right now. I'm up every day like at 5:30 because that's when the sun comes up and we don't have blackout shades and it's just like daylight. I don't know what to tell you, man. It's a tough spot.
It's killing me. I've been in a great routine for like 6-8 months of going to bed early, and now I'm struggling.
I guess blackout shades. Where are the things over your eyes? I don't know. Where are those things?
I mean, double down on melatonin.
Yeah.
It just makes you groggy in the morning, though.
I don't know, Dan. Dan's waking up at the crack of 7 a.m. I mean, that is pushing it.
It's a big step for me.
Waking up at 7 a.m.?
Yeah.
You know how many people are listening to this right now, rolling their eyes like you got to be kidding me?
7 o'clock.
Yeah, I mean, I think we probably at 1:45 here, we got a lot of people who are probably up at 5 a.m. that are working early, that they're kind of done with their day or whatever.
I don't know.
Probably quite a few.
I don't think anybody's actually going to work at 5 a.m. anymore. I mean, I know we got the blue-collar folks that are going to work at 5 a.m.
Yeah.
Nowadays, isn't normal like work schedule like 9:30 to 2:30?
I have no idea when people work. I got
I
no
think
clue.
I'm being serious.
No clue.
I would wager it's like 9:30 to 2:30.
I got no dumb question on Twitch. What do you do with your hands when happy birthday is sung at you? That's a great question.
I've never thought about that.
That's a great question.
I have no idea what I do with my hands.
Yeah, somebody starts singing happy birthday. Do you start conducting? Start like, oh, okay. Being sung happy birthday to is got to be amongst one of the most awkward moments of life. It's not like a bad moment. It's not an insult. It's a nice gesture by other people. But what do you do with your hands?
I've never orchestrated my happy birthday song.
So when people
have you done that?
I don't know. I can't. You know what? In all honesty, having somebody sing happy birthday to you is annoying. Thank God my parents do it to me every year, but it's just over the phone. So I kind of
My siblings did that for my 40th birthday at dinner.
They sang you happy
a couple
birthday.
months back.
What'd you do?
I was like cringing.
Yeah, it's cringy. Being sung happy birthday to sucks.
It really is the worst.
What do you do?
No dumb question. Can we end the happy birthday song?
It'd be fine by me. And by the way,
at what age do you stop giving gifts to siblings?
Oh, wow, man. I don't know. Never?
Never?
I don't think so.
So every birthday for their entire life, you get them a gift?
Oh, what about yeah, I get well, that's true. Fair point. I guess I stopped at some point. Phone call. Something. Text. I don't know. Who knows? That's a good question. I don't know. I think it depends where they live and if you see them or not. If you don't live close to each other. Did you get mom and dad a birthday present, don't you? You get them a little something, don't you?
Card?
That's it?
I think so.
I DoorDashed my mom flowers and some strawberries. I thought the strawberries were actually kind of funny. It turns out she really liked the strawberries.
Where were they from?
Like the supermarket down the street. I just was, it's like, oh my God, shoot. I think actually it's from Mother's Day.
Wait, did you want her to not like them?
No. I wanted her to like them fine. I just didn't, think things out. And I was just like, DoorDash. Like DoorDash will work. It's like the supermarket flowers and some strawberries. It's actually a pretty unique gift. It went over well. I can't say there was a lot of thought that went into it. I do have an idea for Scott for his birthday, a present for him.
What's that?
Well, do you want to go in on it or not?
I want to know what it is first.
Well, I don't want to spoil it on the old air ski here.
You think Scott's listening to us?
I would not be surprised, or he has spies that'd be listening to us. I'll tell you off the air. I'll tell you off the air what I'm thinking about.
All right.
And we can either go in on it together. I got him something cheap, though, for sure. That you don't need to. It's really cheap. It's like the cheapest thing ever. Like,
oh man.
Well, I wasn't even asking to share that. Dan, you've been working with Scott for 8 years. What do you usually get him for his birthday?
A whole lot of nothing.
All right.
He didn't get anything for my birthday.
Is that how it goes around here?
Yeah.
It's like you don't get it for me.
You're the first one to give people other coworkers birthday gifts.
You make me uncomfortable when you give gifts. Because that is you now set an expectation that it's like, oh wow, now I guess I'm the a-hole that doesn't give gifts.
Yeah, you don't have to sweat it for me. My birthday's on a Sunday this year, and I'm on vacation anyways. I'll be a ghost. No reminder of it. We had kind of forgot it was Scott's birthday. It was Altitude TV that kind of outed him. Do you have any more little things there, Dan, for him?
Now Hastings wants a piece of cake. Happy birthday, Hastings.
Pretty
good. For your birthday, the Magic Genie here set up a fight between you and Charles Barkley for the championship belt.
Hey, the callers today have been killer, man. Listeners have been great. So that's the challenge. You go on to the app there, the Altitude Sports Radio app, powered by the Wilhite Law Firm, WilhiteWins.com. And you say happy birthday however you want, and then you get to give Scott whatever you want. You're the Magic Genie. Whatever. You can give him whatever you want. You got more there, Dan, or is that it?
Scotty, for your birthday, I would get you 2 new radio hosts. Oh!
Well, that was rude. I didn't like that one at all.
Well, who knows? Give it time. That can be arranged. Wouldn't be the first time. Anything else, Dan, or is that
That's it for now. Keep sending them in.
Now?
We'll keep playing them.
All right. Any other no dumb questions? Dan, you got anything on your head? Oh, that's not very nice. Gift stop for siblings at age 21.
That seems reasonable. That does.
Oh, here's a good text. Gosh, don't look at the text line. Don't cheat. Scott does share a birthday with a famous movie character. Can you guess who it is?
Clint Eastwood.
It is not. It's a character in a movie. But it's a character.
I mean, this is by far the most vague clue that you have ever given in your entire life. There is a movie that somebody's got a birthday that there's a character in a movie.
Because, and the reason why is his birth date is a big deal in the scene of the movie.
Oh my God, I have no idea.
Okay. So
can you give a better clue?
All right, think of a movie we all know. You 100% know it. 100% know it. And there's a scene in it where his age is really important and they make a big deal of it.
These are the worst clues of all time.
Dan? Now, somebody on the text line already got it.
Can you give us like a decade time frame?
Okay,
is it a what decade did this movie come out?
Is it a
Did the movie come out or is it about?
No, what decade did the movie come out?
It came
Is
out.
it a thriller?
It's not a thriller. It's a comedy.
Is it okay?
Comedy. It came out probably 15 years ago, maybe. I can be more specific if you give me a second.
Seth Rogen.
Seth Rogen is in the movie.
Ooh.
Seth Rogen is in the movie. Scott shares his birthday date with his famous movie character. Seth Rogen is in the movie.
Where age is important.
Where age is important.
So they're trying to buy something age restricted.
Correct, Dan. You're right there. You are right there.
People, I know it.
Who do you think he shares a birthday with?
I think the movie's super bad.
It is super bad. Who does he share a birthday with?
Who's trying to buy the booze in super bad?
Who was trying to buy the booze?
McLovin!
McLovin!
Yes!
Wow.
On the license, McLovin, the Hawaii license, June 3rd.
Muhammad.
Muhammad.
Wow.
Well, Muhammad was the other choice. Most popular name in the world, bro. That was the other choice. And he wasn't 21. He was how old? How old did he name himself?
25.
25?
If I'm 21, it's too suspicious.
It's too obvious. If it's 21, how many 21-year-olds could be around here? He's 25. So Scott and McLovin share the same birthday, June 3rd, on different birth dates. Pretty good, right? So there you go. So if you want to reference that for Scott, hey, he shares a birthday with McLovin.
That was unbelievable that Dan actually got that. Impressive.
But you know the movie?
Yeah, but I would have never known that.
That was a really good scene. You know what? Just a little factoid. Jonah Hill hated the character who played McLovin. I'm forgetting the dude's name off the top of my head. He hated him.
The human being?
The human being. He hated the real actor. Because the real actor was a wise ass to Jonah Hill, who's one of the stars of the movie. But that guy didn't care, whoever the actor was. So when you see that scene in particular and some of their scenes together, that's not even acting. He really just hated him.
Okay.
Which makes it actually, kind of funny. Superbad got to be one of the best movies of all time, right? Top 10, all time. Seriously. No joke.
I'm going to say Dan cheated if he got that.
Dan,
There's
I
no
did not
freaking
cheat.
way.
I did not cheat. Did not cheat.
A lot of people are guessing 40-year-old virgin.
By the way, it's Christopher Mintz-Plasse.
Okay.
Is the actor's name.
All right. 40-year-old virgin. Yeah, that's a good one. But no, it's McLovin. Scott McLovin, same age. All right, big question of the day. Got a win from the Rockies. More messages for Scott from his birthday. Let's football go. All still to come here on PhD. All right, the Rockies got a win yesterday. You rooting for the Rockies or you rooting against the Rockies in this whole thing? Now, I am doing the whole March Towards History, which is a live watch-along on the old digital, and I found myself kind of bizarrely excited to see them actually win. And, nobody else is really jumping on with me yet, but perhaps it'll gain some momentum.
Now, do you think people will get more excited to jump on if they start winning or losing?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. I'm not sure where everybody's really at with this. Seems pretty clear that you're pulling for them to lose.
Oh, I absolutely am.
Okay.
But I've got reasons for that.
All right. Dan, you pulling for the Rockies to win or lose?
I'm rooting for them to lose because I'm rooting for them to win.
Okay.
I agree with
sense?
that. That absolutely makes sense to me.
Yeah, you think failure now will result in more success later,
right?
And that winning now will only prolong the agony because Monfort will just be like, everything's all right. Things got better because we fired Bud.
But here's the one thing that we know. Like, failure's got levels, right? And what we know is that normal failure does not promote real change within the Colorado Rockies. So we need epic failure.
Although we really don't have any evidence that even epic failure will bring amongst change.
Okay, fair. But we do have evidence that normal failure does not.
And normal failure is losing 100 games 2 years in a row?
I guess so.
Now, there was some pretty epic change, though, I guess. Actually, this helps your point. When the Rockies lost to the Padres 21-0, despite winning the next day, they finally fired Bud Black. Actually, that does help your argument. If you wanted to say losing in epic proportions, being the worst of all time, is what you really need to have happen.
Yeah. And if I'm just being honest, from a compelling storyline for what we do for a living, chasing history as the most epically terrible team of all time is a far more compelling storyline than the Rockies winning 55 games.
Well, they're not going to win. Okay, agreed. But the concept of them winning 55 games at this point with 72 games left to go would be kind of ridiculous.
Right.
I mean, they'd have to go, how's my math on this? 45 and 27? That would be unbelievable. Not 27, 37.
But that's my entire point. I mean, a good season for the Rockies is not as compelling as this.
45 and 47. That would be 92, right?
I don't know. Relax. Who cares?
Yeah. Yeah, they'd play 500 baseball, basically.
Yeah.
Well, you got to mix some wins into there at some point.
Why? We only got 10 of them.
Well, theoretically, you're going to win some of these games.
How many? I mean, how many do you really think?
Well, the bet was, what I bet on is that they would win at least 42 games. They wouldn't be the worst team in modern era. And then they seem to be blowing past that. And then we took a close look at the Cleveland Spiders, who lost 134 games in 1899 and said, well, maybe that's what they should be measured against. The good old Cleveland Spiders. Now, it's only 154 games, so is it total losses or losing percentage? And then we could have that fun debate as it goes. But, I mean, that wouldn't even be anywhere close to 41 games. I mean, it wouldn't even be close.
Is there a record over the next 20 games? Because how many games did Bud Black coach again?
How many in total did he coach?
I mean, this year.
Oh, man.
Well, he was 7 and 33.
40 games. Okay.
Okay. And let's see. We're about halfway there with Warren Schaefer. Is that right?
He has coached. Well, we can do some more math. It's painful for everybody. But what was Bud? What'd you say? 7 and 33?
7 and 33.
So 40, and they've played 60 games. So Schaefer's coached 20 games. Wait, is that right?
Okay, so Schaefer's got 3 wins. Is there an amount of is there a win-loss record? Is what I'm asking.
Yeah,
that the Rockies would be so bad during the equal amount of time that Bud Black coached this season that you would look at it and be like, my bad, it was not Bud's fault?
No. And here's why. Because I know that there have been much closer games. I know that Warren Schaefer
assuming it would stay that way.
Has done, so far so good. I mean, overall.
But that was my question.
No, but you asked me what I would do. So for me, I've already seen improvement in the team. I know Warren Schaefer is a better guy to be coaching these guys. And one of the reasons he's coached a lot of these guys through the ranks. They have, like him and Sam Hilliard, like he's coached them at A-ball, AA, AAA, and now in the majors. He just has a better relationship with these younger players and can communicate with them much better than Bud Black.
Yeah, honestly, if I'm Bud Black, first off, I'd be like, thank you for all the money over the years. That was cool. That was fun.
Yeah.
But I'd be laughing. I would. I'd be laughing right now. Like, you think it was my fault? You think this was my fault?
I've heard other people.
Okay.
I've heard other people see.
Because it's going great. It's going great since you got rid of me.
Sean Keeler interviewed like an old Rockies reliever who's the pitching coach for Cherry Creek. And he said kind of the same thing. Like, hey, you think this is Bud's fault, blah, 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 blah. And I know what you're saying on that. I do, because the ultimate harbinger of success or failure is wins or losses. I mean, I get it. But like yesterday exemplified, and I told you through Warren Schaefer's 21 games or whatever it's been, the games have been closer despite most of them being losses. They're in more games with Warren Schaefer than they are with Bud. And inevitably, if you're in enough games, you're going to win some of them. You're not going to lose them all. You give your chance a better chance to win. So I think at the end of the day, are they going to be a great team? No, they're going to suck. But are they going to be better than they were? Yes. Does that mean Warren Schaefer is the best thing? I don't know. Probably not. But he's a better solution than Bud Black. And I think the analysis of just like, there's nothing Bud could do because the team is so bad is, in my opinion, that's a bit lazy. That tells me you're not really watching the games.
I mean, listen, I'm not sitting here saying Bud Black deserves to have a job. I'm not. But I do think it's silly thinking that Bud Black's the problem. I do think, respectfully, your argument about close games is one of the more silly arguments I've ever heard in my life. Sports is not defined by that. Sports is defined by wins and losses. That's it. At the end of the year, nobody counts close games. Nobody counts how many runs you lost by. They look at the record, and they see 100 losses. They see 120 losses, whatever it's going to be. That's what they look at. And so that's what you're judged on, plain and simple. Bud Black probably doesn't deserve a job, but a lot of people don't deserve a job. And I think where Dan and I stand on this whole chase for history, be as epically bad as you possibly could be, because then we're going to get to the root of the real problem.
Okay. And my argument back to that is you're going to get to the root of the real problem or not, one way or the other. You don't have to.
No, but you haven't.
You don't have to root for the Rockies to lose. They're so bad.
No, but
They're
I think
in such
you do.
a hole.
I think you do.
They're going to be one of the worst teams of all time anyway.
Yeah, and
no
the
matter
worse it
what.
can be, the more impossible it is to avoid real change.
So, all right, hold on. By that logic, then, if they tied with Chicago, if they somehow, some way won 31 more games and tied with the modern worst record of all time.
No, I think that would be in the category of...
That wouldn't be good enough?
No, I think that would. I think that would put you in the category of it's impossible to avoid the things that need to be done.
All right. So how many games better than the worst record of all time do you think it would be for there not to be change? 5 games better than that? 10? 1? 2? What would it be?
Well, it's a silly question because the answer should be there shouldn't be a number, right? And we could both agree on that there should not be a number that makes it better. But I do think there is a number. And I do think that ownership is just going to be looking for any positive that they possibly can find. So I would say, I don't know, maybe 12 or 15 more.
That would be that. Okay, I'll go with you on that because that number is so preposterous that would have the Rockies almost playing like close to 500 baseball the rest of the way. I'll give you that. If the Rockies play close to 500 baseball the rest of the way, then yeah, you're probably right. They probably don't make significant change. That would be unbelievable. But in order to do that, they would have to go 500 or so over a period of at least 10 games.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
when do you want to start
what do
that
you want to
clock?
call it? 8 more wins?
I think it's inevitable that they face. I don't think there's any number.
Since when has it ever been inevitable the Rockies are going to do the hard things?
Oh, I don't know. I can't guarantee you that. I'm just telling you that to win that many games seems so Listen, I'll tell you this. If Warren Schaefer can actually get them to, win 50 games this year, if they actually win 40 more games, he probably deserves to be the manager next year. That would be extraordinary. They've played 60 games. They got 102 left. If you actually won 40 more games, that would be incredible.
No, it would not.
It would be unbelievable.
No, it would not.
You'd be going.
It would mean you won 50 games.
You are currently.
There's nothing incredible about that.
Yeah, but look at the difference. You're currently 40 games under 500.
Okay, that's my point.
And you're talking about
the reality is that there's nothing incredible about it. But the sad, that should be the reality. Okay, but it's not. The reality is people inside the organization would look at it like it's incredible. You're right. And that's why we should all be rooting for historically bad things to happen. Because what is that season really? That is a terrible year. Terrible.
It's a terrible year, but it would be kind of a preposterous turnaround.
And it's still a terrible year.
I don't think it's going to happen. But if it were to happen, you're probably right. You're probably right. If the Rockies were to play 500 baseball the rest of the year, which seems completely improbable, but if they were to do that, you're probably right. It would minimize the amount of change that would happen while still being a terrible year. You're probably right about that. I just don't think they're going to get close to that. I don't know how a team...
I cannot believe that you're hung up on this closer games thing. That is amazing to me. I've never seen a single sport in which anybody gets credit for close games, ever.
Well, you got to get better, I think, in small steps, not big steps. And when you were losing games by 6, 7, 8, 9 runs over and over and over again, to lose a game by 2 or 3 and to be in games, to be leading in games, to me is incremental improvement. And finally, yesterday, you got to win. You got to win in the game yesterday that, frankly, most of the year you would have lost. But you got 4 shutout innings from your reliever. You got 5 solid innings from your starter. You got clutch hitting when you needed it with 2 outs. You got all that. You let a runner get on to lead off the 9th and then got a quirky play, a bloop hit to the outfield that the left fielder, Freeman, threw out the runner at second base and then a double play. Normally, that would just lead to 2 or more runs and you would lose that game. So you got things yesterday that have not been happening. How did that happen?
I don't know.
How did you figure it out yesterday?
You played a bad baseball team?
Okay, well, there's more bad teams to come. They're not all great teams out there. There's some good ones, especially in the NL West. Today, it's the Marlins. Again, Dollander is on the mound, for sure, 100%. So I just checked out the starting lineup. Beck, Estrada, Goodman, McMahon, Doyle, Arcia, Farmer, Moniak, Freeman, Dollander. Yeah, I get it. It's not the New York Yankees lineup. I understand. Nobody's quaking in their boots looking at this thing. But you'll be pulling for them to lose today.
Yeah.
And I'll be pulling for them to win. Dan, you pulling for them to win or lose?
What are you pulling for? That confuses me, actually. What do you want at the end of this year? Do you want Warren Schaefer to be the next manager of this team? I mean, do you want Bill? Like, why are we pulling for success?
That's a good question.
Tyler and I are pulling for future
question.
success.
It's a good question.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Why am I pulling for success? Well, first of all,
like, give me a logical reason to be rooting for success.
I couldn't stand Bud Black as the manager of the team.
That's what it comes down to.
Couldn't stand him in that job. I thought he was terrible. And I think the whole concept of Bud couldn't do anything is a weak-ass analysis.
Oh, somebody on Twitch has a great point. DMac's rooting for success because he doesn't want to walk to Coors Field.
Oh, well, yeah, I guess.
He doesn't want the walk of shame.
As I suppose, and that's not the first thing on my bucket list to do is walk 18 miles downtown.
No, if we're being honest, it all comes down to your disdain for Bud Black. That you actually,
as a manager,
that you disdain him more than you're actually rooting for the Rockies to do the right thing.
Why can't I do both?
Because you're not.
But my argument is it'll be so difficult to be the worst team of all time, because I think that is going to be an unbelievable battle. Like, to win 32 more games this season to me is like climbing Mount Everest without oxygen. But that's enough to be the worst team, to be the second to worst team of all time. And I still think you have to make overall changes. So I guess I don't want the ridicule of a team that I love to be considered the worst team of all time. And I couldn't stand Bud Black as a manager. I got those two things
because you'd rather just live on in mediocrity, not even mediocrity.
Yeah, but there's
you'd rather live on in this current reality that we've been in for the last 2 decades.
No, I'd rather see massive overhaul and massive change. But I don't think there's a guarantee that happens
success
anyways.
is a very confusing thing.
Yeah, but I don't think there's guarantee that complete failure gets you there anyways.
For sure, you're right, but it's a far better chance.
So you think if they finish the second to worst team of all time, Dick Monfort will sit back and say, hey, avoided that one.
No.
We're good.
No, you've already asked me that question. I already answered it.
Do you think Bill Schmidt will have a job at the end of the year?
Depends on the record.
Really?
Yeah.
What's the magic number? That's an interesting question. Depends on, okay, what's the record then? What record do you think guarantees Bill Schmidt will be gone as the GM?
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, 41's the worst of all time. 41 wins is the worst in modern era. We're avoiding the Cleveland Spiders for now. 41 is the record set last year by the White Sox.
You get 50 wins, which feels impossible.
50 wins, you think he's gone?
No, I think he'd keep his job.
Keep his job. So 49. I'll roll with you. That's cool. That's fine. So you can root, I guess, or not be disappointed if the Rockies don't win more than 49 games.
No, because I don't think there's a magic number like that. I think that for Dick Monfort, it's a feel. And that's why you should not be rooting for confusing things. Because he needs to feel all of the negativity.
And we'll see what happens. You're asking for Dick Monfort to do something he's never done before.
Yeah, you're right.
You're asking, I mean, the Rockies have been the definition of insanity.
Because Bud Black was not the problem.
He was part of the problem.
Fine.
He's not the only problem, but he's a part of it. And there's more. There's other problems too, but he was part of it.
Why does Bill Schmidt still have a job?
I have no idea. He should.
Which is why you should be rooting for them to lose.
Well, we'll march towards history later this afternoon on the digital if you want to join me. If any of our, do you think anybody? Well, I doubt anybody will join me. Tomorrow the game will finish up while we're on the air. Starts at 10 a.m. We'll be watching the end. You want to tune in for some excitement. See if the Rockies can sweep the series. Wait till you see Dollander pitch later today.
Can't wait.
All right, I'll leave it alone. I've got some, we got football with Let's Football Go with Dan. We also have, maybe we can do the Bill Simmons thing with Let's Football Go, perhaps. This Pablo Torre, Bill Belichick thing is super weird. It's one of the weirder obsessions I've seen as a journalist, and Bill Simmons had something to say about that. It's PHC on 92.5. Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. You guys are the best. MountainHighAppliance.com. You really are great. We appreciate it. Today is Scott's birthday. He's not here today, but he'll be back tomorrow. By the way, you can leave messages for Scott for his birthday. We're off the air. Who cares? You got all day to do it. So no rush. But the concept is you go on the Voice of the People, which is on the Altitude Sports Radio app. Press on that mic. You see how great they sound. It's amazing. And tomorrow we'll play a montage of wishes. We'll put some music to it, Dan, right? Something like that. Have some fun with it. And we'll present it to Scott as a birthday present. Now, this is a great one because Dan has to do all the work, Tyler. And we got, hey,
love that.
Look what we did for you, Scott.
We'll make Dan sing happy birthday also.
Yeah. What Scott does with his hands, I don't know.
Well, let's find out.
We'll find out. All right, Dan, Bud, Squints, Tanner, football time. Let's football go.
All right, so the Broncos are starting a new initiative program for season ticket holders, guys. So basically, they're giving some season ticket holders a buyback option. As part of a pilot program, the Broncos are testing a small group of randomly selected season ticket holders now have an option. If they can't go to a game this season, the option is to return the tickets to the team and receive credit to essentially use them next year. It's a pilot buyback program the Broncos are testing with a few hundred season ticket holders that applies for up to 3 games a season. Now, the primary goal for the program is to give season ticket holders a hassle-free option to exchange unused tickets for a future game the following season. A side benefit is the option may also help reduce the possibility of season ticket holders selling their seats on a secondary market and have them wind up with visiting fans. So basically, this is the Broncos testing a way to try to limit the number of opposing fans at Empower Field.
I love the idea. Great concept.
Weren't people like losing their season tickets for selling them?
Yeah, there was
that was going on a year or two ago.
People if they caught you or something, like
you were literally losing your season tickets.
Yeah, something like that.
So you don't get cash in the pocket; you get future credit.
3 games for next year. There you go. You're good. We'll put it towards that. Give us your tickets back.
All right. Well, I think that's kind of cool and creative.
Yeah, it's a good pilot program. We'll see how it works.
If you're going to punish people for selling their tickets, at least give them the ability to do it through you.
Here's the problem, though. People who are selling the tickets aren't looking to sell them for face value.
Well, that's my point. That's why I said there's no cash in the pocket, because people that sell them, they're looking for cash in the pocket. They want it right now.
Right. I mean, like the Eagles, unbelievable fan base that travels. Steelers, fan base travels. I mean, if you got good enough tickets and you don't care about going to certain games.
All it takes is selling 1 or 2 games, and all of a sudden, did you pay for your year?
Yeah, you're going to, 7 games for free? I mean, if you sell the right ticket, or maybe you sell 2. If you miss 2 games, you go to 6 games for free if you can make a profit on it. I mean, I can't hate on that concept.
No, I mean, it makes logical sense. Hey, I'm going to sell 2 or 3 games a year. I'm going to get back 80% of my money.
Right.
Or
more. I'm going to basically 5 games if you sold 3, right? If you had 8 games. You sold 3, maybe 9 games. Sell 3, I'm going to 6 games for free. Come on, bro. That's a pretty good deal. But I get it. And a lot of people have probably gotten that for many years. And it's annoying. Hey, good idea by the Broncos. Why not? It's worth trying. They're doing that as a test program. Good for them. Good idea. Another good idea by the Broncos. Next one, Dan.
All right, let's go to Nick Benito's Twitter. He actually tweeted this out yesterday. So Pro Football Focus yesterday, fellas, released their top 10 interior defensive lineman rankings heading in to the 2025 season. It was Chris Jones, Dexter Lawrence, Cam Hayward, Quinnen Williams, Jalen Carter, Leonard Williams, Derek Brown, DeForest Buckner, Jeffrey Simmons, and Christian Wilkins of the Raiders. Now, Benito quote tweeted this with 6 crying laughing face emojis and said, "Not serious." Everybody was assuming this was in reference to Broncos defensive lineman Zach Allen not being in the top 10. So I just looked up the PFF rankings, their total rankings. I had to go all the way down to number 20 to find Zach Allen. He's at 20. In fact, there's another Broncos defensive lineman who's ranked ahead of him.
John Franklin Myers.
John Franklin Myers is at 18. So are you guys surprised that Zach Allen didn't get into Pro Football Focus's top 10 interior defensive linemen in the NFL?
That's absolutely insane. It's insane. There was a point in the season, and it was late in the year. It was like week 14, week 15, that Zach Allen was leading the NFL in pressures as an interior defensive lineman in a 3-4 scheme, which I know for a lot of people that's not going to mean a whole lot to you. Just believe me when I tell you, when you play interior defensive line in a 3-4 scheme, traditionally speaking, your job is to not get after the QB. Zach Allen is easily a top 5 defensive tackle in this league. Easily.
Can't argue with you, but I don't know what all the metrics Pro Football Focus uses. Seems silly.
And I like Jonathan Franklin Myers, but let's keep it real.
Hey,
whose presence did you feel on this team?
Oh, Zach Allen, by a mile. He had an unbelievable year.
Jonathan Franklin Myers was a very low-key, cheap addition that the Broncos got.
That's cool.
And they got it because the Jets were fools with Hassan Reddick.
I know. And they lost anyways.
Exactly.
Right. That was pretty funny, right? It was that they lost John Franklin Myers for Reddick, and they lost Reddick.
Yep.
That's the Jets for you. Listen, man, it's, again, first world problems that we're being insulted like this. Hey, fine. That's cool. But Zach Allen, and I hope it just keeps rolling because he had the best year of his career, and it was impactful, no doubt about it. By the way, it's cool that Nick Benito is sticking up for his boys. That's cool.
Yeah.
That's good. You feel like a little bit of a unit here, us against the world. Take that. Pat Surtain gets all the praise in the world. There's nothing that is out there that Pat Surtain is not.
He had a little bit of shot by PFF.
Well, how so?
Pro Football Focus had him ranked as the number 2 corner, not the number 1.
Ramsey or to Sauce?
To Sauce.
To Sauce?
Yes.
All right. Well, again, I'm rolling my eyes.
He was the Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah. I mean...
I'm not sure how you could be the Defensive Player of the Year and not be the best at your position.
Rolling my eyes. Next story, Dan.
All right, let's get to this Bill Simmons audio.
Oh, okay.
So the
All
Pablo Torre, what do you guys want to call this? Documentary on the relationship between Bill Belichick and his 24-year-old girlfriend.
Torres has this obsession with this story. Like, he's like going to court to get documents released by UNC, and I don't quite get it.
He threatened to sue UNC if they didn't release the documents.
Yeah.
What documents?
What were the documents?
Like, it was something about what was her involvement in stuff involved with the football program.
I don't know.
I believe is something
there was something
to that
that
effect.
he's saying is part of the public record.
Oh, because Bill and UNC are saying she has nothing to do with the team.
Yeah, something like. Listen, again, who cares?
Well, Pablo Torre cares.
Haven't you guys felt like his obsession with this one particular, like, it was kind of an interesting story for a little bit, but I mean, what are we investigating Watergate around here? Or is this Iran-Contra?
I don't know.
Are these references too old, or are we doing Yellow Cake?
Maybe
what are we
should.
doing here?
Maybe they should. The rumors were they started dating when she was 19 years old.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe they should look a little bit closer into that.
Maybe. But I mean, do you think this story is big enough to become your life's freaking obsession? Like Pablo has made it? Like, seriously, is this really anything more than like, look at this?
Well, here's Bill Simmons. He kind of feels the same way as DMac.
Pablo Torre would have done a long podcast about Leo Farnsworth trying to practice with the team and then done a media tour about it afterwards. This guy, bro. I've never seen anybody dying on the stupider story for a week and a half while pretending you're a journalist. What the was that?
Whoa!
Seriously.
What the
Belichick's dating a girl. Oh, let me do 9 shows about it.
I can't tell. Are you
settle the down?
If this was about Jeffrey Lurie, though, would you be like, we got to get Pablo Torre on the pod?
Thing,
right? Like, why are you getting
him? All right, you don't need to do a media tour about a podcast.
Everybody was talking about it, to be fair.
Maybe do 2 shows about it.
Oh, I see what they're doing. So they're giving Simmons a hard time because he's a Patriots fan. So they think like he's sticking up for Belichick, and that that's where that's coming from. I'm not a Belichick fan nor a Patriots fan, believe it or not. I'm not. I just think it's weird what Pablo Torre has been doing. That's all. So I guess I agree
What's
with him
more
on that.
weird, what Bill Belichick's doing or what Pablo's doing?
It's both weird. It's weird what Belichick's
I mean,
doing.
if we want to rank weirdness, I'm going to go with Bill's a little bit more weird.
All right, but like, do you think there's anything else going on aside from the fact he just hooked up with a real young girl? Like, who was legal when he hooked up with her? I mean, it's weird, but it's not illegal or anything.
Maybe it should be.
She was 19 from all accounts. I mean, he wasn't dating her when she was 16 years old or something, was he?
I don't know.
Hey, Pablo, go look into it. But if she was legal and they started dating, while it's odd and weird, I'm agreeing with you on all that, and she's controlling, and the whole thing is just icky.
Yeah, I mean, look,
it's not illegal.
It's gross. It's weird. It makes me physically uncomfortable. It literally does.
All right, that's good. Fine.
It makes me physically uncomfortable. But you're right. I mean, at the end of the day, he's not going to jail over it.
No, it's an old guy dating a young girl. I mean,
he's not the first one.
He ain't the first one, and he won't be the last one. I mean, there's weird moments of it for sure, but it ain't illegal. And to be going on and on and on like it's some sort of ridiculous illegal sort of thing, who cares? Seriously, who cares? I don't care. I mean, it was weird, but that's it.
Here's a fair, no dumb question on the text line.
All right.
What's more weird? What Bill Belichick is doing or what Jordan Hudson is doing?
A young woman controlling a rich older guy for her benefit is not weird. It happens all the time. That ain't weird. That's maybe smart.
She did get like an $8 million real estate empire out of it.
But then again, an old guy going through a late life crisis by hooking up with a younger woman willing to go along with it. Dude, that tale is as old as time too. Like, there's really nothing weird about this. This is an age-old story. Old guy, young girl controlling old guy. I mean, it's, mom owns a sex porn shop, which is true. Her mom runs a sex toy shop.
It's actually a sex toy museum, just to be clear here.
Do they sell anything there?
Probably.
They got a gift shop?
Do you know where it is? You should.
It's in New Hampshire, I believe.
Nope.
It's not in New Hampshire? Is it in Maine?
Nope.
It's not in Maine or New Hampshire. Well, that's where I don't know where it's from.
Wait, am I wrong on this?
Well, they're from Maine. I mean,
What's the most infamous town in Cape Cod for weird sexual behavior?
Well, Provincetown.
That's where it is.
Well, that makes sense. Well, if you're going to put a weird sex shop museum someplace, stick it where there's a lot of weird people.
It's in Provincetown.
All right, well, that actually makes sense. That makes sense. It's PhD.
You been there?
I have been to Provincetown.
Whoa.
I know what goes on there, DMac.
I found out what went on there on one family vacation, and it was eye-opening. That was the last time we went to Provincetown. But I guess you got to learn something at 10.
10?
PhD on 92.5. Oh, little social D. Oh, we did this one. Story of my life. This is how we closed our shows. If Andy Lindahl could get the band back together, we'd close these shows out with this. This is an easy one for me on the drums, Tyler.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. I could play this one even if I was sideways. There's nothing. Listen to the drum part in it. There's nothing to it. Bum, 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 bum. When's Andy going to get that band back together? When are you getting the band back together? Story of My Life is playing right now. When are you getting the band back together?
Do you feel like that's a once-a-day question, Dan?
When the band's getting back together?
Yeah.
That's up to Andy. I got nothing else going on, though. I'd be happy to do it. It'd be fun. We would have one hell of a radio station band, though. Seriously. I can't believe how many musicians are actually here at the radio station. It's nuts. Steve Nelson is a professional musician.
He's got two bands. He's got a brass band and a punk band.
Grizz is a singer-songwriter, flat out. Andy plays, I play. Mark Moser can rip. Do you know Mark Moser can rip on guitar?
No.
Yeah. Yeah, he really can. He can legitimately play guitar. He doesn't like to hype it up too much, but he's shot me some videos. He can do it.
That's cool.
The one guy here who's like the most uncool guy in the world on music is Vic Lombardi. It is mind-blowing to me. Like, we are the same age, and somebody that I have so much in common with in general can be so kind of crazily out of touch with anything to do with music.
I'm pretty much in that category.
Are you really? No, you're not, man. You've been to concerts. You like music.
Yeah, but I mean,
you know bands.
I'm stuck listening to the same 8 punk bands that I listened to in 2003.
There's no way Vic could name 8 bands.
Okay.
I mean, it's not even that. It's so bad. I feel like it's a put on sometimes, like how you could be so bizarrely out of touch.
Well, what are they playing at the Suns?
The Suns.
What's the Italian the Suns?
The Sons of Italy?
Yeah, the Sons of Italy.
What are they playing at at the club?
Yeah.
I don't know, Sinatra? I don't think he could name 8 Sinatra songs. I don't know if he could name 3 Sinatra songs.
Well, he's skinny.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. He's got that going for him. So you win on that one. All right. The Knicks fire. Dan, before we go, I should just ask, are there any new birthday messages there for Scott?
No.
All right. So if you do want to get a birthday message in for Scott, now he did good. All of them that you played today were actually pretty good. So just go to the app.
I still think I've got the best gift from the Genie gift.
What's that?
I'm giving him a bidet.
The bidet?
I mean,
somebody on the text line said a bidet is $1,000.
Nobody enjoys poop more than Scott Hastings.
Well,
nobody poops more than Scott.
You guys want to go 3-way on a $1,000 bidet for Scott?
No. You said I was a genie. You said I didn't actually have to buy it.
Yeah, but like a bidet is something that you could actually buy. You don't have to be a genie.
Wait, hold on.
You just have to go buy
Are you
it.
saying $1,000's not a lot?
I mean,
I thought you were saying that like that's a lot of money.
We'd split it 3 ways.
Okay. See you there.
How much would you?
I'll pay you back next week.
Hold on. How much would you spend on Scott for his birthday? Where would you draw the financial line?
$40.
$40. Dan, how much would you spend on Scott?
Man, I'd buy him lunch.
So, give me a number.
Like $15.
$15. Can you even
that
get
seems reasonable.
Wait, can you even get a lunch for $15?
Yeah, Qdoba burrito's like $12.
$12?
Not true.
Yeah.
That is not true. Because I go to Qdoba all the time, and I mean, you're not buying Qdoba for less. Qdoba is cheaper than Chipotle, for the record.
Can you really get a sandwich, a drink, and some chips for under $16?
Well, I mean, I get Qdoba burritos all the time, and it's under $12. But I don't get a drink or anything else. I just get the burrito.
Although Qdoba, they don't charge you for the guac
or queso,
which is nice.
Okay. I don't know if you can get a good sandwich for under $16. Maybe. It's going to be close. Potbelly?
People are saying you can buy a bidet. We've got multiple people saying you can buy a bidet attachment on Amazon for
what?
$30.
Oh, well, how about that? You want to buy a bidet attachment? $30.
No, I don't think we should be actually giving gifts.
Oh, so now you're out on a period.
Well, I'm anti-gift giving.
Oh, I'm going to get Scott something. Well, you can chime in on it or not. I got something funny, I think, to give him.
Gosh, you're putting that pressure on me. I got the gift already. I just,
I have not got it already. I have to go get it today.
Why don't you just tell us what the gift is?
I think it's kind of fun. Well, I don't want to. You can tune in tomorrow.
All right.
Tune in tomorrow. I got something super cheap.
I'll tell you if I'm in after I see it.
Okay. All right. That's fair. That's fair. So if it sucks, you're just like, But, it's from all of us. And then,
Yeah.
Kind of sucks. So
I'll pay you back. I owe you. That's as good as money.
All right. Dan, you want in on it if the gift's any good?
Sure.
All right. I'll ferret it out later today.
God, how rich are you? You're like $1,000. Not bad. Let's split that.
Well, it'd be $333 each.
0.33.
Right. And throw in a quarter and a dime. I don't know. How many times is Scott going to turn this age? By the way, I don't even know if we should say how old he is. I don't know if he's reached the age where he really doesn't want people to know how old he is. I don't know if he's kind of open about that or not. It's kind of one of them ages, though. He's definitely.
I don't know how old he is.
Oh, he's have you ever seen Scott's loaded on Wikipedia? Scott's he's got all sorts of stuff about him. Scott's a crazy Google. There's tons of stuff on the old Google machine about Scott Hastings.
Okay, Scott Hastings, age. Well, he's 65 years old.
All right, well, there you go. There you go. Oh, interesting. I'm just getting something about. Interesting with the Broncos. So, Broncos. It looks like it's going to be Thursday, by the way. But it looks like next week it's going to be open. I didn't know this or not, but it does look like they're going to be open every single day next week for the mandatory minicamp. Maybe I don't know if they're required to do that or not. So we'll be doing.
What days are that?
Well, this week it's just going to be Thursday. Next week it'll be
the minicamp.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And we've had this debate over the years. How do you feel about the Broncos blowing off or doing silly stuff on the final day of minicamp and all that stuff? I actually used to have really strong opinions about it, but I don't now because I think it's different now. They can do whatever they want.
What's different?
They've won. They've done something.
What have they won?
They made it to the playoffs. They had a winning record. They made it to the playoffs. They've got an established quarterback.
Wow.
Yeah.
Standards have changed around here, huh?
Well, I mean, that's
made it to the playoffs. We good?
For minicamp.
For the record, I don't disagree. I've always thought it was a stupid argument when coach gives a carnival on the final day. Who cares? Have a carnival.
Yeah. I mean, this is the. I'm not gonna re-debate something. I mean, I felt it was silly when the team had just done nothing but lose for the better part of a decade. I mean, we get days off. We're doing silly time. I mean, how about dial it in? How about changing the culture a little bit? But Sean has changed the culture, actually. Like, when he blew it off, I think it was last year. Was it last year? Like, and I'm all for this. If you're not going to practice, just tell the guys goodbye. See ya.
Well, I do agree with that. I've always felt that way because it was always an expectation. Even when I was playing, it was becoming an expectation that the final day was going to be something goofy. And so we would always wait. We'd be like, all right, are we actually getting dressed today? Do we have to tape our ankles or not?
Right.
And then you find out the last second, hey, you don't have to tape your ankles. Yippee. Well, why didn't I just get to go home a day early?
Yeah, I think the foolish, silly stuff, either have a practice or don't have the practice. Treat the guys like men and just, be gone with it. I thought the epitome of stupidity. Remember when they, I think it was Vic, had egg races, egg toss, and carnival games, and they had different colored T-shirts for the team to wear, as a bonding thing. To me, that's pointless. The guys are together this whole spring. They've had 1,000 chances.
So you do care?
Well, not now. I don't. Back then, I did. Because,
would you care if Sean Payton does it this year?
Well, I know he's not going to do the stupidity that Vic Fangio did.
Okay, if he did.
If he did it, I guess I would wonder why. But then again, he gets that sort of blessing from me, if that matters, because they've won. They've done something. So I trust him. I didn't trust Vic Fangio, rightfully so, as it turns out.
Man, our definition of winning something is different.
Well, you get to the playoffs, you have a winning record. You did something. You don't think the Broncos did something last year?
No.
Really?
What did
Dude,
they do?
They got to the playoffs and had a winning record. That's not something?
No.
Okay, all right.
It's something. They went to the playoffs. They ain't been to the playoffs in 9 years.
Right?
That's something.
That's cool.
10 wins.
That was a fun playoff game. That was an
Something.
exciting playoff game.
They were a rebuilding team that actually had a winning season and went to the postseason. That's something.
What is that? Is that going up on a record somewhere?
Oh, man.
You got to start somewhere, don't you?
Yeah, just like Warren Schaefer does.
You get better incrementally.
Every single day. Also,
you get better incrementally.
Let's be honest. The reason DMac cared about field day at OTAs because it was a June radio show and he needed a take.
That's true. and I cannot even
Everybody's got to fill 3 hours.
There's always that. There's always that. However, I really did believe that. As I believe the Von Miller Halloween parties were stupid. So there were certain things.
Isn't he still waiting to get paid from everybody?
What a disaster.
They're supposed to Venmo him so he could pay the Migos to perform.
And then he threatened to cancel the party, but he did it anyways.
Right. That's why the second year was actually slightly worse as a team disaster than the first year.
Which year was the year with the mushrooms and
that was the first,
Chad Kelly?
That was the first
wandering into somebody's living room and then getting chased out with a vacuum?
That was Woody. That was Chad Kelly. That must have been 2016.
I forget the year.
It's a good party,
but
that's not bad.
Despite
16 or 17.
Despite all of that chaos,
yeah,
he had a party the next year.
Well, sure.
And that's the party that his teammates were like, hey, this ain't going well this season. And Vaughn was like, I already booked the party. I don't care if you win or not. I need the money.
But think about this, though. Like, you have to take it from the perspective of the party attendees. How good was that party? Our third-string quarterback tripping his balls off, wandered into somebody's house, and it ended up on the news. That's a good rager.
That's actually true.
I'd throw that party again the next year.
Dude.
That's a classic party memory right there.
All right, if you want to talk about, was it ill-conceived? Sure.
Ill-conceived.
Was it infamous in nature? Hell yeah. I mean, that wasn't the only thing going on at that party. That was Emmanuel Sanders dressing up like the Dave Chappelle character. And he wasn't the only one. And
that's right. That's right.
Oh, there was a linebacker too that did something that got in trouble for.
Yeah, it's fine.
That was
a good party.
That was inviting every professional team and apparently every woman who dressed up naughty to the party itself.
Can't have an edgy costume at a party. That's okay.
Everybody knows you don't wear clothes to Halloween.
Yes.
It was barely a Broncos. It was. You know what? You're right.
Good rager.
Good luck finding a more infamous Colorado sports-based party ever.
Everybody, the infamous, everybody remembers the kegger they were at in high school that got busted and you had to escape out of a basement window or whatever to run from the cops.
Yeah.
Like, we all were at those parties.
Exactly.
And then the next time that dude's parents went out of town, you were back in that
let's
place.
do it again.
Damn
that
right.
That was fun.
Uh-huh. That's all the more reason to have another party.
I got to ask you something before.
Yeah?
KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield Denver Boulder.
Say the thing.
How many people sent you their betting slips yesterday, like copies of their betting slips to say thank you?
It's plenty of people. We're appreciative. Let me tell you.
I had probably a half a dozen people.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
You really went
so
in
I missed it. Break it down why there was a great value play yesterday.
They were okay. So the Marlins are not good, and they were basically like a $2 favorite to win that game. They were a minus. I think by the time that I bet it yesterday, it was a minus $1.90. I did bet it.
You did bet it. Good for you.
Yeah. So I'm gonna bet again today because obviously
I like it too.
At plus 155, like there was a good number right there. So I'm gonna roll it over no matter what. I'm profitable today. Plus Dolander is starting. The Marlins are terrible.
Which was a late addition. Dolander was a late addition. I don't know if that would change the line or not.
Yep. So I feel good about it right now. Marquez, he gave up 3 in the first, and really there was only one good piece of contact. Sanchez hit that double off of him. Outside of that, the error at the plate was a little bit fluky because the runner was halfway inside the baseline. That was terrible.
Schaefer said that he didn't want to get thrown out in the first inning.
Right.
But they can't challenge that, huh? You can't review that?
Apparently not.
Isn't that weird? You can't the runner
Should be able
was
to challenge
way,
anything.
The runner
Stupid.
Totally agree.
Stupid. Yeah, you should be able to challenge anything. But Hunter Goodman hits a couple of bombs yesterday. Bullpen was fantastic. DMac's he's been pumping the bullpen.
4 scoreless innings. I think they only gave up 1 hit.
They didn't have any walks as a pen yesterday, which is how you win a tight ball game.
Clutch hitting. 2 out RBIs.
2 out RBIs. Keston Hiura doesn't know how to run the bases, but he got driven in eventually.
Even a terrible base running error, mistake that should have cost you didn't.
Didn't cost him. Zach Agnos with his 4th save last night. Quality outing for the Rocks in front of like a dozen people in Miami.
5,600.
More dogs than people, almost.
I don't think it was a bark in the park thing. I think they just let you take dogs to the game.
Because
I'm not even joking about that.
Hot dogs.
No, but I didn't see any other
space.
Did you see any other dogs in the ballpark?
I saw one. There was like one big black dog, and then I saw 2 little foofy dogs.
So do you think you could just take dogs to a Marlins game?
You might as well,
right?
It's not room. There's not like a bunch of patrons you're going to be bothering with your dogs, so you may as well.
So are you rooting for the Rockies to win or lose?
Well, I'm going to bet them tonight, so I'm rooting for them to win. Yes.
You got a series win on deck.
Right now, staring you in the face, the Marlins are bad, and I like the Rockies in the pitching matchup. I'm on Colorado tonight.
Guys, everybody knows there's no chance you could lose 24 straight series.
Nope.
Okay? No chance.
Can't be done. Nope.
Well, technically, this would be the 23rd series in a row. I know what you're saying, but yeah, you're right there.
They're good to go, man. Turning it around. 10-50 on the campaign.
This team is not losing 9 games in a row this year.
I don't think they're going to. Now they'll probably lose 8 games in a row at least a couple more times.
Boy.
But I don't think a 9-game losing streak. That's where the Rockies draw the line. Okay, that's where they say organizational pride kicks in.
Science.
Okay. Let's do it for Dick and Charlie right now, and we are not losing 9 consecutive ball games.
They're okay with the erroneous 8.
So are you going to just be on the Rockies just for betting reasons only?
Yes, tonight I am. Yes.
Because there's no way wins or losses actually makes a difference in anything that happens one way or the other.
No, I don't care if they. Quite frankly, I want them to be the worst team in Major League history. Like I'm actively, because I'm rooting for history. Who doesn't want to see history directly in front of them? The White Sox lost 121 last year. I believe this Rockies club is perfectly capable of upending that. My evidence being a 10-50 start to the season.
All right, I got a question for the former pro athlete. What's harder, to be the best ever at something or the worst ever at something?
God, I don't know,
Because
man.
think about it. And here, I'll bring up an example. People told me when the Browns went 2 years without winning a game or
they
whatever.
They were 1-31 over the 2 years.
When you go 0-16, because you face some teams that know it's the end of the year. I ain't as competitive as I was in October. I just want to get out of here injury free. Isn't it almost harder to always lose?
It might be. Yeah. Look, man, I had a year that I think we won 4 or 5 games out in Washington. I think it was 5 games. And I felt like that had to have been a historically bad year. And you put it in context, you're like, well, actually, that really wasn't even that bad.
You guys are a run-of-the-mill crap team.
Right.
Compared to 0-16.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you got, what did Washington get? Probably like the 4th or 5th pick in the draft? Like, who cares?
Yeah, I think we
There's
got
nothing notable.
I think we got RG3 the next year, and I believe we were number 3, and we traded up to number 1.
This is why, I look at the Marlins right now, and I'm just like, you're boring. You're boringly bad right now. Be historically bad. The Rockies are doing it right.
There's bad teams every year.
Yes.
Does someone go 0-17? Do we get an 0-17?
I don't think we have not got that yet.
No, I know, but will we?
No. Well, the Saints,
too much parity set up for that to happen.
Saints may give it a run this year.
Well, Steelers don't exactly know who their guy is right now.
Yeah,
either.
but they're already a playoff worthy team. The Saints aren't a playoff team, and their starting quarterback's Tyler Shuck.
Yeah, the 2017 Browns were 0-16. Was that the year before or 2 years before?
Baker.
I'm just saying before they went to 17.
Hey, what are your memories of Cole Fotheringham?
Who?
Cole Fotheringham?
Who'd he father?
Yeah, Cole.
Who's him?
Fotheringham.
Yeah, who's him?
Well, he's no longer a Denver Bronco. He was a tight end that we signed in rookie minicamp. He got cut just now. Just thought you guys should know that.
Okay.
Oh, we got some news.
Well, that's kind of sad.
Cole Fotheringham?
I'm going to go with Fotheringham.
He must have had a bad day at OTAs.
Yeah, for sure.
How about Tom Thibodeau? Not good enough. Sorry.
You know,
we're going to talk about that.
That's
How about
an
that?
interesting firing, and it's like I can't just dismiss it out of hand because the Golden State Warriors are the perfect example of like, hey, we were butting right up against it, and then we made a move and we got rid of Mark Jackson. Now Mark Jackson was a creep, but they got him out of there. They brought in Steve Kerr. They got over the hump. The 90s Bulls, kept butting up against it with Doug Collins. They were winning a lot of games. They made the change. They bring in Phil Jackson. They got over the hump. Like, that's a really good Knicks roster. That's as good a starting five as there is in the entire NBA.
Weirder to get fired with 3 games to go going to the playoffs or getting your team to the Eastern Conference Finals.
Wild that they're the same type of coach, like to play 7-8 guys and burn really hot.
I had somebody in the know with the Nuggets be like, Malone's just Thibodeau light in terms of like, does Malone have a shot at that job? There's too much
there is an extent to that, but like I'm looking at James Dolan and I'm like, do I believe that he honestly wants like an anti-Thibs, or does he just want somebody that isn't Thibs? And now that Malone's got East Coast cred, he's a New York guy.
He is.
So he's got that going for him. He's got ESPN cachet on him, and he's won an NBA championship. That feels like the kind of thing that like would really intrigue a James Dolan run operation.
They want championship experience,
right?
And that's where I think Malone has a shot.
Is there anybody else out there that's got that besides Malone?
Boy, I don't even know. I mean, I'm not in the dial because we hired the interim, and so did a bunch of other teams.
Vogel won a title with the Lakers.
There you go.
Yeah,
there you go. So he's out there too.
He's available. You could go in that direction if you wanted to. Yeah,
we'll see.
Allegedly, according to Kendrick Perkins, this went down, and for whatever it's worth, it's Kendrick Perkins, but he claims the benching of Cat Game 2 is what led to this.
Wow, really?
Yep. And he said,
just that one moment, huh?
He said that Cat's tight with the front office, and so this is the repercussions.
Thibs is he is the classic, like it burns bright, but he's, you know what he is.
I always thought he was a good coach. Man.
He's an excellent coach, but this is how I would equate him. He's basketball Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah.
Like he will win games. He is an outstanding coach, but also
it's gonna wear you out.
The grind. Like I remember, and I remember I was listening to Dan Bernstein talk about this on Chicago sports radio. Of like players were actively talking about, because the Bulls had their facility out in Deerfield, and the players would go in to work out at, like. Because basketball players keep crazy hours. They'll just go in there at like 11 o'clock, midnight, or whatever it is, and just like hoist up 500 shots. He was never not there. He like always there. Like the light was always on up in that office, and the players just be like, "This freaking dude is watching us all the time."
Too much,
and it became too much, and it ran out. It happened in Minnesota, and it absolutely happened in New York as well.
But isn't our pal Malone the same way though? I mean, isn't that same?
I don't know if he's there that late at night, but I do think he gets a little of the old. He's not afraid to open up as loud as possible.
I do think our guy, I think he is an empty nester. I think both of his daughters are done with high school, I believe.
Yeah,
so
but
I think it's
perfect time to move back to New York.
Kind of.
Yeah.
I mean, you're going to make millions no matter what. You don't even have to sell your house. Maybe just keep it out here.
Or perhaps you could just say, okay, TV's the way to go now. I think he's good on TV. I think Michael Malone is interesting to listen to talk about the sport of basketball. I think he will get more polished as a television personality, but I think he's very well equipped to do that job.
Is he doing something for the finals here? Is he going to be
part? They haven't started yet, so
I would think.
But it's
so.
all ESPN, ABC, right?
Yeah, it's ESPN, ABC. I would think he would be there.
I would too.
Yeah,
he's done.
Yeah, because they got no problem bumping him right to the top. I mean, it was just like, hey, Western Conference Finals, like here you go, man, jump in there.
By the way, did Ernie's crocodile tears on their big goodbye just to have you like, okay, like he was saying goodbye to a network. Like
but it may not be the same show.
I got you, but are you really sad that they're all coming back?
I thought it was like when the Pacers fans were chanting TNT.
Yeah, wasn't that weird?
Like it's just gonna be on a different channel. Like
we love networks now as fans.
Exactly,
we're loyal to networks
in our lifetime. Like here's where I missed when NBC went away because I missed the music and I missed Marv Albert and the czar of the telestrator, Mike Fratello, right? There's good crews on NBC, so I think it took the NBA a little while to catch up. Also, do you guys remember and we're all old enough in this room to be able to talk about this, how controversial it was when the NFL was on Fox.
Well, I was just thinking about that. It
Right.
did annoy me the first few. Now, you got used to the first down line, and
sure,
you did like the score bug, but there are a couple
But
things.
at the
where
time,
it's like,
people were like,
this off the TV.
Oh,
Isn't that
Fox
what we
can't
do? What are we
do
doing?
this.
Stop it.
It's a UHF channel. What are we doing
And yet,
right
every
now?
single thing I'm complaining about when they started is now a fixture of every broadcast.
And now Fox Sports
There's no
king.
way Spring even remembers games not being on Fox. No way.
It was, yeah.
No way.
It was wild.
But
Yeah,
I miss Dick Enberg and Merlin Olsen.
Sure,
and some of those guys.
You know,
I know.
NBC
That's why I
stuff.
was bummed when they were gone.
Now Harlan's going to Amazon, right?
Oh, is that right?
Or is he going to
Yeah.
NBC?
No, Harlan, I think, is going to Amazon, according to Vic yesterday.
Oh, wow.
Are we ready for the world where Amazon is a broadcast sports power?
I don't think we have a choice.
Yeah, we don't. Yeah,
I think
it's a power in everything else in our life. So yeah, it might as well be there. No, that makes a lot of sense. Like that. That's just it. Like I want Harlan on games, because to me, like Mike Breen and Kevin Harlan, those are the two NBA voices that to me, when they're doing a game, I'm like, okay, this is a big game.
Yeah,
this is a big game. By the way, DMac,
Yes, sir.
we had this factoid yesterday.
Give it to me.
We were talking about this. This kind of amazed both of us, but it was The Athletic had this. So it's a small market NBA finals in Indiana and Oklahoma City. First off, the NBA doesn't care about television ratings so much as it doesn't tank for like 7 years in a row. But the television money is fixed. But the point that they made was Denver, like when Denver was in the finals, it was a down ratings year because Denver's a mid-market or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
The following year, Nuggets games on national television ratings were up 32% when Denver played on national TV. Like, people saw Nikola Jokic. Nikola Jokic was validated by winning an NBA championship, and the Nuggets became a huge draw for nationally televised NBA games. 32% was the jump that they saw.
Yeah.
I was amazed by that.
Well, it's more interesting watching a big man than a guard.
Without a doubt.
Period.
It's more interesting watching Nikola Jokic.
Like for years, Shaquille O'Neal, Yao Ming, Giannis, Joker, big men, great big men are always more interesting in general than a great guard. So,
You think so?
Oh, it's just weirder. It's more like Wembayama is more interesting than SGA.
He's fascinating, but also like the NBA's greatest TV draw for the better part of a decade was Steph Curry. And now Steph
do we not all love, well, maybe not you. I love Jordan in this room.
Of
I
course.
loved Isaiah Thomas
course.
before him.
Yeah.
Robert Pack, one of my all-time favorite Nuggets.
I'm telling you, the more like I got to see this moment, okay, Michael Jordan, fine, all right. And you can make, I don't know, with LeBron, I mean, he's, a bigger dude, plays a big man game.
Yeah.
Don't they all play like guards now? Who's
pretty
playing
much do.
classic back?
Well, how about a 7-footer who plays like a
Ewing
guard?
on the block looking for the entry pass?
Yeah, that's a good one. What's more interesting?
Short
We're going to
shorts.
go back to... And, like, Bird was 6'10". You realize that, too. I mean,
Yeah, he
depends
wasn't
how
small.
we're defining big guys. But, like, guards to me are just kind of, whatever. Steph Curry, okay, fine. And if SGA starts bombing, 40-foot three-pointers left and right, perhaps I'll be engaged.
Oh,
But he's a guy who scores 32, and it feels like, I don't know.
Golden State was, when they were clicking, that to me was one of the best TV products because it wasn't just Steph, it was Steph and Clay.
Firing away.
God, I was just reading about the game.
But like when you watched wrestling, was there anybody more interesting than Andre the Giant?
What about the Hulkamaniac?
Dude, I like
He was
Junkyard.
good too, but
I
he's
like
another-
Junkyard Dog.
The
There's
JYD.
no way you like Junkyard Dog more than Andre
Yes,
the Giant.
there is. Were you going to
No
tell
way.
me what I liked back in the day?
I don't believe
I
you.
didn't like the big fat guy. His singlet made me uncomfortable.
Andre the Giant.
I like the athletic wrestlers. I'm sorry. I don't like wobbling guys.
You're like a
around
high
there.
flyer.
I don't believe you.
You're a Superfly snooker guy.
Look into my eyes,
I
little
don't
man. How do
believe-
you think? What are you going to tell me? I'm lying to you? What do I have to gain lying to
You
you
would
about this?
rather watch Junkyard
Yes.
Dog than Andre the
Junkyard
Giant?
Dog and Roddy Piper and the actually athletic dudes jumping all over the
That's
place.
more interesting than Andre the Giant.
The big Mongo walk around the ring. I didn't give a crap about that.
Man, I'm disappointed.
God, he was an odd-looking human. Please put some clothes on him, too.
Oh, I loved Andre the Giant.
Everybody loved Andre the Giant.
No. Did you see the
Junkyard
documentary?
Junkyard, yes, of course I saw the documentary. He pounds like 24 beers in like 5 minutes.
By the way, while we're talking about ridiculous things coming out of your mouth, I can't wait to find you the college softball pitcher you think you're going to hit off of.
Good luck. Nobody can set it up. And I vowed that I would participate, but I would not be in charge of logistics.
Hey,
if I was in charge of logistics, it would have happened 2 weeks ago.
Now that we're dug in.
Of
course, we got.
You're saying the same thing everybody else has said.
Can we get
And the second you leave the studio, your interest level.
That girl
it's in the back of my head
from Texas Tech yesterday.
That was ridiculous.
Yeah, she was throwing some gase.
I mean, it was sick.
Dude,
Sick.
it's a big fat ball.
That doesn't look so fat. It's all of a sudden, oh, there it is. Oh, there it is.
All right.
Could you even hit the guys from the Budweiser travel team that do slow pitch? Could you hit them?
Slow pitch?
Yeah.
All right. Listen, I know I'm not a good-looking guy. I know I'm not a smart man, Jeff.
That's 2 of the 3 in this room.
I know. And I know it's difficult to imagine that I'm good at anything athletically. I get it. But there was a time.
No, this is not. I'm not taking a shot at what
you know what's crazy?
were.
I just know I can swing a bat better than I guess most people here at the radio station.
Well,
but my contention is it's not just me that could hit a softball pitcher like that. It's anybody here.
Be careful of your guy over here.
What do you mean? Why?
Because Nate played some baseball too in his life. You're not the only one.
But
so.
my contention is
My back hurts.
Anybody could hit this pitcher.
No,
like it's not that big of a deal.
Not when they're that high a level, bro.
I
It's about how high a level they are too.
Fine, I'm not saying I'm gonna hit. Give me the $1 million pitcher girl there.
So who do you want? The one barely
just
hanging
like
on to the roster? I mean, what are we talking about
Just
here?
your average D1 pitcher ain't that hard to hit.
You want like the number 3 starter from Arkansas Little Rock?
Sure.
Not even that.
Sure.
No. You want the Metro State
Dude.
C squad that doesn't get to travel. That's what he's looking for.
If you could set it up, and it's not just me. If you've swung a bat, have you played baseball in your life, Nate?
Okay, have you thought about the
then you
different?
can do it.
Have you thought about the different
Brett
release?
Kane would be hitting bombs.
Have you thought
left
about
and
the
right.
different release angles though that they pitch from? Have you not seen the video where the pros are trying to hit?
I get it. Brett Kane's
some of them?
wife played college softball. He probably would just strike out on purpose so he could hang out in his garage longer on a Saturday.
Jiminy Christmas.
Oh, you got me again, hon.
Oh,
man, I couldn't even see the ball.
No, listen. He's to that point of marriage. He was talking about his
Andy,
Amazon problems.
you're a lacrosse guy, right?
Yeah, there's a reason why I
lacrosse
went
guy.
there.
Right, I get it. So there's things you can do at lacrosse that just ain't that difficult that would befuddle the rest of us.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah.
Like, do you think
Well,
any of us could cradle and pass with our left hand?
First off, we're all old.
But there's certain skills that don't go away.
Do you know I've
They're
literally
old.
never played lacrosse ever in my life?
I know a lot of people are
Yeah,
that way.
I've never.
I'd
I'd be interested.
Like making a pass left-handed for you would be next to
Hey,
impossible.
by the way,
Yes.
Right?
Hey,
But for
since you let
Andy,
me here, you shouldn't open the door.
What?
The big news: the former Atlanta Falcon player is now going and signing with the Denver Outlaws.
Who?
Boom. I played at Maryland.
wow, we just went down the path of a story
He's a
nobody cares
Tuarton.
about. we
Well,
were having a
you
fun,
gave me-
laughing
you-
time.
You gave it. You
we
gave it
just
to me.
barreled
You
down
gave
10
it to me.
seconds of nothingness.
You gave it to me.
Damn.
You let me have it.
What a downward
Really,
spiral.
nobody cares about Yacht Rock either. So be careful.
Wow. That's not what 6,000
Oh yeah,
Beyond Cougar
well,
said.
I'll give you that. That's more than attended the Rockies Marlins game last night.
There
So
were
there
more
you go.
people. There were more people at Yacht Rock Review than Marlins
I think you're right.
Rockies.
So you know what? Tip of a cap to Yacht Rock Review.
Last take. Is there a single coach in any of the major professional sports right now that has worse hair than Tom Thibodeau?
No,
it's
and dude,
wow.
he's growing
It's the
neck hair.
swirl.
Yeah.
He's neck beard guy.
Yeah, he's got
they
it.
were showing him close up today. I'm like, my God, someone's got to.
Like,
just
why
shave
do you
him.
keep the swirl though?
It looks
Yeah.
like somebody drew it on with a
He's
big
got
pen.
the Charlie Brown up front.
I know, like
what are you doing?
Like that? You've actually got to design it like that.
Yeah, like
it doesn't
you
just
swirled
naturally.
the Charlie Brown.
You don't get out of the shower, dry your head off, and it just sits there. You've actually got to do something.
And
All
he's
right.
got literally hair everywhere else. Like they showed a picture where he's like got he's got the Yeti coming out of the neckline.
It looks like a coat from Game of Thrones or something with the Night King.
Okay,
When
who gets in trouble for the break time, by the way?
We come back. Which 320 promo will we actually
Well, you're driving,
adhere
so we
to?
know.
Find out next on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Today, we are celebrating the Rockies' 10th victory of the season, thus all 10 bumpers the rest of the way. Nothing but.
Nicely done.
Yes, rock and roll history for you right there.
So you mean the album 10,
The
right?
album
Okay.
10. All Pearl Jam 10 bumpers today here on the show. Did you know that was the first CD I ever bought with my own money?
Really?
Yeah, I was 11 years old or 12 or whatever I was. I had a little Sony boombox, CD boombox thing. That was the first CD I ever bought with my own money. Pearl Jam 10. Still jam it to this day. It's an unimpeachable record. I mean, it's rock and roll history.
No, it
Andy.
was a great stretch of music.
It's as good as it gets right there. Yes, we are celebrating the Rockies getting their 10th victory of the season, 6-4 yesterday over the Marlins. All right.
Can we do Spinal Tap Day next? This one goes to 11.
When they get the 11th victory.
Which you think will happen tonight.
Nothing but Spinal Tap quotes
Yes.
all day long
Yes.
here on the show. Shark sandwich. Anyway, more like bleep sandwich. Okay. So every day, this is what we do. Okay. We'll pull the curtain back on everybody.
For the
here.
last 3 or 4 months.
Yeah, so Andy and I, we record a little promo every single day, and we are trying to promote what we'll be talking about at 3:20 in the afternoon.
We like to tickle your curiosity like a chubby baby under the chin.
Exactly. Like we've got the afternoon drive slot, so it's like, hey, we're going to be talking about this thing at this time. You need to be tuned in. And one of us is supposed to do it every day.
Have we forgotten some days? Yes. Do we talk before we do it? Clearly not.
And then some days, and I believe this was the first time it's ever
First time.
happened, we both did it today.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it technically was your turn.
It was, because you did it yesterday.
Yes. However, I know that I forgot one day last week, and so I think I was trying to make up for it. So I did it. By the way, I did timestamp it on the email. I sent mine at 12:01 p.m. You sent yours at 12:05 p.m.
If I had not struggled in mine, because I cut a couple, I was like, that sucks.
No good. Okay.
That doesn't tickle anything.
I was one take Johnny today.
Well,
Yeah.
all right. That's why you got it out the door.
Yeah, apparently. So, yeah, you may have sat down at the computer before I did, but nonetheless.
I know I did. It was quarter till. Okay. And I kept going, I don't like that. I don't like that. This is trash. My daughter asked why I was yelling.
Well, let's grade on what you came up with. Let's listen to Andy's promo first. And the reason why we want to run both of these because we were both promoting a different 320 topic.
But what was weird was somehow we kind of promoted the same thing.
Yes.
Just you and I have a lean towards different teams.
Okay, so there you go.
They're very close because I did hear yours on the drive in.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay. So we had similar promos, but different sports that were the central topic. Spring, do we have any of this material available?
Yes, we do. They put hourly restrictions on it not to play during the show, so 1 second.
He's trying it, yeah.
Hold on.
You don't want to promote the show at 4:20 about what we're doing an hour ago?
So we have to jailbreak?
Yeah. Spring's trying to unlock
our own material?
You know what? We could just email it to Spring.
I was going to say, I did email it to Spring earlier
Although,
today.
but then it's just the raw audio. It's not the dressed
That's
up
okay. We don't have to dress it up. We can give it to everybody in their birthday suit, right?
Madonna would like you to dress it up in her love.
All right. Spring, do we have the promos available?
Yeah, I'll get you the raw file here.
All right, raw file. Here we go. Let's get Andy's promo first. We're going to go raw file. All right.
Like the promos, we didn't plan this out so much.
I told Spring in the break.
Yeah, well, he thought it'd be easy, and now he finds out that he's in computer jail. Nobody knew about computer jail.
We don't, Andy and I don't know how the computers work here. They don't let us touch the computers for very good reason.
After learning how they worked very well at the last place, I found it's better not to know. Because they'd like you to
The less information you have, the less they
less
ask
you can
to
do, the less they make you do.
Mhm.
All right, I got Nate's Raw. We can
All
do
right,
Nate's
let's
Raw.
do Nate's Raw.
Okay, here we go. So this is what I was promoting that we would discuss at 3:20 today.
Or not.
Or not. Maybe. Wow. Do our computers work? Does this radio station work?
Okay, here we go.
Okay. Today at 3:20, the small market NBA Finals opens Thursday night with Indiana and Oklahoma City duking it out for the LOB. What lessons can be derived from the roster construction of the Pacers and Thunder that the Nuggets could attempt to emulate this offseason? There's actually more than you may realize. We'll tell you about it today at 3:20. Did you hear that? More than you may realize, Andy. Tickling the buying bone right there.
Well, you went with the old LOB.
I did.
The Larry O'Brien.
The LOB. Yes.
Lob. What?
Yes, the Pacers and the Thunder, the roster construction of the Pacers and the Thunder, and lessons to be taken.
Things to be gleaned.
For whoever the Nuggets GM is.
Sure.
We're still awaiting.
Yeah. Not
Okay.
a lot of rumors. I got ESPN in front of me.
Yeah.
Not a lot of rumors listed.
So
right now.
it's either going to be Ben Tenzer or it's going to be Ben Tenzer and the guy from the Timberwolves.
Well, when you guess Ben Tenzer and a president, I feel like the way Josh has spoke at the last two pressers, I wouldn't be surprised if Tenzer is the GM and just remains in that capacity as he's been an interim, but they hire a president. And I said this to Berto last week. I think they would do that in order to have a third party in the room that's in the day-to-day of if these guys aren't talking to each other, A, we pick up on it sooner, and B, there's a third source so at least business gets handled.
That actually probably would be good. So Ten Benzer and
Kevin Freeland?
Fits the theme of the show today.
Sure.
Ben Tenzer. Do we have Andy's promo? Okay, so that was what I came up with right there.
Here's my raw.
Nuggets roster construction. Let's listen to what Andy promoted.
Andy Lindahl.
It was just a year ago that the Denver Broncos roster was rated one of the worst in the NFL by the league's GMs. Oh, how an offseason has changed everything. Today, Pro Football Focus lists the Broncos roster as the 5th best in the AFC. But where has it truly changed, and what players need to step up in 2025 for this team to be more improved than the 10 wins a year ago? We get into it today at 3:20.
Kreckman and Lindahl. Weekdays 3 to 6. Altitude Sports Radio.
You know what I love?
92.5.
I love the tone of voice is probably like if Kevin was sitting with us right now, we probably both, it would be requested, maybe up the energy a bit as we.
Well,
it's a perfectly cromulent 9 a.m. sort of feel to things.
I feel as though yours sounded way more exciting
because of the music.
You had the driving guitar behind it.
Do you have my raw? Here, let's get rid of the bells and the whistles, and then we can compare how we're feeling about things together.
Yeah, I feel as though I was that was not
but yours
all
is
that
better
fair.
with the driving music.
I'm sure it is.
And the splish splash that Marky and Steve put in there.
Wow, Sports Talk Radio.
We're coming at you. You got your men's clinic testosterone shot. Let's go.
We're doing topics. You're lighting up those phone lines.
Call me. We're going to kick the live lights. Minions.
Okay, let's hear what Andy really sounded like at 9 a.m.
It was just a year ago that the Denver Broncos roster was rated one of the worst in the NFL by the league's GMs. Oh, how an offseason has changed everything. Today, Pro Football Focus lists the Broncos roster as the 5th best in the AFC. But where has it truly changed, and what players need to step up in 2025 for this team to be more improved than the 10 wins a year ago? We get into it today at 3:20. You still feeling excited?
Cool, Carl.
Huh? You still fired up?
How come you say roster?
I don't know.
I don't notice it with the driving guitar.
Roster.
Whatever.
Yeah. I told you, that was about 10th take, and I just wanted it done.
Okay, fair enough. All right.
That's because there is that part of you going, like, all of a sudden Thibodeau's fired, and you're like, are we really talking this? We'll see.
PFF ranks Broncos roster dead last in the NFL.
Well, the GMs did a year ago.
Yes.
Remember that?
Yes.
Leggy told us about the GMs talking about how they did not like the roster of the Broncos a year ago.
It was a bad roster.
And yet, this year, PFF has them number 5 in the AFC.
Top 10 AFC roster rankings. Ravens, Chiefs, Bills, Texans, Broncos.
Now, look, do I have a problem with the ranking?
Broncos over the Chargers, over the Bengals.
Yeah, well, the Bengals are one unit
One
team.
side. It's yeah.
They're a hell of an offense.
Hell of a unit.
And if Trey Hendrickson continues to be disgruntled, and they got to trade him to get him gruntled, that's going to be a problem.
Get gruntled right there. Steelers, Raiders at 10.
But you brought up an interesting point from the Nick Kosmider article. Now, we probably need more time to really dive into it, but I saw the ranking and I'm excited about it, but a part of me is like, all right, they've had a couple key free agent signings.
The Broncos
for
are
sure
returning 86% of last year's roster. That is the highest rate in football.
Yeah.
According to Over the Cap. 86%. Typically, an NFL roster will turn over by
40%, 30%.
Like a third every year, essentially. Yeah, right there in the sweet spot. And the Broncos are bringing back 86% of their dudes. And so, like, 86% of these guys were on the team last year that Pro Football Focus said was the worst roster in the NFL. This year, they're ranking at 5th in the AFC. It's a funny thing with 10 wins and winning football games will actually do for you. You know, Andy, like, I know there's a contradiction here, but also at this time last year, I was looking at this Broncos team and going, where's the talent?
Well, especially through camp.
Yeah, where is it?
This wasn't a very exciting or pizzazzy camp.
This doesn't look very good. Okay, so they did win 10 games last year. They did make the playoffs in the AFC. What was that more due to a roster that overperformed, or was that more due to the coaching brilliance that is Sean Payton? That's a tease. We'll talk about that on the other side on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Hey, do you want to not have the boring promo like what we were playing? You got to get yourself some low testosterone fixes then. That's what gets you up and going. That's what gets you fiery. That's what gets you ready to take on the day. Get those energy levels up, ready to go. You're excited to talk about roster construction, be it the Nuggets or the Broncos. So if you're dealing with low T, there's a place that you can go and have a serious conversation about it. It's the folks over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. This is something we all hear about a lot, especially when you listen to sports radio. But you're probably wondering, like I did, what are some of the true symptoms? It's not just maybe a low sex drive. It can be less productivity at the gym, putting on weight, being way too tired, falling asleep after dinner, or in some cases breakfast. That'd be this case. Brain fog. Sadness or depression can be part of this too. Don't deal with any of this. Go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Talk to them about your situation. You can take a quiz if you'd like to learn more at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. See if more of those answers to the questions start to fit your profile. Then go and have your first visit. They will draw your blood, have your results in 30 minutes. It's real easy to schedule. You can do it on the website. Colorado licensed medical provider will review the results with you, and you can discuss the decision whether to start on testosterone or not together. That appointment's $99. It includes the consult, the T and the PSA test, and if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, the visit is free. So get back to higher energy and everything else. Get back to feeling like yourself at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. 5 locations throughout Colorado, in Fort Collins, and the Springs included. 720-440-7900, the number, or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Kreckman and Lindahl, we are still alive. We are with you until 6 p.m. today. We're celebrating the Rockies' 10th win of the year with Pearl Jam 10 all day long here on the show.
Have you ever
nothing but classic riffs?
You ever karaoke this sucker?
I never have.
Never tried to hit the old Eddie Vedder? I feel like he's got a slightly easy voice to
You know what's
imitate.
funny is, like, I've always found if I sing along to any band, I sing in my own voice. But if I sing along to Pearl Jam, I have to do Eddie. It's the only way it can be done.
What about AC/DC? You ever tried that?
Yeah.
You need to smoke about 5 packs and get kicked in the groin to get up
hard
there.
on the throat. It's not a very good time.
No,
it's really not. All right. Are the Broncos? Did the roster get better, or did Sean Payton ferry an overall average roster to 10 victories last year? We asked this question based on this sort of contradiction of rankings. That last year, the Broncos roster was rated dead last in the NFL going into the season. Then they went out and won 10 games and got a playoff spot. And now Pro Football Focus in their top 10 AFC roster rankings has the Broncos at number 5, behind Baltimore, Kansas City, Buffalo, Houston, and now the Broncos, which I think is pretty much kind of right where they belong, especially when you consider how good they are on both sides of the ball.
And yeah, we're talking AFC. This isn't all NFL.
Right.
So the Super Bowl champions aren't getting a slight.
You know, you think about going into last year, and you were staring at a rookie quarterback. You were staring at a wide receiver core that basically was like Cortland Sutton, but he still hadn't peaked in his return from injury, and really not much else. You were staring at no tight ends, which, to be fair, they never had any tight ends. And on the defensive side of the ball, I always had big concerns about what their pass rush would be last year. Benito had shown flashes, but that's all we had seen were flashes. Jonathan Cooper, nice player to
Another
be sure.
flash guy.
Yeah, very much so. You know, it was like, okay, I remember this distinctly last year. I loved what they had on the defensive line. I wasn't sure about the edge rush, and the secondary outside of Surtain didn't look all that terribly promising. Several things happened. You know, Nick Benito took a massive leap forward and was absolutely perfect in Vance Joseph's defense. The defensive line, which I thought was going to be good, turned out to be even better, and did a pretty good job of staying healthy last year. They had crazy good health. That was another thing that worked in the Broncos' favor. And then Riley Moss showed I can actually really cover across from Patrick Surtain, and Surtain just took another massive leap forward, and it turned out to be an absolutely excellent defense a year ago. Brandon Jones, I think, was better
than expected,
than anticipated.
PJ Locke held up better than we thought.
Sure did. So I would say a lot of dudes were better than initially thought.
Cody Barton, we haven't even talked about Cody Barton.
Sure.
I know he's gone, but
had a very good year. But then do you look at it and you say, okay, how much of that credit goes to Sean and VJ?
Yeah, and I want to continue along your theme. Let's pick it up because you struck a thought in me when you mentioned Cortland Sutton. We weren't sure, is this last year Cortland Sutton, because he was holding out for a contract, and it just kind of felt like maybe things were weird.
Yeah.
Was he tired of the quarterback carousel, all that kind of stuff? Now we know that Cortland is frankly the favorite target of Bo Nix. We weren't sure that Garrett Bowles was going to be back. He was in the last year of his contract. Like he had pointed out to us a number of times, they had never fudged with his money in order to get some cap room. You were starting to wonder, is he even going to be back at all? Like you said, the tight end problem still existed. We weren't sure about Marvin Mims. Nobody knew about Marvin Mims' deep threat.
To be fair,
a year ago,
he really wasn't very good for most of the first half of the year.
He wasn't thrown to.
He was outstanding on special teams, but he was not a critical part of the offense early on in the season. Really, it wasn't until they started using him in the run game that you saw Marvin Mims really emerge.
That he unlocked some stuff.
Yeah. Devon Valley was a 7th rounder who turned out to be an excellent player.
Yeah. And look, Quinn Miners ended up playing to his contract.
He was great.
As it turns out, the center, I'm spacing the center's name, he did all right. Wattenberg.
Mm-hmm.
Luke Wattenberg ends up being everything that you'd hoped he would be.
Yep.
And away you go. Now, again, the tight ends were the tight ends, and the running backs, He had some fun moments with the running backs, okay? And look, Sean Payton, he was able to piece it together. I feel like part of this is a combo of Sean Payton really getting a feel for what he has. And at the end of the day, I'll give massive credit to Sean Payton. Well, I give massive credit to Sean Payton and to VJ. Payton because he runs the offense. He came in there, he had a plan, he knew what he wanted to do. He didn't care how the rest of us thought.
Well,
and he put it into action.
I think one of the other critical things that Sean did with Bo Nix his rookie year was he took a working skill set and he didn't try and form it into something that it wasn't. And he used Bo's strengths to his advantage. And I would say that the two big ones were, number one, he avoids negative plays, that was a huge part of the reason why Sean loved him coming out of Oregon. And we saw that in year one. He didn't take a ton of sacks. He didn't have a ton of turnover-worthy plays. He didn't kill you with mistakes, which is absolutely huge. And when you have a defense that is that good, even with some third down struggles a year ago, it's okay. We'll punt the ball away, and we'll count on our defense to do something with it, which they generally did. So I think he did a very good job there. And number two, Bo Nix is a good scrambler. And I don't think Sean was ever just like, no, hang in the pocket and make – no, I think he was like, hey, first read ain't there. I think as the year went on, Bo was even maybe making a second read. If it's not, get out and go make a play with your legs. And Bo Nix was able to do that. And I don't think Sean Payton wanted to tamp that down for the sake of, no, you have to hang in the pocket and go through every one of my beautiful progressions. I think he looked at it and he said, a positive play is worthwhile. You go ahead and make plays with your legs. And Bo was able to do that. So even though – I would say Nix isn't necessarily great deep in the progression, and he's not a good, sort of thrower on the move when he's scrambling. If he just turns and gets upfield, he's dangerous. And Sean Payton utilized that last year.
Well, and he was in control of the offense from an earlier point in the season than I expected, which was about mid-October.
Yeah.
And look, VJ deserves a ton of credit too. I think VJ helped unlock what Nick Bonito was. It was his second year with the guy. I think he figured out what he could do. Zach Allen turned into a poor man's version of J.J. Watt. That certainly didn't hurt anything.
Yeah, he was
like
great.
We said, Barton was really good for you. And they again, you do wonder what took so long to get Riley Moss in there. Whoever made the decision that Riley Moss wasn't going to get in there, at least you got him in there and it got working.
Yep.
And all this ends up with you being better than you were a year ago. Now, look, it doesn't hurt that you did find a way to get some key free agents in the fold this year. It helps that you've got an Evan Ingram. It helps that you went and got Hufanga and
Greenlaw. Which I think both those guys are going to be excellent as long as they can stay healthy. Will be excellent in a Vance Joseph defense. I think one of the other huge advantages that Sean Payton gives you is he doesn't lose to crappy teams.
Yes.
Now, when the Broncos played the winning teams, the playoff teams, especially in the AFC, they struggled. Played Kansas City really well, but generally they struggled against the upper tier teams. But you can kind of cancel that out a little bit, like if you just don't have brain dead losses. And Sean Payton, it's one of the things that he's always been very good at as a head coach. He doesn't have a lot of brain dead losses.
No, they didn't lose a single game they shouldn't have last year.
Right, exactly. Like generally, Sean Payton can outcoach whoever is across from him and come in with a game plan where his team is going to be able to win a game. So, the answer to this question is, number one, I think Sean Payton's a really good football coach, and we're seeing it happen directly in front of us. And number two is a number of guys did outperform our expectations for him. And that's one of the things that when you talk about this upcoming season, it's like, okay, are some of these guys going to regress to the mean? Obviously, like Denver had insanely good health last year. Really, they've kind of had 2 years in a row. Are they going to be able to, are the law of averages going to catch up to them there? Sure. Like it's one of the reasons why, I'm hesitant to jump on Denver's just going to make a jump to 12 wins this year. I'm not so sure. I think it's still a growing roster right now, but I do know this football team's in a pretty damn good spot at the moment.
Well, it is, and I kind of talked about this with Berto the other day. What's interesting to me is, and Mark Springer is bringing up the over and under in Vegas for the Broncos right now is 9.5.
Yeah.
Okay. That's to me, that's a real interesting number because I think you said something important right there. People would probably hear you say jump to 12 wins. Well, getting from between 10 and 12, that's a whole different world.
Yeah.
12 is now battling for the division. 12 in a lot of seasons, you're probably pushing for home field advantage in the playoffs. Look, the league is taking these guys seriously this year. They're not going to get the Tampa Bay, whatever that was, early in the year, where I don't think they came in and admittedly didn't take them as seriously as they probably should have. And they got whooped because of it. So I am curious to see how this thing, there's going to be some challenges. And like you said, the health. But I got to give it to Sean Payton. He's had a healthy group the first 2 years of his tenure.
A lot of the soft tissue stuff they've been able to avoid.
Much healthier than previous regimes.
You know, when bodies get broken in a violent game, there's nothing you can do to avoid that. But like there are avoidable injuries in football, and Sean's team has done a pretty good job of keeping these guys healthy and on the field. Hey, football optimism. It's an awful lot of fun. Kreckman and Lindahl will take a quick break. When we come back, we'll continue our celebration of the Rockies' 10th victory of the year. But we got to dive into this Nuggets roster conversation. What do the Pacers and Thunder have that Denver doesn't? We'll discuss next. Rocks got win number 10 last night in Miami. They'll start at 4:40 this afternoon, Andy. Going to be a fun one. Chase Dollander taking them out. He is fresh off of the injured list. It's no longer the disabled list. It's the injured list.
I am curious, you nervous about this? Comes off with forearm stiffness in the old throwing arm.
Mm-hmm.
You know, usually forearm stiffness can be a sign that Tommy John's is on the way.
Oh, I hope not. But, well, this is what I take solace in. Not that this helps anything. He's going to have Tommy John eventually.
Sure.
They all do. So,
and he is a college pitcher. They drafted him out of Tennessee, right out of college.
So maybe it will happen now. Maybe it will happen 3 years from now. But it's going to happen. But Chase Dollander against Sandy Alcantara tonight for the Marlins. He, by the way, has an 8.47 ERA on the year. 4.40 is the first pitch there at Lone Depot Park.
What about your guy Gomber? El Gomberino back in some rehab action.
It's good to
maybe
see.
Some pitching help on the way.
By the
Although
way,
pitching isn't really what they've needed help with, you said, right?
Well, the starting pitching needs all the help it can get. Yes, so it would help to get him. Bullpen's actually been pretty good. Kyle, don't call me Kevin Freeland, toes the slab tomorrow against erstwhile Rocky Cal Quantrill.
Oh, yeah.
Cal
That's going to be
Quantrill.
Here in Denver. Get your breakfast burritos ready.
10:10 a.m.
10:10 a.m. Little baseball in your life
is your first pitch. Okay. So I've been looking at the salary tables of the Pacers and the Thunder. All right. I'm always interested in this. Like, how do you build an NBA champion? The conventional wisdom most of our lifetime was get the best player in the world, have like two other really good players around him. Fill it out with vets, go win yourself an NBA championship. And generally, like that formula worked. That was how the Celtics and the Lakers and the Bulls and the Shaq and Kobe Lakers and the San Antonio Spurs just won a bunch of NBA championships. They just did that thing where they just got the best player in the world and then filled in with a lot of stardom around them, okay? The modern NBA, that's not really the case quite as much, and that's not to take anything away from Jason Tatum, and he's a first-team All-NBA guy. He's an excellent player, but, how did the Celtics win a title a year ago? They killed you with incredible defense and bombs away from three, all right? That was how they won an NBA championship. They had two max guys in Tatum and in Brown, but ultimately, it didn't look exactly like it did. Now you go into this year. You have a Thunder team with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who's an MVP, right? Obviously, that puts you in the conversation for best player in the world. He's a first-team All-NBA guy. I would look at Shai right now, and I would say, yeah, you're a top 3 player in the world. You're pretty damn good, okay? But after that, and by the way, Shai was an 11th pick that they got in a trade.
And you had pointed out that the Nuggets, once upon a time, it was he or Doncic that they thought about trying to get.
They wanted him in the draft where they got Porter. Hartenstein, they paid 3 years at 87 coming out of the Knicks to be able to get him. Chet Holmgren was the number 2 overall pick. That's not nothing. That's huge, obviously, that they had that high of a pick and they hit on Chet. But it took some injuries and time for him to establish himself as a pro, and now he's a very good NBA player. After that, value all over the place. This is kind of how the Thunder did it, is how they built this thing. Indiana, you look at Indiana and they did a good job, moving on from the Paul George era several years ago. But the moves that they made, getting Halliburton from Sacramento, it wasn't hugely splashy. Siakam was one of those trades, getting him from Toronto, where you were like, well, that's a good trade, but I don't think that makes you a contender. Getting Nesmith from Boston, good trade. I don't think that makes you a contender. Hey, why not take a flyer on Obi Toppin? Why not? Well, guess what? These moves have been great. Having TJ McConnell around has been great. They never moved on from Miles Turner that. That has been a really good move. But ultimately, you end up looking at their salary structure right now, and they have 2 max guys in Halliburton and Siakam. And after that, it's depth all over the place. So is the lesson here that because the Nuggets payroll is so top heavy, they can't win in the modern NBA.
No, because they almost did. Look, who knows what happens if they sneak by the Thunder in that Game 7?
Yeah.
Who knows what happens if
AG's
Aaron Gordon
hamstring
doesn't tweak the hamstring at the end of Game 6, literally at the end of Game 6.
Sure.
So I can't say no, they wouldn't have, and I do think, but see, I think the Nuggets are a unique case. I do think in the age of parity, and again, I turn on, NBA Today or whatever it is on ESPN, and they're all fired up, and they're talking about how this is going to be the 7th different champion that we've had in the last 7 years.
Yeah.
There's no repeats, so they're getting the parity that the NBA wants.
This is what Adam Silver wanted.
That's why they did all
the
these
new CBA.
crazy cap rules
Yep.
to try to make it harder for you to just put together a super team and ride. I do think depth is going to be more important. I do think depth has been the reason why the Nuggets have not made it to the Western Conference Finals the last 2 years, whether it's been the depth of the Thunder or the depth of the T-Wolves.
You know what's funny? Super teams don't really work anymore.
Well, do you want it? We've got audio from Charles Barkley talking about that.
Like the Lakers got bounced in the first round.
Right.
The Suns, they sucked.
Oh, the Suns were better off when it was just Booker, Paul, and Durant.
Yeah.
They haven't been anywhere near as competitive since they got rid of Chris Paul and then went and acquired Bradley Beal.
I mean, I guess, think about it this way, okay? All right. I know I'm stretching the bounds of definition here. But because the Nuggets have 3 max guys, that's kind of almost super teamish. That's, in modern NBA parlance, that's a big 3.
It is. Now, the difference is you drafted those guys. You didn't craft them from free agency.
And it's very similar to what Golden State built. Quite frankly, it's pretty damn similar to what Oklahoma City has been able to build. I know they got Shea via trade, but they got him very early on in his career. So, it is so different. One of the other weird things about Denver's payroll, and I mentioned how top-heavy it is. Okay, this is for next year, for 25-26, all right? Joker's going to make 55. Whew. That's awesome, isn't it? How often do you, look at $55 million being spent on one player and be like,
what a bargain.
Not bad. Honestly, if you're really going to pay this guy his value, you'd probably pay him double that. Let's be honest.
Yeah, it'd be $100 million.
Jamal Murray is going to make 46.3. MPJ is going to make 38.3. Aaron Gordon will make 22.8 before a big jump up to $32 million in 26-27. After that, there is a fall down to Zeke Naji, who will make $8 million. And then below that, if Dario Saric does not pick up his option, the next highest paid Nugget is Christian Brown at $4.9 million next year.
Which that could change drastically, too.
Well, he'll at least make that next year.
He'll
and
make,
then, yeah.
26, though, could be.
What's wild about it is, look at the Thunder's payroll, okay? And these are the things that give you the flexibility. Listen to some of these numbers, okay? Shea's on a max. Hartenstein's making 28.5 on the 3-year, $87 million deal that he signed. After that, Caruso, 18. Lou Dort, 17. Chet, 13. Isaiah Joe, 12. Aaron Wiggins, 9. Kenrich Williams, 7. All of these just nice, meaty part of the curve salaries.
Guys, you take on the Nuggets in a heartbeat.
Indiana's got a bunch of them, too. Nemhard's making 18. Toppin's making 14. Neesmith's making 11. McConnell's making 10. Benny Matherin's making 9. All of these kind of contracts right here that are just right in that sweet spot. The only contract that the Nuggets have that even looks like that is Zeke Naji's, who nobody wants.
Yep.
And that's where the trade flexibility of this team is. It's not to say that ideas can't exist. And hopefully that's what Ben Tenser is sitting around right now just with a protractor and a pencil in his office right now, just coming up with every last possible deal that they could even conceive and think of. If dorky fans and bloggers and radio nerds can sit around doing this stuff, you better believe the Nuggets front office is doing these things. But it adds to the degree of difficulty that gives rosters like Indiana's, like Oklahoma City's, so much damn flexibility to just pivot and basically do what the Thunder did, which is after last year, they were like, well, we need a better wing defender and we need a big. And then they got Alex Caruso and Isaiah Hartenstein. It was just perfect what they did. And like with Denver, where we sit over here and we're just like, well, you need a backup big, and oh, by the way, you need shooting, and oh, by the way, you need wing defense.
Yeah, 3-and-D wing would be nice.
Like all these things we could sit here and tick off that the Nuggets so desperately need, and there's no easy way to fill all those blanks.
But see, I don't think there's any one way to build a team again either.
There's not.
Like, here's what happened. Here's what's been good for OKC. They've drafted better. Because remember, Philadelphia's done this. They can't sniff the finals.
Right.
How many years in a row did they basically tank so they could have all these high draft picks and turn in for anything?
Yeah.
Nothing.
They
you
had
know?
one healthy year of Embiid, and they didn't
now
do
they got
it.
him on a terrible contract. But what does, where this is starting to take on a little bit of the NFL model is when you got the guys on the early parts of the deal, when you found yourself the guys, right? Guys, you better make some hay while they're cheap.
That's what the Nuggets like. It's kind of what they have to do basically is like they need all these guys on these rookie deals to just massively outperform. And Christian Brown has done it. He's been the only one.
That's it.
You know,
not sure about Peyton Watson. You know,
I would say he has not outperformed his rookie contract. He's an
at
NBA
his
player,
moments.
but yeah, Julian Strother is another. Pickett and Ty, like all these guys, like basically Calvin Booth's plan was if we're going to hand out all these max contracts, I got to bat 1,000 in the draft. And he hasn't.
Well, and to be fair about Calvin Booth, which, again, a lot of what he's done is frustrating. Why there's player options. Why did you go and give $8 million? That's all fair to be frustrated with. But if we're going to really talk about how you get here, you got here because you talked about it. Oklahoma City got some really great draft picks that have worked out. And again, that's where I don't know if there was a plan. The plan was not crafted the way it needed to be between Booth and Malone, and now you're paying the price for it.
So it goes back to...
And by the way, he was picking in the 20s in the second round trying to get these guys.
It's really hard to get studs in those parts of the draft. So now we're back to the place of, all right, well, how do you fix it? And Andy, I'd come back to the same conclusion every single time. Yeah, trade one of those expensive guys.
You have to. You're not going to have any flexibility otherwise.
And let's be honest, it's one of Michael Porter or Jamal Murray. You have to trade one of those dudes. I don't want to trade Aaron Gordon. He's too damn valuable.
No, I'm with you.
Now, here's the other thing about it is...
will he be as damn valuable by the time that thing really kicks in?
Yeah, it's a good point.
And
Also,
see, I was going to say this. I don't want to trade Aaron Gordon either. I think he is the perfect complement down low to Jokic. But that, and look, he's a leader. He's Mr. Nugget. I think he's been everything you hoped for when you made the trade for him. But my question would be, with one more palatable year before it jumps, would that make him more attractive as you try to dangle trade pieces at people?
Okay, here's let's use a for instance right here, okay? Trey Murphy. The Pelicans have been an absolute and complete and total disaster. And they could be looking to get Trey Murphy on the move.
And aren't the Nuggets the betting favorites to get Trey Murphy?
Are they?
I think Spring sent us
I know
tweet.
the Lakers are pretty horny to try and get him as well.
Whoa, all right, hey.
Trey Murphy, 6'8", 206. This past season, 45, 36, and 89. Those were his shooting splits. Pretty damn good. 21-point-a-game scorer, lengthy, good defensively, tough dude. I like Trey Murphy.
Okay.
I think that there's going to be enough suitors that in order for Denver to acquire the services of a player like a Trey Murphy, you're going to have to move something that you don't necessarily want to move. Like Michael Porter is a great name to bring up in a trade like that. But in proposed deals that I have seen, they're going to have to send Christian Brown.
Well, okay.
Do they have another good option to start at shooting guard? If you're subtracting two starters from this team, and I'm not completely averse to trading CB. I mean, I love the dude, but one of the things I honestly wonder about with Christian Brown is if David Adelman's commitment to slower half-court basketball is as steadfast as he made it sound like on his introductory press conference, well, then I think that drops Christian Brown's value a little bit here in Denver because he's the best transition player in the entire NBA.
I don't disagree, but, I mean, what'd you say? He's making $4 million?
Yeah. He also get worse defensively.
Yeah.
if
that,
you move
that does
Christian
create
Brown.
some problems, and that money doesn't free up to solve.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Now is Christian right now? Christian Brown to me is like a solid B to B plus NBA defender. He's pretty good. Is Christian Brown ever going to be an A to A plus NBA defender? Is he ever going to look like Lou Dort or Drew Holiday out there? Probably not. But those guys are elite. Those are first team All NBA defensive dudes. CB also has a lot of value on the offensive end of the court, and he just gets better every single year. But that's kind of what you're starting to look at right now if the Nuggets are going to make this kind of trade.
Well,
could be subtracting 2 starters out the door.
When do you ultimately see some money relief out of that would be my question. Because what this team needs more than anything, in my opinion, you need money freed up to use for what? You need the money to be able to go get a KCP and a Bruce Brown in the same offseason again if you choose to.
Right.
Now, part of that happened because Bruce Brown was willing to take a very friendly he basically took the Zeke Najee deal that year, right?
Right. Yeah. No, I mean, right now it's like it's Joker. You're going to extend him. Whatever. Jokic, you don't even think about. You just want him forever.
For sure.
Okay, please never leave us. Never, ever leave us. Jamal is starting year number 1 of a 4-year extension. And AG is starting year number 1 of was it a 3 or a 4 year with AG? I don't remember.
I think it was 4.
It was 3 with a player option. Okay, yeah. So none of those guys are going away anytime soon. You're still going to be that's what's funny is the Nuggets could move one of their maxes and still be a top-heavy payroll. That's what's absolutely wild about it. But that's what you're talking about if you're going to make a deal like getting a Trey Murphy in here in Denver. And you have to have New Orleans want to actually make that deal, which I think there's going to be a bidding war, and I think it's going to be tough for Denver, especially given the lack of draft assets that they have.
Yeah, you know how many second rounders to just throw in there and sweeten this thing?
Yeah.
They're all gone.
Yeah, or really even first rounders for that
Not
matter.
till the 2030s.
It's going to be a little bit tough to be able to do that. Andy, the Rockies won a baseball game last night.
Oh, we got to celebrate.
They
some
sure
things,
did.
I think.
They sure did. Win number 10, 10-50. 10-50. This will sound stupid. Follow me on this for a second. 10-50 almost feels worse than 9-50 because it's just so stark with what a round number it is.
Yeah. You throw those two in, you're like, woo! Holy cow.
40 games under. 40 games under. 10-50. Nice Hunter Goodman game last night. A couple of bombs last night.
Yeah, your guy Hunter Goodman getting it done.
Out of Goody out there. That was certainly good to see. And Herman Marquez, I don't think he had his best stuff last night, but he settled in. He had a good outing. Again, if
he battled. You know what? That was a Jorge De La Rosa-like start.
Well put.
Our guy, Herman Marquez.
Well put.
Don't look at the ERA. You're just happy you got the dub.
Bill Schmidt, like I said, call every team in baseball today and make an offer with Herman Marquez.
This guy battles.
Yes.
That's what you say.
Yes. Mm-hmm. He's been pitching better of late. By the way, I did pull this up. I was interested, okay? So the Marlins right now, who are only run-of-the-mill bad, 28th in average attendance per game at 11,944 so far this season. Rockies 18th in average attendance at 26,635. What's interesting is Baseball Reference breaks this down. They compared Rockies attendance through 28 home games so far this season to their first 28 home games last year. All right? To get a very similar comp. And what they found was the year-over-year difference for the Rockies right now, you're getting 363 fewer people per ball game in 25 than you were in 24 through the first 28 games. So 363 people have said, I've got something better to do than to go watch the worst team in baseball. Which, it's not that bad.
No, it's not.
It's really not.
How is it not in the thousands?
It's kind of crazy. Their overall attendance is down 10,000 people right now. But again, if you break it down by ball game, the year-over-year difference is minus 363 people. Let's put it this way. Of the clubs in baseball right now that have seen a drop in attendance, this year over year from last year, the Rockies have seen the smallest in all of baseball. The biggest drop in attendance so far. This is crazy. The St. Louis Cardinals are getting, on average, over 7,000 fewer fans per ball game right now.
That's a baseball town that knows what they're watching. It'll let you know when they're not psyched about it.
That's crazy. Yeah, and the Cardinals have been okay so far this year. Anyway, the attendance notes for everybody right there. Nobody goes to Marlins games. My God,
not ever, ever in their history.
And I know that they don't celebrate that. Like they don't really support their sports teams in South Florida. But
they really don't support baseball.
They really don't support the Marlins. It's absolutely crazy. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we're celebrating the 10th win of the year by celebrating number 10s. We're power ranking here on a Tuesday edition of the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
And this ball is launched again to center field. Going back is Myers, watching it sail out. Hunter Goodman has just put the Rockies in front. 5-4 Colorado. Number 9 for Goodman.
His third multi-home run game in his young career, and it also breaks that stretch of just scoring 4 runs or fewer in the last 10 games.
There's always some string attached to anything the Rockies do of like, hey, they did something good. It's the end of them being super sucky. A streak of 10 consecutive games in which they scored 4 runs or fewer. Woo! We're playing nothing but Pearl Jam 10 today.
Now, hold on. How many games?
Because they got their 10th win. It had been 10 games. 10.
It's all about 10.
They're 10 and 50 on the year. All right, Andy. We haven't done it, but it's a Tuesday. We haven't done this in a while. We haven't ranked anything in a while. On Tuesdays during football season, we give you our power rankings. When it's not football season, we give you our terrible top 5s. Here we go. It is power rankings time. Spring.
You got the touch. You got the power.
All right, to celebrate the Rockies getting their 10th victory of the season, I've got it for you here, Andy. I've broken it down. Your top 5 number 10s.
Okay.
In Denver sports history.
Let's do it.
You ready for this?
Yes.
Okay, this is Denver sports number 10s.
Oh, man. Dad, she's like a 10.
Mm-hmm. Bo Derek.
She was, yeah.
She was.
She was. She's in the movie.
Yeah, Brian Dennehy was going to be hitting that later. You better believe it.
No.
Pour one out for Dennehy.
Never made it.
Yeah,
never got there.
Well, maybe that night, but
the
by
wedding
the next
got
day.
a little rowdy.
Man, I love Brian Dennehy. Miss that guy. All right. Number 10s. Your top 5. Here we go. At number 5, Andy, you finished 3rd in the 2024 Offensive Rookie of the Year vote at number 5. And I would say with a pretty high ceiling to be able to climb up this list, I'm going to go with Bo Nix.
Bo Nix.
Bo Nix.
Number 5.
At number 5.
Just 1 year in the golden or in the orange 10, I should say.
Nowhere to go but up for Bo Nix. But he had a pretty nice rookie season, and I'm betting on his potential. I think if we do the same rating at this time next year, it's going to be a little bit higher on the list, especially when you hear the next
I
name.
hope the Rockies have won more than 10 games by this point next year.
But
you never know.
You never know. There's really nowhere to go, but hopefully
we'll see tonight.
We'll see.
Anyway,
we'll see.
Bo Nix, number 5, 10.
Number
on the list.
10, Bo Nix is number 5. Follow me on all this.
Keep that what?
Okay. At number 4, this is number 10s in Denver sports history. Andy, you, I'm sure, recall this guy's celebrated tenure as a Denver Nuggets guard from 1979 to 1982 when he averaged 9 points per game. Out of the University of South Carolina, we're going with John Roach.
Sure.
At number 10.
I knew that was a person prior to now.
John Roach.
I know an Allen Roach.
Spent some time with the Kentucky Colonels of the
Sure.
ABA.
Sounds about right.
Yes.
Then
but
came on over. Headed west.
Came out of retirement to play 3 years for the Nuggets from 79 to 82, his best year being the 79-80 campaign when he averaged 11.4 points per game. In all seriousness, Denver does not have a rich history of number 10s.
I don't remember a lot of 10s in anything, to be honest with you. It's not a great hockey number.
As you will hear in this very list right here. All right, John Roach. Number 3.
The number 3, number 10.
Celebrating the Rockies' 10th victory with the top 5 number 10s in Denver sports history. Number 3, Emmanuel Sanders.
What?
Living in a world of stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Emmanuel Sanders in the 2015 Super Bowl run, Andy. Emmanuel Sanders averaged 5 catches and 77 yards per game. He was terrific. Did not have any touchdown catches in that run because they didn't score a lot of touchdowns, let's be honest. But Emmanuel Sanders at number 3.
All-time Bronco 10.
Yeah, all-time Bronco 10. Right now, I got him at the very top of the list in franchise history. At number 2. Number 10. 201 home runs hit from 1993 to 1999. I mean, when you think of the Bombers from Blake Street, this is one of the names that goes right to the top of the list at number 2. Oh, crank that Peter Gabriel spring. Dante Bichette.
Well, let's add some more 10 vibes to the legacy, to the lore of Dante Bichette.
Okay.
Do you realize when he hit his first cycle? June 10th.
No way.
1998.
What are the chances?
Yes, sir.
Dante Bichette hit for the cycle on a June 10th.
Against the Texas Rangers.
Well done, Dante. 201 career home runs in a Rockies uniform. 201 of his 274 hit for the career. The great Dante Bichette.
Matter of fact, that day on June 10th became the first Rockies player to hit the cycle.
Yep.
So there you go. And you know what's kind of funny is I went down this rabbit hole.
Yeah.
Most Rockies have hit their cycles in June for some reason.
Normally they swoon.
Not the 10th month, but
the Rockies cycle a lot.
We don't have a lot of 10th month history to deal with the Rocks. We've got the single Rocktober, but
they didn't win any games.
No.
Oh, they got there. Okay, Dante Bichette at number 2, which leaves
the number 110.
The number 110.
The number 10
in Denver professional sports history. Now, some of you might argue this. Some of you might say that we're playing favorites here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, to which I say that's a load of shish kebab, all right? The greatest number 10 in Denver sports history. Wore that number for the 91-92 and 92-93 campaigns for the Denver Nuggets. Averaged 2.1 points per game in 76 games played in that unforgettable 92-93 run. The number 10 in Denver sports history, Scott Hastings, everybody.
Yeah!
Scott Hastings.
Happy
Hastings
birthday,
wants a piece.
Hastings.
Yeah.
It's his birthday today.
Oh, my God.
Hold on, give me that one more time.
Oh, my God.
Which ref was he pissed at right there?
Get that shot out of here.
Number 1. Scott Hastings.
Got a little work to do there, Bo.
Only
Emmanuel.
2 years in a Nuggets uniform, but Andy, he was here
Felt like 20.
He was here for a good time, not a long time, okay?
Yeah.
That's all it was.
He was Mr. Right now.
Yes.
Not Mr. Right.
Number 1. Scott Hastings, out-dueling Dante Bichette, Emmanuel Sanders, the unforgettable John Roach, and Bo Nix at number 5. Scott Hastings, everybody. By the way, I've got an additional. I got an addendum top 5 here, Andy. I got top 5 guys you forgot wore number 10.
Now this I want to hear.
This will be good. This is some. These are some. I would call these infamous Denver sports names.
Let's go.
Here we go.
Let's do it.
At number 5.
Number 5, number 10.
The number
you didn't
5,
know.
number 10 you forgot about. This one was an Andy Lindahl special.
Uh-oh.
He wore number 10 for 5 games in an Avalanche sweater last year. The immortal Toronto-bound, that's where the Hockey Hall of Fame is, right? Riley Tufte.
Oh, my God.
That's your guy.
My God.
You loved this guy.
Come on, Tufte.
Tufte.
Forgot about you.
Yes.
As soon as you left.
That's why these guys were guys who forgot wore number 10.
I loved me a Riley Tufte.
Riley Tufte.
For a couple months.
Number 4 on this list, the player so nice, they named him this twice, Bull Bull.
Good old Bull Bull. He was 10, huh?
Bull Bull was a number 10. Uh-huh. At number 3, an all-timer of a Rockies contract and a Rockies career, number 10 from 2001 to 2002, Mike Hampton. Mike Hampton, who I believe threatened to beat up more sports writers than games won in his time in a Rockies uniform. Mike Hampton. Number 2.
Yeah.
Your number 2. Number 10, guy you forgot wore number 10. Actually, I bet you didn't forget this guy wore number 10. You just wish you could forget about him. Jerry Jeudy.
Oh, yeah.
Number 10.
Jerry Jeudy.
From 2020 to 2023.
I clearly remember Jerry Jeudy, but to your point, his number wouldn't have come to mind right away.
Yeah, no. He was a number 10. But at number 1, just truly, a Balco All-Star, if we ever knew of one. We brought up his name last week when we were talking Crawshaw, one of the great punting legs in Broncos history. Number 10, Todd Sauerbrunn. From 05 to 07, Todd Sauerbrunn, booming punts. Then he get in a fight with a cab driver. Something like that.
All sorts of stuff.
That was a whole thing right
Yeah.
there. Todd Sauerbrunn.
Was told not to kick to Devin Hester. He said, no.
No, I'm going to kick it directly to him.
Why not?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so there's some guys you forgot wore number 10 in Denver sports history.
I like it. Well done.
It's not a great list of Denver number 10s.
You know who the best number 10 draft pick in NFL history is, according to the internet? Rod Woodson. Did you know Rod Woodson was in the 10th overall pick?
Wasn't Mahomes a number 10 pick?
God, was he?
Thought he might have been.
Thought he was 9.
I could be misremembering that.
Is it because his career's not done? I'm going off the AI.
Okay. the AI knows. Mahomes was a 10th overall pick.
Well, then he'll eventually.
When you say he
he'll
already
beat
has,
out the HOFer.
When you say
over Rod
when
Woodson.
You say a 3-time Super Bowl MVP.
Yes.
I love Rod Woodson as much as the next guy.
Yeah, you don't have to. I don't even know what to say.
But we got to tip the cap at number 10, Patrick Mahomes, who was at number 10 overall draft pick. He wears 15.
Curious. Why is this not giving me? I want to know, who do you think it is in NBA history? Do you have any 10th number all?
The best 10th overall pick in NBA history. I don't, but I'm going to look this up in the break. Congratulations, by the way, and happy birthday, Scott Hastings.
Yeah, I don't like some of the names they're giving me.
The greatest number 10 in Denver sports history. And
By
this list
far!
is
Now, hold
unimpeachable.
Maybe the best. That's right. That makes the best number 10 in NBA and just in sports history.
Mm-hmm.
Who's the best number 10 ever?
Messi?
Ooh.
Pretty good.
Yeah, I don't know that you're beating that.
Yeah, pretty good. Mm-hmm.
Pretty good.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway.
There's got to be a QB out there, right? Montana was 16.
Bo Nick's going to be the guy. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Dudes, it's Nate Kreckman here for Roller Auction, and you've got until the morning. Get on it right now because bidding is available on Roller Auction's June 2025 government fleet vehicles and equipment auction. These auctions are going to start to close tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. That's Wednesday morning at 9 a.m. So you want to get on this right now. Get some great deals on some excellently maintained city and county fleet vehicles. We're talking bucket trucks, rescue trucks, SUVs, sedans, vans, pickups, utility trucks, plow trucks, flatbed trucks, dump trucks, police interceptors, buses, trailers, UTVs, landscape equipment, and so much more. Guys, for nearly 50 years, Roller Auction has been the industry standard in city and county fleet vehicles auctions. So go to roller.bid right now. Sign up to bid, by the way, at roller.bid/altitude, because then you'll be entered to win concert tickets and sporting event tickets and cool tickets from us. But then you'll also be able to bid at Roller Auction. And the June 2025 Government Fleet Vehicles and Equipment Auction is closing tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. So go to roller.bid this instant. I always like this part.
See, you can't not sing like Eddie.
You have to do it. It's the rule. Did you ever hear, by the way, when Eddie Vedder sang "Take Me Out to the Ball Game" at Wrigley Field? It's so funny because he sings "Take Me Out to the Ball Game" like Eddie Vedder.
Like Pearl Jam.
Right. Take me out to the ball game. You're just like, I know that's your singing voice, but also like
You have another key? You have a second pitch?
Can't you just like give it like a happy birthday treatment?
Yeah.
Maybe.
We might have to pull that up before this is all done. Now. That's pretty funny. Take me out to the ball game. Some peanuts and Cracker Jack. Yeah. I love Stone Gossard's playing too. So first time I saw those guys was up at Red Rocks. So it was pretty awesome. All right. We're talking music. I got to throw this at you. This was crazy. So most people out there know. Big fan of music. We both are. Big fan of.
We like music.
I'm a guitar player. Love Gibson guitars.
Okay.
Got a couple of their Les Pauls. So, of course, I follow all their social media accounts.
Mm-hmm.
And it turns out this came across my feed today.
Okay.
I just sent it to you over Instagram. But it turns out that the famous Gibson guitar from Back to the Future that Michael J. Fox got funky on after he played the Earth Angel song so his parents could kiss.
Sure.
Well, if you remember.
Wasn't that the
if you don't
enchantment
mind.
under the sea dance?
It was.
Mhm.
Here's the movie scene.
And try and keep up, okay?
And away he goes in a little Johnny Be Good.
Yeah.
And he tears it up.
Hey, Marvin.
Well, I get a video on my feed today from Gibson Guitar.
Okay.
They're trying to find the guitar he played in the movie.
Like the prop?
Christopher Lloyd.
Okay.
Huey Lewis, Leah Thompson, Michael J. Fox, the movie's creators. They're all jumping out saying they legit apparently don't know where this guitar is that he played in this scene and they want to find it.
The Back to the Future guitar in which Marty McFly apparently stole Johnny Be Good from Chuck Berry.
Well, then Marvin Berry calls Chuck and says, you got to hear this.
Marvin! So, yes, Michael J. Fox wants your help in finding the long-lost Back to the Future guitar. Cherry red ES345 guitar that he played in Back to the Future has been missing since the late 80s.
Where would this thing have gone?
Was it just like left in a...
Yeah, they left it on a guitar stand or something after filming it. Now nobody knows where it is.
It's like in a back lot somewhere in whatever studio made the thing.
Well, they're wondering, did somebody get it, like shove it in a storage facility?
Yeah,
they didn't think about it.
Like the end scene of Raiders of the Lost Ark, and it's just like buried amongst all the stuff somewhere in a warehouse.
Yeah, it's in one of those crates with all the hay or whatever that stuff is in there.
Top men, yes. So they cannot find the famed Johnny Be Good guitar. Yeah, where the hell would it have gone? Also, like I thought on like film sets, like they actually like props departments and like, you know, costumes and all that sort of stuff. Like, don't they keep? Maybe it was 1985, so I guess maybe not. But I thought like they had to keep really good track of this stuff.
Well, this is interesting. We have a texter saying at the time, Norman's Rare Guitars out of Tarzana was the one that had the guitar when the movie was made.
Okay.
This person, I think this person's name is Glenn. Hello, Glenn. As I understand it, they still have it. Well, if you know how to get a hold of them, they need to holler at the Gibson people because all of the Back to the Future cast is trying to figure out where this guitar is.
So there's a theory here. Okay, according to this is pretty interesting as to where this thing went. Conflicting stories. Okay, the team believes the guitar disappeared after it was returned to a rental house, to the rental house Norman's Rare Guitars in L.A. Let's see. Gibson then said they believe it might have been intended to be auctioned off, although they see no evidence that it was actually sold through an auction. Most likely, a customer at Norman simply bought the guitar. Conflicting stories emerged from there, whether the buyer was a female friend of Norman's or an international buyer from Japan, with any evidence of this sale lost to the sands of time.
This is crazy.
So basically, they just like put the thing back on the wall, and then somebody came in and bought it. And they walked away with movie history.
And they don't even know it.
Yeah.
And look, I'm one of those guitar guys that buys guitars they don't need.
Uh-huh.
They're nicer than my skills are. We'll put it to you. I own 4 guitars, and I don't need to own them judged off of my playing ability.
Sure.
But I love having them. And I got it. You got to know some dude just probably has it, like you said, hanging around, thought it was cool, may not even realize that it looked like I'll be honest with you, I loosely remember what the guitar looked like.
It was red.
It's red, and I think it's got
apparently
the semi-hollow, right?
The people from Gibson,
which is crazy, they don't know where it is.
They have international search teams that are on this thing trying to find it right now in Japan. Yes.
Man, could you imagine? This is becoming like a worldwide treasure hunt.
Wasn't it wasn't one of the crazy ones in terms of like famous memorabilia that was lost? I remember ESPN, I think it was Wright Thompson did an investigation on this. The O.J. Simpson Heisman Trophy.
Really? We don't know where that is?
The thing had been like everywhere.
And he had auctioned it off to pay the taxes or something, right?
It was like and it was at USC, but they didn't want it anymore because they were just like, we don't want to commemorate O.J. Simpson anymore. And it's just like, hey, it's, some light double homicide doesn't change the fact that the guy could tote the rock for you like a mother back in the 70s. So I don't know. But yeah, this sort of stuff happens, though. That is crazy, though. Nobody knows where this guitar is.
It's nuts.
Somewhere in Japan.
See, now I'm trying to figure out, what piece of movie memorabilia would you like? You know what I'd really like more than maybe that guitar? I want an actual lightsaber from one of the 3 original trilogy. I just
want a real lightsaber. That's what I want.
You can get one at Disneyland.
Oh, okay.
I almost got my son one, but
Does
I was
it
not
chop
quite
things
sure
up?
about that. I don't know.
Here you
I
go.
ultimately decided that wasn't a good idea.
5 sports memorabilia items that are lost treasures. This according to justcollect.com.
Okay.
Jackie Robinson's debut jersey from April 15th, 1947.
So we don't know where that is?
Apparently not.
How is that lost?
A jersey from later in his rookie season sold for just over $2 million in 2017. I mean, isn't it just sort of like it was 1947 and nobody gave a crap?
You have no idea the gravity of what you're dealing with.
The ball from Wilt Chamberlain's 100-point game in Hershey,
we
Pennsylvania.
We don't know where that is?
Apparently not.
How is that not in a Hall of Fame? That's a 100-point game.
In 2000, a ball that was then believed to be the 100-point ball was sold at auction for $550,000, but the sale was nullified soon after due to doubts about the ball's authenticity. Muhammad Ali's gold medal, I suppose it'd be Cassius Clay's gold medal, but Ali's gold medal, listen to this one. The Kurt Gibson 1988 World Series home run ball, game 1 off of Dennis Eckersley. I don't believe what I just saw.
Yeah, the fist pump.
Yeah.
As he rounds first.
And then this one's random, just like an autographed Michael Jordan basketball card. Yeah, who cares? Yeah, the 100-point ball one is crazy. But the 100-point game has its own pile of conspiracies around it. There's no footage.
Well, yeah.
Basically, the only thing is a box score and Wilt holding up the sign that said 100 on it.
All right, then are we sure the Cleveland Spiders sucked as much as they have claimed to? We don't know. Scott writes in a good one, too. Would you rather have the lightsaber or Han's blaster? Han Solo's gun.
Well, here's the question.
He shot first.
Yeah,
There's no question.
Did Greedo shoot first or did Han shoot first?
Shot first.
That's what I remember. But suddenly we had to change everything.
I cannot believe this guitar is lost. I just can't. Because, again, this is mid-'80s. People started collecting stuff then.
You would have
thought
thought
the age
so.
of all the crazy Cabbage Patch collectors and all that.
You would have thought so.
How do you just put it on the wall and it gets sold to somebody?
They just, it basically sounds like they returned it to the store.
By the way, I guess I asked this. We had somebody go, oh, yeah, Ovechkin's retiring. No, wait, no, he isn't.
Yeah,
no, he isn't.
No, he
Probably
isn't.
shouldn't ask these questions.
Wasn't it a John Mulaney bit? Why was Marty McFly's best friend a fired, disgraced nuclear physicist who was 60 years older than him?
Well,
did anybody bother to ask?
Goes back to the Sklar brothers when they were in here talking about the Karate Kid.
What was it? The Valley Karate Tournament? Who has it?
I'm going to slip this into. Our guy Matty just said, I want Luke's hand. It fell down the ventilator shaft.
It fell all the way down there.
Was there a hand that actually fell?
No, don't you remember? Because wasn't it when he was hanging on the little like antenna thing at the bottom? Didn't he look down and see his hand kept
but
going?
the saber was connected.
Where does that go?
Did they have to actually put a little hand on the saber?
Like in the city in the clouds, when something falls out of there, where the hell does it go?
Oh, it was in the trash compactor. They're already in a sketchy spot.
Anyway, best of luck. We'll riff on Star Wars nonsense for too long.
What about Jabba's tongue?
I want the puppet for Salacious B. Crumb. I like the puppet.
I want the empty Jawa outfit.
Jabba no bada.
They're burning him.
Anyway, we have football news coming up on the other side on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Bottom two, Rockies Marlins no score. Battle of the 1993 expansion teams today there, Andy. The Fish and the Rocks. Chase Dolander threw an inning in 2/3 so far. He has yet to allow a hit. No-hitter alert. Look out, everybody. I called it first. Right now it's time for football news on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Mark Springer, what do we got today?
Hey, in the high five, we start with a mix of football news with some women's soccer news. That's right. Because,
that's football and football.
Yes, it sure is. American and football. Peyton Manning and his brother Eli have bought ownership stake in Denver's new National Women's Soccer League expansion team.
Okay, so Peyton is the one that bought into the Denver team. Eli is a part owner of Gotham FC, the New York team. But apparently they did a little social media thing today, and it was fun. Andy, the NWSL, which obviously we got the team coming to Denver. Everyone's very excited about that. Now you get Peyton Manning's face to throw on there. You got the Manning brothers throwing their weight behind the NWSL. Everybody wins, right? Awareness, excitement, big names, women's soccer. What could go wrong?
Well, and I'll be curious to see when the two teams play each other. Do we get the quarterbacks doing the press conference together? Remember when we had the Rock and Jock, and it was John Elway who owned the Crush and John Bon Jovi who owned the Philadelphia Soul, and it became an annual event where they would do a media gathering together and talk all things AFL. So I've seen this work in the past, and hopefully it works for the NWSL in the future.
According to Rob Cohen, the controlling owner of the Denver NWSL team, because we're still awaiting a team name, right?
Yes.
Said in a statement of Peyton Manning, quote, his impact on Colorado sports is unmatched, and we're incredibly proud to have him as a partner. He brings passion, insight, and deep local roots, all of which help us shape the future of Denver NWSL. Manning is also, by the way, joining Olympic skier Michaela Schifrin in the ownership group of the Denver NWSL club.
Did Manning ever end up getting a piece of the Broncos in some small capacity?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
No, I think the Walmart people have all of it.
They wanted it, though. Like, they were going to...
I mean, like, Condi's got a little bit, and, Lewis Hamilton's got a little bit.
Right.
Yeah.
Not enough to make any decisions or go to the owners' meetings, but they've got some.
Yes. By the way, Patrick Mahomes and his wife Brittany are co-owners of the Kansas City Current.
They're
currently
co-owners.
Yes. Serena Williams and her husband have an ownership stake in Angel City FC.
There you go.
So this is... really, you're not a cool celebrity unless you own part of an NWSL team. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, Texans quarterback C.J. Stroud has a sore right throwing shoulder. He has not thrown any passes during any of the media's watching periods during Texans OTAs. The most Stroud has done with the starting offense is execute handoffs to running backs during 11-on-11 walkthroughs. D'Amico Ryans, their head coach today, commented on Stroud's shoulder injury.
First off, I know everybody's going to ask. First, is CJ not throwing again? There's no concerns with CJ. It's just general soreness. We're taking extra precaution with him, but he'll be good to go. No concerns on my end there.
General soreness is what he's dealing with. There's no concerns whatsoever, Andy. That's why he addressed that absolutely first before anybody could ask the questions. No concerns with CJ whatsoever.
Yeah, general soreness is better than private labrum tear, which you better hope you don't run into by the time this is all said and done.
Corporal rotator cuff surgery.
So, look, it's not a big deal right now, right? It really isn't.
Yeah.
But something to keep in mind when we get to training camp. This still lingering?
D'Amico Ryan said he was asked if he will throw at mandatory minicamp. Ryan said when he's ready to go, he'll be ready to go.
So I'll have an update next week.
That is typically when a guy is ready to go. General soreness for C.J. Stroud. I'll keep an eye on that. Okay. I'll tick that off. Because remember, Houston was one of those rosters that was ranked above Denver's in terms of overall AFC roster talent by Pro Football Focus. Well, if general soreness is their quarterback, I don't think it's going to be rated quite as high.
They got some issues.
Yeah, they certainly do. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, Cam Ward, first overall pick. Looking pretty good in some videos we see of him at Titans OTAs. Nice sidearm throws. He's throwing now to Calvin Ridley one of his weapons with the Titans. And Calvin Ridley talked to the media today, and he was asked about Cam Ward's calm confidence.
Like I said, he came to my house before. My brother met him. The first thing he said after he left was like, man, he just ain't just calm. He relaxed. So, I mean, you need that at the quarterback position, man. You can't just be an overthinker, a jittery guy. You just got to kind of, be okay with, up, doing good, and just got to have that mentality. He kind of got that.
So Cam Ward's a chill bro.
Not afraid to fling it.
Yes.
That all works till you fling it to the wrong guy. And then you got to rein that little mentality in.
Well, apparently he's just going to say bleep it when he
Bleep
does
it.
that.
Bleep them picks.
I suppose.
Bleep this pass.
So everyone's enjoying
Oh, no!
Cam Ward so far. All right. Well, hey, Calvin Ridley's hoping Cam Ward's awesome so he can go to another Pro Bowl. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. So during a recent OTA practice with the Seattle Seahawks, Sam Darnold had a rough sequence with multiple reporters noting how Darnold threw 2 red zone interceptions in 3 plays. So Seahawks head coach Mike Macdonald goes on Seattle Sports 710, and that rough sequence from Sam Darnold prompted Mike Salk to ask Mike Macdonald this.
And I guess I almost have to ask, but I hate asking this. Is there anything that could happen other than an injury between now and the beginning of the season that would lead to a different quarterback?
No, you guys are crazy.
There's no way to ask the question without sounding like an idiot.
Like, I respect you got to ask it, but you guys, it's just a crazy question. There's just not going to, Sam's our starting quarterback. We love him. He's doing a tremendous job. I think it's funny that the media is out there for the first day, and all of a sudden they know exactly how good we're going to be and how good all the players are and all the tempos. We don't even put on pads yet. We haven't made one tackle, and it turns out at practice it's a great way to build culture by letting guys know that they can't make mistakes. That's exactly what we're shooting for. So go out to practice, be tight, make sure you don't make a mistake, because then God forbid, you're the worst player of all time because you made one bad throw or one bad decision. It's that is not what we're trying to build.
Here's the QB room for Seattle. Okay?
Give it to me. This is a fun
Sam
group.
Darnold.
Okay.
Our guy Drew Lock is back there.
Uh-huh.
And Jalen Milroe.
Okay.
And Jalen Milroe was all the talk of what was going on in rookie camp. Now, again, to Mike McDonald, to Coach
Third-round pick and a freak of an athlete.
Well, but to Coach McDonald's point, it is I was seeing stuff so-and-so. Everyone's tracking these reps and these mini. Dude, calm down. Calm down. That's fair to put out there. But Sam Darnold, to me, doesn't exactly scream, I got it all on lock, when you had a great season for the Vikings and they decided to let you go to Seattle.
I mean, this is just it, okay? They got a guy. That was an awkward situation for Sam Darnold to be stuck into. I believe Sam Darnold will be their week 1 starter.
Yeah, I do too.
But also, Mike Macdonald doesn't even want to entertain the idea of Sam Darnold being so craptacular that he's got to play Drew Lock.
It's a hell of a point. Yeah, he does not want to entertain answering those questions all year long.
Yes, and I will also say this, okay? I watched an OTA practice prior to the 2015 season, okay, in which Peyton Manning took a snap from under center, promptly took one step back and fell on his ass. To which we then did, in every show in town, did a week of how the heck is Manning ever going to run Kubiak's offense, okay? And I'm not saying that they had a good offense that year, that Manning played great, because those things aren't true, but they did win the Super Bowl. So OTA overreaction is inherently silly.
It is, which, I don't know, maybe Sean Payton not letting us watch these things all the time is saving us from ourselves.
I tell you what, there's things I've seen in OTA practices and training camp practices where I was just like, oof, that is not good.
That's rough.
And there's other things that I have seen where it was, oof, that's not good. But guess what? It actually did improve over time. So, yes, some of the things that you see that are bad will be bad. Paxton Lynch looked like crap in OTAs and in training camp. And then when the game started, he was terrible.
Yeah, well, and how many times when you and I had to watch and do the scoreboard of the Drew Lock, Teddy Bridgewater quarterback
and every
battle,
single day, you and I walked out of there going, Teddy's going to win the job.
Well, and also this is going to be a rough offensive season.
Yeah.
And it was, for the most part, a rough offensive
Teddy's
season.
going to check down a lot,
Yeah,
but he's
it's gonna
also
be a boring thing to watch.
Actually going to run the offense because Locke is terrible.
And they're going to keep it.
That's
That
another
was
reason
the Vic
why
Fangio, don't screw it up for my defense team.
I like Sam Darnold's chances of keeping that gig. And finally, Spring.
High five. So Micah Parsons is playing this season on the exercised fifth-year option of his rookie contract. He wants a new deal. Stephen Jones, the Cowboys EVP, said today that there's nothing different going on with the contract extension. He will let us know when something happens, so no real update there. Micah Parsons did show up to the team facility, though, after missing his fourth straight OTA. He did make his way to the building despite not practicing. Brian Schottenheimer, new Cowboys head coach, was asked today if Micah Parsons is around enough for his leadership to be felt by his teammates.
Yeah, I mean, again, being present doesn't necessarily mean being here all the time, doesn't mean necessarily having to practice. It means being present, being around the guys. I mean, we all don't see the things that some of these guys do away from here. There's a lot of work being done away from here, whether it's with other players in the NFL, our guys, things like that. And again, you know, the thing that I know about Micah is Micah wants to be here. He's excited about what we're building. He's been a big proponent of that, and you can lead a lot of different ways, and this is a business, and they're working through the business part of this deal, but again, everything I've asked him to do, everything that I've required, no different than everybody that's here, he's been great with, and so that gets me excited, and I'm a big fan of Micah.
I would imagine that you are. Your job will be a lot better if that guy is healthy and, you know, productive and engaged and all of that. I want to go back to the beginning of something Shoddy said right there. It was Spring, pull this line for me, okay? He was talking about what it means to be present, okay? And he really decided he wanted to zero in on that word. What did he say there?
Yeah, I mean, again, being present doesn't necessarily mean being here all the time.
Okay.
I think it does, actually. I think, actually, the dictionary definition of being in a particular place would require him to be there. I don't think he can be gone and be present. I do believe he actually has to be there to be present.
And he has to be there and present for you to know how excited he actually is about what you're building and that he wants to be.
He's present, even though he's not present.
Right.
Okay.
You can be present and not be there, but you do have to be present to be there.
You really do. You can also be present and not really be present.
That's what I'm saying.
You can stand around scratching your butt, staring off into the trees or whatever these guys do during football
Mentally, you're
practice.
somewhere else, but you're physically in the room. But right now, he's not there. But somehow he thinks, what is he, Jedi powering his... That's why he's there?
This is also just like the classic. Just
This
like
is so
This is
Cowboys.
so Cowboys. Like, and now, like, everybody, like, Jamar Chase got his $40 million, so he's the highest paid non-quarterback, and we saw what Myles Garrett's deal looks like, and, like, now you got to pay Micah more than all of those dudes because you just sat on your hands and made it stupid the entire time when you probably could have gotten this done, 2 years ago?
Yeah.
He's playing on his fifth-year option now,
Well,
right?
because Jerry can't decide if he really wants to keep this team together or not. That's
Right.
what it is. And then he keeps
But then he
getting
always-
strung into a corner where he's got to pay him anyway.
And then he always decides to.
Well, then he goes to a game and he's like, wow, there's a lot of number 11 jerseys here.
Yeah.
Guess I had to keep that guy. Wow, there's a lot of number 4 jerseys here. Guess we have to make him the highest paid player in the game.
Yeehaw, says Jerry Jones. And he likes to eat raccoon. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Pause for dramatic effect. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Tom Thibodeau was fired today.
How about that?
Two wins away from the NBA Finals, and pack your office and leave.
And how about this? This now shows up. Apparently, according to Bovada Official, the Suns have become the favorites if the Knicks were to trade Karl Anthony Towns.
Why would they trade Cat?
That's my question to you. Why would they trade him at all? No list of the Nuggets on this list, but it would go Suns, Magic, Warriors, Jazz, Mavericks, Raptors.
Would it just be to move Durant to the Knicks? That would be the move, I suppose.
You want Durant over Cat?
Yeah, but I mean, I always will, but
as far as age, though,
it's a shorter term. Yeah, it's a shorter term proposition. If you think, okay, if we hire Michael Malone and Jalen Brunson, Mikal Bridges, Kevin Durant core could lead us to an NBA championship, I'd probably take that swing. I mean, here's the other thing is, like, we've all seen the hard ceiling on Karl Anthony Towns. Good player, but again, he was not nearly as effective as the playoffs went along. There's some numbers here on the Knicks that are pretty interesting, by the way. Okay. As we know, Thibs he's not a long rotation guy. He's the king of the short rotation. I know people criticize Malone for it. No, Tom Thibodeau is the original here. Okay, this is a guy that, I mean, you look up at the end of the year and like all of his starters are just like 38-minute a night guys. Here's some stuff. The Knicks 10-8 in the playoffs with a point differential of exactly 0. So they broke even, having gone 10-8 in the postseason. Starting five was minus 31 in 335 minutes. Eventually, they had to insert Mitchell Robinson into the starting lineup as the playoffs went along. Like, there's two ways to look at that. The Knicks overachieved, but also did the Knicks overachieve because they've got psycho Tom Thibodeau as their head coach, and he could push this roster that maybe wasn't as talented as they ended up achieving in the very end.
Sure. Well,
and we know, like, look, Tatum's, the Tatum injury definitely opened some things up for the New York Knicks.
Well, and that's been the big story today as ESPN talked about this. They said the reason why this is happening is you've got the Knicks and a bunch of other teams saying with Tatum's Achilles injury, he's done for the year next year. Now he's gone. Now the door's open.
Yeah, take a shot.
So it's not just this season. It's next season, too, that the East is more open because one of the beasts is down. Now, Cleveland may come back and be pretty darn good.
Sure.
I wouldn't overlook that team.
If they could stay healthy in the playoffs, yeah.
And there are rumors that maybe, not rumors, but I read an article yesterday from ESPN suggesting that maybe Dallas looked to Cleveland and trade Donovan Mitchell and bring him in, and then they ship the number one pick off to Cleveland. But
I don't think this move is really that outlandish. Now, look, if you're Tom Thibodeau and you're like, this is the best Knicks season in 25 years. We're a couple of wins away from the NBA Finals, and I'm really getting shown the door right now. Like, you got a pretty good case.
You do.
Okay? And in terms of disgruntled former employees, I would say you've got a pretty good argument. But also, like, There are underlying factors to look at it to be able to say, okay, did this group reach its ceiling, and is the Tom Thibodeau style of basketball coaching in an era that is leaning more heavily towards depth than we've almost ever seen in the history of the NBA, particularly in the playoffs? That's what's crazy about this is, like, sometimes, Andy, like really deep teams, you will see an NBA team that'll play 9, 10, 11 deep even in the regular season. But then by the time they get a little bit deeper into the postseason, it's like, okay, these are our 8 guys. And this is what we're doing. Or these are our 7 guys or whatever it may be. Pacers and Thunder, like they are still relying on their depth to get where they needed to go. Like even Thomas Bryant he had a massive Game 6 for Indiana. Like even his achievements were still getting celebrated and getting used. So clearly, if you're the Knicks, you got to look at it and go like, okay, we can't keep doing business exactly this way if we think we're going to get over the hump. Like we need somebody else to shepherd a very good group past the finish line. And again, I'll use the Mark Jackson, Steve Kerr comparison of look at what happened for Golden State. That was an excellent NBA team. They made an upgraded head coach, and they took the next step.
Okay, but if we go off of what you're saying, and I'm not saying it's flawed theory at all, I understand what you're saying. Does that take Michael Malone out of the running for this job? Now,
I don't believe so at all.
We've seen no rumors yet. but they're very much alike.
I don't believe so at all. And okay, I think number one is if a clear directive is laid out in front of Malone, all right, like think of Malone's tenure here in Denver. He walked in the door. Tim Connolly was the general manager. Malone eventually gets this team Western Conference Finals good. Connolly moves on. Calvin makes a couple of additions. Malone wins the NBA championship. He and Booth were never necessarily on the same page. Booth was not the GM that hired him. There was a weird power dynamic that got all screwy. Malone had his opinions about the roster. Booth had his. Ultimately, they both lost, right? In the very least, in this setting, if Malone was to walk in the door and be the next head coach of the New York Knicks, they would pay him extremely handsomely. And if they're smart about it, and this is the part I can't confirm, but if they're smart about it, make it very clear, this is where you stand in the pecking order. And there's not a lot of pushback about this roster that you have and what the plan is going to be. Could that potentially be better? It's one of those areas that where you look at it and you say, okay, this is where things are so different year 10 and year 1. Especially for a guy that won an NBA championship in a place. But I think Malone's a great candidate for the Knicks. I think he's a great fit. I think he's got championship pedigree. He's a New York guy to be able to begin with. I don't think the spotlight is going to be too bright for Malone being the next head coach of the Knicks because I think that he's very good in front of the media. One thing that Malone, like a gift that he has, is his ability to be able to spin a yarn and give a good quote generally gets reporters to like him. He doesn't necessarily always like them back, but he can usually get a press corps on his side with his honesty and his willingness to blab out words.
Well, and it was said that the Knicks are going to start seeking somebody with championship experience. So that really narrows the field that you're allowed to hire from. But Malone does have that. This is where maybe, it shows you what a little bit of the TV gig can do for you as far as maybe helping you out. I think it'll be interesting to see. I will say, though, that there's a lot of similarities. I am just curious, and you and I have kind of talked about this.
You're not wrong about that part of it.
These guys, Malone's an old school coach. He's a yeller. He works his guys. He doesn't have patience for a lot of stuff. We saw a lot of rage timeouts this year. Now, I feel like we saw more rage timeouts and more red-faced Malone this year than we've seen in the previous couple three.
Yeah.
So I don't know that he's always that way, but this is a guy that is going to lead loud, so to speak. Doesn't mind yelling, doesn't mind laying into it, and doesn't mind telling the media a few messages he wants you to hear.
Yeah.
And so the question becomes, how much of that do you want to change in this move?
It was interesting, too, because, like, when Jalen Brunson was asked about it, he was, and
defended him
in the playoffs, very much so. Brunson was a big-time Thibs guy, which that's what's crazy about Tom Thibodeau, is kind of as nuts as he is. Like, he generates loyalty amongst his players generally. Like, they usually buy into it, but also, like, you can see where the flaws exist in the way that he coaches. And I think the biggest one is his lack of willingness to use depth.
Well, and that, again, you had said that basically Malone is Thibs light. Although Malone is more from the rookies, right? Here's the thing. Using his depth, how fair can we gauge it here? What vets did Malone have that were useful vets the last few years that he refused to play?
That's just it. Like, Dario Saric, anytime that he saw the floor, he was awful.
Yeah.
And so
not
it was
an
like,
option.
I can't defend playing this guy. Like, Malone freaking tried with Reggie Jackson, man. Reggie played.
He played more than he should have, let's be honest.
And it was brutal. Malone acquiesced to Russell Westbrook too much. I don't know if he respected him too much, but he did. I don't know. He gave Westbrook basically like a heavier endorsement in the locker room than he had earned here in Denver. I think he needed to celebrate Russell Westbrook, but also make it be clear, like, this is your pecking order on this basketball team.
Right.
And it rubbed a lot of guys the wrong way. Like, I mean, that is, It's one of the areas where, again, I will defend Malone is like, hey, Adamman didn't play these guys either.
No.
Okay.
He didn't have a lot of vets he could lean on.
Right.
Ish Smith back in the day even admitted to us on a radio interview one time that basically he's here to help coach.
Yeah.
He had a fun time playing here and there,
playable.
but I'm not here to play. I'm here to be good for the locker room.
Yeah. I think in a lot of ways, like, to me, Malone's the obvious hire for the Knicks.
Well, this is interesting. A texter sent this in, so thank you to them. But this is from Clutch Points Betting. It's an actual graphic of this Twitter post. How about this?
Let's have it.
Johnny Bryant plus 240.
Okay.
Kenny Atkinson plus 400. Mike Budenholzer plus 950. I think you had brought him up to me earlier in the show. Here's a weird name, but I guess you could. Patrick Ewing plus 950. That shares the same odds as Sam Cassell at plus 950.
Cassell's name I heard rumored to Denver.
For a while, yeah.
Yes.
And then Jay Wright at plus 1,400.
I don't think Jay Wright wants to coach anymore.
So this is from Bovada Official, but Clutch Points Betting put it out there, and they said they were surprised, Bovada did, that Jay Wright was so far down the list.
So wait, Malone wasn't even on the...
Not even on the list. The first thing I saw when I saw this today, and I saw the report on NBA Today, Malik Andrews had said they are seeking somebody with championship experience, and I immediately thought they're going to call Malone. I would think he at least gets an interview, doesn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, I would certainly think so. Johnny Bryant's a finalist for the Suns job.
Okay. Well, you better act quick then, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Because they're already down the road with him.
Yeah, associate head coach of the Cavs.
Who's Kenny Atkinson? It's not a name that...
Didn't he coach the Nets
Did
for
he?
a minute
Okay.
there? The hell was Kenny Atkinson the coach? Oh, he coached the Cavs. That's what it was.
All right.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, he coached the Nets for 5 years. He coached the Cavs. He is the Cavs coach currently. Yes.
Well, all right. Then that makes sense. They just had a phenomenal year.
Yeah.
Is he looking to leave, though? Although if you're in New York, you could pay a lot of money.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that the job? Again, I say it all the time, and sometimes I get pushed back.
Unforgivable job.
Denver fans. But look, man, being the coach and quarterback here in Denver for the Broncos, people tell you it's tougher than New York because it's unrelenting and it's a lot of people's favorite topic. The Knicks are the favorite topic right now in New York, are they not? Both their football teams suck. I guess the Yankees are
Yankees
good,
and Mets and the Knicks, and they're right at the top.
And everybody's loving this New York Knicks revival.
Yeah,
right?
and Knicks fandom is insanity.
Right.
Absolutely. It's a high pressure gig. Plus, you have an impetuous owner. You know?
Yeah. Well, showed it today.
James Dolan has no problem just like banning people from the building,
including Charles Oakley.
Yes.
Didn't he ban Charles Oakley?
He did. He will ban legends. He has no problem with it. He has a band, too. The James Dolan Band.
Yeah.
If you want to go see him rock out to some sweet old
Does that
guy
draw?
blues.
I mean, you know what I mean? Do you think I'm going because you're James Dolan?
You're James Dolan. I got to go see the James Dolan
Do I get
Band
banned
tonight.
if I don't show up to see your band?
That's probably... Don't you assume that his gigs are packed full of assorted Knicks and Madison Square Garden employees that
Probably.
have to go to the boss's gig?
Does he play in like whatever, we've got like, I think, I don't know what it's called now. I think it's the Breckenridge Brewery up front or whatever the restaurant is front of Ball Arena.
All right.
Is there a New York, is there a garden version of that? And that's where he plays?
Okay, so the name of the band, actually, I was wrong, the James Dolan Band. It's JD and the Straight Shot. The country blues and roots rock vanity project of its frontman and guitarist, Cablevision Systems Corporation CEO and MSG Company Executive Chairman James Dolan, formed in 2001. Because of his corporate status and his friendship and business relationship with entertainment executive Irving Azoff, Dolan has been able to leverage JD and the Straight Shot onto shows opening for the Eagles, the Allman Brothers, ZZ Top, Jewel, Keith Urban, the Chicks, Joe Walsh, and Robert Randolph. Basically like, hey, I own the venue.
I'm opening.
I get to open.
All those bands are like, who cares, bro? We ain't going on for 3 hours.
Yeah, what do we give a crap?
Go ahead,
Yeah,
play
exactly.
a whole set, homie.
Yeah, well, just here's the contract writer. This is all we care about.
Yeah,
right
get the
now.
dressing room right, and we're out of here. By the way, how about this? As we're talking in the last 3 minutes, I pop open my phone, and it says this from The Athletic. Knicks coaching candidates. Michael Malone might be the most obvious choice, but Jay Wright is the ultimate wild card. So there you go. So at least The Athletic is thinking like we are.
Not Dan Hurley? They're not going to go bark up that tree? Remember when the Lakers did that whole thing? They don't want to go down that route anymore? Jay Wright that's the white whale, apparently, huh?
Well, that's the wild card.
He does look great in a suit. I will say that for him. And all of his players are from Villanova. So, yeah, I suppose it makes sense. Malone makes all the sense in the world to me.
New York being a New York guy, he gets it. He gets everything about it.
Jay Wright also, like every interview he's done in the last couple of years, he's just like, this is awesome. Doing TV is great. I love not having the stress of NIL and all that stuff.
Well, so you're going to go ruin that for the Knicks? Look, there's a number for everybody, right?
Like, I don't want to deal with the pressure and the stress. I'll go coach the Knicks.
You just got done watching the owner fire the dude that got him to the Eastern Conference Finals. But now, let me go there.
I'll have Ben Stiller and Chalamet yelling at me all the time. You're right about that. Everybody's got a price. Yes, maybe.
Now, you want to pay me like a player? You want to give me that Tony Romo $20 million a year? Yeah, I'll probably come coach.
By the way, who is the highest paid coach in the NBA?
That's a great question. I don't even know.
For 25, Steve Kerr.
There you go.
$17.5 million. Pop had to have been pretty high on that list, right? Okay, this past year, here's the top. Steve Kerr. Pop was number 2. Spo was at number 3. Ty Lue at number 4. Michael Malone at number 5. He made $12 million this past year. Malone was getting paid more than Doc Rivers in Milwaukee and Thibs with the Knicks.
Well, that Doc Rivers thing's been interesting, hasn't it?
Yeah, it really has. Really, really has. Kreckman and Lindahl, Tom Thibodeau. Made a run to the Eastern Conference Finals against Canned. George Karl didn't have his contract renewed and was fired the same year that he won NBA Coach of the Year.
It's a wild world.
It really is.
They can get rid of the coach easier than the players.
They sure can.
You're hired to be fired.
Love to fire though. I mean, really, like Michael Malone had a playoff team, and there were 3 games left in the regular season, and they were like, "You're out." It's tough business, man. It's not easy.
Oh, the Memphis Grizzlies was kind of like that too.
Yeah,
they were battling.
Yep,
they weren't out of it.
They were like a top half of the Western Conference team for most of the season.
Yeah,
and then they were terrible. Yeah, Taylor Jenkins was over there just going like, "What do you want me to do with Ja Morant? Can't keep this guy out of shotgun willies." It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Jeremy Draft.
Roenick.
Very high on the list, without doubt.
Who was that pitcher they had that rode the bike? Guthrie. Jeremy
Guthrie.
Rode the bike to spring training in a bunch. He was all psyched to be here. He was actually quoted in that ESPN article about Coors Field where he said he was excited to play here, and man, did it not work out.
Jeremy Irons, the voice of Scar from The Lion King.
Nice.
Yeah, deep pull. Oh, how can we forget the Hurt Locker himself, Jeremy Renner? Pour one out for Renner, everybody.
Jeremy Nita, our cow guy in Wisconsin.
Very important. Jeremy Lin. Remember Lin Sanity?
Oh, Jeremy Lin.
Who can forget it? Yes.
Didn't Lin and Tebow, they both had their incredible years so close to each other, and I just was like, holy cow.
Lin Sanity and Tebow Mania. Mm-hmm.
All around the same time.
Colorado superstar Jeremy Bloom.
Okay, there
yes,
you go.
Absolutely.
Man.
Yes, very.
Pose for magazines.
Mm-hmm. PCU star Jeremy Piven. All right, Jeremy Draft. There it was, everybody. Hope you enjoyed it.
You know, Jeremy Piven was in Judgment Night.
Deep pull.
Yeah.
Nice job. I went PCU.
I know you did.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You didn't want to go the HBO show?
He also played the part of sitcom George Costanza in season 4 of Seinfeld when they were making the Jerry pilot.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. He was wearing sweatpants at his audition, which helped him get the gig. I got a hockey question here for you, Andy.
Oh, by all means.
Yes, I must ask a hockey question. Something that Spring sent over to us today. I was not aware of this, okay? So a Sportsnet article was put out here, sportsnet.ca. Offseason trade board in the NHL. Tradable players in the NHL. One of the names included Martin Necas.
Not shocked to hear it.
Right wing Colorado Avalanche. So here's an interesting paragraph. After the Avalanche moved Rantanen because of how difficult they perceived contract extension talks to be going, how much patience will they have with Necas? Not a homegrown player or superstar talent. If negotiations on an extension start slowly this July, there was a sense Necas wasn't overly thrilled with his experience in Colorado and that he wants to explore other options. Were you aware that Marty Necas was not overly thrilled with his experience in Colorado, or at least that there was a sense that that was the case?
I'm not going to say that I was aware of it, but I'm not going to tell you that I'm shocked.
Okay.
Nate was caught yelling at him a couple of times. I've said it before. I said it last week with Berto. I'll repeat it again now. Marty Necas and Nathan MacKinnon are looking to do the same things. They feel redundant at times. Now, Necas is not as good at doing it as MacKinnon is, but they're both looking to pass and create for other people.
Mm-hmm.
And you could just feel the glare off Nate's body. His body language is not great sometimes when he'd make that cross-eyed pass, and Nate just would not fire the shot that, frankly, let's be honest about it, Nate was used to Mikko bombing that one home. It didn't always hit the net, didn't always get the goal, but Mikko was never afraid to shoot when he was set up by Nathan MacKinnon. And I feel like Nate just too many times would receive that pass up on the shot, work his way back around the ice, sometimes skate to the same side that MacKinnon was already on. And again, I think their comfortable areas on the ice are in identical spots. And I don't think he loved it. I thought Necas was better on the second line when he played with Brock Nelson.
Necas, I mean, he was a point-a-game player basically for the Avalanche, which isn't bad. Actually, it's pretty good, but he also has like the notable flaw of not being as good as Mikko Rantanen.
No, and part of me just wonders, is there a little bit of, when Nate's used to. Look, man, I said it to you in the break. I'm not afraid to say now. There's times where I feel like MacKinnon might be a little tough to play with. I think he's got a little Kobe Bryant, a little Peyton Manning in him.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is not a new thing. I'm not knocking the guy for having it, but he is on Ultra 10, pedal to the floor competitive, and wants to win. And if he feels like you're hindering him doing that, he was yelling at Charlie Coyle. Now Coyle wasn't afraid to yell back at him. But look, we've seen this guy get cantankerous with his teammates on the bench. We've heard about him telling guys to lay out the candy bars on the plane. This is not the easiest teammate to have, but a lot of the great ones fall into the same category. This is why I think Gabe's return to the locker room to balance some of this out isn't terribly important, frankly.
Is that an overlooked part of the departure of Mikko Rantanen? Is not only was Rantanen excellent when he played with McKinnon, but Rantanen had played with McKinnon long enough, had a tight enough relationship with him that any of the let's call it the gritty part of the relationship that you have to have with Nathan McKinnon didn't bother Mikko Rantanen as much, and it might be tougher for anybody new to the club.
Well, yeah, I don't think you're probably ready for the bulldog that Nathan McKinnon. And look, if I'm unfairly laying this out there, then I apologize. But I haven't gotten pushback when I've asked this question to people in the know.
Fiery.
How about I put it to
Fiery.
you that way? He's fiery, and we all know he wants to win.
Yeah.
Hey, Cody Latimer. Ask Cody Latimer about running the wrong route for Peyton Manning.
Sure.
Found himself on the bench, okay? That's how this stuff goes. Again, I'm not trying to paint Nate as terribly, the only guy that does this. So you're the only athlete that burns this hot.
Right.
But Mikko, to your point, Mikko was the goal scorer of that line. When we talked about where the leader in stats, that Nathan was always the points guy because he's an incredible creator and he draws all the attention. But there's no point in me drawing all the attention if I send the perfect cross-ice pass and you're too afraid to shoot it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, again, as a hockey fit and maybe as a personality fit, Natchez, he also has a very movable contract.
Oh, it's like $6 million. He's got 1 year left.
Yeah.
Look, he was a good player.
Good player.
But he wasn't
great.
As it was described in the article, maybe not a superstar.
Right.
No,
and I think also what's funny is like around here, and I'll raise my hand and say I did this segment, was Natchez was good immediately when he got here.
Yes, because he got freed up. He's a creative offensive player.
And Mikko went to Carolina, and it went
hated
really
it.
poorly, okay? And even initially when he got to Dallas, it wasn't just like immediately awesome. Then the playoffs happened. Mikko had his hot streak. He looks like he's worth every penny. The Marty Natchez thing is like it bumps up against a ceiling, but again, he got to play with Nathan McKinnon right away and be the beneficiary of all of that creation. But again, is that relationship built for the long haul? If again, it's getting reported by TSN, there is a sense that Marty Natchez didn't enjoy his time in Colorado.
Well, and again, look, there's a lot of expectation here, okay? You're still a big deal team here in town, too. And the fans were on Marty Natchez. You and I saw it every time we came in here.
Yep.
The frustration during the Dallas series. I expressed some of it too. I got tired of watching too much passing on the power play. Shoot the damn puck. Send it towards the net. Marty Natchez, I think, is a really good player. Maybe there's even another level that you coach out of him. Is it happening here? I don't know. We'll see what happens. I would not be shocked if he got traded.
Yeah.
This is a team that's looking to add pieces. We haven't even talked about the Mitch Marner suggestion that was thrown out there. But if you wanted to get out, if they decide they want to get a guy like Marner, who again has a tough time showing up in the playoffs,
Also,
at least in Toronto,
you're
going to have to move a guy like Natchez, probably.
Isn't Mitch Marner almost as expensive as Mikko would have been?
Yes.
Could have just kept Mikko?
You could have.
Yeah. That name doesn't necessarily make a sense. Like, it feels as though the Avalanche are trying to do what the Nuggets wish they could do, which is sort of reorganize their cap situation so it's not nearly as top-heavy.
Yeah, they need to be a more well-rounded team, period.
Yeah.
Just a deeper team, maybe I should say.
A little bit more depth in there. That would certainly help everything. Interesting. We'll keep an eye on that. Rockies have tied things up at 2
really?
in the top half of the 5th inning. Jordan Beck with an RBI single, followed by a Tyro Estrada sacrifice fly. 2-2, Rockies and Fish, top 5 at Lone Depot Park there in Miami. I'm assuming we don't have the game on right now. I'm assuming there's 12 people there watching that game right now. But 2-2, tied right now. So I bet the Rockies for the second consecutive day. I'll let you know how that goes for me. So you'll know. You'll know if the Rockies actually won the game or not, and we'll find out if that worked out well for me at all.
You were really excited about it, though. For a moment.
I'm all over it. Jeremy Draft. Let's see. Jeremy Shockey. Let's not forget Jeremy Shockey. That is a former Sean Payton Joker for you right there.
Joker.
Joker, yes. Jeremy Maclin. Remember Jeremy Maclin, former Chiefs receiver, Jeremy Maclin.
What if I gave you that the text line and Twitch were alive with the Jeremy, but it's not the first name?
It's not. Oh, then I think I know who they're.
Yes, you do.
Isn't that guy in prison now?
Yeah, I don't even want to know.
Okay.
I don't even want to know.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's all because Jeremy did speak in class today.
He did, absolutely. We forgot Jeremy Sohan. He's got brightly colored hair for the San Antonio Spurs. You don't want to forget about that one. And let's see, baseball Jeremys. Who's a good baseball Jeremy? You didn't mention Guthrie before.
Yeah.
Here we go. Yeah, former Rays guy, Jeremy Hellickson. That's about as good as it gets right there. That's going to do it. He was a Rookie of the Year, by the way. That's going to do it for the Kreckman and Lindahl show here this afternoon. Thank you so much to everybody who tuned in to our program. We're back tomorrow at 3 o'clock. We look forward to talking to you then. The Blitz with Mark Bertinoli and Mark Springer is coming up next. The Marks going to be talking about Martinachus, I'm sure, amongst other topics today here on the show. So make sure everybody tunes in and enjoys that. Brett Kane tomorrow morning at 6 a.m.